Yi Dong traverses into the world of Dragon Ball, binding a system to himself. At the outset, he acquires the enhanced Saiyan bloodline. Winning Bulma's affection is but a trifling matter. Chapter 1. Yi Dong enters the Dragon Ball realm. On the planet Vegeta within the Dragon Ball universe, there exists a lounge where a young Saiyan lad, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, sits with a look of astonishment upon his face. How did I end up here? And in the world of Dragon Ball, no less. His name is Katerin, though he also goes by Yi Dong. He is both a Saiyan and a human, the reason being that he has traversed worlds. This power is truly formidable. Yi Dong's eyes glimmered as he exerted himself, discovering an astonishing strength coursing through his being. This sensation was something he had never experienced in his previous life as a human. Ding! The upgrade gift system is now being initialized. System initialization at 20, 50, 80. Congratulations, host. The upgrade gift system has been successfully bound. A series of mechanical sounds echoed in Yi Dong's mind, momentarily leaving him dazed before overwhelming joy surged within him. A system. In his past life, Yi Dong had read numerous novels featuring traversals, golden fingers, systems, and wise mentors. These were quintessential traits of protagonists. This system has arrived at the most opportune moment. While aware of his traversal, Yi Dong remained calm, for he possessed an inherent love for adventure. Now, with the system by his side, he felt an increased confidence in this world of Dragon Ball, which was both familiar and foreign. System, might you introduce yourself? Yi Dong spoke nonchalantly. Host, I am the upgrade gift system. You're currently at level 0, and for every 5 levels you ascend, you will receive a small gift package. Upon reaching level 10, a larger gift package awaits. The mechanical voice resonated in his mind once more. Is that so? Yi Dong narrowed his eyes, a smile creeping onto his lips as he inquired. Does the level 10 large gift package include the small packages from every 5 levels? If it did, this system would be simply extraordinary. It does not include them, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Dong felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, humans are inherently a bit greedy, and he was no exception. However, he swiftly adjusted his mood and remarked casually, shouldn't I be entitled to a novice gift package, akin to the protagonists in novels? The system remained silent for a moment, perhaps 10 seconds. There is. It finally responded. Excellent, grant me the novice package, Yi Dong said, his smile emerging. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, the door to the lounge was knocked upon. Katerin, knock, knock, knock. Someone outside called for him while knocking. Come in, Yi Dong said, furrowing his brow momentarily before reverting to a smile. He stood up from his seat, and as the door swung open, a tall Saiyan with brown hair and a bearded visage entered the room. Katerin, I bear good news. Upon entry, the man plopped down onto the sofa by the entrance, bursting into laughter. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued, and asked what good news. This individual was named Nader, and at that moment, a mysterious smile adorned his face as he glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, then shut the door and beckoned to Yi Dong. Yi Dong approached, and he lowered his voice, saying, Lord Frieza is set to arrive on planet Vegeta in 3 months. He intends to take some warriors for training. Yi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Though not an avid fan of Dragon Ball, he had seen enough to grasp the general narrative. While he may have skipped some plot points, he was still fairly knowledgeable. The fact that planet Vegeta had yet to be destroyed indicated that the story had not yet commenced. At present, Frieza was a formidable antagonist, nearly invincible. But why would he come to planet Vegeta? What did he intend to train the Saiyans for? With my combat power at a mere 100, how could he possibly take notice of me? Yi Dong pondered, concealing his bewilderment as he shook his head, stating, Planet Vegeta is teeming with experts. It is undoubtedly the powerful warriors who would capture his attention, not someone like me with combat power under 1,000. That's difficult to say. I've heard this selection is for everyone. Nader exclaimed with excitement. This opportunity comes but once, and we have only 3 months to strengthen ourselves. Before Frieza unleashed his wrath upon the Saiyans, they remained relatively loyal to him. If one could gain Frieza's favor, it would indeed be an exhilarating prospect. Yi Dong remained silent for a moment. The original narrative of Dragon Ball began with the Dragon Balls themselves. Though he was a traveler, he was not well versed in the intricacies of the plot. I understand now. Let us strive together. Yi Dong replied casually, his mind not overly invested. With the upgrade gift system at his disposal, his future accomplishments would surely rival those of Frieza. To rely on others beneath their roof was far less desirable than to rise on one's own merit. Noting Yi Dong's indifference, Nader assumed he was merely feeling insecure. He sighed, patted Yi Dong on the shoulder, and exited the room. Once Nader departed, Yi Dong locked the lounge door and, sitting at the edge of his bed, said softly, System, open the novice gift package. Understood, host. The system responded, and before Yi Dong's eyes appeared a small box, revealing its contents one by one to Saiyan Enhanced Bloodline X1, Senza Beans X1000, 100x Gravity Training Suit X1, 100x Controllable Gravity Room X1, 5-minute Super Saiyan 1 Experience Card X1. Yi Dong assessed the novice gift package, realizing it contained these items. To be frank, it seemed modest in quantity, yet it was, in reality, quite generous. Notably, the Saiyan Enhanced Bloodline X1 was exceedingly rare, and the 5-minute Super Saiyan 1 Experience Card X1 alone would render him nearly invincible at this juncture. Of course, this was contingent upon his combat power being akin to Goku's during his initial transformation. Only then could he attain that invincible state. Should his combat power upon transformation be merely 1,000, 5,000, or even 10,000 points, that 50-fold increase would be of little consequence. System, how strong can this experience card make me as a Super Saiyan 1? Yi Dong inquired directly. Rest assured, host, you may designate the transformation strength at combat power below 200 million. The system replied. I see. Why? Yi Dong nodded with a smile, confirming the system's words. First, grant me the Saiyan Enhanced Bloodline. He was not inclined to waste any time. The destruction of planet Vegeta was uncertain, and enhancing his strength was paramount. Command received. Ding. A notification sound rang in Yi Dong's ears, followed by an intense warmth surging through his body, as though his blood were boiling. Ah! The sudden pain compelled Yi Dong to cry out involuntarily. Having never endured such agony in his previous life, he was now drenched in sweat, writhing in torment upon the bed. Host, please endure. This process is enhancing your Saiyan bloodline. There are 3 tiers of pain, each more excruciating than the last, but enduring it will significantly elevate your combat power. The system's voice echoed incessantly in his ears, propelling Yi Dong, on the verge of collapse, to grit his teeth and persevere. Half an hour later, silence enveloped the lounge. It was not that he had grown accustomed to the pain. Rather, his voice had gone hoarse from screaming. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the lounge was excellent. Otherwise, his half-hour of cries would undoubtedly have drawn attention. Phew, phew, phew. Yi Dong lay utterly speechless, his body limp upon the bed, drenched as if he had emerged from water, gasping for breath, too fatigued even to open his eyes. It was excruciating. Truly, it was unbearably torturous. This phrase reverberated repeatedly within his heart. The system delivered yet another wave of motivational rhetoric. Host, enduring the hardships of life is the pathway to greatness. Your combat power has surged from a mere 100 points to an astonishing 20,000 points, a remarkable increase of 200 times. This is the reward you rightfully deserve. Yi Dong couldn't help but chuckle bitterly within. While he acknowledged the system's wisdom, the desire to voice his sarcasm was insatiable. He simply had to express it. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight had elapsed. Donning a combat suit designed for 100-fold gravity, Yi Dong diligently trained in the gravity chamber, augmented by his enhanced Saiyan lineage. In just 15 days, his combat prowess had skyrocketed significantly. 25,000 points of combat power, an increase of 5,000 points in half a month. Such a pace is unmatched in the original anime. At this stage, who could rival Yi Dong's training efficiency? At present, I feel as though I could obliterate the earth with a single punch. On this particular day, Yi Dong emerged from the gravity chamber, returning to his resting pod, fist clenched, a smile gracing his lips. Wait, the sensation. It seems genuinely feasible. Yi Dong chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, 25,000 points of combat power is trivial in the middle of Dragon Ball Z, yet, one must remember that the plot of the first Dragon Ball series has yet to unfold. Even Master Roshi, with his 130-odd combat power, could strike the moon. Yi Dong's current power could truly shatter the earth. If I were to return to my former life on Earth now, wouldn't I become a tyrant? A slight miscalculation, and the planet could be obliterated. Yi Dong sighed, immensely satisfied with his own strength. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Yi Dong composed himself and opened the door. A mission awaits. Kato stood at the threshold, his face alight with excitement. Seeing his exuberant demeanor, Yi Dong furrowed his brow, perplexed by his fervor. What's the matter? Is this task particularly remarkable? Yi Dong inquired with feigned calmness. He had little interest in undertaking missions. His sole desire was to focus on his training. This singular focus resulted in his level remaining at 0 throughout the past half-month. He had researched various methods to gain experience. Firstly, by completing tasks issued by the system. Secondly, thirdly, even squashing a few insignificant insects could yield experience. In summary, there are numerous avenues to acquire experience. However, he had dedicated the past 15 days exclusively to training, thereby missing several opportunities for experience acquisition. Host, your perspective is misguided. The system's voice suddenly resonated in Yi Dong's mind. The greatest advantage of the upgrade gift system is that one can grow stronger without arduous training. Otherwise, what would be the point of being a transmigrator with a golden finger? What on earth? Upon hearing the system's words, Three question marks instantly appeared above Yi Dong's head. A mere upgrade gift, or even a grand package, can propel my combat power by tens of thousands of points? Yi Dong queried. The system fell silent for a moment before awkwardly responding. Well, that depends on your luck. If fortune favors you and you acquire a powerful gift, it's not out of the realm of possibility to boost your combat power by tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. What use is this? There are no absolutes. I do not rely on luck. He was not the sort to thrive on chance. Yet, the system was not entirely mistaken that he would indeed continue to cultivate, but he must not neglect his upgrades. After all, if the novice gift is already so formidable, subsequent upgrade gifts, even if not as extravagant, are bound to contain numerous items that can enhance his strength. Thus, both training and upgrading must not be postponed. Chapter 2. The Emergence of Combat Strength. Cardo, this mission involves a straightforward invasion of a planet, but if our score is sufficiently high, we may catch the attention of King Vegeta, Cardo remarked. At present, his combat power stood at approximately 800, significantly surpassing the former Yi Dong, making him a notable fighter among the lower-tier Saiyans. Yi Dong began to ponder whether King Vegeta would take notice of him. However, what truly mattered was the accumulation of experience points. As long as he could gather experience and gradually enhance his level, that was paramount. Opportunities to amass experience on Vegeta Planet were virtually non-existent. Thus, he had no choice but to venture outside to undertake missions. Therefore, it was imperative that he accepted this task. With this thought in mind, Yi Dong nodded and smiled. All right, I will participate in this mission. Despite Yi Dong's combat power now reaching 25,000 points, his battle experience was still rather limited. A seasoned veteran with 10,000 points could easily overpower him. Relying solely on arduous training was, ultimately, not a viable solution. Haha, in that case, let us embark. Cardo, approximately 40 years of age, without a spouse or children, had come to regard the former Yi Dong as a protege to mentor. Otherwise, he would not have included Yi Dong in the mission, granting him an opportunity to shine before influential figures. He hoped for Yi Dong to achieve great things and secure a promising future. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Dong remained blissfully unaware of these sentiments. Bestly Planet was not far from Vegeta Planet. A journey aboard a spacecraft would take merely 3 days. At that moment, a congregation of Saiyans was gathered on Bestly Planet. Cardo, what is the highest combat power on this planet? Yi Dong inquired, surveying the Saiyans around him. The strongest among them possessed a mere 500 points, while he himself, openly, held only 200 points. Upon hearing Yi Dong's question, Cardo quietly replied, the most formidable combat power on this planet is 1000 points. As long as we remain cautious, we should be safe. Yi Dong nodded thoughtfully. With the highest combat power at just 1000 points, the overall strength was evidently lacking, with his own 25,000 points. Even standing still would likely render him unharmed by these adversaries. Bestly Planet was primarily focused on aggression. They were not only bullies, but also cannibals. Everyone be cautious. If you encounter an enemy too strong to defeat, do not engage recklessly. Your life must take precedence. A young Saiyan, seemingly around 17 or 18, spoke up. Upon hearing his voice, Yi Dong felt an uncanny familiarity, as if he were listening to Goku. Turning to look, he realized that this young man bore a striking resemblance to an adult Goku. His name was. Yi Dong's eyes widened. Ah, he is Bardock. Although a low-tier warrior, he possesses exceptional talent. At 17, he has a combat power of 200 points, which is quite impressive, Cardo quietly introduced. His tone laced with admiration. 200 points, Yi Dong mused. Truthfully, even without much combat experience, he could easily defeat him. What truly astonished him was this individual's identity. Bardock. Goku's father, Bardock. Furthermore, he was the first man in Dragon Ball history to transform into a Super Saiyan. At present, Bardock was merely 17, while in the Dragon Ball narrative, he was around 24 when Frieza annihilated Vegeta Planet. This indicated that there were roughly 7 years before that catastrophic event. During those 7 years, Bardock had only increased his combat power by 800 points. To be frank, his talent was not as extraordinary as it was reputed to be. Of course, Yi Dong's own talent was indeed astonishing. Achieving a level comparable to Frieza's full power within 7 years might be a daunting task, yet even at Frieza's normal state, Yi Dong was confident he could easily surpass it. No need to rush, we shall take our time. Yi Dong remained calm, knowing that the plot would unfold gradually. Frieza would not destroy Vegeta Planet tomorrow, nor even within the next 2 years. Thus, he had ample time to enhance his abilities. Cardo, you stay close to me. Although I may not be the strongest, I can certainly protect you. As the other Saiyans began to mobilize, Cardo and Yi Dong, whose bond was strong, prepared to assault Bestly Planet together. All right, Yi Dong replied with a smile, following Cardo as they set forth. Before long, The two arrived at a city, where a throng of Bestly residents stood upon the city walls. They stared blankly at Yi Dong and Cardo, while below, a battalion of Bestly soldiers clad in combat attire glared up at them with hostility. This race was inherently belligerent, possessing a deep-seated ferocity, even knowing they were outmatched. They would fight to the bitter end. Kill. A furious roar erupted as the Bestly soldiers charged at Yi Dong and Cardo. You should be able to handle them alone. I will take care of the rest, Cardo said with a grin. Remember, there is no compassion on the battlefield. I understand. Showing mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself, Yi Dong replied, nodding. Upon hearing this, Cardo's eyes flickered with surprise as he turned back to Yi Dong. For reasons unknown, he felt that although Yi Dong remained the same, there was an undeniable change within him. Nonetheless, this was ultimately a positive development. Growth is an essential aspect of life. Cardo felt a sense of satisfaction at Yi Dong's evolution. Kill. Cardo turned away, a proud smile gracing his face as he plunged into the fray. His combat power of 800 rendered him a divine figure among the Bestly soldiers, each blow capable of snuffing out a life. Yi Dong watched all of this, inwardly reflecting. The battles in Dragon Ball later were nowhere near this straightforward. A single energy blast would annihilate the enemy. Logically, with his current strength, he could effortlessly unleash a powerful energy blast, yet he could not. At this moment, he resembled a protagonist from a martial arts novel. Having received enlightenment from a master, his inner strength significantly amplified. However, without proper training, he was at a loss for how to wield this newfound power. Why dwell on such matters? Let's just charge in. Yi Dong shook his head and joined the fray. In contrast to Cardo's varied techniques, Yi Dong relied solely on brute force, charging headlong into the battle. Despite his method, each collision sent his opponents flying, often resulting in their demise. If one were to describe the scene in a single phrase, it would be that Yi Dong resembled a human-shaped beast, exhibiting an astonishing physical prowess. Originally, this was Cardo's domain, yet he discovered that Yi Dong surpassed him, leaving him speechless in shock. Could he really be this powerful? Yi Dong remained oblivious to Cardo's astonishment, as the system's notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating a Bestly junior soldier, earning 5 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating a Bestly intermediate soldier, earning 20 experience points. Experience points accumulated steadily, and soon, Yi Dong realized he had leveled up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching full experience points, leveling up to LV1. It is important to note that this narrative does not involve any extraneous elements. It is purely situated within the Dragon Ball universe. I intend to detail the plot further, initially establishing 3 female protagonists, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lazuli, Android 18. As the system notifications rang out, Yi Dong paused his actions. The surrounding Bestly soldiers had long been paralyzed with fear, watching in terror as he slowly retreated into the city. Katerin, your strength has secretly increased again. Nato swiftly approached Yi Dong, his eyes wide as he patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. Very impressive. Let me see your current battle power. With that, he removed the battle power detector from his left eye. Beep, beep. The sound echoed as the numbers on the detector fluctuated continuously. From an initial reading of 200, it soared to 500, then to 1,000, finally stabilizing at an astonishing 30,000 after several seconds. Huh, is my detector malfunctioning? Nato momentarily failed to comprehend the reading of 30,000. Nato, your glasses are perfectly fine, Yi Dong replied, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips as he took a step forward. At that moment, a burly Bestly emerged from the city, his battle power detected at an impressive 3,000. In the past, Yi Dong would have been powerless against such a foe. However, now, Yi Dong had leveled up to LV1. Yet that was not the most significant aspect. The most crucial fact was that upon leveling up, he inexplicably gained an additional 5,000 in battle power. This enhancement was not merely a numerical increase. His mind suddenly brimmed with knowledge on how to manipulate ki within the Dragon Ball universe. In other words, he was no longer a mere brute devoid of skill in its application. And no problem. Nato's face was a mask of astonishment. Yi Dong stepped forward, extending his right hand, directly pointing at the Bestly warrior who had just exited the city with a battle power of 3,000. Boom. An energy blast was instantly unleashed. Rumbling. Before Nato's incredulous gaze, the entire city was reduced to ruins in an instant. A series of system notification sounds echoed in Yi Dong's mind as a cold, ruthless smile crept across his lips. Such overwhelming power was undeniably captivating. He was neither a hero nor a villain. He showed no mercy to his enemies, regardless of whether they were children, women, or the elderly. The compassion of a saint was the greatest taboo for any traveler in this world. He understood that every step in this realm could be extraordinarily arduous, Thus, he had to remain steadfast in his convictions. To friends, he could offer unconditional kindness. To foes, he would never show mercy. This encapsulated Yi Dong's philosophy. "NATO, let us depart," Yi Dong said calmly, turning back. A true man never glances back at past affairs. "All right," NATO replied, momentarily taken aback, nodding in agreement. After a few steps, he turned back to glance at the ruins. The city had long been reduced to desolation. Surely, no one could have survived such a devastating strike. If NATO harbored such thoughts, he followed Yi Dong away. Meanwhile, in the eastern region of Besili, Yi Dong and NATO had already obliterated nearly 10 cities. At this point, Yi Dong had ascended to LV2, with only half the experience remaining to reach LV3, and his battle power had risen to 35,000. Each time he leveled up, there was an increase of 5,000 in battle power. A boon Yi Dong found quite favorable. Chapter 3, Summoned by King Vegeta. Am I becoming more and more like a villain? Yi Dong mused, casting a casual glance at the distant ruins, shaking his head with a light chuckle. However, he neither confirmed nor denied it. After all, he was an idealist. "Is that really you, Katerin?" NATO could no longer contain his curiosity, inquiring. Yi Dong's current strength is simply worlds apart from before. Hee. Yi Dong merely chuckled softly, saying nothing further. Just then, Bardock hurriedly approached with a group of followers. Another ruin. Surprise flickered in Bardock's eyes as he noted the destruction along his path, where every target city had been turned to rubble, leaving him utterly astonished. "NATO, is that you?" Someone from behind Bardock recognized NATO and Yi Dong, shouting out. Beep, beep, beep. A battle power detector suddenly blared, displaying an astonishing figure of 35,000. "What? This guy has a battle power of 35,000. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. 35,000 battle power. This proclamation sent the entire assembly into an uproar. Who? Bardock's eyes widened in disbelief. It's him. The Saiyan who had detected Yi Dong's battle power pointed at him, his face filled with reverence as he bowed and said, "Honorable sir, you must be the secret weapon of our Saiyan race." It was known that even King Vegeta's battle power barely exceeded 10,000. This young Saiyan had astonishingly reached 35,000, which was nothing short of terrifying. In fact, on planet Vegeta, it was unlikely anyone could withstand even a few exchanges with Yi Dong. Hearing the Saiyan's words, Yi Dong felt a twinge of helplessness. Wasn't he Katerin? His battle power hadn't even been close to 1,000 before. How had it suddenly skyrocketed to 35,000? A throng of Saiyans stared at Yi Dong, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and recognition, all rendered speechless. In the face of their awe and skepticism, Yi Dong merely smiled faintly. Their objectives were entirely different from his. Their astonishment did not concern him in the slightest. "Leave this planet's destruction to me. You should hasten back to planet Vegeta," Yi Dong stated calmly. He had grown weary of methodically dismantling each city. True annihilation meant obliterating the entire Besili planet in one fell swoop. Do not mistake him for cruel. He held no sentimental attachment to this world. Just as the original Vegeta would never consider Earth his second home, why would he? Clearly, it was out of the question. So, it was even less likely for Yi Dong. Upon hearing Yi Dong's words, everyone exchanged glances, their faces betraying hesitation. This mission was crucial for them. They needed to showcase their strength and achieve high scores to garner attention from higher-ups. Yet, with Yi Dong's emergence, they found themselves in a dilemma. They wished to display their prowess but feared offending this powerhouse with a battle power of 35,000. What should they do? For a moment, the group of Saiyans felt utterly at a loss. Retreat. Bardock's steady voice rang out. He glanced at Yi Dong before soaring into the sky, declaring, "This mission is to annihilate the Besili planet. If Katerin destroys it directly, we will save ourselves a great deal of trouble. Remember, we Saiyans must prioritize the bigger picture." Such words did not sound like those of a mere teenager. They were exceptionally astute. What surprised Yi Dong most was the unexpected number of followers he had garnered. Despite being unpopular in the original storyline, although Bardock's battle power was only 1,200, he was merely 17, possessing immense potential. Moreover, this was just the circle of low-class warriors, so upon reflection, it was not so surprising. However, half an hour later, everyone had departed from the Besili planet, including Yi Dong himself. How formidable is a battle power of 35,000? Standing in the stratosphere of the Besili planet, Yi Dong extended a finger, a blinding light igniting at its tip. Boom. 3 seconds later, a colossal energy sphere coalesced at his fingertip. Rumbling, the energy sphere struck the planet, leaving everyone aboard the spaceship utterly astonished. This is the sheer power of 35,000 battle strength, utterly terrifying. The planet Bisel exploded, its dazzling spectacle akin to a breathtaking firework display, rendering it impossible to divert one's gaze. Truly magnificent. It was the first time Yidong had witnessed such a scene of planetary destruction, and to think it was his own doing left him momentarily speechless. While he stood in a daze, his level quietly ascended. His battle strength experienced a significant boost, not just the previous 5,000 points, but a full 10,000. This meant his current battle strength now stood at 45,000 points. At the heart of Vegeta, over a fortnight had elapsed since the obliteration of Bicel, and it had been a month since Frieza last visited the planet. Thus, in 2 months, Frieza would return. If one were to inquire whether Yidong felt any trepidation, he would assure them he was not the least bit concerned. Should Frieza dare to provoke him, a 5-minute experience card for Super Saiyan 1 was no trifling matter. With a battle strength below 200 million, he could transform at will. This meant he could choose to engage at a formidable battle power of 199,999,000. Frieza's fourth form boasted a maximum battle strength of merely between 12 to 30 million, and upon transforming into Super Saiyan 1, he could effortlessly bring the tyrant to his knees. Silence, commanded King Vegeta, his hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed the assembly of Saiyans below, a smile gracing his face. The previously raucous crowd fell silent, all eyes turning towards him. I wish to inform you all that in 2 months, Lord Frieza will arrive at planet Vegeta, at which point he will select warriors among us Saiyans for training. King Vegeta nodded with a smile. I believe each of you possesses immense strength and untapped potential. Thus, in 2 months, we will see who among you has the prowess and fortune to catch Lord Frieza's eye. Katarine, with your strength, you will undoubtedly capture Lord Frieza's attention. Nato whispered excitedly to Yidong as King Vegeta spoke on the platform. Yidong merely smiled in response, refraining from comment. To him, Frieza was nothing to fear. If he desired to eliminate him, it could be accomplished in mere moments. It is worth noting that the battle power hierarchy in the Dragon Ball universe is exceedingly stringent. Not only could he transform into a Super Saiyan with nearly 200 million battle strength, but even with his current battle power of approximately 140 million, he was, under the current narrative standards, an invincible entity. Do not underestimate this brief 5-minute transformation time. Such battle prowess would enable him to effortlessly dismantle all of Frieza's forces within the 7th universe. However, since he did not need to reveal this trump card just yet, Yidong was wise enough to keep it in reserve. After all, it was a valuable ace in his hand. My level has now risen to 4, and I am but 1,000 experience points away from level 5. Upon reaching level 5, I shall receive an upgrade package. How exciting! Yidong's lips curled slightly as he raised his gaze towards the arena. Moments prior, he had heard King Vegeta call out his Saiyan name. Katarine, King Vegeta is calling you to the stage. Nato exclaimed with enthusiasm. Perhaps this time you will shed the title of low-class Saiyan, for your strength truly merits the designation of elite Saiyan. Hearing Nato's words, Yidong merely shook his head and smiled. Others may not understand King Vegeta, but having watched Dragon Ball, he was all too aware of the man's true nature. Unquestionably, the term selfish could be affixed to him without hesitation. He mused that were it not for his battle strength far exceeding that of King Vegeta, he would likely not be treated with mere superficial courtesy, but rather be cast out outright. His prowess had already instilled a sense of pressure in the king. As he ascended the arena, King Vegeta's gaze remained fixated upon him, the smile on his face appearing disingenuous to Yidong. Katarine, I never anticipated you to be this strong. You truly astonish me, King Vegeta declared as he approached, extending his hand to grasp Yidong's. I believe you will surely be among those chosen by Lord Frieza this time. Yidong cast him a sidelong glance, shaking his head gently and chuckling. I have no intention of serving under Frieza. At Yidong's words, King Vegeta's brow furrowed and his eyes narrowed. Your strength is merely underutilized here on planet Vegeta. Believe me, Lord Frieza is where your true stage lies. Unable to forcibly expel Yidong due to his overwhelming power, King Vegeta resorted to other means to drive away this threat to his throne. Yidong scoffed lightly, declaring, King Vegeta, how could I not comprehend your intentions? The throne of the Saiyan race holds no allure for me. Not only did he disregard the Saiyan throne, but even the prospect of being the mightiest in the universe was of no concern to him, as such hollow titles were beneath his notice. Upon hearing Yidong's words, a strange light flickered in King Vegeta's eyes, and he narrowed them, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. It seems, Katarine, you have other plans. King Vegeta considered that Yidong might harbor considerable ambition. Perhaps he could be utilized against others? With this thought, King Vegeta couldn't help but smirk internally. His dignity could not be challenged by a lowly Saiyan warrior, despite the latter's superior strength. In 2 months, when Lord Frieza arrives, I shall recommend him to the king. As for his fate, that shall depend on his own fortune, King Vegeta coldly contemplated. He dared not confront Yi Dong openly, for the latter's battle strength was far too formidable. Should a conflict arise, he lacked the means to contend with Yi Dong. Thus, it would be prudent to endure for now. Very well, I must continue my training. Farewell. Yi Dong, harboring no fondness for King Vegeta, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and prepared to depart. Chapter 4. The System Mall. Observing Yi Dong's retreating figure, King Vegeta's countenance darkened ominously. An unwavering killing intent directed at Yi Dong coursing through him. Yet he understood well that his current strength was insufficient to eliminate this adversary. You treacherous scoundrel. Wait for me. One day, I shall make you wish you were never born. King Vegeta seethed inwardly. Half a month had passed since King Vegeta last convened a gathering. And in 1 month, Frieza would arrive at planet Vegeta. Yi Dong's pace of training had significantly slowed, with his singular focus being to reach level 5 and discover the treasures contained within the level 5 upgrade package. Given his current strength, King Vegeta did not impose restrictions on his outings. Over the past half-month, aside from completing the tasks assigned by the system, Yi Dong frequently intervened to assist those in need. On this day, upon returning to planet Vegeta, his experience points were maxed out, enabling him to manually upgrade to level 5. System, upgrade me to level 5. Let me see what treasures lie within your much-touted upgrade package. Yi Dong stated as he settled into his quarters, sitting on the bed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on reaching level 5. The upgrade package is being dispensed. Ding. The upgrade package has been issued. Please check your system inventory. Ding. As the host has achieved level 5, the system mall has been unlocked. A series of mechanical synthesized tones reverberated through Yi Dong's mind. A system mall? Initially indifferent, he suddenly found himself intrigued upon hearing about the system mall. The system's marketplace offers an abundance of treasures, including artifacts from the realm of immortals, weapons from the martial arts world, and secret techniques from the fantasy realm. It is a veritable cornucopia where the only limit is one's imagination. The system continued, impressive. You must give this system a thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Yi Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. The timing of this marketplace's emergence was nothing short of fortuitous. He had recently discovered that his supply of immortal beings was dwindling, enough to last at most another month or two. If he wished to continue his training in this manner, the immortal beings were undoubtedly essential. System, what is my current combat power? Yi Dong inquired. He sensed an enhancement in his strength, yet the specifics could only be divulged by the system. Host, your current combat power stands at 60,000 points. 60,000? Yi Dong felt a surge of joy. Despite having scarcely trained over the past fortnight, being preoccupied with missions and combating foes to accumulate experience, his combat power had previously hovered around 45,000 points. After this upgrade, it had surged to 60,000, an increase of 15,000 points, which was indeed a considerable gain. No need to dwell on that. Let me see what treasures lie within your purportedly marvelous upgrade package. Yi Dong chuckled, shaking his head before immersing his consciousness into the system's inventory space, where a vibrantly colored package lay quietly in the first slot. Level 5 upgrade package, 1,000 exchange points, 1,000 immortal beings, instant teleportation skill X1, super physical bloodline X1, 200x gravity chamber, 200x gravity combat suit. The diversity of items within this package dazzled Yi Dong. After perusing the contents of the level 5 upgrade package, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This is exceedingly extravagant. The novice package had already been quite generous, but in comparison to this level 5 upgrade package, it appeared as nothing more than a trifling gift, a stark contrast in magnitude. What astonished Yi Dong the most was that this was merely the level 5 package. What extravagant treasures awaited him in the level 10 grand package? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine, for it was undoubtedly far more powerful than the current level 5 package. Host, do not be so astonished. This is merely the most basic of small packages. The truly formidable rewards remain unseen by you. In due time, you will realize that this is but a trifle. The system's voice echoed suddenly in Yi Dong's mind, momentarily catching him off guard. This entity certainly had a bold demeanor. Yet, if he were honest, Yi Dong found himself quite fond of the system's character. Very well. I shall await the revelation. Yi Dong nodded with a smile. He examined the description of the exchange points, the currency utilized within the system's marketplace. With this thought, he summoned the system's marketplace. In an instant, a vibrant and mesmerizing marketplace materialized before Yi Dong, filled with an abundance of enticing items that tempted him to procure them all immediately. Goodness, is this indestructible golden body technique for real? Yi Dong clicked through the categories of the marketplace, and upon glancing at the first item, the exchange points required for the indestructible golden body technique were an astonishing quintillion points. To put this into perspective, 1 quintillion equals 1,000 trillion, and a quintillion is equivalent to 1 billion trillion. This figure made Yi Dong's head spin at the mere thought. That is exorbitantly priced. He cast another glance and noted that even the least expensive item in this category demanded 100,000 exchange points. With only a meager 1,000 exchange points in hand, he pondered how long it would take to accumulate enough. Do not despair, host. The exchange points are merely to incentivize your growth. The packages provided by the system will randomly include some exchange points, and the higher your level, the more exchange points you will receive, the system communicated in his mind. Upon hearing this, Yi Dong pursed his lips, contemplated for a moment, and nodded. All right, these skills are not of immediate use to me. After all, he was in the Dragon Ball world, not a realm of immortals or fantasy novels. In Yi Dong's view, skills from other worlds might hold little significance here. Host, your reasoning is misguided, the system corrected him. In truth, both the Dragon Ball world and other realms fall under what you referred to in your past life as dimensional worlds. Their essence is fundamentally the same. Yi Dong was momentarily taken aback. However, this didn't seem right. In the Dragon Ball world, one could obliterate planets with a mere flick of the wrist. How could the martial arts world achieve such feats? It was not unreasonable for Yi Dong to think this way. As to ordinary individuals, the low martial arts world already seemed astonishing. Yet, this was the Dragon Ball world. He had hardly begun his training and could already destroy planets. In a martial arts world, let alone obliterating a planet, even a mountain's destruction would likely send tremors throughout the entire realm. Host, you may not have fully grasped the concept. It is precisely because the worlds differ that skills from the martial arts realm can manifest even greater effectiveness in the Dragon Ball world. The system patiently elucidated. Realization dawned upon Yi Dong. In other words, no matter the skills from any realm, once they entered the Dragon Ball world, they could unleash their true potential. I understand now, thank you. Yi Dong nodded with a smile, eager to move on. He had drawn the ability of instant teleportation, which he immediately learned. For anyone familiar with Dragon Ball, who wouldn't covet such a power? It was incredibly convenient. However, what was this super-physical bloodline? After mastering the instant teleportation skill, Yi Dong shifted his focus to the other item extracted from the package. It was a super-physical bloodline, which sounded impressive and piqued his curiosity. Super-physical bloodline. Upon activation, the host's recovery capabilities will be significantly enhanced. Initially, Yi Dong found the description before the super-physical bloodline to be quite standard. But the subsequent note left him utterly speechless. That was rather abrupt. Host, what are you pondering? The system's voice continued. When I speak of endurance, I mean your energy consumption will be far more enduring than that of other experts at the same level. Yi Dong, to be honest, anyone who reads such a note would likely conjure some peculiar imagery. After all, the term endurance seemed to imply something else entirely. Ahem, never mind that. I must focus on leveling up and training. Yi Dong cleared his throat, his expression growing serious. With a combat power of 60,000, he appeared quite formidable. On planet Vegeta, he was indeed a top-tier presence, claiming the #1 spot with no one daring to contest him. Yet, in just a month and a half, Frieza would arrive. His strength was unquestionable, with his base form boasting a combat power of 500,000, a truly daunting figure. Not to mention his second, third, and even final forms. With only a month and a half left, Yi Dong realized he could not match Frieza's pace. Thus, narrowing his eyes, he concluded that to safeguard himself, he must find a secure place to gradually strengthen himself. Therefore, he must depart. If he lingered. When Frieza arrived in a month and a half, coupled with the provocation of King Vegeta, his situation would undoubtedly become perilous. Yes, I shall leave. With determination gleaming in his eyes, Yi Dong clutched a Super Saiyan experience card in his hand, yet he regarded it as a trump card. A precious asset to be preserved. The paramount concern at this moment was to enhance his own strength. That was the crux of the matter. Resolving firmly, Yi Dong lingered in the rest pod for a brief period, tidied his belongings, and then stepped outside. He did not hasten to depart from planet Vegeta. Instead, he first ventured to the dwelling of Nato. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Dong gently rapped on Nato's rest pod door. It wasn't long before Nato opened the door. And upon seeing Yi Dong, a look of surprise spread across his face. In recent times, Yi Dong had ample opportunity to seek out Nato, but he refrained, fearing that if he grew too close to Nato, the latter's life on planet Vegeta might become perilous after his departure. Thus, it was not that Yi Dong had grown indifferent to Nato's plight simply because he had become stronger. Once inside, he closed the door behind him. Nato regarded Yi Dong with a serious expression and spoke, Kateron, you are currently the most illustrious being on planet Vegeta. What brings you to my humble abode? As he spoke, Nato winked at Yi Dong and cast a fleeting glance to the side, quickly averting his gaze. Chapter 5, Shuba's Provocation. He believed Yi Dong would grasp his meaning. Indeed, upon witnessing Nato's demeanor, Yi Dong initially stared in confusion before quickly comprehending the situation. With a smile, he shook his head and said, NATO, I've given it some thought. Would you care to join me in departing from planet Vegeta? Huh. NATO's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to gaze at a small red light in the corner of the room, evidently a surveillance device. Kateron, you NATO began. But Yidong interjected, do not panic. I am aware that someone is monitoring you. Yidong tilted his head slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. I trust that King Vegeta is not a fool. If he wishes to avoid the annihilation of planet Vegeta, he will not impede my actions. His words were straightforward. He knew that King Vegeta was currently fixated on him and harbored significant discontent towards him. Yet, what could be done about it? If Yidong were not concerned about the subsequent developments in the Dragon Ball storyline, the mere fact that King Vegeta had once harbored murderous intent against him would have warranted the old tyrant's demise. After all, the second male lead, the tragic Tar, had yet to be born. Reflecting on it, there was likely still a year or two remaining. If memory served correctly, in the original anime, when Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, and Broly were born, Vegeta was already 5 years old. At that tender age, he had already exhibited astonishing combat talent, with a power level that was nothing short of extraordinary. However, that prowess was merely characteristic of that stage. In the future, he would pale in comparison not only to Son Goku, but even to Gohan and his son Trunks. Occasionally, while watching Dragon Ball, Yidong pondered how many times the tragic Tar would perish if he were not the second male lead and encountered himself in his initial character. Contemplating this made Yidong chuckle quietly, realizing how trivial his thoughts were. As Yidong ruminated on these matters, elsewhere on planet Vegeta, within a grand palace, a guard seethed as he stared at the monitor displaying Yidong's image. That Kateron is utterly arrogant. He gritted his teeth in frustration, believing that this lowly Saiyan warrior was incredibly presumptuous. Ignore him. King Vegeta's expression darkened ominously as the sovereign of the Saiyan race. He was encountering a formidable adversary in Yidong for the first time. The crux of the matter? He truly found himself at a loss against Yidong. This individual possessed a frightening power level, at least in terms of combat prowess. Yidong was undoubtedly the foremost among the Saiyan race. However, there was no buts here. Despite his arrogance, Yidong had made valid points. King Vegeta spoke in a low voice. Such a villain should be dealt with by an even more nefarious foe like Frieza. We shall merely observe the spectacle. Having ascended to the throne of the Saiyan race, King Vegeta was not lacking in intelligence or cunning. The guard, upon hearing the king's words, felt a spark of hope, but remained constrained, unable to act. The communication line to NATO's rest pod had been severed by King Vegeta, and the guard feared that he might lose his composure and confront Yidong. Though he boasted of a willingness to go down together, that was somewhat exaggerated. In the face of Yidong's 60,000 power level, nothing mattered. Yidong could obliterate the Saiyan race at will if he chose to do so. Nevertheless, at this stage, the Saiyan race held considerable significance for Yidong, as it marked the inception of the Dragon Ball narrative. In the rest pod, Yidong and NATO were engaged in conversation. Kateron, I acknowledge your strength, but we are no match for King Frieza's power, NATO side. Indeed, while Yidong's prowess was formidable, before Frieza, he would seem as insignificant as an ant. Upon hearing NATO's words, Yidong smiled and did not dispute them. He shrugged and replied, one day, you shall witness my true capabilities. I do not insist that you accompany me, but I urge you to be cautious of your loyalty to King Vegeta. In the end, it may be you who suffers. With that, Yidong exited NATO's rest pod. Since NATO was unwilling to join him, Yidong would not press the matter further. After Yidong's departure, NATO sat in the rest pod, reflecting, that Kateron truly surprised me. He is exceptionally powerful. In truth, he did not find it particularly strange. Although he was a low-ranking Saiyan warrior, his family had always passed down a saying, a truly powerful Saiyan does not rely solely on bloodlines. With effort, one can grow ever stronger. He was unaware of the immense toil Kateron had undertaken, but he knew that Kateron must have exerted himself to the utmost. After leaving NATO's rest pod, Yidong boarded a spaceship and departed from planet Vegeta, confident that he would return. A month and a half would suffice for him to elevate his power level to 100,000. Perhaps he could even reach level 10 and acquire a reward package far more generous than the level 5 one. 3 days later, in the vast cosmos, Yidong sat within the spaceship, feeling somewhat bewildered. Truth be told, his plans had been admirable. The lack of opportunity to implement them left him feeling frustrated. Where to go now? That was his most pressing dilemma. As Yidong pondered, the spaceship gradually powered up in the void of space. On the 7th day, he emerged from the gravity chamber and approached the control panel, gazing through the screen at the cosmos, only to furrow his brow. He observed a fleet of spaceships leisurely drifting towards him. To encounter trouble so soon after emerging was indeed unexpected. Yidong cast a sidelong glance at the approaching fleet, a cold smirk curling his lips. Their intentions were far from benign. He did not believe they had overlooked his spaceship. Hence, there was no doubt that this fleet's target was none other than him. System, can you identify the strongest among this fleet? He inquired. Originally, he had intended to take a shower, but it seemed prudent to first stretch his muscles. Host, the strongest among this fleet is Shubwa, with a power level of 25,000. Shubwa? I have not heard of him. To Yidong, that power level was akin to that of a mere insect. This was not the stratosphere. They should not dare engage in combat in a vacuum. Yidong narrowed his eyes, aware that they were still in space, aside from deities. No one could survive in a vacuum. Thus, a battle could not unfold at this moment. Yet, he was taken aback by the decisive nature of the fleet's commander. The spaceship activated its combat mode, its cannons extending ominously as they unleashed a barrage towards his vessel. Damn it, these individuals are playing by their own rules. Yidong's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly relinquished control of the ship to the system. He was not well versed in these matters. Entrusting the system to evade was undoubtedly the wisest choice. System, guide them into the stratosphere of a nearby planet. I shall ensure their demise here. Yidong was not one to exhibit leniency. With their weapons trained upon him, he felt compelled to retaliate, lest he feel less than a man. Soon, under the system's adept control, the ship soared into the stratosphere of a lifeless planet nearby. The pursuing fleet followed suit, clearly recognizing the stratosphere's nature and ceasing fire. Inside the spacecraft, Yidong smirked, stepping out with his hands clasped behind his back. His tail swished behind him. Although anger simmered within, he exuded an air of calmness. This was the calm before the storm. My lord Shubwa, that figure standing in the stratosphere is a Saiyan. As Yidong emerged from his ship, an unattractive, green-skinned alien aboard one of the vessels remarked to a red-skinned man. A Saiyan? A monkey? This man was Shubwa, whose combat prowess measured at 25,000 points. Insignificant in Yidong's eyes, yet a formidable force in the cosmos. Indeed, such a race was merely an underdeveloped breed of monkeys. The diminutive, grotesque creature beside him nodded respectfully. On the surface, King Vegeta appeared compliant, though inwardly he harbored dissent. Let us eliminate this Saiyan. Shubwa sneered and waved his hand. Commanding, send someone to dispose of this monkey. Previously, he had pursued Yidong, believing him an easy target, only to realize he was merely a downcast Saiyan. In his eyes, Saiyans represented the epitome of poverty. Even if he robbed one, it would hardly yield anything of value. The only aspect that piqued his interest was the rather flashy spaceship. Remember, I want that ship. Its design is quite impressive. This spacecraft also offered delectable dishes from his past life in Huaxia, making Yidong feel that exchanging 100 points for such a treasure was exceedingly worthwhile. Pitiful Saiyan, your demise is imminent. A non-human alien burst forth from another ship, brandishing a spiked club and bellowing at Yidong. Yidong cast a fleeting glance at him. The system indicating his combat power was a meager 2,000 points, nothing to concern himself with. He extended his right hand, a fingertip igniting with energy as he unleashed a devastating energy cannon. Boom! With a resounding crash, a cloud of ash slowly dispersed in the stratosphere. Observing the spectacle, Shubwa and his subordinates furrowed their brows. He possesses some skill. Perhaps I shall confront him. Shubwa squinted, striding boldly from his ship as he shouted, Saiyan, I swear in the name of Lord Frisia's squad captain, I shall take your life. Upon hearing this, Yidong's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated clashing with Frisia's minions so promptly, yet he felt no fear. This fleet would not escape alive. Not a single one would survive. Yidong chuckled coldly and suddenly roared, unleashing his energy, propelling himself towards Shubwa. What? Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Yidong, Shubwa's previously mocking expression transformed into one of alarm as he exclaimed, what a potent aura. This Saiyan's strength is certainly on par with mine. This revelation left him astounded. A Saiyan could wield such immense power. This undeniably proved that the Saiyan race was not to be underestimated. Wait, Shubwa's brow furrowed once more. A flurry of doubts flooding his mind. Something is amiss. The strongest Saiyan on Vegeta is merely King Vegeta himself, with a combat power of just over 10,000. How could a Saiyan surpass him so suddenly? Moreover, he had never encountered this particular Saiyan before. By all logic, he should be familiar with someone of this caliber. Therefore, Chapter 6, Destruction of Buster Star. The only plausible explanation is this individual is not from planet Vegeta. As this realization dawned upon Shubwa, a look of enlightenment crossed his face. If that were the case, perhaps this person could be swayed to their side? As a squad captain of Frisia's army, Shubwa was no fool. Gaining an ally of equal strength would undoubtedly bolster his own status. Hey, Saiyan monkey, ahem, this esteemed Saiyan brother. Shubwa rushed towards Yidong, a fawning smile plastered across his face. But soon his smile froze. for Yi Dong had utilized instant transmission, appearing behind him in the blink of an eye. One punch. Indeed, with a single blow, this minor character with a combat power of 25,000 was obliterated, dying instantly. My heavens. The other crew members aboard Shubua's ships were initially stunned by this scene, swiftly transforming into terror as they screamed, "This Saiyan is too powerful. Run, run." If even Shubudano is no match for him, he is truly a super powerhouse. Panic ensued. In their eyes, Shubua's prowess was akin to that of a god. If someone of such caliber could be dispatched by Yi Dong with a mere punch, what chance did they stand? None whatsoever. Thinking of escape? Just after vanquishing Shubua, Yi Dong heard the sound of engines igniting, glancing back to see several ships attempting to flee. A cold smile crept upon his lips. He raised his hands, unleashing shockwaves towards the fleeing vessels. Before him, not merely these ships, but even a planet could be reduced to nothingness with a single strike. The ensuing spectacle was devoid of suspense. Within moments, a dozen spacecraft were completely annihilated, vanishing without a trace in the cosmos. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 experience points. As these ships disintegrated into ashes scattered across the universe, the system's notifications echoed in Yi Dong's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your experience points are full. Achieving the criteria for leveling up to level 6. Would you like to choose to upgrade? The system's voice continued, eliciting a smile from Yi Dong as he checked his experience points. Yi Dong, LV570006000. Not only had he met the requirements for an upgrade, but he also had an additional 1000 points. Upgrade, Yi Dong declared decisively. After this upgrade, he examined his experience bar once more. Yi Dong, LV610007000, with 6000 points needed to reach level 7. It appeared quite attainable. It was noteworthy that he had earned at least 3000 to 4000 points from the recent battle. Thus, perhaps only such confrontations could expedite his level advancement. Standing high in the stratosphere, Yi Dong stroked his chin, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Clearly, he had conceived an effective strategy for swiftly accruing experience. System, what is my current combat power? With this knowledge in mind, Yi Dong felt no urgency. Returning to the host, your current combat power stands at 80,000 points. The system responded. What? 80,000 points? Yi Dong exclaimed, his face reflecting astonishment upon hearing this figure. Clenching his fists, he attempted to gauge his newfound strength, furrowing his brow as he queried, System, I've gained 20,000 combat points for leveling up, yet I feel absolutely nothing. Channel your energy and feel it. The system replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yi Dong's eyes sparkled with realization. He tightened his fists, slightly bending his body, and then roared, Ha! Instantly, a surge of internal energy erupted, causing his hair to stand on end and enveloping him in swirling white mist. What formidable power! Yi Dong marveled at his current strength, exclaiming with delight, This is splendid. With my combat power at this level, as long as I don't encounter Frisia's forces led by Jinyu, I can stride confidently through the universe. Yi Dong burst into laughter, his thoughts straightforward. He aimed to hunt down Frisia's subordinates. This strategy would not only weaken Frisia's foundation, but also allow him to accumulate experience points. The higher his level, the greater his combat prowess would become. At merely level 6, possessing 80,000 points, what could he achieve with a level 10 gift package? Perhaps combat power exceeding 150,000? Even 200,000 was a possibility. Shaking off his musings, Yi Dong returned to his spacecraft. After indulging in a refreshing shower, he settled down in the ship's dining area. No sooner had he taken a seat than a robot approached with a tray in hand. Master, here lies your favorite dish, mapo tofu, huang braised chicken, and spicy chicken. The robot announced, presenting each dish. The vibrant colors and enticing aromas made Yi Dong's mouth water. An hour later, he leaned back in his chair, rubbing his pleasantly full belly, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, his expression one of pure contentment. Truth be told, experiencing his favorite Chinese cuisine from his previous life in the Dragon Ball universe left Yi Dong feeling immensely satisfied. The exquisite flavors heightened his enjoyment even further. A saying from his past echoed in his mind. A smoke after a meal is better than a living god. However, while this world did possess tobacco, it was merely an earthly novelty. How could such a thing exist in the cosmos? Host, the system shop also stocks tobacco from your previous life. The system's voice unexpectedly resonated in Yi Dong's mind. Taken aback, Yi Dong recalled perusing the system shop before, noting the absence of such items. Why had they suddenly appeared? Before reaching level 6, your physique resembled that of an ordinary human, making smoking and drinking detrimental to your health. Thus, the system automatically obscured these items. The system elucidated. Wow, this system is truly remarkable. Yidong could only mentally applaud the explanation. Not lingering on the thought, he redirected his focus to the system shop. Soon, he discovered categories for cigarettes and alcoholic beverages, featuring brands such as Yunyin, Guiyin, and Suyin, alongside Maodai and Wulianya. In his original world, these brands were commonplace, yet in the enchanting Dragon Ball universe, the prospect of enjoying familiar tobacco and spirits as a traveler was immensely gratifying. Regardless of the type, each pack of cigarettes or bottle of alcohol cost merely 1 exchange point. This felt somewhat unfair to Yidong. Nevertheless, while he had previously indulged in smoking and drinking, it seemed unlikely he could indulge as freely in this world. Therefore, he accepted the trade-off of 1 exchange point for a pack of cigarettes or a bottle of alcohol. After checking his exchange points, he discovered he had accumulated about 500 points following his level up from the previous 900. Contemplating his options, Yidong decided to use 100 points to acquire 50 packs of various brands of cigarettes and 50 bottles of assorted types of alcohol. With a snap, he also exchanged for a lighter, casually tearing open a pack of cigarettes to light one up, closing his eyes to savor a deep inhale. After a couple of puffs, he couldn't resist glancing at the brand, Soft Zhonghua. Not bad, he mused, taking another couple of puffs. Just then, his spacecraft soared back into the cosmos. Lacking a specific destination, any location where Frisia's forces appeared would suffice as his target. As Yidong departed, on a planet within a certain star system of the 7th universe, a rather short and stout alien with pink skin and an unappealing visage stood respectfully behind Frisia, delivering news. Lord Frisia, we have just received word that the squad led by Shubu was annihilated by a Saiyan. What? That fool Shubu was killed by a Saiyan? Frisia's brow furrowed as he slowly turned, astonishment etched across his face. Shubu's combat power was 25,000 points. How could those worthless Saiyans possibly defeat him? Indeed, it said that this Saiyan is quite unfamiliar, not hailing from planet Vegeta. This unattractive alien was Dodoria, a capable assistant to Frisia, boasting a combat power of 22,000 points. As he listened to Dodoria's report, a peculiar glint flickered in Frisia's eyes. For reasons unknown, he was suddenly reminded of an ancestral warning: yellow hair, yellow flames, green eyes, wielding extraordinary power, the Super Saiyan. What characteristics did this Saiyan possess? Frisia pondered aloud. Just the appearance of an ordinary Saiyan, Dodoria replied. Did he lack yellow hair? No yellow flames surrounding him? Frisia confirmed once more. Dodoria shook his head affirmatively. Before Shubu's squad was wiped out, someone recorded the scene and sent it to me. Let me see. Frisia narrowed his eyes, eager to scrutinize the footage. As you command, Dodoria stepped back a few paces, retrieving a device to operate. Meanwhile, Yidong had arrived outside the stratosphere of a planet named Buster. With the aid of the system, he could effortlessly locate members of Frisia's forces who were of comparable or even lesser strength. At this moment, this planet had just fallen under the control of Frisia's army, its entire populace mercilessly exterminated. Cheers, roars, and a cacophony of emotions reverberated across the planet. Yidong stood outside the stratosphere, absorbing the scenes transmitted by the system, unable to suppress a cold smirk. Explode, burn, perish in despair and regret. Extending a finger, an eerie flame ignited at its tip, gradually coalescing into a fireball. This energy sphere, fueled by his 80,000 combat points, was potent enough to obliterate the entire planet. As the energy sphere grew larger, Yidong's figure appeared diminutive in comparison, akin to a mere child. Go. His gaze icy. Yidong flung the massive energy sphere toward the planet. The immense energy sphere descended slowly into Planet Buster, erupting in a spectacular display of flames, both beautiful and terrifying. Boom. Stop. What is this? The apocalypse has arrived. This is a natural disaster. After launching the energy sphere, Yidong turned indifferently, returning to his spacecraft. Chapter 7. Return to Planet Vegeta. He observed the scenes from Planet Buster through the system, witnessing the Frisia force invaders utterly terrified, their spirits shattered. This indeed resembled an apocalypse, akin to the dread experienced by the Buster inhabitants when they faced the wrath of their assailants. The spaceship gradually receded, while Yidong's experience points steadily accumulated. Casting a glance at his experience bar, he noted he was at level 6, 5,000, 7,000. Merely 2,000 more experience points were required for another upgrade. How effortless this was. Yidong chuckled softly, shaking his head. This dual benefit strategy was exceedingly delightful for him. Onward. System, please locate nearby Frisia force squads that I can easily intimidate. The Frisia's influence permeated the seventh universe. After all, the title of the evil Emperor Frisia was not one to be taken lightly. Understood, Master. Beeped the system. Within moments, it began its search. In less than a few minutes, the system identified the nearest member of the Frisia force. Master, the coordinates are directly west of your position, 334258, the system informed. Excellent. Let us set forth. Excitement illuminated Yi Dong's face. With just 2,000 experience points left until he reached the next level, it was simply perfect. Once he attained level 7, his battle power might exceed a staggering 100,000 points. Upon reaching that threshold, he would have a greater assurance in confronting Frisia's might. As Yi Dong embarked on his next endeavor, news of his annihilation of Shubwa and the obliteration of Planet Buster inexplicably spread throughout the cosmos. A mysterious powerhouse had risen to challenge the evil emperor. Such might. A commander with a battle power of 25,000 was effortlessly dispatched. Furthermore, given that Planet Buster was a massive celestial body, it was inconceivable to destroy it without at least 100,000 battle power. Yet, this enigmatic being had effortlessly laid waste to it. Just how formidable was his strength? Those who learned of these events across the universe were left astonished, eagerly speculating about Yi Dong's identity and the extent of his power. He was a great demon king. What did the evil Emperor Frisia signify in his presence? 2 days later, a Frisia Force squad leader with a battle power of 100,000 appeared on a distant planet. His face etched with terror as he uttered those words, only to have his body spontaneously explode in front of all present, meeting a swift demise. Thus, the news of a mysterious powerhouse provoking the evil Emperor Frisia began to circulate through the cosmos. A month later, on another planet, the architect of all this chaos was leisurely savoring the culinary delights of the Dragon Ball universe. System, I've now reached level 9. Will there be any fundamental changes upon attaining level 10? Yi Dong inquired while indulging in his meal. Master, if I were to reveal the answer prematurely, it would diminish your anticipation, the system replied with a hint of mirth. Indeed, Yi Dong chuckled, continuing to enjoy his food. In about 10 days, Frisia would be heading to planet Vegeta. He began to ponder whether Frisia was already aware of the Saiyan schemes. He surmised that the villain might have already set off for planet Vegeta in advance. Fortunately, with the system in place, he could monitor Frisia's every move. Frisia's battle power was only level 9, a mere 150,000, hardly sufficient to pose a threat to him. However, the system had previously indicated that once he reached level 10, he would have the opportunity to engage Frisia in combat. Thus, he had previously inquired whether his strength would significantly increase upon reaching level 10. The system remained silent, and he chose not to press further. As he savored his meal, an hour later, Yi Dong received a message from the system. Frisia has set off. Host, there is a Frisia Force squad nearby. Eliminate them, and you shall ascend to level 10. Immediately, Yi Dong sprang to his feet, the system's voice resonating in his mind. Splendid. A beaming smile spread across Yi Dong's face. He was already close to the experience points needed for level 10, and now, with a nearby Frisia Force squad, it was as if they were delivering him experience on a silver platter. Without further ado, Yi Dong launched into action. With his battle power of 150,000, he was virtually unstoppable. The squad was swiftly annihilated, and his level automatically elevated to 10. At that moment, his battle power surged dramatically. Level, LV10, 1,000, 11,000. Battle power, 300,000 points. 300,000, not 30,000, nor 130,000, but a tangible 300,000. Reaching level 10 had doubled his battle power. How astonishing. Yi Dong was left speechless by the revelation. He had thought an upgrade would yield a battle power of around 200,000, but it had soared to 300,000, completely exceeding his expectations. It was utterly staggering. Host, achieving level 10 indeed brings about a qualitative leap, the system's voice chimed in, as if addressing his earlier question. Upon hearing this, Yi Dong swallowed hard. It dawned on him that his relentless training paled in comparison to the power gained from simply leveling up. Why should I bother with rigorous training in the future? It seems wiser to complete tasks or assist others in order to level up. Yi Dong shook his head, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. In truth, he merely voiced a thought. Assisting others in the Dragon Ball universe? He hardly had the luxury of time for that. Thus, a combination of task completion and diligent training remained his sole path to strength. As for helping others, that was something he could consider at this stage, especially since Frisia's forces were persistently active and brazen. Can I see the specific enhancements I've gained? Yi Dong mused, recalling that he had felt little change upon reaching level 10, only realizing his increased strength after engaging in combat. Now that he had experienced a qualitative leap, he assumed he should be able to recognize his newfound prowess instantly. Host, you now possess a character attributes panel that you can summon at will, the system responded. Very well, please bring it up, Yi Dong said with newfound anticipation. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of light appeared before him, revealing a character attributes panel. Host, Yi Dong. Level, LV10, 1000, 11,000. Battle power, 300, 000. Exchange points, 3000. Current abilities, super physique, instant transmission, energy blast, shockwave cannon, flash cannon, 10x battle power amplification. Yi Dong took at least a minute to absorb the character attributes panel. Upon reaching the last ability, 10x battle power amplification, his eyes narrowed. System. If I utilize this 10x battle power amplification, will it elevate my current battle power of 300, 000 to 3, 000? He inquired. Indeed, host, came the reply. Yi Dong grinned, understanding now why the system had previously indicated he would have the chance to confront Frisia after reaching level 10. It was all because of this. By the way, system, how long can this tenfold battle power ability be utilized? As Yi Dong's elation subsided, he promptly inquired, how long can the tenfold combat power skill last? The system swiftly replied, 1 hour. Upon hearing this, Yi Dong broke into another smile. An hour of 3 million combat power. Just the thought of it seemed almost preposterous. Without further ado, he set off for planet Vegeta. Yi Dong instantly teleported into his spaceship, instructing the system to navigate towards planet Vegeta. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Due to his previous distance from planet Vegeta, it took a full week to return. Throughout that week, Yi Dong remained industrious, training daily in a room with 200 times the gravity. He had yet to open his level 10 gift pack, not out of reluctance, but simply due to forgetting. After his training concluded, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to unseal the level 10 gift pack. Considering that even a level 5 gift pack had exponentially enhanced his combat power, how exhilarating would it be to open the level 10 pack? System, how far are we from planet Vegeta? Yi Dong queried as he emerged from the shower, towel drying his damp hair with a smile. At our current speed, it will take a few more hours, the system responded. All right. Please open the level 10 gift pack for me, Yi Dong commanded. In no time, he entered the system's space, where a level 10 gift pack lay quietly in the first slot. Open. Upon issuing the command, the pack erupted, flooding his mind with a barrage of information. Level 10 gift pack, tenfold hyperbolic time chamber X1, Senzu beans X5000, the ability to stop time for 1 second, a power that can be further evolved. Pressure, capable of suppressing those weaker, diminishing their combat power by 50, 7,000 exchange points. There were also various other items, but they were of lesser significance. At first glance, it did not seem as grand as he had anticipated. However, upon closer inspection, it was abundantly rich. The tenfold hyperbolic time chamber aside, the abilities of time stopping and pressure alone were worth their weight in gold. It was truly astonishing. At this moment, Yi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of joy, more exhilarating than any romantic encounter he might have envisioned. Wait a moment, Yi Dong blinked, suddenly realizing that he had never experienced the pleasures of a woman in either his past life or this one. Upon this realization, his expression shifted. Hours slipped by, and the spaceship drew ever closer to planet Vegeta. Yi Dong's excitement gradually subsided. A few minutes later, the ship landed steadily on planet Vegeta, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Who has arrived on our planet Vegeta? Yi Dong chose a landing spot perilously close to the Saiyan headquarters, resulting in a sudden throng of people surrounding him. They pointed at the colossal spaceship, murmuring and speculating among themselves. With a soft thud, the spaceship's hatch opened, and Yi Dong sauntered out leisurely. Who is this? He looks familiar, someone remarked. Isn't that the fellow known as Carterin? Chapter 8, Frisia's Doubts. Among the crowd of Saiyans, some recognized him while others did not. However, those who did immediately called out his name. Yi Dong surveyed the assembly, inadvertently emanating an aura of pressure. Thud. As his gaze swept across the gathering, the Saiyans felt an overwhelming sense of oppression and involuntarily knelt before him. With a combat power exceeding 300,000, he was akin to a deity in the eyes of these Saiyans, whose powers barely reached 10,000. With his hands clasped behind his back, he descended from the spaceship at a leisurely pace, ambling towards the heart of planet Vegeta. The journey was brief, taking only 5 or 6 minutes before he found himself at the entrance of the Saiyan base. Halt! Who are you? The guards at the entrance did not recognize Yi Dong and initially assumed he was an outsider. However, upon spotting the tail at his waist, they quickly amended their tone. My apologies, you appeared unfamiliar. Please, come in. With that, the guard stepped aside. Yi Dong's aura was overwhelming, markedly different from the time he first crossed over. Although he bore no murderous intent, he had already obliterated several planets and taken numerous lives, exuding an inherent chill and menace. Those with any sense dared not meet his gaze. Nodding slightly, Yi Dong entered the Saiyan stronghold with deliberate ease. Halt! Just as he set foot inside, A furious roar erupted from behind him. Stop! The voice startled Yi Dong, prompting him to turn around and fix an impassive stare upon a man with pale skin. This individual was Dodoria, whom Yi Dong recognized. Indeed, it is you. Dodoria squinted, a smirk creeping across his face. Little monkey. I never expected you to return to planet Vegeta. Why wouldn't I return? Yi Dong replied with a faint smile. Do you consider yourself formidable? Kneel. In an instant, Yi Dong appeared before Dodoria, delivering a resounding slap that sent the combatant with over 20,000 power staggering to his knees. Who do you think you are to act so arrogantly before me? Yi Dong mocked. In his eyes, even those with 200,000 or 2 million combat power were mere ants. Want to kill me? Just a wave of your hand. Individuals like Dodoria dared to put on airs before him at the cost of their lives. How dare you? Dodoria, now on the ground, displayed a flicker of fear but quickly regained his composure, coldly stating, I am a trusted aide of Lord Frisia. Your disrespect towards me is tantamount to disrespecting Lord Frisia. Smack. Yi Dong, irked, raised his hand once more, sending Dodoria crashing to the ground, his mouth full of blood and teeth scattered. Keep shouting, and I will end you. With a swift kick, Yi Dong sent Dodoria flying several meters away. The surrounding crowd drew closer, astonished, some even stepping forward to chastise him. Carterin, if you die, don't drag us down with you. Indeed, if you are unafraid of death, we are. Provoking Lord Frisia's subordinates? Even King Vegeta would not dare. Who do you think you are? Kneel and apologize. Voices of condemnation rang out, and as Yi Dong listened and observed their expressions, a smirk of disdain graced his lips. These individuals had been steeped in servitude to the core. It seemed a true power struggle was imminent. Yi Dong's eyes narrowed, exuding a chilling pressure that compelled everyone within 100 meters to kneel involuntarily. This was an unintentional activation of his aura ability. Had he not witnessed their subservience, Yi Dong might not have contemplated usurping power, for he had never cared for the title of King of the Saiyans. However, it now appeared that he ought to cultivate his own influence. In the original storyline, planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia, and the majority of the Saiyans perished in the catastrophe. Now, Yi Dong might have the chance to prevent such a fate, allowing more Saiyans to survive, nurturing them to potentially form a legion of Super Saiyans. With this thought, Yi Dong's heart raced with excitement. Ding! A new mission has been issued. Become the king of the Saiyan race within 1 month. Task rewards: 10,000 experience points and 1,000 exchange points. At that moment, a sudden notification echoed in Yi Dong's mind. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yi Dong's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. For the sake of those 10,000 experience points and 1,000 exchange points, he was determined to confront the Saiyan King. Here comes King Vegeta and Frisia the Great. We pay our respects to Frisia the Great. The Saiyans, filled with inexplicable fervor, knelt down in reverence. This display perplexed Yi Dong, causing him to feel a sense of unease. Frisia the Great. Frisia the Great. This fiend intends to kill me. Dodoria, enduring his pain, ran while calling for help. Fear not, Mr. Dodoria, for I am here. No one dares to harm you. Frisia donned a feigned smile, casting a glance at Dodoria before shifting his focus to Yi Dong. However, before he could scrutinize him for long, darkness enveloped his vision, followed by a horrific scream. Turning back, his complexion immediately shifted. Dodoria was dead. Before his very eyes, one of his most trusted subordinates had perished. You killed Dodoria? Frisia narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent seeping from his gaze. He cared little for Dodoria's fate, yet he had promised to protect him in front of others, only to be humiliated by Yi Dong's actions. This humiliation ignited a fierce desire to eliminate Yi Dong. Are your eyes deceiving you? Yi Dong retorted with a cold smirk, dismissing Frisia entirely. Currently, Frisia was in his first form, with a combat power of merely 540,000, while Yi Dong possessed a combat power of 300,000. He could amplify it tenfold. Ha ha ha. This Saiyan is quite audacious. Let me see just how formidable your combat power truly is. Frisia, unexpectedly amused, gestured for his subordinates to present a power scouter. After donning the device, he directed it towards Yi Dong. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter began its scanning process. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 50,000. The numbers fluctuated continuously, finally settling at 300,000 after several seconds. So that is how it is, Frisia remarked, raising an eyebrow with an expression of surprise. A combat power of 300,000 indeed warranted a sense of arrogance. Not only among the Saiyans on planet Vegeta, but even within his own ranks, few could boast such prowess at this level. Goodness, in this day and age, an ordinary Saiyan can possess such strength. I am truly astonished. Simultaneously, Frisia pondered why this individual differed from other Saiyans. questioning how he had progressed so swiftly. Furthermore, judging by Yi Dong's appearance, he appeared relatively young. What? Upon hearing Frisia's words, King Vegeta's face paled, exclaiming, "This Katerin fellow possesses a combat power of 300,000? How is that even possible?" The most astonished, undoubtedly, was King Vegeta himself. Just a month ago, Katerin barely reached a combat power of a few thousand. How had he ascended to such heights in such a short span? "Oh, this lad is Katerin?" Frisia mused, a slight smirk forming on his lips as he scrutinized Yi Dong once more. "King Vegeta spoke of you, mentioning your rapid progress and expressing a desire for you to ally with me. It seems you indeed have grown impressively. What do you say? Join my side and replace others as my trusted aide." While Frisia's invitation appeared courteous on the surface, he harbored lingering apprehensions from ancestral warnings regarding the Saiyan race. Why? He feared that should this individual grow to his full potential, his own position would be threatened. Thus, he contemplated how to keep Yi Dong close for careful observation. Furthermore, a martial artist with a combat power of 300,000 was a rare gem, making him a fitting subordinate for the time being. Yet, Yi Dong merely shook his head, a scornful smile gracing his lips as he replied, "You? Huh." With a forceful shout, Yi Dong activated his tenfold combat power amplification skill. In the blink of an eye, his combat power surged like a rocket. 500,000, 1,000,000, 2,000,000. Ultimately, it peaked at a staggering 3,000,000. The sheer force shattered Frisia's combat glasses. Yi Dong boldly announced his newfound power, stating coolly, "Frisia, your current abilities render you no match for me. If you wish to avoid death, transform into your fourth form at once." Yi Dong was well versed in Frisia's various forms. The first form, as he currently appeared, boasted a combat power of around 540,000. The second form reached 1,400,000. The third form, 2,300,000. The fourth form of Frisia had several stages, ranging from 3,000,000 to 12,000,000, with the utmost combat power being 12,000,000. However, Frisia was known for his penchant for concealment, making it unlikely he would reveal his trump card immediately. Thus, in a situation of relative strength, Yi Dong felt entirely confident facing Frisia with his combat power of 3,000,000. Moreover, he possessed a skill that allowed him to pause time for a second. This ability, akin to Hit's time skip, perfectly encapsulated the old adage, in a duel between experts, even the slightest miscalculation can lead to defeat. Terrifying. Terrifying. How could Katerin be so powerful? King Vegeta, standing nearby, wore a visage of sheer terror, having never encountered someone of such strength. Even Frisia's current presence felt diminutive before Yi Dong. "You insolent wretch." Frisia squinted. Though astonished by Yi Dong's 3,000,000 combat power, he was even more bewildered by how this individual seemed to possess an intimate understanding of all his transformation forms. "Who exactly are you?" Frisia, having traversed the universe for so long, had seen his transformations only through his father and brother. Those who had witnessed them had long since departed this world. Yet, Yi Dong's words suggested he had already deciphered Frisia's transformations. Chapter 9. The Surge of Power. Frisia felt utterly perplexed, as he had no recollection of Yi Dong, which only fueled his confusion. "Huh." Yi Dong sneered, saying nothing further. Today, Frisia was destined to endure a severe reckoning. To be honest, he had not anticipated confronting Frisia so swiftly. The aura of 3,000,000 combat power was immensely powerful, and coupled with Yi Dong's intimidation skill, individuals within 100 miles felt as though a colossal hand was pressing them down, causing many to succumb to their knees. Yi Dong observed the trembling Frisia, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. This fellow was indeed Frisia. Although he remained in his first form with a combat power of approximately 540,000, he was ultimately capable of transforming into a being with over 100 million in combat power, still managing to withstand Yi Dong's oppressive presence. With a swift movement, Yi Dong advanced, instantly appearing before Frisia. Boom! A punch was thrown, sending Frisia hurtling through the air, blood spewing from his mouth. "Huh!" Yi Dong teleported, extending his right hand to conjure an energy sphere, which he launched towards Frisia. Rumble! The sound reverberated incessantly, and the residual shockwaves claimed the lives of numerous Saiyan warriors. Naturally, these aftershocks were unforeseen. Yi Dong was not a magnanimous individual. If he were to discover that others were whispering behind his back and disparaging him, he would undoubtedly make them pay. Moreover, these individuals had the audacity to insult him in his presence. If he did not teach them a lesson, it would be a disservice to his own formidable abilities. From this day forth, I am the sovereign of the Saiyan race. I shall no longer be known as Cardalin, but as Yidong. Yidong paid no heed to the defeated Frieza as his voice echoed across Vegeta, striding toward the prostrate and motionless King Vegeta. Glaring down at him, King Vegeta, do you have any objections? Though the question seemed to invite dialogue, there was no room for negotiation. Regardless of King Vegeta's willingness, Yidong was resolute in his determination to ascend as the ruler of the Saiyans. No one could thwart him. King Vegeta remained silent, drenched in sweat. His head bowed as he seemed lost in thought. Yidong had little interest in his musings. A gust of wind howled past as Frieza transformed into his third form. This form is utterly inadequate to challenge me. Frieza, you would do well to ascend to your fourth form. Yidong cast a glance at Frieza, who was emanating an overwhelming aura, causing the surrounding sand and stones to swirl ominously. Yet in Yidong's eyes, this creature, in his third form with a battle power of 2.3 million, was no match for him. It appears you are overly confident. Frieza, however, did not believe he was outmatched by Yidong. After all, this was his third form, boasting a formidable battle power of 2.3 million. Frieza's arrogance did not deter Yidong, who was prepared to crush him with sheer strength. Whoosh! Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yidong instantly teleported in front of Frieza. Time paused for a fleeting second. Utilizing this extraordinary skill, Yidong had ample time to deliver a flurry of punches. By the time Frieza regained his senses, he was already grievously injured, leaving him in utter shock. Kneel, Yidong commanded coldly. The time pause ability could be employed 3 times per hour, with approximately a 10-second interval between uses. As 10 seconds swiftly elapsed, he activated the time pause once more, forcefully pinning Frieza to the ground. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Faced with such an insurmountable skill, Frieza was utterly defenseless, akin to a fledgling chick at the mercy of its captor. Flee! This creature is too powerful. Even if I transform into my fourth form, I fear I would still be unable to defeat him. Despair surged within Frieza as he grappled with his helplessness. Here he was, a notorious villain of the universe, utterly overwhelmed by an ordinary being, his pride suffering a tremendous blow. Alas, what could he possibly do? Yidong was simply too formidable. As Frieza made his escape, Yidong had no intention of pursuing him. After all, this was the world of Dragon Ball, and the subsequent narrative relied on this individual to unfold further. Honestly, at this stage, he might still make an appearance at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z during the Namek saga. However, nothing was guaranteed. Given that Yidong was the catalyst for this butterfly effect, the storyline could diverge significantly from the original. If the plot were to change, he would lose many of his prophetic advantages. Yidong squinted, resolutely refusing to allow any discrepancies in the information at his disposal. Most importantly, he was determined to make a journey to Earth. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch. He simply had to meet these 3 young women. Arriving in the world of Dragon Ball without securing their affections would be a lifelong regret for him. Do not be deceived. Chi-Chi did not become a mere housewife in her middle age simply because she married Goku. One must remember that the Chi-Chi of her youth was breathtakingly beautiful. In Yidong's eyes, she was even more alluring in her younger years than Bulma. However, there was no need to rush. Time was abundant, and he should focus on developing his own influence in the universe. Yidong smiled, though he remained anxious about potential plot complications. Thus, perhaps he needed to set a chessboard of sorts, allowing Bardock to send Goku away as in the original tale, subsequently unwittingly traversing back to ancient times. Host, do not dwell too much on it. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. What do you mean by that? Yidong inquired curiously. For instance, if you become the king of the Saiyan race, the formidable forces that arise will undoubtedly prevent Frieza from annihilating planet Vegeta. So, how will the subsequent plot unfold? The system continued. Therefore, you need not worry, my master. The narrative will proceed as originally intended. Just as Bardock journeyed to ancient times, he will not do so due to the destruction of planet Vegeta, but rather through another means. The system elucidated clearly, and Yidong immediately grasped the implications. It seemed he need not fret over the potential disruption of the Dragon Ball storyline. Very well, now it is time to consolidate my rule over the Saiyan race. Yidong cast aside his thoughts and focused on the present, seizing King Vegeta, who lay incapacitated on the ground, and soaring to the heart of the Saiyan stronghold. A month swiftly passed, and Yidong ascended to the throne through sheer strength, with no one daring to defy him. His prowess was indisputable. Even King Vegeta, despite his deep-rooted legacy, could do nothing against him. Yidong was the type to carve his path with his fists, after eliminating nearly half of the disobedient Saiyans. The remainder dutifully knelt and acknowledged him as their king. On this day, Yidong sat in a resplendent palace. His close associate, Nato, had become his trusted confidant and was currently kneeling before him, reporting on the mundane affairs of planet Vegeta. Your Majesty, There is now no one on planet Vegeta who disobeys your commands. However, I propose that we consider renaming this planet. NATO suggested. No, let it remain planet Vegeta. Yidong had pondered this issue himself, but after consideration, he realized he was unsure of a suitable alternative and felt that a name change would be awkward. Thus, it was more fitting to retain the name Planet Vegeta. After all, it was merely a name, devoid of significant consequence. Very well then, NATO acquiesced. You may withdraw. Distribute the gravity chambers and gravity suits, and ensure to implement the training methods I have taught you, one by one. Yidong lightly tapped the armrest with his right hand and spoke nonchalantly. The gravity chambers, gravity suits, and training methods were treasures Yidong had exchanged from the system's marketplace. The gravity chambers and suits had cost him a considerable amount of exchange points, while the training methods required only a single point for lifetime usage. As you command, NATO responded with utmost respect as he exited. After a brief interval, Yidong rose from his seat, contemplating. System, why have I become the king of the Saiyan race when I have yet to complete that task? Being the king of the Saiyan race is no simple feat. You must genuinely embrace the responsibilities of a leader for this race, earning the recognition of other races in the universe. The system replied. It is improbable to gain the acknowledgement of all races within a short span of time. Is it not? If that were the case, the task would indeed be exceedingly arduous. 3. As long as you secure the recognition of 3 races within a month, the mission will be deemed a resounding success. The system continued. I comprehend now. A faint, cold smile graced Yidong's lips. Recognition is a trivial matter. All it takes is to instill fear in them. My era is on the verge of dawning. Destruction God Beerus, I eagerly anticipate the moment we shall meet. A year swiftly passed, and Yidong's level had ascended to level 16, drawing ever closer to the second grand gift package. A year is neither excessively long nor too brief. Yidong's influence flourished vigorously, prompting the majority of races in the universe to realize that the Saiyan race no longer relied on the invasion of planets for survival. This alteration is indeed remarkable. At the very least, the Saiyans are no longer subjected to unjust treatment on other planets. These monumental changes were all brought about by Yidong. Simultaneously, his combat prowess had now surpassed 800,000. Should he employ his tenfold battle power enhancement ability, it would soar to 8 million. 8 million in battle power. Amidst the relatively weak overall strength of the 7th universe, already places him at the pinnacle of mastery. Logically, after a year, his combat strength should be even greater. Yet his responsibilities in managing planet Vegeta hindered his rapid advancement. Presently, the Saiyan race had essentially entered a stable trajectory, requiring less of his attention. His mere presence was sufficient to exert a deterrent effect. Chapter 10. Summoning the Dragon. On this day, Yidong quietly departed from planet Vegeta, piloting his spacecraft towards Earth. He roughly estimated the time. At this stage, not only was Chi-Chi not yet born, but even Bulma had yet to make her entrance into the world. However, this was of little consequence. His early arrival on Earth was merely to catch a glimpse of that individual. In his previous life, while watching the Dragon Ball anime, he found himself particularly fond of the eccentric Master Roshi, unlike any of the other supporting characters. Perhaps it was due to the immense joy this old man brought him. After all, in the early plot of Dragon Ball, Master Roshi's comedic moments were innumerable, serving as the quintessential source of laughter. The spacecraft's speed was somewhat sluggish. It took a full half-year before Yidong finally touched down on Earth. Upon disembarking, he stored the spacecraft within his system space. Monster, monster. A panicked voice reached Yidong's ears. Turning around, he beheld a farmer, aged around 40 to 50, clutching a hoe and staring at him in sheer terror. Yidong glanced at him, utterly uninterested in engaging. Where am I? Initially, he had no intention of addressing the farmer. But suddenly recalling his ignorance of Earth and the Dragon Ball universe, he took a few steps forward and inquired of the farmer, "What is this place?" "Why you? Don't come any closer." The farmer, witnessing Yidong's approach, grew even more frightened, frantically waving his hands in retreat. "I warn you, I have a knife. If you come any closer, I'll use it on you." At this, Yidong couldn't help but chuckle. Given his current physical prowess, a mere knife would be inconsequential. Even a cannonball could not graze him. He found no need to exert force against such an amateur. Merely releasing a fraction of his aura was sufficient to render the farmer unconscious. "System, you must know where I am now, correct?" Yidong queried as he walked. "You are currently situated in the eastern part of Earth, some distance away from the West City where the Dragon Ball saga commences," the system responded. The distance was of no concern. Knowing the direction sufficed. Yidong shook his head with a smile. "Provide me with Master Roshi's location. I shall teleport there immediately." Understood. Moments later, the system located the position of Kame House and transmitted the data to Yidong. Nodding, he activated his teleportation ability, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared above Kame Island. Gazing down at the Kame house on the small island, a broad smile broke across Yidong's face. He recalled the first time he watched the original Dragon Ball as a child. It had been one of his favorite anime series. As he grew older, he occasionally explored other storylines, until in his 20s, Dragon Ball Super reignited his nostalgia. Each week, he eagerly awaited new episodes, rewatching the Dragon Ball anime in its entirety. Every time he witnessed Goku transform into a Super Saiyan for the first time, he still felt the same thrill. Lost in thought, Yidong slowly descended, landing on the sandy beach of Kame Island. A sea turtle was dozing on the shore, upon hearing the sound of Yidong's footsteps on the sand. It slowly opened its eyes. "Who are you?" the sea turtle inquired, peering curiously at Yidong. "My name is Yidong. I have come to challenge Master Roshi to a friendly match," Yidong replied with a smile. "What?" Upon hearing this, the sea turtle's eyes widened, and it turned to shout towards Kame house. "Master Roshi, someone is here to see you." After a brief silence of 3 seconds, no one emerged. Ahem. The sea turtle cleared its throat and called out again, "It's a beautiful lady." Whoosh. Before the sea turtle could finish, a figure dashed past. A gust of wind heralding Master Roshi's swift appearance before Yidong and the sea turtle. Where's the beauty?" Master Roshi bent forward, eagerly scanning the surroundings. His excitement palpable. Seeing Master Roshi's antics, the sea turtle wore a look of resignation, while Yidong, familiar with the old man's character, merely found it amusing. "Ahem. Master Roshi, this young man here is Yidong. I believe he has heard of your prowess and wishes to challenge you to a duel," the sea turtle announced, clearing its throat once more. "What?" Upon hearing this, Master Roshi turned his gaze towards Yidong. "This is a formidable contender." With a mere glance, Master Roshi assessed him. "Hello, Master Roshi," Yidong said with a slight smile, greeting the elder. "Greetings." Master Roshi raised an eyebrow, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. He straightened up and spoke with a steady tone. "You possess considerable strength. I am no match for you." His directness was refreshing, and indeed, with a combat power of just over 130, Master Roshi could not possibly contend with Yidong. Initially taken aback by Master Roshi's candidness, Yidong soon shook his head and chuckled, nodding. "Very well, then." His intention for this visit was merely to meet Master Roshi, without the desire for deeper engagement. Overall, the encounter proved to be quite pleasant. Until next time, Yidong arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. With a whoosh, he vanished. "That fellow." Master Roshi and the sea turtle widened their eyes in astonishment, exchanging glances before exclaiming, "How did he just disappear?" Unbeknownst to Yidong, who left Kame Island, Master Roshi and the sea turtle were left in a state of shock. He then made his way to West City, seizing the opportunity to converse with Dr. Briefs. He exchanged some sins of beans and a spacecraft as trade, persuading the doctor to assist him in creating a Dragon Ball radar detector. The creation of this detector was merely a pretext. The true objective was to cultivate a good relationship with Dr. Briefs, facilitating his future acquaintance with Bulma. 5 days later, Yidong returned to Dr. Briefs' laboratory, where he obtained the Dragon Ball radar and set forth on his quest to find the Dragon Balls. For those who have watched the Dragon Ball anime, the desire to seek out the Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon is a common aspiration. Thus, Yidong's mission was clear: to fulfill the wishes of his previous life, to locate the Dragon Balls, and to summon Shenron. Armed with the Dragon Ball radar and the ability to teleport, Yidong found the search for the Dragon Balls remarkably effortless. He gathered all 7 Dragon Balls within just 2 days, initially believing that the 4-star ball and the 3-star ball were in the possession of Gohan and Master Roshi, respectively. However, to his surprise, the 4-star ball was discovered at the Baozi Mountain, while the 3-star ball was located in a nearby ocean close to Roshi's island. This led Yidong to speculate that neither Roshi nor Gohan had yet picked up these 2 Dragon Balls. "Come forth, Shenron," Yidong proclaimed, echoing the dramatic lines from the anime, feeling a sense of nostalgia as he did so. As he uttered these words, a wave of emotion washed over him. This was indeed a moment of youth. With a sudden crackle, the sky darkened, and thunder erupted from the clouds. Moments later, Shenron gradually materialized before him. "Mortal, I am Shenron, and I can grant you one wish. Now, speak your desire." Shenron's voice boomed from above. His gaze fixed upon Yidong, calm and authoritative. Yidong glanced at Shenron, stroking his chin in contemplation. To be honest, he found himself at a loss for a significant wish. The crux of the matter was that Shenron, being a deity of earth, was limited in the wishes he could fulfill. Yidong hesitated to make a wish, and Shenron remained silent. 2 minutes passed in this charged atmosphere. "Mortal, please articulate your wish." Shenron's voice retained its serene tone, betraying no hint of impatience. "Let me think," Yidong murmured softly. And suddenly his eyes lit up as he looked up and declared, "Shenron, my wish is to grant me the longest lifespan you are capable of within your power." "What?" Shinran paused in surprise upon hearing this wish, then reflected momentarily before responding, 10,000 years. My abilities can only extend your life by that duration. Furthermore, this is the sole wish I can grant. That's perfectly fine. 10,000 years is more than sufficient. Yidong was unconcerned about the uniqueness of this wish. After all, there were other dragons on Namek and the Super Dragon Balls for further wishes. As you desire. Shinran's body suddenly radiated a brilliant light, swiftly flying toward Yidong and entering his being. Simultaneously, Shinran split into 7 entities, scattering across the globe. Indeed, I now possess a lifespan of 10,000 years. With the time chamber's tenfold flow of time, I will face no pressure at all, Yidong mused with a smile. The duration spent inside the time chamber would directly correlate with his lifespan, making this wish extraordinarily advantageous for him. This arrangement would allow him to utilize the time chamber with minimal restrictions. Host, your lifespan has been extended, thus the rules of the time chamber must also be adjusted. The system's voice echoed in Yidong's mind. What? Why? Yidong felt a twinge of confusion. Logically, the system should support him in utilizing that extraordinary facility without limits. Master, if you remain in the time chamber continuously training, your levels may not keep pace, the system explained. Yidong shook his head and grinned. The system seemed to have him all figured out. All right, how about 3 entries per month? That should suffice? He inquired with a chuckle. Understood, Master. With Bulma yet to be born, and with Chi-Chi and Launch also absent, Yidong found little pressing matters on Earth. After lingering on the planet for about a week, he departed aboard a spaceship, with his primary focus now being the enhancement of his level and combat prowess. While a combat power of 800,000 sounded impressive, in the face of Frisia, he might not withstand even a single blow. Thus, the path of diligent training and self-improvement was paramount. Yidong had no intention of returning to Vegeta. Instead, he aimed to explore various planets in the universe and undertake missions. Completing a single mission proved far more effective than vanquishing thousands of foes. And so, 3 years swiftly passed. On this day, Yidong had just emerged from a planet known as Water Source Star. In the cosmos, a spaceship leisurely made its way to planet Vegeta. Inside the vessel, Yidong reclined on a sofa in the lounge, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he exhaled smoke rings. System, what is my current combat power? Yidong pondered. Over the past 3 years, he had only noted that his level had risen to 25 and had recently received an upgrade package. He had not inquired about his specific combat power for quite some time. His current question was merely a whim, perhaps a desire for a pleasant surprise. 3 years prior, his combat power stood at 800,000. 3 years later, surely it must be at least 4 to 5 million, if not more. Master, your current combat power is 6 million, the system promptly responded. 6 million? Upon hearing this figure, Yidong raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping across his face. This outcome was indeed somewhat unexpected. He initially believed it would be at most 4 or 500,000, but it had exceeded by 1 million. With a combat power of over 300,000, he could reach the threshold for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Now, he wondered if he could try to transform into a Super Saiyan with his current power. Yidong felt uncertain. In the original story, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan due to a series of fortuitous events. Given that he was at 300,000 combat power, how could it be so simple to transform? Most critically, Yidong's personality made it challenging to evoke that level of intense anger needed for the transformation. Thus, he was unsure if he could achieve it. I'll find an opportunity to test it, he muttered to himself. With a combat power of 6 million, he could instantly escalate it to 60 million using the tenfold enhancement ability. 60 million sounded impressive, yet without the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, it still fell short against Frisia. Although he did possess a Super Saiyan 5-minute experience card. The experience card. Yidong's eyes sparkled with realization. In the original story, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan out of grief over Krillin's death. Afterward, he mentioned that he could not maintain that form indefinitely. It was only through relentless training that he gradually mastered the Super Saiyan state. If Yidong experienced the transformation once, would it not be easier for him to succeed in transforming subsequently? With this thought, Yidong's eyes gleamed with increasing excitement. Approximately 3 months later, Yidong landed his spaceship on planet Vegeta, the stronghold of the Saiyan race. Upon seeing Yidong's ship, Nappa promptly gathered his men to welcome back their king. All hail the king. Yidong sauntered down from the spaceship, prompting Nato and the others to immediately kneel and call out in unison. Yidong cast a glance at the figures prostrate before him, some familiar, others unknown. At that moment, his gaze suddenly fixed on a child. The little one had hair that stood up in a wild tuft, kneeling and looking up at him with eyes full of admiration. Vegeta? Upon seeing the child's hairstyle, Yidong blinked, his first instinct being to think of the second prince. Rise. You all know I am not fond of such ostentation. Yidong stated with a smile as he approached Nato, who was still kneeling. Yes, Your Majesty. Nato was the first to stand, followed closely by the others. Who is this little one? Yidong inquired, taking a few steps closer to King Vegeta and feigning ignorance as he glanced at Vegeta, standing nearby. Your Majesty, this is my son, named Vegeta, King Vegeta replied, bowing in surprise. Indeed, it was him. Yidong's eyes flickered. The current Vegeta was merely 1 or 2 years old, making it difficult to discern his likeness, yet that distinctive hairstyle was unmistakable. Greetings, Your Majesty, Vegeta said respectfully, excitement lacing his words. I have grown up listening to your stories. May I request your autograph? At this, Yidong's lips twitched. This little one was only about 2 years old and already had such grand aspirations. Moreover, had it not been for the sincerity in his eyes, Yidong might have thought these words were taught by King Vegeta himself. Writing books is no easy task, cherish it as you may. For when you find the inclination to write yourself, you will understand just how challenging it is. The primary concern is that earning a living is no simple endeavor. Yidong remarked, clearing his throat. To be frank, he had never imagined that Vegeta would be like this in his childhood. Vegeta, the King's autograph is not something you can simply ask for. King Vegeta's expression shifted suddenly as he observed Yidong's indecisiveness. Over the years, he had witnessed the reformation of the Saiyan race firsthand and had his own calculations in mind. Given Yidong's formidable strength, it was not inconceivable for him to become one of the universe's top warriors, rather than allowing the Saiyans to be subjugated by him, resulting in stagnation. It would be more advantageous for him to elevate the entire race, spreading the name of the Saiyans across the cosmos and establishing their prominence. Of course, this path would not be easy, but he had faith in Yidong's capabilities. A man who conquers all through strength is indeed worthy of respect and loyalty. Do not mistake King Vegeta's demeanor as insincere. As the adage goes, when facing an opponent slightly stronger than oneself, one may resist. But when confronted with an overwhelmingly superior foe, even the most defiant must bow in submission. Furthermore, Yidong's mercy in not annihilating them only deepened King Vegeta's gratitude, making it impossible for him not to pledge his loyalty. Do not be concerned, Yidong said with a smile, waving his hand. He was uncertain if King Vegeta's sentiments were genuine or feigned, but he did not mind. The old fellow had ascended to the throne of the Saiyan race, and he must possess some cleverness. As long as he sincerely pledged allegiance, what he would gain in the future would undoubtedly surpass what he had before. As the saying goes, Yidong's current mindset was simply to declare his ambitions extended beyond Earth, beyond the Milky Way, and certainly beyond the planets surrounding Vegeta. His sights were set on the boundless expanse of the 7th universe. Fetch me a pen. Yidong smiled at Nato, who stood nearby. At once, Nato replied respectfully, stepping back a few paces to procure a pen from an attendant, presenting it with both hands. The entire ceremonial process was conducted with utmost attentiveness. Why was there a pen, you ask? Naturally, it was due to Nato serving as Yidong's representative, handling a myriad of affairs. Whoosh. With the paper and pen prepared, Yidong waved his hand grandly, signing his name with a flourish. After a moment's thought, he picked up the pen again and inscribed the name of the Saiyans as well. This served as a nod to his past self. After all, that name had once shone brightly. In the future, it would ultimately be Yidong's domain. Time flew swiftly, and before he knew it, Yidong had been back on planet Vegeta for a week. During this time, he had primarily indulged in feasting, lounging, and being utterly lethargic, a true sloth. Yet, he found this leisurely existence rather pleasant. On the 7th day, Yidong resolved to venture out and survey the entirety of planet Vegeta. Just then, a colossal spaceship thundered through the atmosphere, heading straight for the Saiyan stronghold. Enemies are approaching. An uproar erupted across planet Vegeta, yet none of the Saiyans felt fear. They had found a true faith, embodied in their king, Yidong, who could stand against someone who had driven the ruthless Frieza from the universe. Frieza has arrived. At this moment, Yidong emerged from the palace, glancing upward to see alien beings disembarking from the ship, culminating in the slow descent of a circular craft. Inside sat Frieza. Having not seen him in years, Yidong noted that the fiend appeared not to have grown significantly stronger. However, once Yidong made his appearance, the system immediately assessed his ultimate battle power. 180 million. Far weaker than he had anticipated. Yidong shook his head. He had originally thought that after being defeated last time, Frieza would have significantly improved his strength, yet he remained disappointingly weak. 180 million sounded formidable, but in light of Yidong's current prowess, it was indeed rather unimpressive. Nevertheless, he possessed a 5-minute Super Saiyan 1 experience card. Once transformed, his battle power would swiftly approach 200 million. The outcome was glaringly clear, 200 million against 180 million. Your Majesty, Frieza has come. Nato rushed out, a hint of worry on his face. Frisia's reputation loomed large, though Yi Dong had easily repelled him last time. Nato couldn't shake the feeling that Frisia would not return empty-handed this time. Perhaps he had grown stronger. Do not panic. Frisia's arrival is destined to mark the dawn of our Saiyan renown. Remember, this is our shining moment. As for the endpoint, apologies, that concept does not exist. Yi Dong's aura surged dramatically as he soared into the sky. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout planet Vegeta, reaching the ears of every Saiyan. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Cheers erupted from all corners, each Saiyan ablaze with fervor. Boom. In the sky, Yi Dong exuded an astonishing presence, golden flames igniting around him. Upon closer inspection, his hair had transformed to gold, and his eyes glimmered green. This was the form of the Super Saiyan. What? Seeing Yi Dong's transformation, Frisia's complexion shifted dramatically, fear evident in his voice. Is this the legendary Saiyan, the Super Saiyan? His ancestors had left warnings for future generations, cautioning them against provoking those who could transform into Super Saiyans, for they were the true terror. Now, standing before him was a Super Saiyan. How could he not be alarmed? Not to mention the overwhelming, profound aura radiating from Yi Dong. 5 minutes should suffice. Yi Dong narrowed his eyes. At this moment, his battle power hovered around 200 million, a force so formidable it made him feel invincible. Indeed, at this stage, his 200 million battle power was unmatched. Today marks the fateful day of Frisia's demise. Yi Dong is acutely aware that if he does not eliminate Frisia today, once the latter transforms into a Super Saiyan, he will undoubtedly be subjected to the wrath of this formidable foe. 5 minutes. He has only 5 minutes remaining. Chapter 12. Surge in Combat Power. Thus, a swift resolution is imperative. Huh? Yi Dong bellowed, utilizing instant transmission to appear before Frisia on the disc in the blink of an eye. Flash cannon. The name alone suggests a dazzling technique, akin to a flashbang, yet its potency exceeds mere brilliance. Yi Dong's assault was so rapid that Frisia, seated on the disc, was unable to react and was struck directly by the blow. Boom. A resounding echo filled the air, engulfing the surroundings in a cloud of smoke. What is this fellow up to? Yi Dong furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed, though he was not unfamiliar with Frisia's repertoire of moves. The current situation left him in a quandary. Simultaneously, Frisia's aura surged dramatically. Warriors of the Saiyan race, retreat. The battle is about to commence. Yi Dong, wishing to shield his fellow Saiyan warriors from the impending conflict, uttered a warning before plunging into the smoke. Within the haze, he beheld Frisia's transformation into his fourth form. Now, Frisia appeared diminutive, with bulging veins on his forehead, having skipped several stages to attain his ultimate form at a staggering power level of 100 million. This state, while immensely powerful, was also exceedingly taxing, necessitating a rapid conclusion to the confrontation. Although Frisia later mastered his golden form, he had yet to do so at this juncture. Yi Dong, I shall slay you. No one can withstand the might of the cosmic overlord. Today, I will not only eliminate you, but also obliterate the entire planet Vegeta. Frisia roared as he charged at Yi Dong. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Dong did not retreat. Instead, he met Frisia head-on, exchanging blows at a pace so swift that even onlookers could scarcely follow. Remarkable, absolutely astounding. The spectators, Nato, King Vegeta, and the young Vegeta, were left in awe. Frisia was indeed powerful, yet Yi Dong surpassed him. Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan the king spoke of? I never imagined our Saiyan race could attain such might. It is exhilarating. Nato trembled with excitement, not out of fear, but sheer exhilaration. The king of the Saiyans and the cosmic tyrant Frisia appeared evenly matched. No, perhaps our king can indeed vanquish Frisia. In the arena, Yi Dong unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. Initially, Frisia managed to hold his ground, but soon he was reduced to merely enduring the blows without any means of counterattack. Damn it, why is this fellow so strong? Is a Super Saiyan truly this formidable? Frisia thought, his mind reeling as Yi Dong's fist connected with his face, followed by another strike to his abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. In midair, Frisia expelled a mouthful of blood, regaining his composure just in time to see Yi Dong, having instantaneously teleported before him, deliver yet another crushing blow. Yi Dong roared in fury, pummeling Frisia with relentless fists. The overwhelming pressure was merciless. Yi Dong's power was truly extraordinary. With a combat power of 200 million against Frisia's 180 million, even a mere 20 million gap in the Dragon Ball universe signifies an insurmountable difference. Yi Dong harbored no intentions of showing mercy. Each strike was unleashed with full force. Before long, Frisia succumbed to unconsciousness. Given Yi Dong's superiority in combat power, the disparity rendered Frisia unable to resist, which was wholly expected. Now, I shall send you on your way. Yi Dong, having made up his mind, acted decisively, allowing no room for unexpected developments. After all, he was facing Frieza, whose capabilities were well known. The tyrant had spent mere months in seclusion, yet he could contend with Super Saiyan Blue. Although Super Saiyan Blue could engage Frieza in a few exchanges, it was evident that Frieza possessed genuine skill. Without further ado, Yi Dong unleashed a powerful blast that sent Frieza reeling. As the dust settled, Frieza breathed his last on planet Vegeta, falling under Yi Dong's might. With the defeat of such a formidable adversary, Yi Dong's experience surged to level 26. He subsequently dealt with all of Frieza's minions who had accompanied him, significantly crippling Frieza's forces. Even if this villain were to resurrect, Yi Dong would not be overly concerned. After all, even in resurrection, Frieza would find himself in hell. And considering Yi Dong's pace of training, he would undoubtedly outstrip Frieza's growth. Thus, Frieza posed little threat henceforth. Yi Dong retracted his transformation and descended to the ground. Nato and the others were utterly captivated, showering Yi Dong with admiration for his extraordinary prowess. Particularly young Vegeta, whose gaze reflected sheer reverence, as if beholding a deity. It was evident that this young lad's future aspirations and idol would undoubtedly be Yi Dong. "Your Majesty, is Frieza truly dead?" King Vegeta, still in disbelief, ventured to inquire. "Yes, he is dead," Yi Dong affirmed with a nod, though he understood that this fiend would eventually return. When that time came, he would not be apprehensive. He sensed the S-cells within him gradually awakening, and their number was substantial. He estimated it would not be long before he could transform into Super Saiyan 1. With a combat power of 6 million, should he attain the transformation, he would experience a 50-fold increase, propelling his strength to a staggering level. A 50-fold enhancement would elevate his combat power to at least 300 million. Moreover, he possessed an additional 10-fold power boost. If this capability were to stack with the 50-fold increase of Super Saiyan 1, his combat power could reach an astronomical 30 billion. The mere thought ignited a fervor within Yi Dong. 30 billion combat power. Such a figure far surpassed mere billions. "System, was my recent speculation sound?" Yi Dong inquired of the system, eager to ascertain the validity of his assumptions. Should his conjecture prove accurate, an auspicious future awaited him. "Host, your ambitions are indeed audacious," the system teased. Yi Dong cleared his throat, realizing that his expectations might be somewhat unrealistic. If so, such an enhancement would indeed be extraordinary. However, upon successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 1, that 10-fold combat power enhancement will dissipate, while the inherent 50-fold increase will escalate to 60-fold, the system elucidated. "What? 60-fold enhancement? So, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 1, my combat power could reach approximately 360 million. Though this was not as exaggerated as before, it remained exceedingly formidable. At the very least, it surpassed others by 10-fold, an impressive feat in its own right. And what of Super Saiyan 2? Regaining his composure, Yi Dong inquired further. 110-fold. Upon hearing this figure, Yi Dong's mouth gaped in astonishment, and he chuckled awkwardly. He had fully succumbed to the allure of combat power enhancements. A mere 10-fold increase was already daunting, yet he found himself yearning for more, perhaps a touch greedy. However, esteemed host, you have subsequently acquired a 20-fold combat power enhancement in your upgrade package, which supersedes the previous 10-fold boost. This implies that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, your power escalates to 70-fold, and upon ascending to Super Saiyan 2, it reaches an astonishing 120-fold. Mere seconds passed before the system spoke again. "Wow, incredible!" Yi Dong couldn't help but exclaim 666 in his heart, realizing that his prior thoughts were not entirely unfounded. With Frieza vanquished, there were presently no threats looming over him. Yi Dong commenced earnest training. As having experienced the Super Saiyan state once, he yearned to relive that exhilarating sensation. The feeling of absolute control was simply exhilarating. Thus, the importance of enhancing one's strength cannot be overstated. As time swiftly passed, another month elapsed. His level and combat power remained relatively unchanged. Yet Yi Dong noticed he was inching ever closer to transforming into a Super Saiyan. On this day, Yi Dong found himself on a desolate planet in the cosmos. Unleashing his utmost combat prowess while reminiscing about the state he attained a month prior as a Super Saiyan. He summoned his strength, unleashing a roar that sent debris soaring around him, creating an astonishing aura. Super Saiyan. He continued to roar, and his hair began to stand upright. A golden flame enveloping him, while his eyes fluctuated between black and green. Boom. Yi Dong seemed to be transcending the boundary between Saiyan and Super Saiyan, his momentum intensifying, and his combat power becoming increasingly formidable. In the blink of an eye, his combat power surged from over 6 million to 10 million, then leaped from 10 million to 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, 50 million. His combat power continued to skyrocket. ultimately reaching approximately 360 million when his hair had fully transformed to gold. The flames on his body turned golden, and his eyes shifted from black to green. Super Saiyan. He succeeded. Such formidable power. This truly belongs to me. With a triumphant fist clenched, Yi Dong's face radiated joy. It is worth noting that a month ago, he utilized a 5-minute Super Saiyan experience card, during which his combat power was merely 200 million. Now, his combat power had soared to 360 million, an unimaginable increase of 160 million in just a month. Nonetheless, he must remain prudent. 360 million combat power at this stage is already at the pinnacle of power. Yet, one can never predict the emergence of unforeseen characters. Yi Dong reverted to his usual form, adopting a cautious demeanor. In this era, it is better to be safe than sorry. After all, gradual progress is the path to true strength. He firmly believed in his limitless potential. The Dragon Ball narrative had yet to unfold fully as the story gradually progressed. His strength would undoubtedly grow stronger step by step. Let me ponder this. Approximately 3 years from now, Goku shall be born, along with that little Broly. Yi Dong stroked his chin, his eyes glimmering with peculiar brilliance. Speaking of Broly, this individual possessed a staggering combat power of 100,000 from birth. This potential, without further elaboration, is indeed formidable. In this lifetime, as the king of the Saiyan race, Yi Dong's strength had reached a level where he need not regard Broly as a threat. Thus, this innate warrior, if properly nurtured, could become a formidable force within the Saiyan lineage. Contemplating these matters, Yi Dong shook his head and ceased further deliberation. Time sped by, and 3 years slipped away just like that. Over these 3 years, Yi Dong's level had ascended to level 32. This was solely due to his unwavering dedication to training and exploration, resulting in a combat power of approximately 1.5 billion. To be frank, an increase of 114 million combat power over 3 years is not particularly impressive. However, during this period, he traversed the 7th universe, effectively eliminating Frisia's openly displayed forces. Simultaneously, the Saiyan race experienced remarkable growth. No longer were there any who fell short of 100,000 combat power. In fact, several now boasted combat power exceeding 1 million. All in all, everything progressed smoothly. Well, I suppose it is time to return to planet Vegeta. Yi Dong resolved to head back, anticipating that Goku and Broly would soon make their entrance into the world. Bardock's timeline of traversing to ancient times was also nearing its conclusion. Once these matters were settled, he intended to make a visit to Earth. Within half a month, Yi Dong boarded a spaceship and returned to planet Vegeta. He had long anticipated that after spending a few days on planet Vegeta, Goku and Broly would be born on the same day. As per the original story, Goku was startled into tears by Broly's overwhelming aura. Yi Dong couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Despite Bardock's significantly enhanced strength compared to the original narrative, the newly born Goku remained remarkably weak. After casting a few more glances at Goku, he prepared to depart. At that moment, he noticed Bardock hurrying toward him. "Your Majesty." Upon seeing Yi Dong, Bardock immediately bowed respectfully. "You seem in quite a rush. Is there something amiss?" Yi Dong inquired with curiosity. Bardock hesitated for a moment, then offered a wry smile and shook his head. "I am about to embark on a mission that may take some time. I wanted to see Kakarot before I leave." Hearing this, Yi Dong raised an eyebrow and glanced back at Goku. It appeared that the predetermined events were destined to unfold. Although he had strengthened the entire Saiyan race, the overarching narrative seemed relatively unchanged. Bardock would still journey to ancient times, and Goku would be sent to Earth. "Your Majesty, time waits for no one. I must go see Kakarot." Bardock respectfully bowed once more and entered the room where the newborn was. Yi Dong observed his retreating figure, squinting thoughtfully, pondering what the future held for the Saiyan race. Would it be prosperity or decline? He licked his lips, a confident smile gracing his lips. The answer was already quite clear. 3 months later, on Earth, in West City, Yi Dong had been on Earth for several days, having exchanged some rare cosmic items with Dr. Brief for a bit of currency, which he used to purchase a house nearby. At this point, Bulma was already 4 or 5 years old, and Yi Dong was taken aback upon first encountering the tender young girl. It is generally true that a child's appearance differs greatly from their adult self, yet Bulma had hardly changed from childhood to adulthood. One could say she had been beautiful from a young age. Yi Dong, of course, could not act hastily. He needed to cultivate a relationship with her gradually. This matter could not be rushed, especially since Bulma was still quite young. Once she reached 15 or 16 years of age, she would essentially be considered an adult in the Dragon Ball world. By that time, he could naturally entertain other plans. With approximately 10 years remaining before the Dragon Ball narrative commenced, Yi Dong found himself uncertain about what to do in the meantime. Although he was on Earth, he could sense everything happening on planet Vegeta. He was aware that the Saiyan race was steadily growing. While they had yet to attain the status of a top-tier cosmic race, they were certainly becoming a recognized faction. The truth is that Yi Dong had never taken the time to understand the capabilities of other races in the universe and was utterly oblivious to their strengths. Nevertheless, it is always wise to remain low-key. On this day, Yi Dong once again visited Dr. Brief's residence. Within the estate, he encountered the young Bulma for the second time. This little girl was exceptionally clever and adorable, particularly with her sky-blue hair and her eyes, reminiscent of amber, shimmering in shades of blue and purple. Her vivacious personality made her seem like a spirited little sprite. Yi Dong Gij. Although they had only met once before, Bulma held a remarkably favorable impression of Yi Dong, eagerly addressing him as Yi Dong Gij upon their reunion, which conveyed a sense of warmth. Yi Dong felt a flicker of curiosity within him. After all, during their initial meeting, their interaction had been minimal, consisting only of a brief introduction by Dr. Brief. Bulma's exuberance now genuinely caught him by surprise. "Good afternoon, Bulma," Yi Dong greeted her with a smile. Bulma, bouncing over with a beaming smile, leaned closer and whispered, "Yi Dong Gij, I saw you flying away last time. Do you have a pair of invisible wings?" With her head tilted, she tugged at Yi Dong's arm, innocently inquiring. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Yi Dong blinked and suddenly realized. No wonder this little girl was so enthusiastic. She had witnessed him soaring into the sky as he departed from her home. "Haha, I don't possess invisible wings. What you saw was my technique called sky dance, which allows those who master it to fly through the air." Yi Dong extended his hand, hesitated briefly, and gently placed it on Bulma's head. He had expected her to be slightly resistant, but to his surprise, she joyfully nuzzled her head against his hand. "Can Yi Dong Gij teach me this sky dance?" Bulma asked with a bright, melodic voice. Yi Dong chuckled and shook his head. "You are still too young. Once you grow a bit more, I will teach you." To learn the sky dance, one must first cultivate their inner energy, which is not something that can be achieved in a short time. Thus, the prerequisite was for Yi Dong to first instruct Bulma in her training. Ding! A task has arrived. Teach Bulma to cultivate and enable her to master the sky dance within 1 month. Task reward: 1,000 exchange points, 10,000 experience points. Accept or decline. Without much thought, Yi Dong promptly clicked to accept. Teaching Bulma the sky dance within a month was hardly a challenging endeavor for him. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the substantial rewards for such a simple task. "All right then." Bulma lowered her head, looking somewhat disappointed. Observing her forlorn expression, Yi Dong decided that regardless of the task's difficulty, he intended to impart some knowledge to her. Not for any particular reason, but simply because she appeared too pitiful at that moment. "Once I finish my work, I will teach you," he reassured her, patting her head once more before heading towards Dr. Brief's laboratory. "Hooray, Yi Dong Gij is the best." As he walked several meters away, he heard Bulma's jubilant cheer behind him, prompting a smile to break across his face. This little girl was indeed charming. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of Dr. Brief's laboratory and knocked on the door. Moments later, footsteps echoed, and the door slowly creaked open. "Yi Dong, you've arrived," Dr. Brief exclaimed, his face lighting up with a smile as he eagerly invited him inside. "I was just examining the gravity suit you provided. While it may not hold much utility for ordinary individuals, it is truly a treasure for the military." The gravity he had programmed into the suit was approximately 10 times that of Earth's gravity, which felt negligible to him. Yet for humans, it could significantly enhance physical capabilities. If this device could be mass-produced, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the military. Yi Dong smiled but refrained from elaborating further. Instead, he retrieved the Dragon Ball detector that Dr. Brief had crafted for him years ago and said, "I came to see if you could help me make my Dragon Balls undetectable to others in the future." To facilitate Dr. Brief's assistance in creating a device that could shield the Dragon Balls from detection, he had even brought one with him. Who would dare to steal it? Indeed, this was the case, yet Yi Dong preferred to avoid trouble whenever possible. As the saying goes, little devils are hard to deal with. There were far too many mischievous beings in this world. If they all came after him, it would be exceedingly bothersome. "Let me take a look at your Dragon Ball." "It should be no problem," Dr. Brief replied courteously, well aware of the invaluable items he had received from Yi Dong, many of which were beyond the reach of Earth's technology. To Dr. Brief, Yi Dong was practically a cherished guest. "All right then, I entrust this to you." Yi Dong handed over the Dragon Ball and subsequently exited the laboratory. Upon reaching the backyard, he found Bulma seated in a pavilion. At the sight of Yi Dong's sudden appearance, she paused momentarily, then her face blossomed with joy as she rushed to embrace him. "Yi Dong Gij, teach me the sky dance," Bulma pleaded, playfully pouting. "Ha ha ha, all right." Yi Dong did not refuse. Instead, he guided her to sit aside and explained that the foundation of learning the sky dance lay in cultivating one's energy. With energy comes the necessity of training. Thus, everything must commence with cultivation. This little girl showed no signs of retreating, confidently proclaiming that she would master it swiftly. Consequently, Yi Dong began instructing Bulma in her training. On the first day, it consisted of holding a horse stance. However, the little girl struggled to endure even 2 minutes. Yi Dong found this quite exasperating, yet he remained patient, teaching her step by step. The first day soon passed, and Bulma managed to hold the stance for about 5 to 6 minutes. On the second day, with the aid of a senzu bean and Bulma's newfound seriousness, she was able to maintain the horse stance for around 10 minutes. By the third day, Yi Dong accompanied her in practice and taught her some training methods he had learned from the system. Thus, a fortnight passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Dong was not a professional coach, yet over this period, Bulma's combat power had risen from 0 to 3. However, this level of power should suffice against peers or slightly older children. How difficult? On this day, Bulma was in her backyard, wiping the sweat from her forehead with a towel, her expression one of discontent. She had initially believed that training would be simple and that mastering the flying technique would be a breeze. Yet, it now seemed quite challenging. Yi Dong observed her and shook his head with a smile. Bulma, you must persevere. Before long, you will be able to attempt learning the flying technique. Although he spoke these encouraging words, Yi Dong himself was uncertain. He recalled that in the original story, when Bidali's combat power was around 40, she found mastering the flying technique quite arduous. Given that Bulma was only at 3, how could she possibly grasp it so quickly? Don't worry. There is still half a month left for the task. Yi Dong dismissed his distractions and looked at Bulma, saying, the upcoming training might be even more grueling. Are you willing to endure it to learn the flying technique? Seeing Yi Dong's serious demeanor, Bulma blinked. Then her face brightened with determination as she nodded. Bulma is not afraid of challenges. No matter how tough it is, I want to learn. I want to fly? Excellent. Yi Dong smiled and nodded in approval. Subsequently, he exchanged for a 10-fold gravity suit from the system's shop and took Bulma to a nearby mountain near West City to commence their training. As Yi Dong patiently guided Bulma in her training, on the other side, in the realm of the heavens, Bobo, an individual presumed to be a Saiyan, stood beside the Supreme Kai, who leaned on his cane with his right hand while the other rested behind him, his expression grave. He had been aware of Yi Dong's existence for several months, yet had been too occupied to pay him any heed. Now that he had some leisure, upon sensing, he discovered that Yi Dong's power far surpassed his by several folds. Not only was he outmatched, but even the enigmatic Bobo might struggle to contend with him. Indeed, this gentleman is a Saiyan. The current Saiyan race enjoys a stellar reputation throughout the universe, no longer relying on the conquest of other planets for survival. Bobo nodded in agreement. In that case, there is no need to expel him, the Supreme Kai sighed. This gentleman's strength is significantly greater than that of a deity. It is truly a mystery how he has honed such prowess. Bobo merely smiled in response, remaining silent. The universe is vast, and its multitude of powerful beings is immeasurable. Earth is but a minuscule speck of dust within the cosmos. Each servant of a god possesses strength that eclipses their divine master. For instance, the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, serve as prime examples. Though Bobo may appear inconspicuous, his strength is formidable, and his knowledge is extensive. One day, Piccolo will undoubtedly return. If the time comes when I cannot contend with him, this Saiyan gentleman will surely lend his aid. I hope he can step in to save Earth. The Supreme Kai murmured to himself as he slowly retreated into the palace. On Earth, a month had elapsed as per the system's stipulations, leaving only 1 day remaining. Should Bulma fail to master the art of flight, the task would be deemed a failure. Although failing the task would incur no penalties, Yi Dong, who relentlessly pursued perfection, was unwilling to let the endeavor end in defeat. On the 30th day, Yi Dong once again escorted Bulma to a grand mountain. Bulma, do not rush. I have faith in your abilities, Yi Dong gently reassured her. Bulma's combat power was approximately 50 points, and she had already cultivated ki within her, suggesting she should have grasped the fundamentals of flight. Yet, curiously, she struggled to learn, much to Yi Dong's frustration. However, he remained patient. Knowing there was still a day left, he continued to impart the nuances of flight to her, and Bulma concentrated diligently, wholly immersed in her learning. After a long day's effort, as the clock struck 6 in the evening, Bulma finally mastered the art of flight, managing to lift herself into the air. Although her distance was minimal, she had at least grasped the fundamentals. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning 1,000 exchange points and 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 33. Please continue your efforts. The system's notification resonated in Yi Dong's mind, prompting an involuntary smile. He accessed his character attributes, noting his experience, LV 33, 0, 34, 000. He realized he needed an additional 34,000 experience points to reach level 34, and another 35,000 for level 35. Upon attaining level 35, he would receive a small upgrade package, and even the thought of it filled him with delight. The rate of growth is astonishing. Yidong mused internally. It will still be a decade before the grand adventure of Dragon Ball officially commences. At this pace, even with a leisurely approach, by the time the story begins, reaching a combat power of trillions will be effortless. Trillions, almost on par with Super Saiyan 2 levels, upon reflection. It does not seem far-fetched, especially given that I have already gotten a head start. Well, it is fine. The plot will gradually unfold, and foes will emerge one by one, allowing me to maintain an invincible status. Yidong, flying in the sky feels absolutely magnificent. Bulma's jubilant voice jolted Yidong from his reverie. He glanced up to see her beaming with excitement, twirling midair. Yidong smiled and nodded. Noting that it was getting late, he too needed to commence his training. However, to be frank, focusing solely on training seemed somewhat futile at this juncture. His combat power was increasing too rapidly, and he found himself concerned about maintaining stability. Thus, the priority now was to keep a steady mindset. To achieve that, it was only natural to take a moment to relax. All right, I shall indulge in a brief respite, Yidong pondered to himself. Host, you are clearly just looking to slack off, yet you speak so grandiloquently. Your audacity is rather remarkable. At that moment, the system could not help but interject with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Yidong burst into laughter, though he would not concede, despite the truth of the matter. The ensuing days were considerably more relaxed. Whenever he had spare time, he nurtured his bond with Bulma, occasionally taking her for leisurely excursions through the cosmos. Before long, 6 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Time indeed flies. In the blink of an eye, Bulma had turned 11. Due to her consistent training, her physical development outpaced that of her peers. At 11, she had grown to approximately 1.6 meters tall. As for Yidong, he now stood at a towering 1.9 meters, making their height difference irresistibly adorable. Coupled with their striking appearances, they formed an undeniably perfect pair. After 6 years, Yidong had reached level 42. While this level was not particularly high, his combat power had soared above 1 trillion. To be honest, he was slightly bewildered. He had initially anticipated it would take a decade to achieve 1 trillion in combat power, yet he accomplished it in a mere 6 years. Truly remarkable. The only regret was that, despite his formidable power, he remained unable to transform into Super Saiyan 2. 5 more years remained until the Dragon Ball saga commenced. It felt too slow. Yidong sighed. According to the original story, Bulma would only meet Goku at 16, while he would be 12 at that time. Presently, Bulma was 11, and Goku was 7. It was likely Gohan had yet to meet his fate. I should pay a visit to little Goku and offer some guidance to this young lad. Although they were family, Yidong naturally wished to extend some preferential treatment to them. Speaking of Goku, Yidong suddenly recalled Broly. He had received word, consistent with the original tale, that this individual had also been led astray by his father and subsequently departed from the Saiyan clan. Yidong felt a twinge of regret, but did not dwell on it. Interestingly, Bulma's combat power now surprisingly surpassed that of Goku. At this thought, Yidong could not help but chuckle. It was worth noting that Bulma was merely 11 years old, yet her combat power had already reached 300 points. This was the result of her casual training, as she had not been particularly diligent. Had she truly dedicated herself, she could have reached thousands, even tens of thousands. Within 6 years. Do not mistake this for boasting. Yidong possessed the capability to achieve such feats. One day, Yidong brought Bulma to a mountain near West City, where they discovered 7 Dragon Balls. This time, their quest for the Dragon Balls was not for himself, but rather because Bulma wished to remain eternally youthful. Yidong was indeed taken aback upon hearing this. After all, she was so young yet contemplating such long-term aspirations. However, since it was her desire, he was determined to fulfill it. Thus, he deliberately slowed down the pace for an entire month, during which their bond grew increasingly strong. Yidong had heard the girl declare on more than one occasion, "When I grow up, I will definitely marry brother Yidong." This proclamation filled Yidong's heart with delight, but the thought of it also made his cheeks flush. After all, wasn't he this a quintessential case of nurturing a little lowly? With that in mind, Yidong shook his head and couldn't help but chuckle. While others might feel a twinge of guilt, he certainly did not. Age was merely a number, as long as 2 individuals truly loved each other. That was more than sufficient. Shenlong, please reveal yourself. Yidong placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and once again uttered a phrase brimming with youthful exuberance. Beside him, Bulma's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the Dragon Balls, which emitted a dazzling radiance. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and Shenlong languidly emerged from the clouds. "Mortal, state your wish," Shenlong proclaimed with an air of authority, gazing down at Yidong and Bulma. Was this truly Shenlong? Yidong remained unfazed in the face of the dragon, while Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment as she inquired, "Can it really grant my wish?" Ha ha. Of course it can, Bulma. Hurry and make your wish, Yidong replied with a smile. All right, brother Yidong, Bulma said, her hands clenched tightly, her face alight with excitement. After all, this was her first wish, and as a young girl, her anticipation was palpable. Shenlong, I wish to maintain my youthful appearance even as I grow old. That is my wish, Bulma declared, lifting her chin proudly. This is quite simple, Shenlong responded, and a beam of light shot forth from its body, entering Bulma's being. The effects would not be immediately visible, but would manifest in her later years. With the wish granted, Shenlong split into 7 and vanished into the sky, which once again brightened. Chapter 15, Nurturing Goku. Brother Yidong, is it really done? Bulma asked uncertainly. Indeed, once a wish is fulfilled, it will certainly come to pass, Yidong assured her with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bulma touched her face and broke into a joyful grin. After returning to West City, Bulma went home while Yidong headed to Baozi Mountain. Soon, he found the place where Sun Wukong resided. To his surprise, he sensed that aside from Sun Wukong's energy, there were no other auras present. Could it be that he had perished? Yidong furrowed his brow. Sun Wukong was only around 7 years old, so how could Sun Gohan have died at this time? Reflecting on the timeline, Yidong shook his head. According to the original story, Sun Gohan should still be alive. Perhaps he had simply stepped away from Baozi Mountain for a while. Before long, Yidong arrived at the gate of Sun Wukong's home. He gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. In a short while, footsteps approached, and the gate swung open. Who are you? The iconic hairstyle of Sun Wukong appeared before Yidong, eliciting a smile from him. I am Yidong, a Saiyan. And you, too, are a Saiyan. Yidong's tail relaxed at his waist, swaying gently as he spoke with a grin. Saiyan. Sun Wukong froze at Yidong's words. Like in the original narrative, he was completely unaware of his own heritage. Hearing the term Saiyan for the first time, confusion spread across his face. You only need to know that I am your kin, Yidong said with a slight smile, feeling an innate fondness for the boy. After all, who could forget the protagonist, who carried so many memories of youth? He was certain that anyone visiting the Dragon Ball world would develop a liking for him. Setting aside his identity, Sun Wukong's character as an adult was indeed quite endearing. Although he might not be the most reliable partner, his personal charm was undeniable. Thus, in this lifetime, it was up to Yidong to look after Chi-Chi. A quiet chuckle escaped him as he recalled the image of the young Chi-Chi he had first encountered at the martial arts tournament, dressed adorably like Ultraman. Regardless, he would not have to face the middle-aged Chi-Chi of his previous life in this lifetime. Kinsfolk? What does that mean? Can you eat it? Is it delicious? Sun Wukong blinked, his expression adorably naive. Unable to contain his laughter at the question, Yidong replied, You might not fully understand kinship. But surely you know what friends and family are, right? Kinfolk are akin to that kind of relationship. Family. Grandfather. Sun Wukong remained utterly perplexed. Yidong shook his head, exasperatedly stating, well. As he spoke, he found himself at a loss for words. Observing Yidong's struggle, Sun Wukong couldn't help but chuckle. Ha, even though it's not clear, you definitely mean me no harm, right? Precisely, Yidong nodded. Come inside. My grandfather isn't home today, but he should be back soon. Sun Wukong grinned sheepishly. Yidong sensed the energy around Baozi Mountain and realized that for several miles, there was only Sun Wukong's presence, indicating that Gohan had yet to return. However, whether Gohan came back or not was of little consequence to him. He was not there to take Sun Wukong away just yet, but rather to make an impression. Yidong, big brother? My grandfather said that any boy older than me should be called big brother. Sun Wukong scratched his head, a beaming smile adorning his face, making him look particularly adorable. Very well, Yidong smiled and nodded. Sun Wukong calling him big brother was indeed a fortunate circumstance, but he did not mind such trivial titles. Big brother it is. However, that title inexplicably reminded Yidong of a humorous saying from his previous life. You call me big brother, and I'll teach you how to part your hair. With that thought, he glanced at Sun Wukong's signature hairstyle and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. I came here today to assess your strength, Yidong said earnestly. At present, Sun Wukong's combat power had reached 10, relatively comparable to the outset of the Dragon Ball storyline. This indicated that Sun Wukong was not the type of prodigy who could grow strong solely due to his Saiyan bloodline. Unlike Vegeta or Broly, one with noble blood and the other a genetic anomaly turned legendary Saiyan, Sun Wukong's growth stemmed from persistent effort, which made him all the more formidable. His potential for growth was virtually limitless. Of course, the most significant reason was that he was the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Big brother Yidong, are you very strong? Sun Wukong inquired, scratching his head, suddenly turning serious as he fixed his gaze on Yidong. Although I may be young, I am quite formidable. Yet, in the presence of someone as powerful as Yidong, he felt utterly insignificant. Show me your skills, Yidong replied, shaking his head with a smile. All right then. Big brother Yidong, let us head outside. Since it would be inconvenient to spar in the courtyard, son Wukong suggested. Let us go? Yidong did not decline. In truth, regardless of the location, the outcome would remain unchanged. How could the current Wukong possibly contend with him? The two swiftly traversed beyond the courtyard. Arriving at a spacious area, Sun Wukong retreated several meters, creating distance between himself and Yidong. He then brought his hands together, bowed his head, and lifting it, assumed an offensive stance, intently gazing at Yidong. Observing his earnest demeanor, Yidong felt a sudden wave of nostalgia. He seemed to recall his own first encounter in combat, mirroring this very action, though the identity of his opponent eluded his memory. Overall, this young man displayed considerable politeness. It appeared he had been well taught by Sun Gohan, with martial ethics deeply ingrained in his being. Wukong, come at me. Yidong beckoned with a playful curl of his finger, smiling at the serious-faced Wukong. A companion of his caliber was worth more than any monetary sum or treasure. He was willing to engage solely because this individual was Sun Wukong. Ultimately, even the most skilled warriors could feel the pangs of solitude. In the future world of Dragon Ball, no one could rival him. Thus he intended to nurture a worthy adversary. This individual, naturally, was the original Sun Wukong from the story. However, the waiting period might be rather protracted. Yidong lowered his gaze, sighing inwardly. After contemplating for a while, he still felt a twinge of hesitation. Indeed, any form of waiting is lengthy, especially considering he understood that while Wukong possessed boundless potential, the Dragon Ball saga had yet to conclude, and thus he could not reach his limits so swiftly. Therefore, this waiting would indeed be extensive. Despite being dubbed the King of Hang, Wukong had risen through the ranks step by step, unlike Yidong, who had seemingly ascended in a single bound. His prowess truly defied the heavens, justifying the title of King of Hang. As Yidong pondered these thoughts, little Wukong made his move. He let out a fierce roar and lunged at Yidong. Bang! In the face of Wukong's full-force strike, Yidong merely extended a finger, effortlessly blocking the attack. Huh! Upon witnessing his fist easily thwarted, Wukong wore an expression of astonishment. It is worth noting that in Baozi Mountain, he was a small tyrant, and even the saber-toothed tiger was no match for him. He had knocked it unconscious with 2 punches before devouring it. Thus, Wukong held great confidence in his strength. Now, with Yidong merely using a finger to stop his punch, how could he not be surprised? Da-da-da! Wukong, undeterred, stepped back and unleashed a flurry of punches towards Yidong. Observing his serious expression, Yidong even contemplated whether to allow him to land a hit. However, this thought was soon dismissed. It was entirely unnecessary. Yidong chuckled lightly, shaking his head, still countering Wukong's dual punches with just a finger. Hey, big brother Yidong, don't dodge! Wukong exclaimed, vexed. He found Yidong to be as elusive as a slippery eel, impossible to catch. All right, I'm coming at you. Be careful, Wukong. Yidong took a step forward. With his strength, even using a mere 1/1000th of his power would suffice to easily defeat the current Wukong. Thus, he forcefully suppressed the power within him, compressing it countless times, and in a flash, he was before Wukong, gently flicking his finger against his forehead. Bang! In that fleeting moment, although Yidong exerted considerable effort, the force he imparted far exceeded what Sun Wukong could endure. Consequently, the flick sent Wukong soaring, crashing into a small hill, the impact so tremendous that it collapsed the entire mound. Witnessing this scene, Yidong cleared his throat twice. It seems I may have overexerted myself. He quickly flew over, helping the unconscious Wukong to his feet and offering him a senzu bean. Before long, Wukong regained consciousness. Ouch! Big brother Yidong, your strength is truly formidable. Wukong admitted wholeheartedly. He had always considered himself quite powerful, but was astonished to discover that there were those far beyond him. Ha ha! As long as you commit to diligent training, one day you too shall become this mighty. Yidong proclaimed with a hearty laugh. A combat power of 100 billion sounded impressive. Yet he knew that even more formidable foes awaited, such as Majin Buu and the evil containment wave. Nevertheless, when the time came, Yidong was confident he could vanquish them. I will certainly train diligently, Wukong declared, clenching his fists with fervor, his gaze ablaze as he deeply bowed and implored. I hope big brother Yidong can guide me. Chapter 16, Chi-Chi. I will teach you a set of training methods, and gift you a gravity suit capable of manipulating 100-fold gravity, along with 500 senzu beans. In 5 years, let us spar again and see how much you have progressed. Yidong produced a plethora of items. The gravity suit and senzu beans were of no rarity to him. He had an abundance of them. Therefore, he offered them without a shred of reluctance. After explaining the uses of the gravity suit and senzu beans to Wukong, he prepared to depart. Thank you, big brother Yidong, Wukong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Keep it up. Yi Dong smiled, patting Wukong's shoulder before vanishing from Baozi Mountain. Goodbye, big brother Yi Dong, Wukong called out, watching in astonishment as Yi Dong suddenly disappeared, then waving his hand towards the sky and shouting loudly. It was evident that admiration filled little Wukong's eyes. Thus, aside from Vegeta, Yi Dong had gained yet another young admirer. Upon returning home to West City, Yi Dong casually prepared a meal before entering the training room in the backyard to commence his training. This training facility had undergone systematic modifications, housing robots capable of sparring with him. Moreover, these robots could be configured to resemble Saiyans, Namekians, ice demons, and even the strongest angel race in the universe. Training was inherently tedious, and after several months, Yi Dong found himself growing increasingly restless, prompting Bulma to whisk him away on a world tour. Their relationship gradually deepened. However, given Yi Dong's character, it was unrealistic for anything to transpire between him and Bulma at such an early stage, especially considering she was merely 11 years old. Though she appeared akin to a 16 or 17-year-old young lady, Yi Dong grappled with his conscience. Thus, they traveled and trained simultaneously, gradually fostering a stronger bond. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 4 years had passed in the blink of an eye. In the first month of the 5th year, Yi Dong and Bulma returned to West City. After parting ways, he hastened to the vicinity of Fire Mountain, eager to reunite with the young Chi-Chi. Over the span of 4 years, Yi Dong had ascended to level 49, with a final combat power of approximately 150 billion. At this stage, few could rival him. One more level up would elevate him to level 50. According to the system, level 50 represented a crucial milestone. Though it was simply a statement, Yi Dong understood that upon reaching level 50, the upgrade package would undoubtedly be exceptional. Without further contemplation, Yi Dong wandered near Fire Mountain, exploring several villages in search of Chi-Chi, but to no avail. Finally, in a castle situated about 100 to 200 miles from Fire Mountain, the system detected Chi-Chi's energy signature. This presented quite the predicament. Yi Dong gazed at the castle before him, lost in contemplation. He had never anticipated that Chi-Chi's family, from his childhood, could possess such wealth. Would those who reside in a castle inevitably descend into poverty in the future? Upon further reflection, Yi Dong suddenly recalled the astonishing appetite of son Wukong. It was no exaggeration to say that even if he indulged for 4 or 5 years, he could consume Chi-Chi's dowry entirely. With this realization, Yi Dong understood that the crux of the issue lay with son Wukong. Ah, the system. Yi Dong's brow furrowed as a thought struck him. You mentioned that Bulma will eventually become my partner. Even if Chi-Chi were to become my partner, would the future of Son Gohan and Son Goten still unfold as expected? This question piqued his curiosity. After a brief silence, the system responded, Master. Whether it be Son Gohan, Son Goten, or Trunks, they will all make their appearance in the Dragon Ball universe. They will appear. Yi Dong's eyes lit up, and he inquired further, then who will their mother be? She will be a woman who replaces Chi-Chi and Bulma, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Dong fell into silence. If that were the case, would the woman who becomes Son Wukong's wife in this life not merely be another Chi-Chi? Shaking his head, he found himself sighing inwardly. Master, have you ever heard of human chemical reactions? The system interjected while Yi Dong sighed. Human chemical reactions? Yi Dong felt the term somewhat profound. Indeed, human chemical reactions, the system smiled, explaining. This refers to the different responses that emerge when two individuals come together. For instance, if both a man and a woman possess fiery tempers, one might relinquish their pride and volatility to become gentle and considerate. The system's explanation was quite accessible, and after a moment of contemplation, Yi Dong grasped the concept. I understand. Thus, Son Wukong's wife in this life need not necessarily become a second Chi-Chi, correct? Yi Dong remarked with a smile. You may interpret it that way, the system affirmed. Yi Dong nodded, considering it not a matter of great concern. After all, most individuals familiar with Dragon Ball do not particularly favor Chi-Chi as a character. However, they view her from a different perspective. One ought to consider her as a mother and a wife. In truth, Chi-Chi is quite an admirable character. It is worth noting that in Yi Dong's original world, most women prioritize family and endure hardships without complaint. Without further ado, Yi Dong rapped on the grand doors of the small castle. True to his custom, he intended to engage in a friendly contest with the Ox King. After all, he was one of Master Roshi's disciples, and thus could be considered a familiar acquaintance. Soon, a heavy thudding of footsteps echoed as the door creaked open, revealing a burly middle-aged man with 2 horns atop his head and a thick beard standing before Yi Dong. Who are you? The middle-aged man, the Ox King, asked, his eyes wide and voice gruff. Upon seeing the Ox King, Yi Dong felt somewhat speechless. He found it peculiar that such a robust man could have produced a petite and adorable daughter like Chi-Chi. Nevertheless, thinking that he would eventually have to address him as father-in-law, Yi Dong maintained a respectful demeanor. "Greetings, Ox King." Yi Dong began. "Wait, stop right there. Just call me Ox King. Adding brother sounds rather awkward." The Ox King, being straightforward, interrupted him. "Just call me Ox King. Spare me the formalities." Yi Dong felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, cleared his throat, and said, "I heard that one of Master Roshi's disciples is you. So I wish to challenge you to a friendly match. Most individuals in the Dragon Ball universe relish combat, and the strong deserve respect. Thus, Yi Dong sought to establish rapport through this method." "What?" The Ox King's eyes widened in disbelief. As a tyrant near Fire Mountain, regardless of whether he was capable of matching Yi Dong, the mere fact that Yi Dong dared to approach him astonished him. "You think you can take me on?" The Ox King paused briefly before bursting into laughter. "Why wouldn't I be able to?" Yi Dong was rather pleased with this reaction. The more the Ox King underestimated him, the more pronounced his shock would be when the time came, leading to a swift change in attitude. "Ha ha, kid, fine. Just for your audacity in challenging me, I'll give you some credit. Not bad." The Ox King laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with a hint of admiration, yet upon closer inspection, it was mostly disdain. Unfazed by the Ox King's dismissiveness, Yi Dong remained indifferent, not allowing it to affect him in the slightest. If it weren't for the fact that this man was Chi-Chi's father, he wouldn't have given him a second glance. What did it matter if he looked down on him? In Yi Dong's view, it wouldn't be long before the Ox King's disdain transformed into astonishment, or even fear. After all, he was to become his future father-in-law. It would be inappropriate to teach him a harsh lesson. However, a minor lesson would suffice. Given the Ox King's straightforward nature, he likely wouldn't take it to heart and would forget it in no time. Thus, Yi Dong smiled and suggested, "Ox King, time waits for no one. Let me in, and let us spar in your arena." "Arena? What arena?" The Ox King was taken aback by this remark. As the master of Ox Castle, he was unaware of such a place. "I say there is one, so there is one," Yi Dong replied with a mysterious smile. Striding into the castle, as he walked, he surveyed the layout of the castle. It appeared quite impressive, though he knew that all of it had been acquired through the Ox King's previous misdeeds. Let us not forget that the reason he was called the Ox King was that he had once been a tyrant among tyrants. Which village near Fire Mountain had not fallen victim to his plundering? It was only after Master Roshi extinguished the flames and gave him a proper lesson that he ceased his wrongdoings. "Hey, what are you looking at?" The Ox King shouted from behind, visibly displeased as he caught up, blocking Yi Dong's path, and coldly said, "You aren't harboring any inappropriate thoughts about my Ox Castle, are you?" This was not merely the Ox King's overreaction. Yi Dong's behavior was indeed suspicious. Upon hearing the Ox King's words, Yi Dong let out a cold laugh. The wealth of the entire planet held little value in his eyes. After all, he was now one of the universe's elite warriors. What could he not obtain? Moreover, as the king of the Saiyans, he had access to items in the system that could be exchanged for points. Therefore, any intentions he had towards Ox Castle were non-existent. "Daddy!" At that moment, a clear voice rang out. With a patter of footsteps, a little girl dressed in a sky-blue princess dress came running down from the second floor. Yi Dong turned towards the sound, and his eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, is that really Chi-Chi?" he exclaimed inwardly. Chi-Chi, who was around the same age as Sun Wukong, about 11 or 12 years old, stood at a height of approximately 1.4 to 1.5 meters, wearing a princess dress that was entirely different from the revealing outfit she donned in the anime. Although Kiki, dressed as Ultraman, appears more adorable, her appearance in a princess gown renders her akin to a delicate porcelain doll, reminiscent of a refined little princess. When compared to the childhood version of Bulma, she is equally captivating. "Kiki, how did you come down?" The Ox King's fierce expression softened instantly upon seeing his daughter, and he looked at her with a warm smile. Chapter 17, Suspected Resurrection. "Humph, the Ox Castle seldom receives visitors. Father, you mustn't be so fierce with others." Kiki gradually descended, casting a glance at Yi Dong, and cheerfully greeted, "Hello, big brother." Her demeanor left Yi Dong utterly perplexed, an array of questions swirling in his mind. Hello? Yi Dong found it particularly strange. Previously, Bulma had been so enthusiastic towards him due to her desire to learn flying techniques. Now, Kiki's warmth puzzled him. Was it because she had witnessed his ability to fly? No, that couldn't be the case. Yi Dong was at a loss. Ahem. The Ox King cleared his throat, shooting a fierce glare at Yi Dong before shifting to a gentler expression. "Young man, first, locate the arena for me. If you fail to find it today..." Kiki let out a soft hum. "Today, I shall ensure you promptly vacate my Ox Castle." The Ox King had initially intended to threaten Yi Dong, but upon hearing his daughter's voice, he promptly changed his tune. Yi Dong shook his head, stifling a laugh. The Ox King truly was a tough brute who feared his daughter. Yet, this also illustrated the depth of his affection for her. Having lost her mother at a young age, Kiki had never experienced maternal love, which caused the Ox King, despite his rough exterior, to often embody the tenderness of a nurturing mother. Yidong easily grasped this notion. "Follow me," Yidong said, leading the Ox King and Kiki to a vacant area within the castle, feeling as at home as if it were his own. "Look, isn't there an arena over there?" Yidong pointed to the open space with a smile. Simultaneously, he exchanged for an arena within the system. Boom. The arena descended, complete with seating and a platform, everything one could desire. Both the Ox King and Kiki were left in awe. What is happening? The Ox King was utterly astonished. Is this magic? How marvelous. After recovering from her shock, Kiki's face lit up with excitement, clapping her hands and cheering joyfully. Observing their expressions, Yidong merely smiled faintly. One needn't be surprised by a mere arena. As long as the Ox Castle could accommodate it, he could even exchange for an entire planet as a backyard. Once the astonishment faded, seeing Kiki so elated brought a smile to the Ox King's face. Recently, he had refrained from raiding near Fire Mountain primarily because Kiki was upset with him, believing he could no longer continue such behavior. In truth, he had his own grievances. His pride and temperament made it impossible for him to work for others. Thus, what alternatives did he have? Clearly, there were no other options. "Young man, your magic has delighted my daughter. Speak, what brings you here?" The Ox King approached Yidong, patting his shoulder with a beaming smile. "Oh, you wouldn't be seeking to associate with me due to my reputation, would you?" Just as he finished speaking, the Ox King seemed to recall something. "Ah, young fellow, let me advise you. Our line of work is not long-lasting. Look at your build. Securing a proper job is the way forward." As he spoke, the burly figure blinked, seemingly hinting at something. Yidong glanced at him, then at Kiki, who regarded him with admiration, causing a smile to blossom within him. "I understand now." Yidong feigned comprehension, earning the Ox King's silent approval, and the previous disdain in his eyes vanished. Yet, the unfolding events diverged from his expectations. Momentarily, Yidong was uncertain how to respond. Nevertheless, at least Kiki had formed an impression of him, which was not a loss. Subsequently, Yidong refrained from competing with the Ox King, as Kiki tugged at him, requesting to see more magic tricks. Yidong, feeling helpless at this demand, realized he possessed no actual magic skills. Ultimately, he could only feign a demonstration of instantaneous movement and then perform a flight in midair. With these two feats, Kiki became completely enamored with Yidong. Later, he spent several days at the Ox Castle, growing familiar with Kiki before departing. Upon returning to West City, Yidong dedicated himself to training, activating the Spirit Time Room with a tenfold time flow, occasionally practicing with the robots exchanged from the system. A year passed in reality, yet he had actually spent 4 to 5 years within the Spirit Time Room. Do not be misled by the time discrepancy, as Yidong could not remain inside perpetually. He would occasionally emerge to spend days or even weeks with Bulma. Furthermore, he would seize moments to visit Fire Mountain, taking Kiki flying for play. On September 1st, 749 in the Age of Time, Yidong and Bulma set off from West City, their destination being the Baozi Mountain, where Sun Wukong resided. This day marked the beginning of the Dragon Ball saga, signifying the official commencement of the story. "Brother Yidong, why must we seek the Dragon Balls through others?" Bulma inquired, her face a mask of confusion during their journey. "Ha ha ha, because it is the design of fate," Yidong replied with a smile. "Humph, you're being all mysterious again." Bulma clearly did not believe him, suspecting he was withholding information. In truth, Yidong did not wish to remain enigmatic, but he found it challenging to explain further. According to the narrative of Dragon Ball, it indeed was a matter of destiny. Soon, they arrived at Baozi Mountain. Wukong. From the sky, Yidong spotted a figure below, carrying a large fish, seemingly preparing to head home for a meal. Upon hearing Yidong's voice, Sun Wukong paused, turning around, yet saw nothing. However, when Yidong and Bulma descended, his eyes lit up. "Brother Yidong." Upon seeing Yidong, Sun Wukong immediately tossed aside the large fish and rushed over to greet him. "Haha, long time no see." Observing the lively and exuberant Sun Wukong before him, Yidong could not help but smile. The current Sun Wukong was significantly stronger than in the original storyline, having adopted the training methods Yidong had imparted, along with acquiring several valuable items. These factors, combined with the passage of years, had boosted his combat power beyond 1,000 points. Although this increase may seem modest, it was essential to recognize that Sun Wukong had been training alone in Baozi Mountain, with no opponents, thus limiting his growth. Had Yidong provided him with a robot before leaving, it was likely his combat power would have surpassed 10,000 by now. Even with just 1,000 points, he was an invincible force on Earth. Forget Master Roshi. Even the mightiest Demon King Piccolo would be swiftly defeated in Sun Wukong's presence. It appears I may have overstepped. Comparing the two, Yidong realized the dilemma at hand. How would the subsequent plot unfold? With Wukong dominating, he would be utterly invincible. Contemplating this, Yidong's expression darkened. It would be prudent to refrain from intervening. It was best to allow the narrative to progress naturally, otherwise, the power dynamics of early Dragon Ball could collapse. There should be no issue. Perhaps this could even advance the plot. Yet, Yi Dong felt uncertain. Though he acknowledged that if it truly propelled the narrative forward, it would not be a misfortune for him. Brother Yi Dong. Sun Wukong suddenly scratched his head in embarrassment. What is it? Yi Dong, jolted from his reverie by this display, found it somewhat peculiar. Could you possibly accompany me for another training session? Sun Wukong gazed at Yi Dong with eager anticipation. For years, he had harbored the desire to seek out Yi Dong. But the thought of leaving Baozi Mountain and the potential for Yi Dong to be unable to find him had kept him from venturing out. However, he was acutely aware that remaining in isolation meant he lacked a worthy opponent, thus stunting his growth and strength. Upon hearing the request, Yi Dong initially considered acquiescing, but after some contemplation, he ultimately shook his head in refusal. Allowing Sun Wukong to train with him once more would undoubtedly cause the young lad's combat prowess to surge, thereby wreaking havoc on the established power dynamics within the Dragon Ball narrative. One could manage a Sun Wukong with a power level of 1,000. But what of a Wukong with 2,000, 3,000, or even 4,000? How could the story possibly continue? Hence, he could not, under any circumstances, agree to this training session. Naturally disheartened by Yi Dong's refusal, Sun Wukong accepted the decision with grace, understanding that he could not impose upon his idol. After all, he was well aware that his current strength was largely due to Yi Dong's guidance over the years, and thus he bore no resentment. With a smile, he remarked, "Since brother Yi Dong is unwilling, I shall not press the matter. By the way, big brother, today I shall treat you to grilled fish." The mere mention of food revitalized him, and he nearly shouted the latter half of his sentence with great enthusiasm. Very well, Yi Dong had no reason to decline. His purpose for visiting was to bring Wukong to meet Master Roshi, but there was no rush. Taking a bit more time would be perfectly acceptable. Soon enough, Yi Dong and Bulma followed Wukong to his home. The lad, a notorious glutton, had also honed his culinary skills over the years. An hour later, a large fish was devoured by the three of them, leaving their bellies comfortably full. During a moment of respite, Yi Dong revealed the purpose of their journey to Wukong. Essentially, he intended to first assist him in locating the Dragon Balls, and subsequently take him to Master Roshi for further training. Although Master Roshi's combat abilities no longer matched Wukong's, as a seasoned warrior with centuries of experience, he possessed invaluable battle wisdom that Wukong could greatly benefit from. Wukong, of course, had no objections. After tidying up, he grabbed the 4-star ball left to him by his grandfather, and set off alongside Yi Dong. Along the way, Wukong encountered Oolong, Yamcha, and others. As in the original tale, they initially clashed, but reconciled upon their second meeting and became allies. On this day, Yi Dong brought Wukong to Turtle Island, entrusted him to Master Roshi, and then departed with Bulma. His hurried exit was prompted by news from planet Vegeta indicating that Frieza had possibly been resurrected. The prospect of Frieza's return did not particularly concern Yi Dong, but it posed a significant threat to planet Vegeta and the entire Saiyan race. Thus, he felt compelled to return. Yi Dong had developed a strong bond with Bulma, and she was reluctant to let him go alone to planet Vegeta. However, he believed the situation would not take long to resolve and declined her company, opting to journey to planet Vegeta alone. Chapter 18, The Legion. Although the spaceship was swift, it took nearly 3 months to reach planet Vegeta. Yi Dong found himself musing that if only there were such a thing as a wormhole, the journey between Earth and planet Vegeta would be far more convenient. Wait, perhaps the system shop had a wormhole that could traverse space. Suddenly recalling the system shop, Yi Dong smacked his forehead in frustration, feeling quite vexed. System, check if there are any wormholes capable of spatial traversal available in the shop? He inquired softly. Yes, host, there are, the system promptly replied. How many exchange points are required? Yi Dong pressed on. 5,000 points. 5,000. Upon hearing this sum, Yi Dong's brow furrowed in dismay. Over the years, he had accumulated a significant number of exchange points through upgrades, yet he had also expended quite a bit. Currently, his account held just over 10,000 points. Purchasing a wormhole would have his balance, which felt akin to carving out a piece of his flesh. Considering my position as your host, could you possibly offer a discount? Yi Dong cleared his throat and attempted to negotiate with the system. Now at level 49, he was roughly 10,000 experience points away from leveling up, and he anticipated needing exchange points in the future, prompting him to be more frugal. The system did not respond immediately, but Yi Dong thought to himself, after all this time as a host, surely a discount was warranted? Wormholes truly are a marvelous asset. So fret not, for the female protagonists will still interact with the main character. I implore you for votes. I appreciate everyone's support. The plot is sure to become increasingly enthralling. So take your time reading. I promise not to disappoint. As the saying goes, imagination is always beautiful, yet reality can be quite harsh. Before long, The system replied with a refusal, leaving Yi Dong with no choice but to reluctantly spend 5,000 exchange points to procure the wormhole. With the wormhole in his possession, he no longer had to worry about lingering on planet Vegeta. Shortly thereafter, his spaceship landed on planet Vegeta, where NATO and the others had been awaiting his arrival. As Yi Dong disembarked, everyone knelt before him, respectfully proclaiming, "Welcome back, Your Majesty." Rise, Yi Dong gestured with his hand. He had repeatedly stated that such formality was unnecessary. Yet NATO and the others adhered to it meticulously. Over time, he had grown weary of reiterating his preference, so he allowed them to continue as they wished. "What is the situation with Frieza?" Yi Dong inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone nonchalant. With his current combat prowess, he could dispatch not only one Frieza but even 2, 3, or 10 with ease. A power level of 150 billion was no trivial matter. In his view, even if Frieza had indeed returned, he would likely be on par with Cell. After all, the Dragon Ball narrative had only just begun. How could it leap directly to the level of Super Saiyan Blue? Thus, even if Frieza had been resurrected, his strength would adhere to the storyline. And Yi Dong had no cause for concern. This insight was undoubtedly conveyed to him by the system. "Upon your return, Your Majesty, Frieza's minion legion has begun to stir once more. My subordinates dare to speculate that Frieza may have been resurrected." NATO, having heard Yi Dong speak of Dragon Ball, was not surprised by the notion of resurrection. Uncertain, it could be, but it might not be. Yi Dong shook his head, indicating that further observation was necessary. The group followed Yi Dong into the palace, and he cast a glance around, noting that the combat power of Vegeta had surged to 20,000 points. At this stage, he was significantly stronger than his counterpart in the original narrative. However, considering that even in such conditions, a power level of only 20,000 points suggested that his innate talent was rather mediocre. Indeed, in the original story, Vegeta's power had been forcibly cultivated. No matter how favorable the environment, it could not guarantee Vegeta's growth to the level depicted in the original tale. With this in mind, Yi Dong contemplated whether he should send this young man to Earth for a sparring match with Sun Wukong, thereby fostering a sense of competitive spirit. NATO, what is the current combat level on planet Vegeta? Upon entering the palace, Yi Dong took his place at a high seat and posed the question. "Your Majesty, our Saiyan race is developing rapidly. Every adult Saiyan possesses a foundational combat power of 10,000 points." NATO replied, pride evident on his face. "Oh, 10,000 points?" Upon hearing this, Yi Dong's eyes brightened, genuinely astonished. To be candid, a combat power of 10,000 could position one as a ruler on certain remote planets across the universe. Even on Earth, a mere Saiyan could easily dominate. How many Saiyans resided on planet Vegeta? Yi Dong was uncertain and had never kept track. However, there should be thousands of adult Saiyans, right? Perhaps, in the future, a formidable Super Saiyan army could indeed be established. Yi Dong felt a surge of joy. While 1 or 2 Super Saiyans might not be particularly formidable, 4 or 5 could manage. But what if there were 20, 50, 100, or even thousands? To exaggerate further, what if these Super Saiyans were not merely ordinary, but Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, or even Super Saiyan Blue? The prospect was terrifying and utterly remarkable. Yi Dong shook his head, unsure whether Super Saiyan 4 existed in this Dragon Ball universe, making it difficult to speculate. After all, the Super Saiyan 4 transformation from the Dragon Ball GT series was not considered part of the main storyline, merely a fan creation. Thus, Yi Dong remained uncertain whether this world would acknowledge the existence of Super Saiyan 4. Nevertheless, it was evident that the Super Saiyan Warrior Legion was beginning to take shape. The subsequent development would depend on the passage of time, or perhaps, wait, I have the room of spirit and time, perhaps. Yi Dong's eyes lit up as a brilliant idea struck him. A Saiyant's lifespan is remarkably long. Barring unforeseen circumstances, living for several hundred years is entirely feasible. Therefore, it might be possible to leverage the advantages of the room of spirit and time to begin training a cadre of Super Saiyan warriors right now. With this thought, Yi Dong felt invigorated. Perhaps he could also journey to Namek to seek out the Dragon Balls and make a wish to extend the lifespan of the entire Saiyan race. He did not desire immortality. Even an extension of several decades would suffice. After all, within the room of spirit and time, 1 year in reality equates to nearly 10 years of training. This plan appeared promising. He would select a few warriors to experiment with shortly. Yi Dong had already made his calculations. This was hastily scribbled during work. Haha, it's true. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? At that moment, NATO called out twice, pulling Yi Dong back from his reverie. Yi Dong turned to him, a look of confusion on his face. New information has just arrived. Frieza's forces have appeared in the Krolber star system, specifically targeting us Saiyans, NATO stated solemnly. Yi Dong had indeed heard of the Krolber star system. It was relatively close to the one where planet Vegeta was located, reachable by spaceship in just a few days. So, Frieza has truly been resurrected? Moreover, upon his resurrection, his strength would undoubtedly have surged, and he would possess the confidence to defeat his former self. However, Frieza could never anticipate that Yi Dong had undergone a transformation beyond compare. His strength was so immense that even 100 Friezas combined would not suffice to withstand a mere finger from him. Fear not, we can handle them with ease. Let us unleash our full might. Yi Dong declared coldly, with my support behind you, there is no need for concern. Understood. Nato knelt in respect before withdrawing. King Vegeta. Yi Dong glanced at King Vegeta, noticing he was about to depart, and called out to him, Your Majesty? Your Majesty? King Vegeta's face displayed genuine terror, which was no act. It's nothing. It's merely a form of address. Do not take it to heart, Yi Dong said with a smile, waving dismissively, unbothered by the formalities. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta felt deeply moved. Having once been the king of the Saiyans, he now felt dwarfed in comparison to Yi Dong. Nevertheless, he was grateful for his change of heart. He had once contemplated reclaiming the throne, but before the divine presence of Yi Dong, he realized he was unworthy of such a title. If I recall correctly, you are responsible for training the younger generation of Saiyans, yes? Yi Dong inquired, stroking his chin, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Indeed, Your Majesty. What are your instructions? King Vegeta bowed in response. Select some children aged 10 to 16 and send them to me. Yi Dong clapped his hands and smiled. Remember, I require Saiyans who are absolutely loyal. Rest assured, I shall see to it. King Vegeta patted his chest, a confident smile gracing his face. He was certain of this. The current Saiyans were generally loyal, and no one dared to speak ill of the king in private. That is splendid. Yi Dong's happiness deepened. Subsequently, Yi Dong spent 3 months aboard a spaceship returning to Earth. Do not presume he had forgotten about the wormhole he exchanged for with 5,000 points. However, that wretched wormhole required coordinates to be set before it could be used for travel. Yet, as soon as he returned to Earth and had no time to converse with Bulma and Chi-Chi, news arrived from Vegeta. 50 absolutely loyal young Saiyan warriors are ready, awaiting the king's command. Naturally, Yi Dong prioritized the greater good and promptly returned to planet Vegeta via the wormhole. Notably, he was nearing level 50. He glanced at the experience bar, LV 49, 49, 000, 50, 000. This indicated that with another 1,000 experience points, he would ascend to level 50. According to the system, this would mark a second qualitative change, significantly boosting his combat power and various attributes. Yi Dong awaited this transformation with anticipation. At this moment, Yi Dong found himself in a palace on planet Vegeta. In the Grand Hall, King Vegeta stood before a group of young Saiyan warriors, while Yi Dong sat above, scrutinizing their faces. Leading the group was King Vegeta, and the first young man behind him was none other than Vegeta himself. Seeing Vegeta, Yi Dong was not surprised, as having his son present before him would benefit the consolidation of his position. Your Majesty, the 50 absolutely loyal Saiyan warriors have been selected. Please see if they meet your approval. King Vegeta knelt, clasping his fists. Very well. Yi Dong nodded with a smile, observing the varying strengths among the group. At a glance, the strongest was Vegeta, while the weakest was a short boy with a hairstyle resembling that of Goku. This boy had a combat power of merely 900 points, yet the fervent gaze he directed at Yi Dong compelled him to take a closer look. Who is he? Chapter 19, The Ultimate Saiyan Physique. Pointing at the boy, Yi Dong inquired. King Vegeta followed his gaze, recognizing the short boy in the front row. He furrowed his brow for a moment before responding. His name is Raditz, the eldest son of Bardock. However, I think the title Uncrowned King sounds much cooler and more imposing. Raditz. Yi Dong was taken aback. Could this boy truly be one of the most unfortunate characters in the Dragon Ball universe? Raditz? It was surprising, considering that Saiyans generally shared similar appearances and hairstyles, hence he had not initially connected him to Goku's brother, Raditz. Though Yamcha had a tragic fate, at least he was still alive. But Raditz, his fate was indeed woeful, not to mention the utter lack of presence he endured, which was sufficient to make him suffer. Was Raditz loyal? Yi Dong pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding in affirmation. Such a lowly warrior, lacking any notable background, once recognized, would undoubtedly pledge unwavering loyalty without reservation. Yet, this individual's talent is rather unimpressive. Nevertheless, it suffices. In Yi Dong's perspective, talent can be compensated over time. Is 1 year's cultivation inferior to another's mere month? Not a problem. The accelerated time flow of the time chamber, operating at 10 times the normal rate, alleviates his concerns regarding lackluster talent. Thus, what Yi Dong truly requires is a loyal companion. Vegeta, I hereby appoint you as the captain of this small team, Yi Dong declared, I hope you can serve as an exemplary model. Yes, Vegeta replied, his face flushed with evident excitement. Return here in 3 days. Yidong cast a final glance at the young Saiyan warriors, pointed his finger to his forehead, and vanished from their sight. He required time to prepare, and these young warriors needed to adjust their mindsets. The ensuing training would be considerably more arduous than usual, although Yidong did not voice this. They surely comprehended the implication. 3 days swiftly passed, and all preparations were in place. Yidong returned to the palace, where Vegeta and the 50 young Saiyan warriors awaited him. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced before them, their fervent gazes fixed upon him. He recognized their excitement at the prospect of joining this enigmatic team. From this day forth, you shall abandon your original names and adopt code names. Vegeta, as the acting captain, you shall be designated first. Your strength will dictate your rank. Whoever surpasses Vegeta shall ascend to captaincy. Yidong stated coldly. This decree momentarily stunned everyone, who then turned their eyes toward Vegeta, each secretly yearning for a higher status. This immediately ignited their fighting spirit. Observing this scene, Yidong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He retrieved an assortment of items from his system storage, a year-long rental of the tenfold speed time chamber, Senza beans, gravity suits, and combat robots. He had truly invested heavily this time. His account now held merely over 100 exchange points, a state that could be succinctly described as financially depleted. It was imperative that he undertake tasks to level up. With everything prepared and Vegeta and the others entering the time chamber, Yidong, having no further business, instantaneously teleported away from the palace, returning to his own abode. He sat atop a high seat, a look of worry etched upon his face. To be frank, one cannot truly understand the essence of poverty until experiencing it firsthand. Once one is impoverished, the reality is quite alarming. Currently, he was in a crucial developmental phase, and should he require additional resources without exchange points, he would find himself in dire straits. System, are there any tasks available for issuance? Yidong found himself compelled to inquire. The system rarely issued tasks, and it was a rare occurrence to encounter one throughout the year. Aside from acquiring exchange points from level-up packages, it seemed there were no alternative methods. Host, the tasks are few. They must be utilized sparingly, the system replied, nearly infuriating Yidong. Did this imply that tasks must be approached slowly? Completing them all at once would render them unavailable? Strangely enough, this thought struck Yidong as humorous. It was rather amusing. Level up. I am just 1,000 experience points short. ISNT the Kerbal Star System, teaming with Frisia's minions? In that case, I shall seek them out for some trouble. Yidong, feeling financially strained, initially contemplated taking matters into his own hands, rather than burdening his subordinates with such laborious tasks. However, he realized that without battling foes, he would gain no experience. And without experience, he could not level up, which would prevent him from obtaining the level 50 gift package. Without the gift package, there would be no exchange points. In summary, this task was one he must undertake himself. With determination, he resolved to confront the Frisia forces in the Kerbal Star System, believing this endeavor would serve a dual purpose, striking a blow against the enemy while simultaneously accruing experience. Outside a planet in the Kerbal Star System, Yidong snapped his fingers, and the planet was obliterated in an instant. This planet was inhabited by Frisia's army, yielding merely 200 to 300 experience points. To reach level 50, he would need to annihilate 2 or 3 more planets. Soon, he proceeded to destroy 2 or 3 additional planets. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have reached level 50. The level up gift package is being distributed. Please check your inventory. Ding. Due to your ascension to level 50, your body will undergo a second transformation. Please find a safe location to initiate this transformation immediately. A series of notifications echoed in Yidong's mind. Clearly, this transformation held significant importance. Yidong squinted, instinctively knowing that the safest place would be the system's built-in training space. Thus, he swiftly entered the training space provided by the system. Before long, the second transformation commenced. The pain he experienced mirrored that of his initial bloodline enhancement. Yet this time it was even more excruciating. Fortunately, Yidong's willpower was formidable, enabling him to endure the torment. This transformation persisted for a full 3 days. When he regained his senses, he discovered his body felt remarkably light, as if he could float effortlessly without expending any energy. He promptly inquired of the system, "What advantages does this second transformation confer?" The system replied, "Host, first, you can assume the form of the Dragon Ball universe within this primary world. Second, you can merge your transformations from the primary world and the Dragon Ball universe. This pertains to the benefits of transformation. There are additional advantages, but they require personal exploration." The system revealed only this much, clearly withholding further details, intentionally creating suspense. Observing the system's demeanor, Yidong felt a few dark lines appear on his forehead as he gravely asked, quickly reveal the most significant change. He had no time for leisurely exploration. You are indeed lazy, the system quipped, before continuing, your most significant change is the acquisition of the ultimate Saiyan physique. What? The ultimate Saiyan? Yidong's expression turned bewildered. It was the first time he had encountered such terminology. Did Saiyans possess an ultimate evolutionary form? Indeed. This represents the strongest form of the Saiyan race, the system elaborated. While the Super Saiyan's power is already formidable, this ultimate physique is even more terrifying. Yidong perked up, listening intently. First, those with the ultimate physique can survive in the vacuum of space. Second, they possess a faint divine power within, which gradually grows, ultimately allowing them to become the legendary Super Saiyan God. The system continued. This physique can be described as the preliminary stage of the Super Saiyan God. Yidong blinked, remaining silent for several seconds, then could not help but retort, System, please refrain from being so circuitous in your explanations next time. Isn't this ultimate physique equivalent to the Super Saiyan God? Indeed. Yidong's lips twitched. He had expected this ultimate physique to be something extraordinary, only to discover it was simply the Super Saiyan God from Dragon Ball, and at a preliminary stage at that. Reflecting on this, he retrieved a mirror to examine his hair, which remained black rather than transforming to the expected red, much to his surprise. System, I should have already attained the status of Super Saiyan God, correct? Why hasn't my hair color changed? He found this puzzling. Host, this Super Saiyan God is not the one created by the collaboration of 5 Saiyans with Hearts of Justice from the original narrative, the system replied with a smile. This is your exclusive realm, the Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing this, Yidong's expression shifted. Did this mean he had taken his first steps into the realm of divinity? Upon reaching this realization, he clenched his fists, feeling the faint divine power within him, understanding that its manifestation would dramatically enhance his combat prowess. It was overwhelmingly potent. This transformation marked a genuine metamorphosis. Yidong was astounded. In comparison, his previous transformations seemed trivial. System, what is my current combat strength? He inquired softly, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Host, you are now able to transform into Super Saiyan 2. With the eruption of divine power, your combat strength can exceed the trillion level. A trillion level combat strength. Yidong gasped, unable to suppress his astonishment. To put it candidly, such power was indeed terrifying. It is worth noting that a trillion-level combat strength was approximately on par with the second form of Evil Thought's wave. At this juncture, the Dragon Ball saga was just beginning. One could only imagine the extent of Yidong's strength when he truly reached that level. It was utterly unfathomable. System, unlock the level 50 gift pack for me. Yidong soon regained his composure, speaking with a calm demeanor. Understood, Master. The system responded, and Yidong's eyes sparkled as a vibrant gift pack erupted before him, waves of information flooding into his mind. 50-level gift pack, 50,000 exchange points, 50,000 experience points, enhanced authority, which can weaken an opponent's abilities by 5% when facing stronger foes, a time chamber with 20-fold time acceleration, and a full-power Ultra Instinct experience card. The sheer volume of items was dazzling. This 50-level gift pack was indeed exceedingly generous. In Yidong's view, the cumulative benefits of all previous gift packs paled in comparison to this one. The full-power Ultra Instinct experience card was quite impressive, offering 10 minutes of experience time. He decided to hold on to it for the future, as it might be useful when he sought to attain the realm of Ultra Instinct. He pondered that while this technique could enhance his combat strength, it likely wouldn't be excessively extraordinary. However, mastering this state would grant him remarkable composure, allowing him to unleash his full combat potential. In any case, it was undoubtedly a valuable asset. The 50,000 exchange points and 50,000 experience points were equally delightful. With this, he was merely 1,000 experience points away from reaching level 51. Indeed, this is splendid. Yidong beamed, finding the prospect of leveling up almost akin to a game. It was astonishingly effortless. By the way, System, at what level can I expect my third significant enhancement? Yidong suddenly thought to ask. Level 70. The system replied promptly. Level 70. Yidong's eyes flickered. He was currently at level 50, soon to reach 51. Considering the time spent, he had taken over a decade to reach this point. At this pace, it would take at least another decade to attain level 70, followed by another major enhancement. What a long and arduous journey lay ahead. Yidong sighed, casting aside his contemplations and activating all the abilities that could enhance him from the gift pack, subsequently stowing the valuable items in the system's backpack. Grasping the 50,000 exchange points, Yidong suddenly felt like a nouveau riche, browsing the system store with eager eyes. Although many items were beyond his means, he could still afford what he urgently needed. Having reached level 50 and unlocked the gift pack, Yidong, naturally uninterested in battling further, returned to Earth via a wormhole. At that moment, in the backyard of Bulma's house in West City, Yidong, brother. Yidong had barely appeared in the backyard when he saw Bulma soaring down from the upstairs, leaping into his embrace. Yidong, brother, I missed you so much, truly. The girl's longing was evident as she clung tightly to him, fearing he might leave again. Yidong inhaled deeply, sensing Bulma's yearning. Though they had not been apart for long, she seemed like a lovesick girlfriend, as if a day without seeing him felt like 3 years. In truth, they had been apart for more than a day. This time, I want to be leaving Earth for a while. Yidong reflected on the upcoming events. After several world martial arts tournaments, Piccolo would appear, followed by Raditz, and only then would the Dragon Ball Z storyline commence. However, that was the original narrative. The current situation had been disrupted by him, as Raditz and Vegeta were certainly training diligently on planet Vegeta. Thus, Yidong found himself somewhat uncertain about the next plot developments. System, without Raditz and Vegeta's invasion, how will the beginning of Dragon Ball Z unfold? Yidong pondered, feeling at a loss, and posed his question to the system. The storyline will change. This segment will not occur, the system replied directly. Upon hearing this, Yidong's eyes gleamed with intrigue. He suddenly found this quite fascinating. Vegeta's absence from the Z fighters made him feel, wait a moment. Yidong blinked, contemplating carefully. It seemed he had inadvertently usurped Vegeta's position. Realizing this, Yidong smacked his lips, truly sensing the validity of this notion. Well, as long as the overarching plot doesn't falter, everything should be fine. After parting from Bulma, Yidong stretched lazily. Crack. Unexpectedly, Bulma playfully ambushed him. Yidong, brother. This is Bulma's first kiss. When I marry you, I will give you everything. With that, Bulma shyly dashed away. Touching his lips, Yidong shook his head, chuckling softly. What a mischievous little girl. Subsequently, Yidong had no particular tasks at hand, simply waiting for the early Dragon Ball storyline to conclude. After all, the narrative of the first part of Dragon Ball was rather brief. Aside from the repetitive world martial arts tournaments, there was little of remarkable excitement. On May 7th, 756 in the age calendar, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Yidong had been back on Earth for 6 years now, and while his growth was not rapid, he had not stagnated either. At the very least, 6 years prior he was nearly level 51, and now he had reached level 62. The subsequent minor and major gift packs, though not particularly extravagant, were sufficient for him to manage. Currently, his ultimate combat strength was approximately 30 trillion. Over 6 years, an increase of 20 trillion in combat strength was not particularly swift. Nevertheless, his current power was formidable. Among all characters in the storyline, none could rival him. At the entrance of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Yidong stood alongside Bulma and Chi-Chi, awaiting entry. Yidong, brother, are you going to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Bulma gazed at him in surprise, unable to comprehend his sudden desire to compete. Yes, I want to see just how much stronger Goku has become over the years, Yidong replied with a smile. He was well aware of Son Goku's combat capabilities, but the Saiyan race was far from simple. While his current power was impressive, the dynamics of battle could change in an instant. Thus, Yidong was genuinely prepared to serve as a sparring partner for Goku. Judging by your expression, Bulma, do you plan to participate in this tournament as well? Chi-Chi observed Bulma's sparkling eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. In recent years, Yidong has ceased to clandestinely date the two women. Instead, he has laid his cards on the table. From their initial mutual disdain to later developing a bond akin to that of sisters, Yidong has observed it all. This development has afforded him the fortunate experience of being embraced by both, a truly delightful circumstance. Although their relationship has been openly acknowledged, there has yet to be any substantial progression. Thus, Yidong is still able to suppress his loneliness with some effort. Bah, with my combat prowess, participating in the martial arts tournament would be akin to bullying children. Bulma huffed. She was not exaggerating, it was indeed the case. As Yidong's women, both Bulma and Chi-Chi have undergone comprehensive training under him and have now become remarkably formidable. Bulma's ultimate battle power hovers around 300,000, while Chi-Chi stands at approximately 200,000. These power levels may seem trivial in the future, yet during the early days of Dragon Ball, they were indeed impressive feats. Therefore, Bulma's assertion is not one of arrogance, but rather a reflection of reality. Ha! Chi-Chi laughed heartily. Here they come, Yidong remarked, his eyes lighting up as he turned to a specific direction. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong walked at the forefront, followed closely by Master Roshi, Oolong, Yamcha, and others. Entering Yidong's line of sight, Big Brother Yidong. Sun Wukong spotted Yidong at first glance, his eyes sparkling as he hurried over to greet him. Hey, Chi-Chi, he exclaimed, water flows only 5 or 6 times. Third wheel is here to join the fun, Yamcha chimed in. Hey, Sun Wukong scratched his head, chuckling a bit before calling out, Bulma. Bulma shot him a glare. You should call me sister? Cough. Yidong cleared his throat, gesturing with his hand. All right. Bulma, don't let Wukong and the others delay the registration. To be honest, Yidong found it somewhat awkward to have Sun Wukong refer to Bulma as sister. Humph. Bulma pouted, falling silent. Big brother Yidong, I am particularly looking forward to a duel with you this time, Sun Wukong said, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Yidong. His lifelong dream has always been to have a spirited fight with Yidong. Although he is aware of the vast disparity in their strengths, he would still feel satisfied even in defeat. All right, let me see how your training has progressed over the years. Yidong nodded with a smile. Naturally, when he sparred with Sun Wukong, he would not exert himself too much. Currently, Sun Wukong's battle power is at 50,000, and he might even reach 100,000. Even if Yidong were to use merely 1/1,000,000th of his strength, it would be far beyond what Sun Wukong could withstand. Before long, Sun Wukong and his companions successfully completed their registration. This time, there are a total of 72 participants, significantly fewer than in previous years. According to the original storyline, after this year's World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi would be wed. However, with Yidong's presence, such an occurrence is certainly out of the question. Yet, he mused, it is time to formalize his relationships with both Bulma and Chi-Chi. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes as he contemplated the matter. He felt that continuing to keep them in limbo was not ideal, as both girls have been by his side without any formal acknowledgement. Given enough time, people might start to whisper. Although he knows that neither Bulma nor Chi-Chi places much importance on such matters, he nonetheless feels a sense of guilt. It's decided. After this martial arts tournament concludes, I shall marry Bulma and Chi-Chi. Yidong grinned widely, the prospect of marrying two stunning beauties feeling like a stroke of serendipity. Big brother Yidong, what are you thinking about that has you smiling so joyfully? Bulma and Chi-Chi, entwined with his arm, inquired curiously. Hearing their words and gazing into their gentle eyes, Yidong whispered with a smile, after this martial arts tournament, would you both be willing to marry me? What? Bulma and Chi-Chi were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening and their cheeks flushing crimson like apples as they processed his words. Are you really going to marry us? They murmured, covering their heated faces. Would you? Yidong embraced the two, realizing that he hardly needed to ask. Bulma and Chi-Chi had likely long desired to marry him. Yes, I'm willing. I want to marry big brother Yidong, Chi-Chi declared, nodding vigorously alongside Bulma, who exchanged a glance with her. Excellent. As soon as this martial arts tournament concludes, we shall wed. Yidong laughed heartily, feeling exceptionally elated. He paid no heed to whether the Dragon Ball world adhered to monogamous norms. With his strength, could he not overturn such trivial earthly regulations? Absolutely not. In any case, no one could prevent him from marrying Bulma and Chi-Chi. Chapter 21, Multiple Clones. As Bulma and Chi-Chi reveled in the joy of their impending nuptials with Yidong, he accompanied Sun Wukong and the others into the preliminaries. A glance around revealed that most participants were strangers, with battle powers barely exceeding 10 or 20, and some even in the mere dozens. Those surpassing 100 were exceedingly rare. Naturally, Yidong regarded them with disdain. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's desire to participate in this world martial arts tournament, he would hardly have bothered with such an inferior competition. His strength alone made him disinterested, as these contests lacked any allure for him. The preliminaries concluded swiftly, with 2 rounds taking several hours to determine the top 8. In the original story, the quarterfinal matchups of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament featured Tao Pai Pai against Tianjin, Chi-Chi against Sun Wukong, Piccolo against Krillin, and Shun against Yamcha. However, due to Yidong's emergence and Sun Wukong's slight enhancement in strength, it was likely that Tao Pai Pai would be eliminated during his first encounter with Sun Wukong. Consequently, he did not make it to the quarterfinals. With Chi-Chi and Shin absent, their spots were filled by unknown experts, one of whom was Yidong. Yidong took Shin's place. Thus his opponent in the quarterfinals was Yamcha. Speaking of Yamcha, he once held some significance in the early Dragon Ball saga, but became little more than a background character in Dragon Ball Z. After a brief intermission of approximately half an hour, the semifinals officially commenced. The first match was an unknown expert versus Tianjin, who decisively defeated his opponent with ease, showcasing a significant increase in strength compared to the original tale. The second match featured an unknown expert against Sun Wukong, resulting in a similarly one-sided victory for Wukong. The subsequent 2 matches concluded swiftly, revealing the final 4 contenders. After another half hour, the draw for the semifinals was held. Tianjin faced Sun Wukong, while Piccolo squared off against Yidong. This would be the focal point of the tournament. Both Yidong and Wukong were formidable opponents. Outside the arena, Master Roshi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a seasoned expert. Master Wu Tian, do you think Wukong stands a chance against Yidong? Yamcha, eliminated from the tournament, now watched from the sidelines. Well, although Wukong is exceptionally strong, he still pales in comparison to Yidong. However, I believe Yidong will not exert his full power, Master Roshi replied with a smile. He could easily surmise the reasons behind Yidong's participation in this martial arts tournament. It was rather straightforward. Firstly, to observe Goku's progress, and secondly, to provide him with guidance. For a powerhouse of his caliber, even a slight nudge in the right direction would yield immeasurable benefits for Goku. The semifinals commenced. Oolong shouted from the sidelines, directing his gaze toward the arena. The first match of the semifinals featured Son Goku against Tien Shinhan. Tien possessed respectable strength. Yet at this stage in the original narrative, he was no match for Son Goku, let alone the significantly enhanced version of Goku present now. Thus, it was not long before Tien was sent tumbling off the stage, securing an effortless victory for Goku. After a brief intermission, the second semifinal began. Yidong and Piccolo ascended to the stage simultaneously. Yidong wore a calm demeanor, while Piccolo was drenched in sweat. Already feeling the pressure before the match had even begun. This was not entirely his fault. Yidong's formidable presence was simply overwhelming. Come on, you can do it, Piccolo. You go first, Yidong said, hands clasped behind his back, showing no intention of initiating the first move. Gulp. Piccolo, feeling the weight of the pressure, stood frozen, repeatedly swallowing hard, his face glistening with perspiration, betraying the turmoil within. Here I go. Despite knowing the prowess of his opponent, Piccolo gritted his teeth and charged forward. It was better to confront the challenge than to concede without a fight. After all, facing such a formidable adversary was a rare opportunity for him. Thus, Piccolo steadied his emotions and focused on the battle. However, to call it a battle would be an exaggeration. The moment Piccolo drew near, Yidong remained immovable, effortlessly blocking all of Piccolo's attacks with just a single finger. Incredible. Yamcha, watching from the sidelines, shook his head in disbelief. He had never witnessed such a one-sided domination. Yidong seemed to convey the sentiment. Even a single step back would count as a defeat for me. From start to finish, he stood like a mountain, effortlessly suppressing Piccolo's efforts. One could only ponder the extent of strength required to achieve such control. Was Piccolo weak? Certainly not. It was merely that Yidong was even stronger. One must not hesitate in attack. When the moment calls for action, one must seize it, and when retaliation is warranted, one must retaliate. As Piccolo approached once more, Yidong easily evaded him again, but this time, instead of dodging, he extended a finger and directly struck Piccolo's palm. Instantly, Piccolo was sent flying as if caught in a tempest, hurtling far away. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of green blood, indicating that he had sustained significant injury. Bang! As Piccolo fell from the stage, he heard Yidong's voice, managing a bitter smile and shaking his head before losing consciousness. The battle had concluded with remarkable swiftness. Yidong's prowess was undeniable, effortlessly defeating his opponent with a single move. After Piccolo was thrown off the stage, the nearby referee was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure, shouting with exuberance. With the referee's cheers, the atmosphere of the martial arts tournament erupted. The audience erupted into applause, unable to contain their excitement. Yidong graciously accepted their admiration, a faint smile gracing his lips. Such respect was fitting for a strong warrior. Honestly, the feeling was quite gratifying. Soon, he would face Goku in battle. After this match, he would be able to wed Bulma and Chi-Chi. The thought of marrying these two delightful women filled Yidong with immense joy. Upon returning backstage, Yidong encountered Son Goku. Big brother Yidong, Goku hesitated, his expression a stark contrast to his previously fiery determination. Do not feel pressured, Goku. Give it your all and attack me with everything you have. Yidong encouraged, patting Goku on the shoulder, a smile illuminating his face. Goku managed a wry smile and shook his head. But upon catching the glimmer of expectation in Yidong's eyes, a jolt of resolve surged within him. He truly did not comprehend why Yidong had such unwavering faith in him. If Yidong believed in him so deeply, how could he possibly back down? Let the battle begin. Suddenly, Goku's fighting spirit ignited. Observing Goku's expression, Yidong nodded in satisfaction, a smile spreading across his face. Had Goku truly faltered, he would have questioned if the Goku before him was a mere imitation. After all, Goku was one of the most audacious characters in the Dragon Ball universe, known for his boldness. Therefore, the spirited Goku before him was the one he recognized. Please welcome Son Goku and Yidong to the stage. The finals of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament are about to commence. The referee's voice boomed through the loudspeakers, brimming with excitement. Let us go, Goku. Yidong smiled, extending his hand and gently tapping his fist against Goku's. Goku paused for a moment, then shook his head with a grin, reciprocating the gesture. Together, they ascended the stage. stepping confidently into the arena. Welcome, Son Goku and Yidong. They are sure to deliver a breathtaking showdown. Let us anticipate this epic clash. The audience erupted in fervor. The referee jumped and shouted enthusiastically from the sidelines, undeniably skilled at rallying the crowd. In that moment, the entire venue resonated with thunderous applause. Goku, give it your all, and let us engage in a proper match. Yidong restrained some of his strength, aligning himself with Goku's level of combat prowess, gazing into his eyes with a smile. Big brother Yidong, please be careful. Goku clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, bowing politely before stepping forward with a speed akin to instant transmission, appearing before Yidong in the blink of an eye. Huh! Goku roared, unleashing a powerful punch. After all, he was facing Yidong, a formidable opponent of equal caliber. Yidong sidestepped Goku's punch and countered with a strike of his own. Bang! Goku reacted swiftly, pivoting to deliver a punch as well. The two fists collided, sending shockwaves through the air. Tat 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 tat. Goku grew more enthusiastic with each strike, his fighting spirit intensifying as he unleashed a relentless series of punches. Engaging Yidong in a fierce exchange, Goku's strength was truly astonishing. Outside the ring, Krillin watched in wide-eyed disbelief. His own power was no slouch, boasting several thousand points of combat prowess, significantly stronger than his original portrayal. Yet, now he found it impossible to discern the movements of Yidong and Goku. Indeed, Goku's strength is impressive, Master Roshi observed, squinting at the arena. Although he too struggled to follow the fight, he maintained his facade of authority. On the stage, Goku and Yidong once again exchanged blows, each taking a few steps back. Big brother Yidong, your strength surely exceeds this. I hope you can push yourself further. Goku remarked, scratching his head with a grin, feeling unsatisfied. Upon hearing this, Yidong raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. His strength certainly surpassed mere expectations. However, what he meant by surpassing was that, despite having a combat power of 50,000, he was not an ordinary fighter of that caliber. Very well, allow me to demonstrate a new technique I have recently mastered. Yidong responded with a nonchalant smile. What was initially perceived as enlightenment was, in fact, merely a skill acquired from a recent gift package, the art of multiple clones. Though it may evoke thoughts of Naruto's shadow clone technique, the reality is far less grandiose. His clones are limited to a mere 4, resulting in a total of 5, including himself. A notable aspect, however, is that each clone possesses only half of his combat prowess. Thus, if he unleashes his full strength, the combined might of the 4 clones culminates in a formidable force. Indeed, this skill is remarkable. He had not intended to learn it, but fortuitously discovering its description prevented him from missing out. Chapter 22. The Resurrection of Frisia. With a firm declaration, Art of Multiple Clones, Yidong stepped forward, causing Sun Wukong to gaze in astonishment as a mist enveloped him, from which 4 clones of Yidong emerged. How is this possible? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. Haha. Yidong laughed heartily, and the 4 clones behind him echoed his mirth. Wukong, observe closely. Can you discern which one is the true me? The 5 Yidongs erupted in laughter and charged towards Sun Wukong. The sight was utterly chaotic, leaving the audience in a state of awe, and even Sun Wukong felt a twinge of anxiety. Yidong was already exceptionally powerful, but with 5 of him attacking simultaneously, how could one possibly contend with that? However, this was a testament to his strength, and the audience could hardly voice their opinions. Yidong, indeed, was astonishingly strong. Having acquired such an extraordinary skill, Sun Wukong was overwhelmed with astonishment. Nonetheless, he steeled himself and charged forward. Hey! Sun Wukong, embodying his reckless spirit, surged into the fray, determined to face the 5 challengers single-handedly. The melee was a frenzy. It seemed that only one of the Yidongs was exceptionally formidable. The others were not as potent. After several seconds of combat, Sun Wukong discerned the truth. Haha, got you. Sun Wukong's gaze locked onto the central Yidong, a grin spreading across his face as he disregarded the attacks from the other clones, launching a fist directly at him. Wukong, I never claimed that the other clones were weak. The central Yidong chuckled, halting his movements. Bang, bang, bang. The other 4 clones swiftly surrounded him, each possessing a combat power of 25,000. Do not underestimate them. While each clone's power is only 25,000, they could easily contend with those boasting strengths of 30,000 or 40,000. Sun Wukong was in for a challenge. Sun Wukong bellowed, a surge of energy igniting within him as his combat power soared. 51,000, 52,000, 53,000. In mere moments, Yidong witnessed Sun Wukong's power skyrocket to 55. 000. In just seconds, his strength had increased by 5,000. One could not deny the sheer prowess of Sun Wukong in this life. Of course, this was also thanks to Yi Dong. Without him, where would Sun Wukong find the pressure or motivation to grow stronger? Before long, the 55,000 strong Sun Wukong triumphed over the 4 clones, panting as he turned to Yi Dong. Brother Yi Dong, I feel like my strength is increasing rapidly in this battle with you. Exhausted yet aware of his progress, Sun Wukong felt a sense of elation. Growth is what matters. Yi Dong replied with a smile, adopting a fighting stance and raising his own power to 55,000. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Dong was determined to train with Sun Wukong. He believed that by the end of this day, the young warrior's regular combat power would undoubtedly surpass 100,000. Why was he so confident? The answer was simple. Saiyans are an extraordinarily powerful race. The stronger they become, the stronger they can grow, and their strength would significantly increase upon recovery from injuries. Thus, facilitating a substantial enhancement for Sun Wukong after this battle was a task well within Yi Dong's capabilities. Without further ado, Yi Dong launched his attack, delivering blows to Sun Wukong while simultaneously providing him with opportunities to counter. Brother Yi Dong. Upon Yi Dong's initiation, Sun Wukong found himself overwhelmed. So powerful. There was no room for retaliation. Focus. Don't hold back. Observing Sun Wukong's waning spirit, Yi Dong could not help but admonish him. Sun Wukong, hearing this, managed a wry smile and shook his head. Truth be told, as long as Yi Dong exerted even a modicum of seriousness, he was no match for him. The primary issue? The overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Dong was sapping his will to fight. He was simply too intimidated to retaliate. Yi Dong noticed this and furrowed his brow. He recognized the situation. System, what should I do? Can I retract my aura? If this continues, I fear I may hinder Wukong rather than motivate him. Uncertain how to resolve the matter, he could only rely on the system. Would you like to temporarily cancel this buff? Are you certain? The system inquired. Yes, let us temporarily cancel it. Yi Dong glanced at Sun Wukong, who indeed appeared quite distressed. The pressure was exhausting his fighting spirit. In truth, this aura, from a certain perspective, could foster growth. However, that applied to ordinary levels of combatants. For someone like Yi Dong, releasing his aura rendered him a deity in the eyes of the average person. Who would dare to confront a deity head-on? Soon, as Yi Dong's invincible aura dissipated, Sun Wukong finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. His face reflecting a burden lifted. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked up at Yi Dong, pondering. Brother Yi Dong is truly a monster. I wonder how he cultivated such formidable strength. Is it all right now? Yi Dong asked with a slight smile, hands clasped behind his back as he observed the panting Sun Wukong. Brother Yi Dong, your aura was overwhelming, but as the pressure mounts, so does the motivation. Here I come, Sun Wukong shouted, charging forward. Without Yi Dong's overpowering aura, his fighting spirit reignited. Even more frighteningly, his combat power began to ascend at an alarming rate. 1 second later, 56,000. 2 seconds later, 57,000. 3 seconds later, 58,000. After several seconds passed, each tick of time saw his power increase by thousands. Thus, after 15 seconds, Sun Wukong's strength soared to 70,000. That is sufficient. Yi Dong observed as Sun Wukong's power reached 70,000, nodding in approval. It appears that my aura indeed had some effect on you. Well done. As he spoke, Yi Dong began to applaud, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Sun Wukong, bowing deeply, stepped forward and charged at Yi Dong with a mighty shout. His assault was swift, yet ultimately futile. Yi Dong's strength was too overwhelming, and this time he showed no mercy, decisively pinning Sun Wukong to the ground. Within minutes, Sun Wukong was rendered unconscious. As he lay there, the referee hurried onto the stage to commence the count. After concluding his count, and seeing that Sun Wukong remained unresponsive, the referee declared Yi Dong the victor. Thus, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament came to a close. Half a month later, a grand wedding was held in West City, celebrating the union of Yi Dong and Bulma, alongside Chi-Chi. Simultaneously, news arrived from planet Vegeta that Frieza had been resurrected with absolute certainty and had grown even more formidable. Upon hearing this tidbit, Yi Dong initially furrowed his brow, but soon regained his composure. He believed that Frieza would likely refrain from recklessly making a move. Thus, he resolved to embark on a honeymoon with Bulma and Chi-Chi. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a year had elapsed. On this day, Yi Dong received further news regarding Frieza. The tyrant had begun leading his minions to invade those star systems that were friendly towards the Saiyans. This revelation made Yi Dong realize it was a test of strength. If Frieza sought to meet his demise once more, Yi Dong was more than willing to oblige. It was the perfect opportunity for Vegeta and Raditz to engage in a war. Yidong promptly returned to planet Vegeta, where he began organizing forces. Determined to eradicate Frisia's entire influence once and for all, he was intent on liberating the world from the remnants of Frisia's army. As Yidong prepared for battle on planet Vegeta, at that very moment on a planet within the Ruin Bell Galaxy, a towering alien man with purple skin and dual horns stood respectfully before Frisia, reporting, "Lord Frisia, we have successfully eliminated all races that were friendly to the Saiyans in this galaxy." "Yes, I am aware," Frisia replied slowly, turning around with eyes filled with hatred as he coldly stated, "Those who ally with the Saiyans deserve to perish. My lord, I fear the Saiyans must have already caught wind of our movements. A grand conflict is likely imminent." This man was Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu Force, boasting a battle power of 120,000, a formidable individual indeed. Currently, Frisia's ranks had been depleted of powerful warriors, making Jinyu his right-hand man, a fact he remained oblivious to, never dreaming of it. As the saying goes, a lean camel is larger than a horse. Yet, none anticipated that Yidong, the horse in this tale, would prove to be the legendary Dark Horse. Chapter 23, Beyond Reach. Frisia remained silent, while Jinyu furrowed his brow and coldly reprimanded, "That man has raised a concern." The man looked up at Jinyu and shook his head. "You don't understand. A black hole has emerged on planet Torma, from which powerful Saiyans have emerged. Many of Lord Frisia's subordinates have already perished." "What?" Jinyu's expression shifted dramatically. Frisia's eyes narrowed at this news. It appeared that Yidong was genuinely eager to fall into the trap. A cold smile crept onto Frisia's lips. Although he had not sensed Yidong's presence, he was certain he had arrived on this planet. "Let us see just how formidable this man has become after all these years." Frisia took a step forward, departing from his previous location. "I hope you do not disappoint me." Meanwhile, on a small island of planet Torma, Yidong casually remarked to Nato, "Your strength has improved considerably, but do not grow complacent. One day, you too shall transform into a Super Saiyan." Yidong gazed at Nato with a smile. The current Nato was no longer the same. He exuded an aura of authority, yet in the presence of Yidong, that authority was completely subdued. After all, Yidong was the king of the Saiyan race. Nato understood that all his achievements were due to Yidong. Without him, he would not be where he was today. "Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty. I shall strive even harder." Yidong smiled, but said nothing more. Suddenly, he turned towards a certain direction, where beams of light appeared as a group of individuals soared through the sky. Leading the charge was none other than Frisia, who quickly positioned himself at a distance from Yidong, coldly observing him. "Yidong, it has been a long time," Frisia said icily. Yidong cast a fleeting glance at him before retracting his gaze, contemplating silently. "System, what is Frisia's current battle power?" Beep beep beep. The system's detection sound rang out. Soon, the system responded, "Host, Frisia's current ultimate battle power is 1 trillion points." 1 trillion? Upon hearing this figure, Yidong raised an eyebrow. To be honest, this revelation surprised him. It was common knowledge that during this period in the original storyline, Frisia's battle power was merely over 100 million. Yet now, it had escalated to an astonishing 1 trillion, truly alarming. Indeed, this was Frisia for you. Yidong shook his head with a chuckle. 1 trillion battle power sounded terrifying in theory, let alone the actual destructive capacity, which could obliterate vast swathes of planets across the universe with ease. However, no matter how strong Frisia had become, Yidong's strength was not to be underestimated. He possessed over 30 trillion battle power. What could Frisia, with his mere 1 trillion, hope to challenge? "Yidong, are you prepared for certain death today?" Frisia's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in Yidong's ears. Hearing this, Yidong shook his head and chuckled. This man had truly grown arrogant. "I shall return that statement to you in kind, Frisia. Are you prepared to meet your demise once more today?" Yidong's words dripped with sarcasm, subtly reminding Frisia of their previous confrontation where he had been vanquished, which only served to infuriate him further. As expected, Frisia seethed with rage at Yidong's taunt, nearly bursting with the desire to tear him apart. Yet, he managed to suppress his fury, glaring at Yidong before turning to Jinyu. "Issue orders that none of these arriving Saiyans shall leave this planet." Though his voice was low, it echoed distinctly in the ears of those present. Ha ha! Yidong's expression remained unaffected, while behind him, Vegeta and Raditz suddenly erupted into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Frisia squinted, shifting his gaze to Vegeta and Raditz. "At your sheer ignorance, of course. Wouldn't you agree, Raditz?" Vegeta crossed his arms and tilted his head, casting a scornful glance at Raditz beside him. Indeed, Raditz nodded in agreement. The number of Saiyans present was not large. Yidong, Nato, Vegeta, Raditz, and a dozen other squad members. In total, there were no more than 20. Although Frisia commanded a substantial force, It was evident that even Vegeta alone could easily dispatch all of them. Frieza remained oblivious to this fact. In his eyes, the Saiyan clan relied solely on Yi Dong to maintain their standing, viewing the others as mere weaklings. And indeed, this was the reality. Had it not been for Yi Dong's reforms, this generation of Saiyans would have fared little better than in the original tale, even if they had not faced annihilation. After all, if Yi Dong had not been invested in their survival, the Saiyans would never have endured under Frieza's looming threat. It was simply inconceivable. Eliminate them all. Yi Dong lowered his eyelids and yawned, suddenly feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. His intention was straightforward: to eliminate Frieza and completely eradicate his influence. Otherwise, leaving any remnants behind would only sow the seeds for future troubles. He was unafraid of complications, but those around him might not share his fear. Thus, it is imperative to eradicate all threats in their infancy. Understood. Vegeta and Raditz replied respectfully, and then exchanged knowing glances with the younger Saiyan warriors behind them. In the blink of an eye, these warriors surged forward like ferocious tigers, charging at Frieza's minions. In midair, Vegeta let out an enraged roar, and instantly, the morale of the group soared. 100,000 battle power, 200,000 battle power, 300,000 battle power. In a mere 33 seconds, what initially appeared to be an unremarkable group suddenly escalated in might, each warrior's power skyrocketing to an astonishing 1,000,000 points. 20 warriors, each possessing a battle power in the millions, exuded a steady and formidable aura, entirely devoid of the hollow strength derived from forbidden techniques. Indeed, Vegeta and his comrades' capabilities were genuine, without the slightest hint of artifice. Particularly, Vegeta and Raditz had surpassed the 2,000,000 mark in battle power. They currently displayed only 1,000,000, as they deemed it unnecessary to exert their full strength. The Saiyan army was beginning to take shape. Yi Dong observed the formidable prowess of Vegeta and the others, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he silently commended them. A battle power of 2,000,000 was undeniably formidable at this moment, yet it paled in comparison to the future Super Saiyan Blue. At least there was a glimmer of hope. Presently, around 50 Saiyan warriors existed, and in the future, there might be hundreds, even the entire Saiyan race, who, upon reaching maturity, could transform into Super Saiyans. Yi Dong envisioned the future, fully aware that as the awakening of S cells in this generation of mature Saiyans increased, the subsequent generation's transformation into Super Saiyans would become increasingly effortless. Just look at Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, the second generation of Saiyans, who could transform into Super Saiyans even in their youth. Thus, the notion of the entire Saiyan race achieving transformation was far from an unattainable dream. Vegeta and the others had commenced battle, and as the king of the Saiyans, Yi Dong naturally stood aside to observe. "Nato, you should join the fray," Yi Dong said coolly, leaping directly towards the sullen-faced Frieza. "Yi Dong, you truly are a prodigy." Frieza scoffed derisively during their confrontation. "I truly wish you could serve me." "Alas, what a pity," Frieza countered while shaking his head with a sigh, his eyes brimming with confidence. "Humph." In response to Frieza's provocation, Yi Dong merely chuckled coldly, raising his hand to gather a sphere of light in his palm. Boom. This beam, seemingly unremarkable, unleashed a chilling power upon impact. Thunderous roars erupted as the beam struck Frieza, causing the surrounding space to tremble and dust to swirl in the air. The battle below had been so intense that the ground of the small island cracked, and as the winds rose, dust danced wildly. "Kneel." Yi Dong predicted that Frieza would be severely affected by this blow, and he instantly appeared before him, delivering a powerful strike. Bang! Yi Dong's palm struck like a fly swatter, sending Frieza hurtling dozens of miles away as if he were an insect. Thus, the battlefield shifted from one small island to another. "Yi Dong." Frieza steadied himself midair, gritting his teeth as he glared at Yi Dong, his eyes filled with hatred, wishing to shred him to pieces. Yi Dong regarded him coldly, as if gazing upon a corpse. In the original work, Dragon Ball Super, Frieza appeared to have signs of redemption, but that was a matter for the future. At this moment, his animosity toward Yi Dong rendered it intolerable for Yi Dong to allow him to continue living. Moreover, was a reason even necessary? Even a virtuous individual, once provoked by Yi Dong, would evoke a profound desire for annihilation. No one would escape death. Strive, strive, strive. I cannot let you down. My sole wish now is for the book's performance to improve once it is published, so I can resign and focus on writing. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming. We are no match for them. It seems the readers of my book are still too few, which truly pains me. Multiple clones technique. In the face of Frieza's desire to consume him alive, Yi Dong remained unruffled. He executed the multiple clones technique, instantly creating 4 clones, each boasting a battle power exceeding 15,000 billion, an utterly terrifying sight. Frieza, Should you survive under the assault of my 4 clones, I shall spare your life. Yidong stated nonchalantly. He spoke with confidence in his clones, which allowed him to make such a proclamation. Huh, filth. Daring to show such disrespect to the great King Frisia, Frisia sneered repeatedly, casting his gaze upon Yidong's 4 clones, his brow suddenly furrowing. This fellow's clones are astonishingly powerful. Frisia was taken aback, merely judging by their aura. These clones were indeed on par with him. Furthermore, these were merely clones. How formidable must Yidong himself be? With this thought, an inexplicable sense of panic gripped him. Would he once again meet his demise at Yidong's hands? No, absolutely not. I am Frisia, the Cosmic King. This fellow is merely a monkey. How could he possibly be my match? Eliminate him. Frisia's inner fury surged as he let out a reluctant roar. Chapter 24. The Awakening of the Super Saiyan God. Huh. Frisia dismissed further contemplation, unleashing a furious roar as he transformed into his 4th form, the ultimate form. He understood that dwelling on such thoughts would lead to a collapse of his mindset. Facing an opponent as formidable as Yidong, there was no chance of victory. Thus, maintaining composure was paramount. Upon witnessing Frisia's transformation, Yidong snapped his fingers, and a small sofa materialized before him. He took 2 steps back and sat down, crossing his legs to observe the battle. At this moment, Frisia was engaged in a fierce battle with Yidong's 4 clones. Frisia was indeed living up to his reputation, single-handedly contending against 4 clones with even greater battle power without losing ground. Although each of my 4 clones possessed battle power exceeding 15,000 billion, the battle experience could not be replicated in such a short time. Yidong raised an eyebrow, assessing the battlefield's dynamics. However, he felt no urgency. His 4 clones could sustain themselves for half an hour, or at most 10 minutes. He was confident they would soon adapt to Frisia's combat style and ultimately defeat him. With this in mind, Yidong grew disinterested in the fight between his clones and Frisia, turning his gaze to Vegeta and Raditz, who were akin to humanoid harvesters. With each strike, an adversary fell. Their efficiency was indeed remarkable. Before long, Frisia's minions were entirely eradicated, and Vegeta and the others returned to stand behind Yidong. Your Majesty, not a single one remains, Nato said with a respectful smile. I understand, Yidong replied slowly, his eyes opening. He had not been sleeping, but rather contemplating whether, after eliminating Frisia, he would seek to replace him as the ruler of the universe or pursue another plan. Boom. Just then, a tremendous noise drew Yidong's attention. Your Majesty, Nato suddenly exclaimed. Yidong furrowed his brow, looking towards the battlefield. Originally, he had 4 clones. Now only 2 remained. Had Frisia managed to disperse 2 of them? There's no need for alarm. Remain calm, Yidong said nonchalantly. He did not believe that the already panting Frisia had the strength to contend with the remaining 2 clones, let alone defeat them. But you mentioned, if he survives. You wouldn't kill him, Nato said anxiously. Better safe than sorry. Survive, you say? Yidong chuckled, shaking his head. If he could truly survive, why not let him go? As Nato's expression shifted and he was about to speak, Yidong continued. The words I utter carry the weight of a solemn vow. If he truly survives, then he deserves to live. This individual is a man of his word. Once he speaks, his promise is unbreakable. However, in his view, Frisia has no chance of survival. Why? Because he possesses unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Upon hearing Yidong's declaration, Nato, Vegeta, and Raditz exchanged glances filled with admiration. This was the true essence of a king. Perish, you wretched scum. At that moment, Frisia's roar echoed across the battlefield. Boom. Another resounding explosion erupted. Yidong cast a glance and discovered that his 2 avatars had merged, significantly amplifying their combat power. 10,600 billion. 10,700 billion. 10,800 billion. Soon, the combined power of the avatars surged to 20 trillion. The formidable aura emanating from this strength even prompted Frisia to contemplate retreat. Damn it, how can this guy's power? No, how can his avatar be so formidable? Frisia's face contorted with disbelief as he struggled to comprehend Yidong's overwhelming strength. Nato and the others were equally astonished, finally realizing the depths of the king's power. Ironically, they had previously thought that his avatars could not defeat Frisia. Now, it appeared that a mere flick of his finger could crush him. Die. In an instant, Yidong's avatar flashed before Frisia, extending a hand to directly poke his forehead. With no flourish, just a single finger, he accurately struck Frisia's brow. Bang. Stunned, Frisia froze, realizing how pitifully weak he had become. Yidong rose from the sofa, shaking his head with a slight smile playing on his lips. He waved his hand, and a wormhole materialized once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully reached level 63. Please continue your efforts. With just 7 more levels, you will undergo your 3rd transformation. Just as Yi Dong and NATO stepped into the wormhole, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Oh, level 63. Upon hearing the voice, a smile illuminated Yi Dong's face. The experience gained from defeating Frisia was indeed considerable. He had been on the cusp of level 63 before, and now he was closer to level 64. With this in mind, could he not treat Frisia as an experience package, grinding him 2 or 3 times for more gains? The thought sparked a glimmer of excitement in Yi Dong's eyes. It was indeed a splendid idea. However, such a notion was now unfeasible, as Frisia lay dead. Given this, there was no need to eradicate Frisia's influence entirely. Yi Dong chuckled, realizing that each time he dispatched Frisia, the experience gained was significantly greater than the last. This was undoubtedly linked to Frisia's ever-increasing power. He eagerly anticipated the moment Frisia transformed into Golden Frisia, wondering how much experience that would yield. After attending to some affairs on Vegeta's planet, Yi Dong returned to Earth, embracing a life of leisure. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment on a distant planet within the 7th universe, Whis, a figure strikingly reminiscent of a feline known as Canis Rex, emerged from his nest, groggily surveying his surroundings and calling out a few times. Whoosh! A shadow darted past, and a tall, slender man wielding a staff appeared before him, smiling as he remarked, "Lord Beerus, is it truly the right time for you to awaken?" The figure let out a yawn, extending his tongue to lick his hand, and casually replied, "Indeed, I shouldn't have awakened at this hour. However, I had a dream, and it was this dream that roused me." "Oh," Whis raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Lord Beerus, what was it that you dreamed of?" He was genuinely curious about the nature of a dream that could stir Beerus from his slumber. "A Super Saiyan God," Beerus recalled, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he spoke with a grave tone. "Super Saiyan God? What on earth is that?" Whis paused, having never heard of such a divine rank within the 7th universe. "I don't know. All I can say is that it is a formidable opponent, exceedingly powerful, and it excites me." Beerus shook his head, a hint of exhilaration gracing his features. It had been a long time since he had seen Beerus so animated, and Whis was equally curious about who this Super Saiyan God might be. "Perhaps we should consult the Oracle Fish?" Whis suggested. "The Oracle Fish can only predict. It cannot immediately manifest this Super Saiyan God. It would be of no use." Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Then suddenly his eyes lit up with curiosity. Could this Super Saiyan God have some connection to the Saiyan race? Upon uttering these words, Whis furrowed his brow. Regarding the Saiyan race, he had heard elder members of the Angel clan mention that in ancient times, they were exceptionally powerful. In the 7th universe, the Saiyans ruled supreme. At that time, there were no gods of destruction, and the entire universe belonged to the Saiyans. Furthermore, it seems their ancestor was referred to as the Super Saiyan God. A spark of wisdom flickered in Whis's eyes as he spoke. "Lord Beerus, I believe this Super Saiyan God is indeed linked to the Saiyan race. Shall we head to Vegeta's planet to investigate?" In the original narrative, Beerus had indeed awakened at this juncture, albeit not at this moment. He was now awakening later than intended. After all, many years ago, when Vegeta was just a child, he witnessed his father being trampled underfoot by Beerus. For reasons unknown, this timeline had altered in this incarnation. It will come when it is meant to. There is no need to rush, Beerus said, yawning several times and waving his hand. Just then, his stomach growled. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Beerus coughed twice before inquiring, "While I was sleeping, did you find any planets with delicious food?" "Indeed, I did. Once you freshen up, we can set off," Whis smiled in response. "Excellent." Beerus licked his lips, a look of excitement illuminating his face. Both he and Whis were food enthusiasts with discerning palates, and since Whis had assured him, it must be good. Shortly thereafter, after Beerus had refreshed himself, the two set off. Days turned into weeks, and before long, 3 months had passed. On this day, Yi Dong had just returned to Earth from Vegeta's planet. 2 months prior, Goku had married a woman named Talus. This news had indeed relieved Yi Dong. After all, although the system had indicated so, he felt a twinge of unease until he witnessed Goku's marriage and the birth of Gohan. Fortunately, the plot continued to unfold along its original timeline. "Honey," just as he returned home, Bulma, lounging on the estate's lawn, suddenly called out. Bulma, how did you know I was back?" Yi Dong approached in surprise. His footsteps were light, and logically, Bulma shouldn't have heard him. If she could sense his aura, that would be even more improbable. Due to Yi Dong's formidable strength, ordinary individuals remain completely oblivious to his presence. "Do you think I wouldn't notice your return? As we often say, we have a tacit understanding." Bulma suddenly sprang up from the grass, whispering, "We must commence with serious matters." Yi Dong paused momentarily, responding, "Are you certain you wish to engage in serious matters at this hour?" He was well aware that Bulma's notion of serious matters pertained to training. Daylight is precisely the time for it," Bulma insisted. "Very well then." Yi Dong took Bulma's hand and strode directly towards the training room. Chapter 25. The crisis of the androids. The so-called serious matter was, in truth, Yidong serving as Bulma's sparring partner. Meanwhile, on Turtle Island, circumstances were quietly shifting. Sun Wukong and the others were deliberating their next training regimen when, suddenly, a machine appeared out of thin air in the sky. As everyone stood in astonishment, a young man with purple hair emerged from the contraption. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, questioning with curiosity. Uncle Wukong?" The youth surveyed his surroundings, finally locking eyes with Sun Wukong, his brow furrowing in confusion. Why is Uncle Wukong's power so feeble? Logically, he should have already transformed into a Super Saiyan by now. Yet, he was not only unable to transform, but his battle power fell below 1 million. "Pray tell, what year of the Age of Heroes is it currently?" The young man inquired earnestly. Upon hearing the youth's question, Sun Wukong cast him a puzzled glance, quietly asking Krillin beside him. After learning the answer, he called out to the youth in the sky. "It is currently the year 761 of the Age of Heroes." "What? It is the year 761 of the Age of Heroes." The young man's expression changed dramatically, exclaiming in disbelief. Seeing his reaction, Sun Wukong and the others were even more bewildered. "Oh no, the time settings were incorrect. I was supposed to arrive in the year 764, but instead, I have landed in 761. The youth's face darkened. What was he to do now? He could not possibly return to the future world. "Wait, where is my father?" The young man glanced down, realizing he did not see Vegeta, reinforcing his suspicion that he had indeed arrived in 761. This rescue attempt has failed. He shook his head, aware that with Sun Wukong and the others' current strength, they could not possibly defeat the future androids, number 17 and number 18. However, he had initially come to deliver heart medication, so he slowly descended, landing on the sandy beach of Turtle Island. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Trunks," he introduced himself, neglecting to mention that he was the son of Vegeta, knowing that Sun Wukong and the others did not recognize him. "You are also a Saiyan." Sun Wukong's eyes lit up at the revelation. Trunks observed Sun Wukong's expression with a hint of confusion. Could it be that Uncle Wukong encountered other Saiyans on Earth? Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired. Sun Wukong burst into laughter. "Indeed, there are. Brother Yidong is our Earth's guardian. His strength is unparalleled. Without him, I would not possess my current power." As he spoke of Yidong, admiration radiated from Sun Wukong. Yidong, a Saiyan. Trunks was utterly perplexed, having never heard of a Saiyan by that name. Even without Yidong's guidance, Uncle Wukong could become immensely powerful. With that thought, Trunks furrowed his brow and cautiously asked, "Could you possibly introduce me to him?" "You mean Brother Yidong?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, smiling as he replied, "After I got married, he returned to the Saiyan planet, and I am uncertain whether he has returned since." "Is that so? Wait, did you say he returned to the Saiyan planet? Is that planet not called Vegeta?" Trunks initially failed to grasp the implications, but once he did, he was left utterly astounded. The year 761, and Vegeta still existed? This was inconceivable. In truth, one could hardly blame Trunks, for this world diverged significantly from the original narrative, all due to Yidong's presence. Nevertheless, the main storyline would still unfold as expected. "Vegeta? I believe I have heard of it. It must indeed be that one," Sun Wukong mused, nodding. Trunks gasped, his mind swirling in confusion. Did this world truly resemble his future world from over 20 years ago? "You must take me to meet the Saiyan named Yidong," he implored earnestly after regaining some composure. "Please hold on. I need to contact him first," Sun Wukong considered, sensing Trunks was not jesting, and thus decided to oblige. "Thank you," Trunks bowed respectfully, then followed Sun Wukong as they soared towards West City. Meanwhile, in West City, Yidong and Bulma had just completed an hour of training. After taking a shower and dressing, they exited the training room. As they stepped outside, Yidong abruptly halted. He noticed Sun Wukong had arrived, accompanied by another Saiyan, which piqued his curiosity. "Brother Yidong." Moments later, Sun Wukong and Trunks arrived, calling out loudly from the sky. Yidong looked up, first spotting Sun Wukong. Then his gaze fell upon Trunks. Is that Trunks?" Yidong's expression sharpened. How had this individual arrived from the future so early? Moreover, if all went as expected, Vegeta would not join the Z fighters as depicted in the original narrative. Thus, given Vegeta's character, he would likely remain single for life. In such a scenario, Trunks would never have existed. "Brother Yidong, this is Trunks, another Saiyan. He has something he wishes to discuss with you," Sun Wukong introduced as they approached Yidong and Bulma. "Trunks, this is Brother Yidong, and this is Bulma, his wife." Yidong listened intently, observing Trunks' face for any sign of recognition towards Bulma. To his astonishment, Trunks did not recognize her. This indicated that this Trunks was not the offspring of Bulma and Vegeta. Yidong's mind began to form hypotheses. It seemed he might hail from an alternate timeline of the Dragon Ball universe. His father was Vegeta, but his mother was not Bulma. "Hello, Trunks," Yidong and Bulma greeted with warm smiles. "Greetings, Mr. Yidong and Mrs. Bulma," Trunks responded politely with a bow. Yidong and Bulma exchanged approving glances, unable to suppress their admiration for such a well-mannered young man. "May I inquire, Mr. Yidong, has planet Vegeta not been destroyed by Frieza?" Trunks took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Yidong. "Not at all," Yidong shook his head in response. "How is that possible?" Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, left in a state of disbelief upon hearing Yidong's answer. "Why would it not be possible?" Yidong smiled faintly, shaking his head. "Though Frieza is formidable, as the king of the Saiyans, I am even stronger. You have come from the future, correct? I possess the ability to foresee events and know the reason for your arrival here," Yidong thought to himself, deciding that if he were to act, he would do so convincingly. In truth, his assertion of possessing foresight was not unfounded, for he had watched the Dragon Ball series and was well versed in the subsequent plot developments. What? Indeed, upon hearing Yidong's words, Trunks was once again struck with shock. Yidong chuckled lightly, refraining from elaborating further, and simply stated, "Your future world has been attacked by androids, which is why you have come to seek Uncle Wukong's assistance. As a result, your time machine has malfunctioned and brought you 3 years into the past." After stating this, he paused momentarily, locking eyes with Trunks as he continued, "Am I correct?" Gulp. Trunks swallowed hard, his face betraying a look of disbelief. He had lost count of how many times he had been astonished in this situation, and every word uttered by Yidong aligned perfectly with reality. How could he not be amazed? "You," Trunks stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Yidong maintained a serene smile, well aware that by synthesizing the storyline with a few deductions, he had elucidated Trunks' current predicament with remarkable clarity. Thus, it was only natural for Trunks to be thoroughly astonished. Nearby, Goku and Bulma observed Trunks' reaction and immediately understood that Yidong was indeed speaking the truth. Otherwise, Trunks would never have displayed such an expression. "Brother Yidong, does this mean that Trunks truly hails from the future?" Goku inquired, astonished. "Indeed, the future world has encountered a catastrophic disaster, and those androids were created by Dr. Gero, possessing formidable power," Yidong affirmed, nodding as he walked, pondering in silence. If Trunks had arrived here ahead of time, could it be that Cell had also followed him? If memory serves, in the original narrative, Cell had arrived at this juncture through Trunks' time machine. "Mr. Yidong, you must be able to assist us with our future world, correct?" After the initial shock, Trunks bowed deeply to Yidong, his tone imbued with earnestness. Upon hearing this, Yidong stifled a chuckle inwardly. Indeed, this young man was seeking his intervention. However, he would not engage in unreciprocated endeavors. He and Trunks shared no particular bond, and frankly, without an incentive, he had little interest in intervening. "Host, the time machine is quite valuable." Suddenly, the system's voice resonated in Yidong's mind. Yidong paused, taken aback. "This contraption is that expensive?" Truth be told, he had opened numerous items from the upgrade package, and the system seldom made such claims. It is important to note that the system's marketplace not only sells items from myriad worlds, but also has the capacity to recycle anything, provided it holds value. "How many exchange points could a time machine yield?" Yidong inquired with excitement. 500,000 exchange points," the system replied. Upon hearing this, Yidong was momentarily stunned. "This item is worth such a fortune?" The system, having established a transparent pricing model, emphasized its sincerity, believing Yidong found the price inadequate. In the original narrative, Bulma was capable of constructing a time machine. Perhaps in this life, if she were to explore it, she might succeed as well. Yidong mused while stroking his chin, but quickly shook his head. In this life, Bulma had already embarked on her training journey with him, although she retained an interest in scientific research. It remained but a hobby. If she were to truly delve into it, she might indeed fail to produce results. However, the time machine could be entrusted to Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs. Provided he had the necessary materials, he should be able to manufacture numerous units. Chapter 26, The God of Destruction. A time machine for 500,000 exchange points. A time machine for 500,000 exchange points. Jackpot. Yidong repeated to himself, his face alight with excitement. Though he was deep in thought, reality had already progressed over 10 seconds. Trunks, having waited in vain for a response, called out to him twice, snapping him back to the present. "All right, but I have a condition. After I assist you in resolving the issue with those 2 androids from the future, you must relinquish the time machine to me," Yidong stated, fixing his gaze on Trunks. Hearing Yidong's proposal, Trunks contemplated briefly. Should the android threat be neutralized, he would indeed have no further need for the time machine. Thus, this exchange was acceptable. "All right, I agree," Trunks replied immediately. "Good," Yidong smiled. A time machine in exchange for 500,000 points was an extraordinary deal. If he could fully comprehend the principles behind the time machine, he could eventually produce them in unlimited quantities, effectively discovering a loophole. In times of need for exchange points, he could simply manufacture a time machine. System. My idea is sound, isn't it? Yi Dong pondered, seeking confirmation from the system. Host, there are no issues, the system responded. Wonderful. Yi Dong nodded in satisfaction. They resolved to depart that very day. Yi Dong was keen to avoid wasting time. Upon returning to Kame House, Yi Dong, Trunks, and Goku boarded the time machine and ventured into the future world. Mere seconds later, as gravity ceased to exert its influence, Yi Dong realized they had arrived in the future world. What is this place on Earth? Upon disembarking from the time machine, Goku gazed around in shock. The surroundings were nothing but ruins, as if the world had just experienced an apocalyptic event. However, considering the havoc wreaked by androids 17 and 18, it was indeed reminiscent of a cataclysm. This is West City, Trunks remarked, surveying the desolation, nearly on the verge of tears as he uttered those words. West City? Goku echoed, momentarily taken aback, turning to survey the area. It was hard to believe that this devastated location had once thrived as the bustling West City. They have arrived. Yi Dong crossed his arms, casting a cold gaze towards the southwest, where two potent auras were swiftly approaching. Whoosh. As Goku and Trunks turned their attention to the southwest, two piercing sounds of air splitting resonated, and soon, the androids from the future, 17 and 18, appeared before them. Trunks, you have finally ceased your evasion, 17 remarked, flipping his hair with a cold glance at Trunks. Following this, his gaze swept over Yi Dong, ultimately resting on Goku, his brow furrowing in surprise. He is Son Goku, 18 echoed, equally astonished as she regarded Goku. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? They exchanged incredulous glances, exclaiming in unison. 17 directed his attention back to Goku, initiating a scan of his combat power. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. 17 assessed Goku's strength, ultimately concluding that his power level was approximately 2,300,000. This must be an imposter. If Goku were truly alive, how could he be this weak? 17 snorted disdainfully, waving his hand dismissively. Trunks, do you think finding a Son Goku will intimidate us? To be frank, even if Goku were alive, he would merely be a minor nuisance in our presence, easily crushed underfoot. In the future world, 17's power level soared to 600 million, while 18's reached 500 million. Their strength was formidable, rendering them nearly invincible. In this era, such power levels were sufficient to dominate all. However, this assessment pertained solely to this specific time frame, applicable only within this future world. In Yi Dong's realm, even 500 million would be inconsequential, let alone 5 billion. Enough of this delay, 18 coldly declared, extending her right hand, a luminescent energy gathering within her palm, clearly preparing to strike down the three of them. Yi Dong glanced at the future world's android 18, shaking his head with a smile. This woman was nothing like the 18 he held in high regard. The 18 he revered was named Lazuli. The android before him, a mere shadow of that ideal. Thus, should Yi Dong choose to intervene, he would not hold back. Given that Goku and Trunks were evidently no match for androids 17 and 18, it was only natural for Yi Dong to step in and resolve the situation. As the androids 17 and 18 prepared to strike, Yi Dong sprang into action, instantly materializing before them and delivering a powerful punch. Boom. Even in his ordinary state, Yi Dong's strength far surpassed that of the two androids. The force of his blow sent them hurtling away. Impressive. Trunks, observing from the ground, wore an expression of astonishment. To effortlessly defeat androids with combat powers of 500 million or 600 million in his regular form was astonishing. One could scarcely imagine the magnitude of Mr. Yi Dong's power as a Super Saiyan. The strength he displayed was merely a fraction of his true potential. Trunks, are you aware of the Super Saiyan transformation? Goku queried with a grin from the side. I know, I can transform into a Super Saiyan as well, Trunks nodded. Goku's eyes widened at this revelation. While he was aware of Trunks' formidable strength, he had not anticipated that he possessed the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. I've heard from Yi Dong that the transformation is quite challenging. How did you accomplish it? Goku sought to glean more insights from Trunks. Though he had heard some details from Yi Dong, hearing multiple perspectives would surely provide greater clarity. After a moment of silence, Trunks cast a glance at Goku and sighed heavily. Unlike the Trunks from the primary Dragon Ball universe, who could transform effortlessly from a young age, this Trunks initially had no capability to transform at all. It was only after Gohan's death, fueled by rage, that he ultimately succeeded in his transformation. Noticing Trunks' melancholy demeanor, Goku scratched his head and offered an apology, recognizing that his words might have stirred painful memories for Trunks. Boom. While they conversed, Yi Dong swiftly concluded the battle. having obliterated androids 17 and 18. Is that it? Trunks mused, witnessing the vanishing forms of the androids, evidently reduced to ash by Yi Dong's might. To be honest, he was momentarily bewildered. After all, he had not personally dispatched these foes. However, he sighed in relief, acknowledging that a lack of calamity on Earth was ultimately a positive outcome. With the crisis in the future world averted, Yi Dong acquired the time machine. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to sell it outright. At that moment, in West City, within Dr. Brief's research laboratory, Yi Dong unveiled the time machine and elaborated on its workings. Upon hearing Yi Dong's explanation, Dr. Brief became instantly invigorated. Although he had only encountered theoretical notions of time-traveling machines in literature or cinema, having one right before him left him both astonished and exhilarated. Thus, without needing further persuasion from Yi Dong, this fervent researcher eagerly commenced his studies. This pleased Yi Dong immensely. Once Dr. Brief comprehended the principles behind the time machine, he could provide materials to construct additional units. As for concerns about Dr. Brief potentially engaging in underhanded activities, Yi Dong dismissed such thoughts entirely. In his view, their relationship had evolved significantly. Now, they were connected as father-in-law and son-in-law, courtesy of Bulma. Regardless of circumstances, Dr. Brief would invariably align himself with Yi Dong. Therefore, he felt no apprehension regarding these unnecessary worries. With Dr. Brief's assistance, Yi Dong found his burdens considerably lightened, allowing him to devote himself to rigorous training. His current regimen primarily focused on enhancing his physical strength. Intense combat is the true romance between men, a sentiment Yi Dong cherished deeply. Although his physical prowess had grown immensely after transforming into a Super Saiyan, it was still not his typical state. If one day he could rival the god of destruction, Beerus, using only his untransformed physical strength, how formidable would his power be once transformed? The thought was beyond imagination. As Yi Dong diligently honed his skills, time slipped by unnoticed, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. One day, emerging from his training room, he received news of Gohan's birth. The narrative was gradually unfolding. All was well. A smile graced Yi Dong's face, for it was soon time for Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa to arrive on Earth. Though this time, such an event would not transpire. Thus, he could not predict the unfolding of subsequent minor plotlines. Nevertheless, he felt assured that with his current combat prowess, he could easily contend with the characters involved in the ongoing storyline. Not to mention, even if Majin Buu were to appear now, he would pose no challenge to Yi Dong. Regarding Gohan's arrival, Yi Dong felt a flicker of desire for children. After all, he was no longer young. Having a child sooner rather than later would serve as a reliable anchor for him. The legacy of the Saiyan race could be entrusted to his offspring. Upon reflection, he realized he had not taken any contraceptive measures, indicating that perhaps the fateful connection with his child had yet to materialize. Yi Dong's eyes brightened. He and Bulma, as well as Chi-Chi, had never employed any birth control, which meant that logically, if they were to have a child, it should have occurred long ago. Yet, as it stood, that was not the case, suggesting that the bond with his child was simply not yet meant to be. With a shrug, he dismissed any further thoughts on the matter. Upon returning to his backyard, he had taken only a few steps when his communicator began to beep urgently. Beep, beep, beep. The tone was frantic, clearly indicating an urgent situation. What's the matter? Yi Dong inquired as he answered the call, puzzled. Your Majesty, a man claiming to be the god of destruction and his attendant have arrived on planet Vegeta. Nato exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. Initially, he had intended to drive the intruder away himself, but upon receiving just a glance from Beerus, he had been paralyzed with fear and unable to move a single muscle. God of destruction, Beerus, his attendant is Whis? Yi Dong was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the implications. Oh, at that moment, Beerus on planet Vegeta heard Yi Dong's voice through the communicator and frowned, evidently surprised that Yi Dong recognized him. As the king of the Saiyan race, he should be aware of Lord Beerus's infamous reputation, so there was no need for undue astonishment. Whis, standing nearby, wore a knowing smile as he remarked, however, it is rather intriguing that he knows your name. A flicker of curiosity crossed Beerus's face. While it was not particularly unusual for someone to know his name, the fact that they knew Whis's name piqued his interest considerably. After all, he was quite renowned in the 7th universe, while Whis, as his attendant, typically operated in the shadows, with few aware of his name, perhaps even none at all. Yet, Yi Dong had boldly uttered Whis's name, adding an intriguing twist to the situation. Whis also bore an expression of realization, clearly recognizing the significance of this revelation. Esteemed lords, the king will soon arrive on planet Vegeta. Please wait a moment. Nato interjected respectfully to Beerus and Whis. Beerus responded with a nod. Suddenly, a wormhole manifested several meters away in the air. Is that a wormhole capable of traversing space? Whis turned his head, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes. This was the first time he had witnessed someone capable of manipulating wormholes for long-distance travel within the seventh universe. It is worth noting that even he could only traverse short distances. The ability to leap across space as Yidong had done was beyond his reach. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Beerus chuckled, applauding in admiration, then clasped his hands across his chest, intently watching a man emerge slowly from the wormhole. Remarkable. As Whis caught sight of Yidong, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes, clearly indicating that he had discerned Yidong's formidable strength. Indeed, it was truly Beerus and Whis. Stepping out of the wormhole, Yidong glanced at Beerus and Whis, his eyes narrowing slightly, his heart brimming with astonishment. He could not fathom why Beerus had awakened, nor could he comprehend his presence on his planet, Vegeta. Over a year ago, his battle power had barely surpassed 30 trillion. After a year of rigorous training, it had now escalated to 40 trillion. While 40 trillion sounded exceedingly powerful, in comparison to the likes of Beerus and Whis, he felt akin to an inconsequential ant. System, what should I do? I certainly cannot contend with Beerus. Yidong pondered inwardly. In truth, if granted a maximum of 10 more years, he would be confident in defeating Beerus. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that Beerus had awakened far too soon and had chosen this moment to confront him. Stay strong. Stay strong. Stay strong. Do not worry, Master. The system guarantees that you will not suffer even the slightest harm from Beerus. The system suddenly responded. I am not concerned for myself, but rather for the Saiyan race, which is gradually growing stronger. If it were to be destroyed, all efforts would be in vain. Yidong narrowed his eyes and glanced at Beerus, noticing that he too was scrutinizing him with a hint of a teasing smile. How can you be so certain that Beerus will take action against you? The system's inquiry momentarily left Yidong in a state of contemplation, and he blinked. Indeed, why had he so readily assumed that Beerus would attack him? With this realization, a faint smile crept onto Yidong's lips, while Beerus appeared cold and aloof. He possessed a certain childishness. If treated well, he would reciprocate in kind. Conversely, should one attempt to deceive him, a being who had lived for centuries would undoubtedly see through any ruse. Thus, rather than cowering in fear, Yidong opted for a more forthright approach. Greetings, Mr. Beerus, Yidong said, stepping forward with a smile. To be candid, addressing someone as my lord was utterly beyond him. He deemed Mr. to be the most fitting appellation. Beerus found no fault in this address, gazing directly at him as he spoke. You are Yidong, the king of the Saiyans? Indeed, Yidong nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant. Simultaneously, he recalled a crucial point that bolstered his confidence, the Super Saiyan God. It was evident that Beerus had come to Vegeta with the intention of discovering the identity of the Super Saiyan God. While Yidong was unaware of the true Super Saiyan God's identity, he was aware of how to create a Super Saiyan God with 60% of the requisite power. Moreover, by the time the events of Dragon Ball Super unfolded, his strength would undoubtedly reach angelic levels. Remember, this was merely the minimum threshold, not the maximum. Now composed, Yidong harbored little concern, especially considering another key factor. Both Beerus and Whis had a profound appreciation for exquisite cuisine. Not to mention the delectable dishes from his system's marketplace, reminiscent of Earth's culinary delights, which would surely tantalize both of them. How amusing. This young man knows my identity and is unafraid, while also being aware of Whis's identity. Quite remarkable indeed. Beerus's smile held an enigmatic quality, evoking a sense of playful intrigue. Were anyone else to witness Beerus's expression, they would likely be struck with fear. Yet Yidong was different. He understood that beneath Beerus's icy exterior lay a heart that was not inherently malevolent. Perhaps it was a consequence of age, reminiscent of the old adage that suggests the elderly often possess a childlike spirit. The older one becomes, the more one's temperament resembles that of a child. Beerus was clearly a prime example of this phenomenon. You are too kind, Mr. Beerus. I merely stumbled upon an ancient tome while traversing a distant planet, which documented the exploits of you and Mr. Whis. Yidong replied, skillfully concealing the truth of his foresight behind a fabricated tale. Upon hearing this, Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, their eyes communicating for a moment before Beerus continued. Have your companions withdraw. I have matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Nato and the others glanced at Beerus and Whis, and before Yidong could speak, they bowed and exited. Once they departed, Yidong ushered Beerus and Whis into a grand castle. Please, take a seat. Yidong gestured towards a small pavilion within the castle. As soon as Beerus settled, preparing to pose his inquiry, Yidong deftly produced a plate, placing it upon the stone table. Sniff, sniff. Beerus instinctively leaned closer to the glistening claws on the plate, an innate sense telling him that this delicacy was extraordinary. He immediately inhaled deeply, a tangy and spicy aroma filling his nostrils, causing him to swallow reflexively. What is this? Whis blinked, turning to Yidong with curiosity. These are pickled chili chicken feet, Yidong replied with a smile, noting the expressions on their faces, particularly Beerus's incessant gulping, which amused him internally. Pickled chili chicken feet? Beerus and Whis exchanged puzzled looks, clearly unfamiliar with such a dish. They hailed from the Dragon Ball universe, after all. How could they have heard of pickled chili chicken feet? This delicacy, a specialty from Chongqing, was renowned for its tangy, spicy, and succulent qualities. However, Yidong could not divulge such specifics. Even if he did, Beerus and Whis would have no knowledge of where Chongqing was located, nor of the Han ethnicity, let alone the culinary nuances of U-style Sichuan cuisine. Thus, Yidong simply stated, "This is a top-tier delicacy you have never tasted before. One bite will have you falling in love with it, just as I have." Upon hearing this, Beerus and Whis exchanged another bewildered glance. "Lord Beerus, just to be safe, allow me to sample it first," Whis suggested, breaking the silence with a gentle cough. I am not afraid of poison." Beerus shot Whis a sidelong glance, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, and without hesitation, reached for the food on the plate. "Wait," Yidong called out, successfully capturing his attention. "It would be best to wear gloves while consuming this." With a subtle smile, Yidong retrieved a pack of disposable gloves from his pocket. The pickled chili sauce was a delightful concoction, and after savoring the chicken feet, licking one's fingers would be an experience beyond compare. Yidong conveyed this thought to Beerus, who, albeit skeptically, donned the gloves and casually picked up a pickled chili chicken foot, placing it into his mouth. The moment he bit down, the tangy, spicy flavor surged forth, sending shivers through him as every hair on his body stood on end. This sensation is truly marvelous. Beerus involuntarily closed his eyes, savoring the delectable meat and crispy bones of the chicken feet. Observing Beerus in such a state of rapture, Yidong could not help but smile. Although he was unable to conquer Beerus through sheer might, he had successfully captured his heart through the allure of exquisite cuisine. In a certain sense, he had emerged victorious in this round. Meanwhile, Whis also noticed Beerus's expression. His curiosity piqued as he licked his lips and inquired, "Lord Beerus, is this dish known as spicy pickled chicken feet truly that delightful?" Beerus, however, paid him no heed, engrossed in devouring one piece after another, as if fearing that missing even a single bite would lead to a loss of flavor. Noticing Beerus's lack of response, Whis chuckled, donned a pair of gloves, and indulged in one himself. Good heavens, this flavor is absolutely extraordinary. After just a taste of the tangy sauce, Whis's eyes widened in astonishment. To be candid, he had sampled a plethora of delicacies from the seventh universe and beyond, yet this particular piquant sensation was entirely new to him. The two began to eagerly feast, while Yidong observed with a calm demeanor. Within a few minutes, a large plate of spicy pickled chicken feet had been entirely consumed. Even the sauce in the plate was savored to the last drop. What a delightful experience. Beerus leaned back in his chair, letting out a contented sigh. Chapter 28, The Miniature Time Machine. Whis, ever the epitome of decorum, simply smiled at Yidong, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Having finished, may I inquire what brings you?" "Lord Beerus?" After a brief pause of approximately 55 seconds, Yidong spoke with a grin. Upon the mention of serious matters, the previously languid Beerus straightened, his gaze fixed intently on Yidong as he spoke in a low voice. "Are you aware of the god of super science?" "The god of super science?" Yidong mused internally, confirming his suspicions, yet his face remained inscrutable, feigning contemplation with a furrowed brow. After a moment, he shook his head and replied, "I apologize, but I have not heard of such a being as the god of super science. However, I am familiar with super science." "Super scion?" Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, and Beerus frowned as he inquired, "What is that?" After a moment of reflection, Yidong stood and transformed into a Super Saiyan 1. His power instantly magnified 60-fold. Let us not forget that the protagonist's transformation ability had previously been enhanced 10-fold. "What? Scions can transform as well?" Beerus was taken aback at Yidong's transformation. He was aware that many races in the universe possessed the ability to transform, but the traditionally perceived weak Scions exhibiting such prowess was indeed surprising. "This is my current Super Saiyan 1. Now, allow me to demonstrate Super Saiyan 2, Yidong declared, his aura surging once more, his entire demeanor shifting as bolts of lightning began to dance around him, creating an impressively striking appearance. What an astonishing race. Whis could not contain his applause upon witnessing Yidong's transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Beerus nodded in agreement, showing keen interest in Yidong's metamorphosis. "Thus, if you continue to refine your transformations, could you one day become the god of Super Saiyan?" After a few seconds of contemplation, a glimmer of realization crossed Beerus's eyes as he posed the question. "Perhaps," was Yidong's uncertain response. He was unsure how to answer, as in the original narrative. The god of Super Saiyan was formed by 5 benevolent Scions transferring their energy to another Scion. Therefore, he hesitated to assert that he could become a Super Saiyan god distinct from the original storyline. Beerus's eyes gleamed, and he chuckled. In that case, I understand. Whis glanced at Yi Dong, feeling that perhaps Yi Dong was the Super Saiyan god of Beerus's dreams, albeit still in the process of maturation. This spicy pickled chicken feet is incredibly delicious. Could you bring me a few more servings? Beerus returned to the topic of cuisine, his eyes fixed on Yi Dong with undeniable longing. Of course, a plate of spicy pickled chicken feet contained approximately 30 pieces, requiring only 2 exchange points. Yi Dong, ever generous, promptly exchanged around 20 plates for Beerus. Such abundance. Beerus's face expressed astonishment at the sight of the numerous plates. Not a problem. Yi Dong waved his hand dismissively. Lord Beerus, Whis accepted the 20 plates of chicken feet and then turned to Beerus, softly addressing him. I am aware. Beerus replied with a slight smile, extending his right hand, from which a stone emanating a silvery glow materialized. He addressed Yi Dong. This is the God Stone, containing pure divine energy. I believe you are destined to become the future god of Super Saiyans, so you must strive diligently in your training. Upon seeing the stone, Yi Dong blinked and inquired within his mind, System, what utility does this God Stone hold for me? Host, the God Stone offers you no assistance. The divine power within you is self-generated, not obtained from external sources, thus rendering this item entirely useless to you. The system promptly responded. Useless? Then what purpose does it serve? Yi Dong found himself somewhat perplexed. The God Stone holds a value of 1,000 exchange points. The system continued. 1,000 exchange points? Yi Dong's eyes lit up upon hearing this figure. Having spent merely 40 exchange points to acquire a gift worth 1,000 points, this transaction was undeniably advantageous. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Yi Dong smiled as he accepted the God Stone and promptly placed it into the system's space. Then, farewell. Whis stepped forward, moving to stand behind Beerus, gently tapping his staff against the ground. With a flash of light beneath their feet, Beerus proclaimed, Young Saiyan King. I eagerly anticipate the day you become the god of Super Saiyans. As soon as he finished speaking, both he and Whis vanished from sight. That day will not be far off. Yi Dong gazed into the distance, speaking softly to himself. 3 months had elapsed since Beerus last visited planet Vegeta. After attending to matters on planet Vegeta, Yi Dong returned to Earth once more. Overall, the development of the Saiyan race was progressing at a remarkable pace. Aside from himself, Namekians, Vegeta, and Raditz had all achieved the ability to transform into Super Saiyans. This did not come as a surprise to Yi Dong, as the trio had absorbed a wealth of resources, not only from the lifespan fruits Yi Dong had redeemed from the system store, but also from various on-site guidance. If they could not achieve transformation, it would indeed be a disappointment for Yi Dong. Fortunately, they did not let him down. Upon returning to Earth, Yi Dong busied himself with training while also engaging with Bulma and Chi-Chi in family planning. However, 2 months passed, and results remained elusive. Yi Dong could only chuckle, as it seemed he had yet to forge a connection with his future offspring. Thus, he devoted himself entirely to training, occasionally accepting tasks to level up. Before he knew it, an entire year had slipped by. It had been over a year since he last encountered Beerus. During this time, the initial months were consumed with family matters involving Bulma and Chi-Chi, as well as handling various affairs on planet Vegeta, while the subsequent year was dedicated to rigorous training. Now, Yi Dong has reached level 67, yet he is still a distance away from his 3rd qualitative leap. However, one must understand that every loss comes with a gain. Throughout this year, he has been residing in the hyperbolic time chamber, where time flows at 20 times the normal rate, resulting in a meteoric rise in his combat prowess. From an initial strength of 4 trillion, it has soared to an astonishing 20 trillion. Although merely a year has passed in the real world, he has experienced nearly 2 decades within the chamber. A gain of 160 trillion in combat power over 20 years seems quite reasonable to him. 1 trillion is equivalent to 1 mega, and 1 mega is equivalent to 1 giga. According to the original Dragon Ball series, where Beerus stated that a combat power of 10 is considered, should he not be at 10 giga by now? As Yi Dong pondered this, he calculated that his current combat power stands at 20 trillion, still far from achieving the giga level. After mulling over this for a while, he shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. He understood that mere contemplation would yield no results. Presently, he has hit a bottleneck with his combat power and can only advance further through completing tasks or accumulating experience. He eagerly anticipates his 3rd qualitative leap, wondering just how formidable he might become. With a look of anticipation on his face, Yi Dong recalled that both his 1st and 2nd qualitative leaps had significantly increased his combat power. According to the system, each effect is stronger than the last, and this time should undoubtedly be even more explosive. Exiting the training room, he made his way to the living room, sank into the sofa, exchanged some points for snacks from the system shop, and then set out. Bulma and Chi-Chi were both preoccupied with their own affairs. So he intended to find Goku and the others on Kame House. Just as he was about to teleport, his Earth communicator buzzed. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was his father-in-law, Dr. Brief. Yidong, come quickly, I have good news. Dr. Brief exclaimed excitedly. What? Good news? Yidong was caught off guard for a moment, processing the information. Previously, he had entrusted the time machine to Dr. Brief for research, and now, was he implying that it had been successfully developed? Realizing this, Yidong's eyes brightened, and he instantly teleported to Dr. Brief's residence. In Dr. Brief's laboratory, the moment they met, Dr. Brief enthusiastically led Yidong to the time machine. Yidong glanced at it, curiosity piqued. Haha. Dr. Brief laughed for a moment before continuing. Yidong, after over a year of research, I have nearly completed a small-scale time machine. A small-scale time machine? Yidong furrowed his brow, puzzled. What is the situation with this? Take a closer look at this time machine. Can you spot any differences from the one you provided me? Dr. Brief pointed at the machine before them. Yidong scrutinized it again and noticed that this time machine was indeed smaller than the one he had given Dr. Brief. So, this is not the one I gave you at all. You constructed a smaller version on your own? Precisely. Dr. Brief beamed with pride. Impressive, Yidong remarked, stepping closer. He then communicated with the system. System, is this small-scale time machine functional? Since Dr. Brief had likely not tested it yet, he needed the system to analyze it. Beep, beep, beep. The system began its scan and soon informed him, Master, this is a subpar time machine. Traversing through time and space may cause temporal chaos, potentially transporting you to an unknown era. What? Yidong raised an eyebrow. The previous time machine was valued at 50,000 exchange points. If this one is worth only half, he could still make a profit, considering the materials available on Earth wouldn't be too costly. A time machine for 50,000? The system contemplated before answering. 50,000. That's a tenfold reduction. Yidong's eyes widened. Although he understood there was still profit to be made, he was reluctant to sell it to the system outright. Thus, he resolved to complete the original time machine first. Dad, this time machine seems fine. I'll take it back for testing, and will inform you of the results later. But don't halt your research. Yidong jumped down from the time machine and spoke earnestly to Dr. Brief. I understand, Dr. Brief nodded seriously. Looking at Yidong, who was rubbing his hands together before awkwardly scratching his head and saying, good son-in-law. The tobacco and liquor you gave me last time has run out. What do you think? He raised an eyebrow, his meaning evident. Haha, Dad. If you want something, just say so. There's no need for such formality between us. Yidong assumed it was about something else and waved his hand, causing a plethora of various brands of tobacco and liquor to suddenly appear on the floor of the lab. This time he was exceedingly generous, exchanging nearly 10,000 points. With this much tobacco and liquor, it would last not just a year, but even two. Seeing the bounty sprawled across the floor, Dr. Brief gulped, eagerly packing each variety into capsules. Dad, I'm off now. If there are any developments, remember to contact me. Yidong didn't wish to disturb Dr. Brief further and left the lab directly. After departing from Dr. Brief's home, Yidong made a beeline for Kame House. He had sensed a powerful aura there earlier. Although it was fleeting, he had managed to capture it. The energy felt unfamiliar, and he was curious if anyone on Kame House had noticed anything unusual nearby. Before long, he teleported to hover above Kame House. Just as he was about to descend, the strange aura reemerged, causing his brows to furrow tightly. Such potent energy, accompanied by several familiar scents. Yidong's eyes lit up as a thought struck him. Could it be Cell? Upon this realization, Yidong immediately flew toward the direction of the aura he had detected earlier. Soon, he arrived at a small island, landing and beginning to wander around. Meanwhile, within a cave on this very island, a green-skinned, pudgy little creature was panting heavily. How impressive! How impressive! What was that overwhelming power just now? The little creature looked terrified, huddled in the corner of the cave, trembling all over. Could it have been my imagination? Yidong circled the island, unable to sense the aura any longer, and shook his head. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, his communicator buzzed again. Goku, what is up? Yidong glanced at the caller ID. It was Son Goku. Big brother Yidong. Today is little Gohan's birthday. We're all at Kame House. Would you like to join Bulma and Chi-Chi for some fun? Son Goku's cheerful voice rang through. Little Gohan is already 2 years old. How time flies. Yidong chuckled, recalling how just a year and a half ago he had heard that Gohan was merely a few months old. Yes, time truly passes quickly. Son Goku remarked in agreement. I'll be there shortly. Yidong replied, ending the call. He slowly ascended into the sky, glancing down at the little island. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and hurled an energy ball downwards. This was a gamble. If Cell was indeed on this island, this strike would certainly hinder his growth. By the time Goku and the others became stronger, the prematurely appearing Cell would no longer pose a threat. Boom. The entire island was obliterated, sinking beneath the waves. Yi Dong cast a glance around, detecting no anomalies, and swiftly transported himself to Kame House. After approximately an hour, a peculiar green entity emerged from the sea, soaring into the air. That creature's scent is forever etched in my memory. Please, do not allow me to mature, otherwise, I shall surely consume him. This verdant being was none other than a partially restored cell. Yi Dong's energy sphere had nearly claimed his life. Yet as a creature composed of cells, he had not perished entirely. At that moment, his heart brimmed with fury and resentment. Who could bear such an assault without harboring hatred? Unbeknownst to Yi Dong, despite his caution, he had inadvertently spared this remarkably potent creature. Meanwhile, he was at Kame House, enjoying a meal and drinks with Goku and the others, partaking in lively games of rock, paper, scissors. Yi Dong, could you share your growth story with us? Goku inquired after several rounds of drinks. A growth story? Upon hearing this, Yi Dong couldn't help but chuckle. Very well, let me regale you with my tale. He replied after a moment of contemplation. He organized his thoughts and began recounting his experiences. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the extraordinary system that had aided him, focusing instead on his serendipitous encounters and the gradual progression of his journey. Drawing from the countless novels he had read in his previous life, he wove an enthralling narrative of his early adventures. Thus, the gathering continued merrily until around 5 in the morning. Although Yi Dong had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, his mind remained quite clear, and by approximately 5:10, he returned home. Bulma and Chi-Chi were still asleep, and wishing not to disturb them. Coupled with the effects of alcohol, he entered the training room and activated the time chamber, where time flowed at 20 times the normal rate. Time slipped away quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed in reality. During these 3 years, Yi Dong's level progressed slowly, primarily due to the lack of tasks and his waning desire to grind for experience. 3 years prior, he had been at level 67, and now he had only reached level 69. He was still over 30,000 experience points away from the pivotal level 70. After some calculations, Yi Dong estimated that completing 2 or 3 tasks would suffice to elevate him to level 70. Ding. The storyline involving the androids would officially commence in 1 year. Ding. Current task issued. Within 1 year, enable Son Goku and Son Gohan to transform into Super Saiyans. Task reward: 30,000 experience points, 100,000 exchange points. As Yi Dong pondered, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Oh, the android storyline is set to begin in a year? Yi Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement, particularly upon hearing the task's rewards. Completing this mission would elevate him to level 70, leading to another transformation. He speculated that with his current combat power of 60 million, this next transformation might result in a staggering increase of 4 to 5 times, potentially reaching 2 to 300 million. 2 to 300 million in combat power. A faint smile graced Yi Dong's lips. Everything seemed to be unfolding perfectly. Before long, even if he could not rival Beerus, he would at least be able to engage him in battle without holding back. Exiting the training room, Yi Dong returned home, where he encountered Bulma and Chi-Chi, who were resting. After a moment of affectionate interaction, he promised to take them on a trip later. 3 days later, Yi Dong brought Goku and his son to the Capsule Corporation, embarking on a cosmic training journey. During the first month, he refrained from allowing them into the time chamber, opting instead to engage them in life and death combat training. In the face of adversity, both Goku and Gohan's potential was ignited. Thus, 6 months passed, after which Yi Dong took them to Namek and brokered a deal with the Grand Elder to help unlock their latent abilities. In the following 6 months, he placed them in the time chamber with a 20-fold time dilation for further training. On one particular day, with only 15 hours remaining before the task's conclusion, on a small island on Earth, a powerful surge erupted. Yi Dong observed Goku and Gohan fiercely unleashing their strongest energies and directed them with fervor. Remember, anger is one of the keys to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Imagine if you lack the strength to protect those you love, should they perish. How regretful would you feel for your weakness? Therefore, grow stronger. Goku, Gohan, transform into Super Saiyans and continue to enhance your power. As his words resonated in their ears, vivid images flooded their minds, scenes of their loved ones being defeated by formidable foes. The father and son roared in unison, and the atmosphere around them transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Their once dark eyes morphed into a striking green. Golden hair, whether in the past on Earth or in this Dragon Ball world, appeared somewhat improbable. Yet Yi Dong recognized this as the hallmark of a Super Saiyan. Goku and Gohan had successfully transformed into Super Saiyans. Goku's combat power soared to 1 billion, while Gohan reached 500 million. Upon witnessing their transformation, Yi Dong instantly discerned their combat capabilities, noting the stark difference from the original narrative where they had only transformed at 300,000 combat power. In this reality, Goku's base strength was already at 20 million, which had only just allowed him to achieve transformation. After all, in this timeline, Krillin had not met his demise at the hands of Frieza. 1 billion combat power should suffice to contend with the androids, 17 and 18, in this world, right? Yidong pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The androids in this world were significantly stronger than those from the future timeline. Android 17 possessed a combat power of 5.5 billion, while 18 had 3.5 billion. Not to mention Android 16, boasting a staggering 1 billion combat power. Nevertheless, overall, the androids in this universe were not entirely invincible, ensuring Earth would not face catastrophic peril. Yidong, I finally transformed successfully. If it weren't for you, I would never have achieved this so swiftly, Goku exclaimed, gratitude radiating from his expression. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Yidong, Gohan added, both flying over to bow deeply before him, their faces alight with appreciation. Yidong merely shook his head and smiled, saying nothing in return. All right, now focus on how to maintain your transformation. Practice diligently, or you may not be able to transform again next time. With those words, Yidong prepared for his third transformation. Indeed, his level had reached 70, and according to the system's indications, he was now eligible for a third metamorphosis. Master, do you wish to commence your third transformation here? The system's voice echoed in Yidong's mind. He surveyed his surroundings, glanced at Goku and Gohan, contemplated for a moment, then nodded. Let us begin here. Eager to discover how powerful he would become after this third transformation. Goku, Gohan, step back a bit, Yidong instructed. Uncertain of what the third transformation would entail, he deemed it prudent to keep anyone within several meters away. Hearing Yidong's request, Goku and Gohan nodded and gradually ascended into the sky. Daddy, is Uncle Yidong going to transform as well? Gohan asked curiously, watching as Yidong first transformed into Super Saiyan 1, then into Super Saiyan 2. He probably is. Let's watch quietly, Goku replied. Sun Wukong, uncertain yet earnest, gazed intently below. Chapter 30, Shock. The state of Super Saiyan 2 sparked a hint of envy within him. It was only after transforming into Super Saiyan 1 that he truly grasped the astonishing increase in combat prowess that such a transformation bestowed. This was merely Super Saiyan 1. One could only imagine the extent of power that awaited him should he ascend to Super Saiyan 2. The anticipation was palpable. System, I have transformed into Super Saiyan 2 as you instructed. What must I do next? On the vacant ground of the small island, Yidong followed the system's directions to become Super Saiyan 2. Just as he uttered a few words, his expression abruptly shifted. He realized that every cell, every drop of blood within him was boiling. What was happening? As moments slipped by, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through him, prompting Yidong to cry out in agony. Dad, what is wrong with Uncle Yidong? High above, son Gohan's face paled upon hearing Yidong's wails, and he cried out in panic. Do not fret. We cannot fathom Yidong's realm. We can only observe quietly, Sun Wukong replied, though concern gnawed at him. He bit down hard, steeling himself. The cries of suffering echoed from the island, their expressions shifting with each agonizing sound. It hurts. It hurts so much. Yidong's mind screamed in torment. Though he had endured the pain of his first transformation, he felt that this suffering was incomparable to the third, merely a minor inconvenience. Host, perseverance is the key to victory. This transformation is unique. It is a transcendence. The system, aware of Yidong's agony, gently reassured him. I understand. That is why I am enduring. Yidong was well aware of this truth. The greater the pain, the more remarkable the growth that followed. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. 5 minutes. Before long, an hour had elapsed. Yidong's suffering intensified with each passing second. For an entire hour, 60 minutes. 3,600 seconds of torment endured. Finally, he had made it through. Panting heavily, Yidong was drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. The ground surrounding him had formed a puddle, a testament to the magnitude of pain he had endured. Congratulations, host, you have successfully overcome the agony of your third transformation. The system announced. Tell me, what is my current combat power? Yidong inquired softly, eager to ascertain whether his considerable suffering bore any fruit. Ding. As a Super Saiyan 2, your combat power is 800 trillion points, the system replied. Only 800 trillion? Yidong blinked in surprise, his expression morphing into one of dissatisfaction. How feeble. Now, host, do not rush to dispute. First, experience the true extent of your transformation, the system smiled. Heeding this advice, Yidong set aside his thoughts and began to examine the changes within himself. What is this? Divine power. Upon closer inspection, after a few seconds, he discerned some unusual aspects. It turned out that his body had acquired a significant increase in divine power. Previously, during his second transformation, he had possessed only a minuscule amount of divine power. Now, It had multiplied by at least tenfold. Host, you are now able to undergo the third stage of transformation. The system announced. The third stage of transformation? What could that be? Super Saiyan 3. Yidong exclaimed, astonished. No. This transformation is uniquely yours, bypassing Super Saiyan 3. It is the transformation of Super Saiyan God 1. The system articulated clearly. Super Saiyan God 1 transformation? Yidong was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Super Saiyan God merely an abbreviation for Super Saiyan God? Thus, had he truly become a Super Saiyan God? Could it be that the true Super Saiyan God that Lu Si mentioned in his dreams had always been him? This thought sent a tremor through Yidong's heart. To be candid, the notion was indeed staggering. The transformation into Super Saiyan God was fundamentally different from that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Not only did the name differ, but at its core, one was divine, while the other was mortal. How much combat power does the transformation into Super Saiyan God 1 bestow? Yidong steadied his emotions and inquired. This realm does not calculate combat power by multiples. Rather, it directly indicates the maximum combat power you can achieve when you unleash your full potential. The system paused before continuing. Is that so? Yidong felt intrigued. Yet the lack of a specific numeric increase left him somewhat perplexed. Host, you only need to know the upper limit of your ultimate combat power. There's no need to calculate whether the Super Saiyan God 1 transformation grants a 50 or 60-fold increase in combat power. This is designed for your utmost convenience. The system elucidated. After a moment of contemplation, Yidong agreed, breaking into a grin. So, what is my current combat power? Furthermore, you mentioned earlier that my combat power as a Super Saiyan 2 was 80 trillion. Those figures are irrelevant. Just know that in Super Saiyan God 1 form, your combat power ceiling can reach 6 quintillion. Moreover, as your base combat power increases, the upper limit of your Super Saiyan God 1 form will rise accordingly. The system clarified with utmost clarity, ensuring even the most obtuse of minds could comprehend. In essence, he needed to remember one thing. His combat power could now peak at 6 quintillion, and with the enhancement of his base combat prowess, his strength in Super Saiyan God 1 form would continue to escalate. This transformation is astonishing. But, how long can it be sustained? Yidong pondered, feeling that such a formidable transformation must come with some form of limitation. Otherwise, within a couple of years, they could easily decimate Universe 7. Host, you are quite astute. The system responded with a chuckle. In Super Saiyan God 1 form, you can utilize it only once per day, with each usage lasting a maximum of 1 hour. Furthermore, prior to your transformation into Super Saiyan God 2, the ultimate combat power of Super Saiyan God 1 can only reach the level of a god of destruction. I understand. Yidong replied with a slight smirk. These limitations were not overly harsh. As long as he could transform into Super Saiyan God 2, these constraints would cease to exist for him. However, it seemed that the transformation into Super Saiyan God 2 would be even more challenging. Yidong speculated. Yidong, big brother, are you alright? Just then, Wukong and Gohan descended from the sky, their faces laden with worry as they gazed at Yidong's solemn expression. Asking with concern, I'm fine, Yidong came to his senses, shaking his head with a faint smile. Why does it feel like your transformation, big brother Yidong, is somewhat different? Wukong suddenly noticed that Yidong, now in Super Saiyan God 1 form, appeared considerably younger, his physique slimmer, and his aura more restrained. Were it not for their close proximity, Wukong might have struggled to recognize him. Hearing Wukong's observation, Yidong became curious about the peculiarities of his Super Saiyan God 1 form, prompting him to open his character attribute panel. He did not focus on the attributes. Instead, he scrutinized his appearance on the panel. His hair remained black as usual, yet he bore the visage of a 16 or 17-year-old, remarkably youthful. The flames enveloping him were not a golden hue, but rather a silvery white, complemented by his faintly golden eyes, exuding an aura of divinity. This transformation was rather impressive. Leaf Dong mused silently. In the past, while watching Dragon Ball Super, he admired Goku's striking appearance in the Ultra Instinct state. Now, upon observing himself, he noted a striking resemblance. Could it be that this transformation inherently possessed the effects of Ultra Instinct? Leaf Dong's heart raced at the thought, and he could not resist voicing it. If such a possibility existed, then this Super Saiyan God form was truly extraordinary. At this stage, this transformation does not encompass Ultra Instinct, the system replied. Leaf Dong cleared his throat twice, realizing he had been overly ambitious. Brother Leaf Dong, what is the name of your new transformation? Son Goku inquired with curiosity. Leaf Dong replied with a smile. This is the form of Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. Son Goku was so astonished that he faltered mid-sentence, with the remainder of his words taken up by Gohan. Are you saying that the Super Saiyan God has appeared? Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction within Universe 7, Beerus had just finished a plate of spicy chicken feet, and was preparing for a bath and sleep when he suddenly heard Whis say this, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. Where is he? Didn't we previously assume that the Super Saiyan God was that Leaf Dong fellow? Dressed in pajamas and a nightcap, Beerus hopped over to Whis, who wore a smile, his brow furrowed with concern. The Super Saiyan God is indeed Leaf Dong. Whis's lips curled into a mysterious smile. The Godstone originally belonged to him, but was later given to Beerus, who in turn passed it on to Leaf Dong. After acquiring the Godstone, Leaf Dong had not immediately sold it to the system, thus temporarily forgetting about it. Although the Godstone was currently within the system, it still belonged to Leaf Dong. Just moments ago, Whis sensed Leaf Dong's transformation on Earth. Hence, this exchange unfolded between Beerus and Whis in the realm of destruction. I had speculated that he might be the Super Saiyan God, but that would only be possible once he had fully matured. For now, he is still too weak. Beerus yawned, dismissively waving his hand. No, his current strength far surpasses that of over a year ago. Whis smiled, adding at the very least. He can now contend with 60% of your power. Upon hearing Whis's words, the previously indifferent Beerus displayed an expression of surprise. You're not joking, are you? Beerus struggled to believe that Whis was speaking the truth, for who would? Over a year ago, Leaf Dong could barely match even 10% of his strength. Yet now, Whis claimed that Leaf Dong could engage in a back-and-forth match with 60% of his power, a notion that seemed almost unbelievable. I am not jesting. Whis smiled gently. Although he had only briefly sensed Leaf Dong's power, he was certain that he could not be mistaken. Therefore, Leaf Dong had indeed reached a level of strength comparable to 60% of Beerus's capabilities. Let us visit Vegeta's planet. Beerus, still skeptical, wished to personally test Leaf Dong's strength. He is on Earth, Whis said with a smile. Earth it is, then. Let us proceed. Beerus immediately lost all drowsiness. In the entirety of Universe 7, no one had ever matched 60% of his power. Now, with Whis asserting that Leaf Dong's strength had significantly increased, Beerus felt both dubious and exhilarated. If Leaf Dong truly achieved 60% of his power, then Beerus would indeed have a worthy opponent. Without further ado, Beerus eagerly changed into casual attire and, alongside Whis, flew towards Earth. Within 10 minutes, they arrived. Whis, can you locate them? Beerus inquired, hands clasped behind his back. His tone nonchalant. No problem, Whis replied with a smile, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. Soon, he detected a massive cruise ship gliding across the ocean. Found them. Whis beamed, raising his staff and lightly tapping the air, causing a flash of light, and the two instantly vanished. Meanwhile, on the cruise ship, a lively atmosphere prevailed. Kiss him, kiss him. Today marks the wedding anniversary of brother Leaf Dong and Bulma, and Chi-Chi. They should kiss in public. Laughter erupted as Oolong and Yamcha egged them on. Although Leaf Dong was not particularly familiar with them, their relationship was amicable enough. Just as the revelry continued, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the sky, and Beerus and Whis appeared above the cruise ship. This coincided with Leaf Dong finishing a kiss with Bulma. Beerus, feeling a bit shy, cleared his throat. Leaf Dong heard the sound and sensed their arrival, but did not react overtly. After kissing Bulma, he turned to kiss Chi-Chi before finally looking up at the sky. Beerus and Whis stood aloft, the former looking down with an indifferent expression, while the latter smiled warmly. For reasons unknown, a phrase suddenly popped into Leaf Dong's mind. Welcome, little brother. Leaf Dong could not help but chuckle. That phrase was rather amusing. However, he knew that saying such a thing to Beerus might cause trouble, so he quickly suppressed his laughter, waved at them, and said, long time no see. With a swift motion, Beerus and Whis landed on the cruise ship. Long time no see, Leaf Dong, Beerus said, hands clasped behind his back. Scanning the area before his gaze landed on a particular spot, and he abruptly halted. What is that? Beerus inquired, pointing with surprise. Leaf Dong followed his finger to the dining area, where a whole roasted lamb was being displayed. That is a whole roasted lamb, Leaf Dong replied with a smile. You'll understand just how delicious it is once you try it. The earlier ceremony had concluded, and it was now time to feast. This is too much. Shouldn't you first attend to your own matters? No worries, we can wait a bit, Beerus said, swallowing hard, his eyes fixated on the roasted lamb, completely captivated. As if he had forgotten the true purpose of his visit to Earth. Haha, no need to wait. Our activities have concluded. And now it's time for a grand feast. Before Leaf Dong could speak, Son Goku bounded over, throwing an arm around Beerus's shoulders, grinning widely. You must be brother Leaf Dong's friend. Come, let me show you the best food here. Oblivious to the earlier tension, Goku eagerly pulled Beerus towards the dining area, introducing each dish one by one. Leaf Dong and Whis exchanged glances, shaking their heads, unable to suppress their laughter. If anything could ease Beerus's irritation and forge a closer bond, it was undoubtedly exquisite cuisine. With delectable food at hand, Beerus had long since cast aside his original mission. For the next 2 hours, he indulged in a continuous feast, and Whis too delighted in the culinary experience. An hour passed before Beerus and Whis finally ceased their activities. Observing the astonished expressions of Goku and the others, they calmly wiped their mouths and approached Yidong. Your strength has increased quite rapidly, Beerus inquired with palpable anticipation. Taken aback momentarily, Yidong smiled and nodded in affirmation. Let me witness your prowess, Beerus said cheerfully. After pondering for a brief moment, Yidong nodded again, eager to gauge his own might against an opponent, as he had yet to encounter one. When Beerus offered to be his free sparring partner, Yidong naturally accepted. Delighted, Beerus gradually ascended into the air. Whoosh! In an instant, Yidong teleported to the sky, standing face to face with him. Let us begin. Reveal your strength, Beerus remarked with an air of tranquility. Hiya! Yidong bellowed, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Wait, Beerus interjected, raising a hand. This transformation will not suffice. You should ascend to your ultimate form. Patience, allow me to warm up first. Yidong retorted, disregarding his suggestion, and launched himself forward, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! 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 Despite Yidong's ferocious assault, Beerus remained unfazed, effortlessly blocking his punches with a mere fingertip. Who exactly is this Beerus? On the cruise ship, Goku and the others were left dumbfounded. They were aware of Yidong's strength, yet this individual named Beerus could match him using only a finger, which was utterly incredible. He is a god, exclaimed a perspiring Piccolo, approaching hesitantly. A god? Like the Supreme Kai? Goku inquired, puzzled. No, his status surpasses that of the Supreme Kai. And his power? Piccolo shook his head, unable to articulate the extent of Beerus's strength. Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, all gazing skyward, only to find themselves unable to discern the clash between Yidong and Beerus. This realization left Goku and the others disheartened. They were witnessing a monumental battle, yet could only stare blankly, unable to see anything. As Goku and the others voiced their frustrations, Whis' eyes sparkled momentarily. With a smile, he raised his staff and gently tapped it on the deck of the cruise ship. With a flash, a mirror materialized in midair, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. My goodness, we can see it. Yidong's strength is terrifying, and Lord Beerus's power is even more frightening. He can suppress Yidong in Super Saiyan 2 form with just a finger. Whis chuckled softly, shaking his head. While Super Saiyan 2 is indeed formidable for an ordinary warrior, Beerus is a god, specifically, the most powerful destroyer god, the strongest among all destroyer gods. Thus, using a single finger to contend with Yidong in Super Saiyan 2 is merely child's play for him. While Goku and the others continued to speculate aboard the cruise ship, Yidong in the sky had unleashed the full extent of his Super Saiyan 2 power. Engaging in a fierce confrontation with Beerus, Beerus remained unchanged. Without transforming into Super Saiyan God, it seemed unlikely that he could truly elicit Beerus's genuine strength. After exchanging a blow with Beerus, Yidong retreated. Yidong, unleash your true power. Beerus waved his hand with a hint of impatience. As you wish, Yidong replied, a smirk gracing his lips as he spread his limbs and let out a fierce roar. In that instant, pale white flames surged around him, his golden hair darkening to black, and his formerly green eyes shifting to a soft gold. His aura, at that moment, became overwhelmingly potent. Witnessing this transformation, a flicker of surprise crossed Beerus's eyes. Whis, observing Yidong's metamorphosis, was equally impressed. To him, it appeared Yidong had taken his first steps into the divine realm. Perhaps he had officially become a Super Saiyan god. It should be noted that within the entire 7th universe, only Yidong possessed a power level comparable to 6/10 of Beerus's strength. Indeed, the ordinary warriors and gods of the 7th universe are exceedingly weak. In contrast, the only truly formidable entity is Beerus himself. Yidong's emergence brought great joy to Whis. Lord Beerus, this is my transformation into Super Saiyan God. You may interpret it as the Super Saiyan God. Finally, this is becoming interesting, Beerus chuckled, though his expression gradually became serious. A dark purple flame beginning to emanate from him. This was Beerus's destructive aura, corresponding to his lethal technique of destruction. However, during friendly sparring, Beerus would typically refrain from utilizing this power. Otherwise, even if Yidong were to transform into Super Saiyan 2, surpassing Beerus's strength, should Beerus wield this power, he could easily annihilate Yidong. After all, Beerus is the destroyer god personally chosen by the Omni King. In a certain sense, Beerus's destruction equates to the cosmic laws wielded by the Omni King. As long as one resides within the Dragon Ball universe, they are bound by these cosmic laws. Yidong was acutely aware of this. Yet, he firmly believed that one day, he would no longer be shackled by the cosmic laws, but would genuinely possess the ability to alter or even control them. If that is the case, does it mean I aim to become the Omni King? The thought crossed Yidong's mind, but he quickly shook his head and chuckled softly. Becoming the Omni King is unattainable for me. After all, I am inherently lazy. Just look at his desire for offspring. Isn't it merely to find a successor to train and eventually inherit the Saiyan throne? Chapter 32, The Android Saga begins. No longer dwelling on these thoughts, Yidong's expression gradually grew solemn as he sensed Beerus's aura intensifying. Whoosh. The two exchanged glances, a glimmer of resolve igniting in their eyes. Simultaneously, they roared and collided their fists together. Boom. The clash of their fists produced a deafening roar that resonated through the air. Incredible. I feel as though the very fabric of space is trembling. Goku exclaimed from the luxurious cruise ship, unable to contain his awe, his face alight with envy. How he yearned for such power. Deep down, he longed for the day he could engage in a full-throttle battle with either Yidong or Beerus. I must double my efforts in training. Goku silently motivated himself, his tightly clenched fists reflecting his determination. With a thunderous boom, another resounding noise echoed through the sky. Following that, a series of crackling sounds ensued, as if something were shattering. Could it be that the fabric of space is truly being torn apart? On the cruise ship, Whis suddenly furrowed his brow, gazing upward. Lord Beerus, Yidong, you should battle in space or the stratosphere. Your powers are far too formidable for Earth to withstand. Upon hearing this, Yidong immediately ceased his assault, and Beerus followed suit. The two individuals exchanged a glance before soaring towards the higher realms of the sky. In no time, they had ascended to the stratosphere beyond Earth's atmosphere. Presently, Yidong possessed the ability to survive in the cosmos, enabling him to engage in battle amidst the stars. Nevertheless, combat in the stratosphere posed no issue, as evidenced by the legendary clash between Goku and Beerus in the narrative of Dragon Ball Super, which unfolded in a similar setting. Upon reaching the stratosphere, the combat between the two swiftly reignited. Yidong unleashed every technique he had mastered, while Beerus's methods were considerably simpler, often merely requiring a subtle flick of his finger to dispatch a black-purple energy sphere. Though Beerus's techniques were straightforward, their power was astonishingly formidable. Yidong's battle prowess was only 60% of Beerus's, thus the latter exerted a mere 60% of his strength. Consequently, the two were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Both combatants, possessing remarkable patience, initially intended to bide their time for an opportunity, yet neither could achieve their aim. It was becoming untenable. If this continued, I might be compelled to unleash 70% of my power. After they momentarily separated, Beerus narrowed his eyes, a hint of impatience brewing within him. This protracted standoff dissipated any thrill he had felt. Suddenly, Yidong spread his arms wide, conjuring a blue energy sphere in his palms. The sphere expanded rapidly, culminating in a terrifying beam that surged towards Beerus with a fierce roar. This technique was none other than the Kamehameha, a hidden gem of Yidong's arsenal. It is essential to clarify that this was not the original Kamehameha taught by Master Roshi, but rather an upgraded version, vastly more powerful than its predecessor. What a formidable energy! As Yidong unleashed the Kamehameha, Beerus's expression sharpened, and he promptly extended his hands, releasing a black-purple energy sphere of his own. The two began to exchange blows. Their roars resonated simultaneously. Observers on Earth, including Goku, witnessed the blue beam overpowering the black-purple sphere, clearly indicating Yidong had the advantage. Big brother Yidong is truly incredible, Goku exclaimed in awe. Whis nodded silently beside him, recognizing that under equal conditions, Yidong had indeed triumphed over Beerus. At that moment, Beerus augmented his strength slightly. The black-purple sphere retaliated fiercely, forcing Yidong's beam back. This guy, Lord Beerus. Whis chuckled, shaking his head. He understood that Beerus had begun to employ 70% of his power. The outcome of this clash was now apparent. The god of destruction, Beerus, was defeated. In the stratosphere beyond Earth, Yidong suddenly sensed an overwhelming pressure wash over him. Surmising that Beerus must have tapped into over 60% of his strength to mount such a sudden counterattack. Although he felt a twinge of discontent, Yidong swiftly adopted a defensive stance, bracing himself for the impending assault. With a thunderous roar, he realized that against Beerus's 70% strength, his own combat prowess was utterly insufficient. Soon, his Kamehameha was shattered, and the black-purple energy sphere struck him with tremendous force. In an instant, a brilliant flash erupted, followed by a cacophony of sounds. Oh no! Upon realizing how devastating Beerus's attack could be after he escalated his power, Yidong feared for his safety. The sounds persisted for several seconds as the smoke gradually dissipated. Beerus furrowed his brow and advanced a few paces. Just as he did so, a figure emerged from the smoke. Yidong, are you all right? Beerus inquired, astonished that his most powerful strike, delivered at 70% strength, had been withstood by one whose power was only 60% of his own. How could this not shock Beerus? Well, I barely managed to hold on, Yidong smiled. A mere casual remark. Without considering the protective measures of the system, even his own strength meant that Beerus's strongest attack posed no real threat to him. This did not imply he could contend with Beerus's full 70% strength. It merely indicated he could withstand one blow. The subsequent attacks, the second, third, or even fourth, would not necessarily be manageable. However, it was unlikely that Beerus would unleash his full strength with every strike. In light of this, Yidong began to entertain the notion that he might still have a fighting chance against Beerus at 70% strength. With a renewed fighting spirit, Yidong yearned for another bout with the god of destruction. Yet, before he could voice his intentions, Beerus spoke first. Given your expression, do you wish to continue? Very well, I have gauged your strength, and indeed, you are formidable. However, you are still not my match at present. I am rather fatigued and must return to rest. When next I awaken, I hope you can compel me to unleash my full 70%, or at the very least, engage me in a serious contest. Beerus held a certain admiration for Yidong, recognizing him as the third strongest being in the seventh universe, following himself and Whis. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Yidong felt a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Just as his fighting spirit had ignited, this fellow declared the match over, which was quite frustrating. Nonetheless, if there was to be no battle, so be it. As for the next encounter, Yidong's lips curled into a slight smile. Beerus might return to slumber, perhaps not awakening until the events of Dragon Ball Super commenced. By that time, how much stronger would Yidong have become? Undoubtedly, he would surpass Beerus's strength. Thus, the next confrontation would not see Beerus lowering his strength to fight Yidong. Rather, it would be Yidong who would suppress his power to challenge Beerus. Very well, let us save our duel for another time, Yidong chuckled, lightly tapping his forehead with his right hand's index and middle fingers, instantly teleporting back to the cruise ship. Farewell. Beerus did not follow, and Whis, understanding his intent to return, smiled and bid farewell to Yidong and the others before departing from Earth. After Beerus and Whis left, Yidong and his companions resumed their revelry. Time flew by, and before long, night had fallen. By the time the gathering concluded, it was already 3 in the morning of the following day. As the cruise ship docked, everyone returned to their homes. Subsequently, Yidong spent approximately 2 months with Bulma and Chi-Chi, preparing to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training when he suddenly received news from Goku's side. Yamcha had nearly perished after his energy was drained. Upon hearing this news, a glimmer of light flashed in Yidong's eyes as he understood that the major arc of the android saga was about to unfold. True to his nature, Yidong acted swiftly. Without hesitation, he teleported directly to Kame House. Upon his arrival, he witnessed Goku administering a Senzu bean to Yamcha, who had appeared lifeless but was now revitalized and bouncing with energy. That guy was too fierce. I barely had a moment to react before I was defeated, Yamcha recounted. Still shaken, Goku wore a serious expression. Upon seeing Yidong's arrival, his demeanor softened slightly. Big brother Yidong, the androids have truly arrived. In stark contrast to their anxiousness, Yidong appeared remarkably relaxed, smiling as he remarked, if you had trained harder, perhaps now you wouldn't feel so disheartened by your inability to compete. This sentiment was directed towards Yamcha and the others. Earthlings, while limited in natural talent, possessed boundless potential for hard work. As the saying goes, with enough diligence, even an iron pestle can be ground down into a needle. Just look at Goku. He is a living testament to this truth. Upon hearing Yidong's words, Yamcha and Krillin both flushed with embarrassment, lowering their heads. They understood that Yidong was subtly urging them to intensify their training. However, in the presence of Goku, Krillin, and Gohan, Yamcha and Krillin indeed felt a profound sense of inadequacy. At that moment, Yidong suddenly sensed a familiar aura, his brow furrowing in response. This energy was unmistakable. It was the same one he had detected previously, suspected to belong to Cell. Could it be that Cell had returned to life? With this thought, Yidong narrowed his eyes. If one were to consider the most perilous adversary in the Dragon Ball universe, Yidong would unequivocally cite Cell. This being possessed not only Saiyan cells, but also Namekian cells, combined with human cells, and an ability to grow infinitely. If he were allowed to survive and reach the conclusion of Dragon Ball, the entire universe would be in peril. Therefore, Cell must perish. However, now that the androids had emerged, Yidong had no time to concern himself with Cell. When that wretched creature finally revealed himself, Yidong vowed to ensure he would not survive even a second. Subsequently, Yidong and Goku followed the directions provided by Yamcha to pursue Dr. Gero and Android 19. Before long, they discovered their whereabouts on a small island. Goku, we meet again. Dr. Gero had transformed himself into an android, now designated Android 20, though everyone still referred to him as Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero, Last time I let you escape. This time, you shall not evade me. Goku's expression was one of indifference. Back then, he had intended to eliminate Dr. Gero after vanquishing the Red Ribbon Army, but the man had hidden himself too well, allowing him to slip away. Chapter 33, The Bounty for Killing. Had he not escaped, perhaps countless disasters could have been averted. With a sigh, Goku declared, "Today, you shall not escape. You will all perish by my hand." Dr. Gero laughed with overconfidence, turning to Android 19 and commanding, "Kill them all." Android 19's combat power was approximately 1 billion, while Dr. Gero's was around 12 billion. Dr. Gero believed Goku posed no threat to him, which fueled his arrogance. Yidong, aware of their strengths, focused his attention on Goku and Gohan. He recalled that during their last transformation into Super Saiyan God 1, their combat powers were 1 billion and 500 million, respectively. It had been a considerable time since they had transformed, and he was uncertain of their current capabilities. To be truthful, Yidong felt a sense of anticipation. Having read the original story, he remembered that during this period, Goku's combat power was supposed to be around 3.5 billion. However, the timeline of this world diverged significantly from that of the original narrative, and the plot had altered considerably, rendering Goku much weaker here. On the surface, Goku appeared inferior to his former self, but in reality, the potential he possessed now far exceeded that of the original. The crucial factor was that the timeline in this world progressed slightly faster. Thus, Goku's current combat power had already surpassed 10 billion. Yeah, just as Yidong was contemplating, Goku suddenly unleashed a furious roar, emanating the most formidable aura. 25 billion. Stunned by the system's notification, Yidong was taken aback. When had this fellow reached 10 billion combat power? It had only been a short while, and he had surged by 15 billion. Such potential was utterly astonishing. Yidong's astonishment stemmed from the fact that at this stage, Goku had not undergone any life or death battles. He had merely trained during a period of peace. And in mere months, he had elevated his power by 15 billion, an achievement that would astonish anyone. After all, not everyone could replicate Yidong's feats. With this in mind, Yidong silently reveled in his own prowess. "Dr. Gero, I warned you that today you would not escape." Goku advanced menacingly, forcing Dr. Gero to retreat repeatedly. Damn it, how has this guy become so strong? Dr. Gero's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated while shouting orders to Android 19. "Kill him. Quickly kill him." Having uttered this command, he began contemplating his escape. Knowing full well that he and Android 19 were no match for Goku's 25 billion combat power, staying put would mean certain death. Without hesitation, Dr. Gero took flight. Abandoning the scene, trying to flee, Goku glanced at Dr. Gero, scoffing softly, and prepared to pursue him, only to find Android 19 blocking his path. Goku looked at Android 19 and then turned to Gohan, saying, "Gohan, handle this guy. I'll go after Dr. Gero." "All right, Dad." Gohan leapt forward, transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging at Android 19. "System, what is Gohan's current combat power?" Yidong inquired as he observed Gohan's transformation. Beep, beep, beep. The system began its assessment, responding after a second. "Gohan's current combat power is 1 billion. 1 billion? Yidong raised an eyebrow. This lad was progressing at an astonishing rate. In just a few months, his combat power had doubled. Gohan could now transform into a Super Saiyan. Beside them, Krillin wore an expression of shock. Incredible. Yamcha was left speechless, astonished that a child had surpassed an adult who had trained for years, feeling a burning embarrassment that made him wish to vanish into the ground. What a disgrace. Piccolo, arms crossed, reflected on his role as a caretaker for the Sun family, often taking care of Gohan while Goku trained alone. Though his combat power was inferior to Gohan's, he could still impart some battle experience. Witnessing Gohan transform for the first time in front of him was a surprise, causing him to question his own abilities. However, upon learning that Yidong had been the one to nurture Gohan, Piccolo dismissed his doubts. With this thought, Piccolo glanced at Yidong, who appeared utterly unconcerned, and felt a quiet admiration. He had contemplated asking Yidong how to enhance his combat powers several times, but his pride held him back from speaking up. With a sigh, Piccolo allowed a bitter smile to grace his lips. Just as Yidong was about to pursue Goku, a sudden notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! A new task has arrived. Teach Piccolo to increase his combat power to 1 billion. Task reward: 1,000 exchange points, plus 5,000 experience points. What? Yidong was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt announcement. Teach Piccolo to boost his combat power to 1 billion. And with such generous rewards. System, what is Piccolo's current combat power? Yidong asked. In truth, he had not paid much attention to Piccolo and was uncertain of his strength, only perceiving him as rather low-key. Host, Piccolo's current combat power is 10 million. The system promptly replied. From 10 million to 1 billion sounds daunting, but it wasn't insurmountable. After all, in the time chamber that accelerated time by 20 times. Even at a leisurely pace, one could undoubtedly achieve it in a month. If Piccolo were to apply himself, perhaps in half a month, he could increase by 90 million. Hey, this task is practically a no-brainer. Yi Dong grinned, reflecting on the fact that the tasks the system assigned had never been particularly challenging. Thus, he promptly accepted the mission. By the way, does this task have a deadline? Yi Dong suddenly inquired. The task deadline is 10 days. If not completed, the host will lose double the rewards, the system responded. 10 days. 90 million. Yi Dong blinked, sensing that there was indeed a challenge ahead. He accepted it. Although it posed a certain level of difficulty, he resolved to take it on. However, he had no time to instruct Piccolo and immediately rushed towards Sun Wukong. While Sun Wukong could handle Dr. Gero with ease, he would undoubtedly struggle against androids 17 and 18. To prevent this formidable opponent from suffering a setback, Yi Dong hastened to catch up. Before long, he arrived, but was a step too late. Sun Wukong was already engaged in battle with 17. This caught Yi Dong by surprise, as the current plot deviated significantly from the original narrative. Despite the unexpected turn of events, he couldn't help but admire the beauty before him. His gaze fell upon android 18, Lazuli. Her flowing golden hair and striking figure indeed justified her status as a goddess among many Dragon Ball enthusiasts. Yi Dong acknowledged that he was smitten. However, this was hardly the moment to approach her, so he redirected his attention back to Sun Wukong, who was clearly struggling against 17. Stepping forward, Yi Dong materialized behind Sun Wukong. Don't overexert yourself. 17 is far stronger than you, he said, patting Sun Wukong on the shoulder with a smile. Now watch me. With that, he flashed a grin at Sun Wukong before turning to face the vigilant 17, calmly stating, "You are the modified androids created by Dr. Gero, and in a sense, you still harbor human sentiments. Thus, I shall not take your lives." Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Dong vanished and reappeared before Dr. Gero, delivering a powerful punch that dispatched him instantly. Ding. You have slain Dr. Gero and earned 500 experience points. The system notification rang in Yi Dong's mind, and he blinked in surprise. It had been so long since he had fought monsters that he had forgotten about the experience points. Shaking his head, he chuckled softly. The android 19 he had encountered earlier should have been dealt with by him as well, since he had already eliminated all other androids aside from 16, 17, and 18. Yi Dong felt no pressure in this endeavor. Yi Dong acted swiftly and decisively, leaving 17 momentarily stunned, staring at him in shock. He was utterly bewildered. How had this individual suddenly taken down Dr. Gero? What would become of the devices implanted within them? As he pondered this, 17's expression darkened. Don't panic. I have a way to resolve the issues concerning those devices within you, Yi Dong reassured him, primarily motivated by the fact that 17's sister was Lazuli. If he were to eliminate 17, any hope of getting closer to 18 would remain nothing more than a dream. Upon hearing Yi Dong's words, 17, who had been ready to attack, froze again, casting a puzzled glance at his sister Lazuli, as if to inquire, how does he know so much? He even knows about the devices implanted by Dr. Gero. Lazuli was equally baffled, completely at a loss as to how this newly appeared man was aware of so many details. Just then, the sound of rushing winds caught Yi Dong's attention. He turned to see Son Gohan and the others arriving, with Gohan holding android 19. Upon spotting 17 and 18 suspended in midair, 19 immediately shouted, 17, 18, quickly take down these guys. Poof. Just as 19 finished speaking, a shadow flashed past, and his head exploded, startling Son Gohan. Ding. You have slain android 19 and earned 500 exchange points and 200 experience points. Yi Dong was astonished to discover that he could also earn exchange points. After dispatching 19, the system's voice echoed in his mind, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. It was rare to receive dual rewards for a single kill. Typically, one would be fortunate to receive such rewards after slaying 1,000 enemies. Yet, he had achieved this after only 2 kills, leading him to conclude that luck was indeed on his side today. Uncle Yi Dong, Son Gohan was still trembling from the shock of Yi Dong's sudden action. Hearing Gohan's voice, Yi Dong glanced at him and shook his head with a smile. Is this your first encounter with someone being killed? Gohan gulped and shook his head, remaining silent. Without strength, one can only be bullied by the strong. Remember this, Yi Dong advised. Ultimately, Gohan possessed a certain inherent weakness, and Yi Dong hoped that he could maintain the mysterious state of Mystic Gohan in the future, prompting him to begin teaching the boy from a young age. While he was not a die-hard Dragon Ball fan, he understood the expectations that fans held for Gohan. As the only individual to have traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, Yi Dong felt a sense of obligation to contribute something for the enthusiasts of his former life, even though they would never witness it. Upon hearing Yi Dong's words, Gohan's expression shifted, revealing a look of hesitation. Noting this change, Yi Dong smiled faintly and chose not to elaborate further. He was confident that his words would instigate some degree of transformation within Gohan, as reality had imparted a lesson upon him. Chapter 34. Trunks. Regardless of the circumstances, strength is the ultimate truth. If one wishes to protect those around them and prevent their suffering, one must become strong. Feeling a bit fatigued was inconsequential. He would put forth his utmost effort to write every day at dawn. What a resolute individual. From Yidong's decisive elimination of Dr. Gero to his subsequent dispatching of 19, it was evident that he was a man of action. Consequently, Lazuli found herself captivated by him. The allure of such a man is often profoundly irresistible to women. At least, when she locked eyes with Yidong, she realized she couldn't help but blush, even feeling shy about stealing glances at him. Her heart raced with intensity. Who are you? Android 17 could not contain his curiosity. Noticing that Yidong bore no hostility towards them, he exuded an air of confidence, believing that even if Yidong were domineering, he could not intimidate him. Thus, Android 17 maintained a relaxed demeanor throughout their encounter. I am Yidong. Yidong offered his name succinctly and refrained from elaboration. His gaze shifted towards Lazuli, discovering that she dared not meet his eyes, which took him aback. In his understanding, women in the Dragon Ball universe were typically quite forward. Yet at that moment, Lazuli blushed like an apple, seemingly shy under his gaze. As this realization struck him, Yidong internally mused about his unwelcome charm and its inexplicable effects. What do you mean you have a method to resolve our issues? Android 17 inquired coldly. Indeed, Yidong began to stride forward, no longer fixating on Lazuli suspended in midair, but instead directing his attention toward a cave ahead. If his instincts were correct, Android 16 should be contained within a box inside that cave. Upon Yidong's movement, Sun Wukong and the others followed suit, trailing closely behind him, their faces etched with confusion as they wondered why he was suddenly heading towards the cave. In midair, Android 17 and Lazuli exchanged glances, and a frown creased 17's brow. This guy has such a low regard for us, he remarked icily. To them, the cave resembled their home. Now, without a word, Yidong had barged into their territory. Who could remain unperturbed? I perceive it differently. In fact, I find this man rather intriguing. Lazuli was not the type to easily succumb to infatuation. Yet she felt an inexplicable fondness for men who left a good first impression, much like how she had inexplicably developed feelings for the bald-headed Krillin in the original narrative. To a certain extent, Lazuli chooses her future husband based purely on first impressions, and her initial feeling towards Yidong is exceptionally positive. Haha. Android 17 cast a glance at Lazuli, sneering coldly before swiftly making his way towards the cave where Yidong and the others had entered. Lazuli, momentarily suspended in the air, tousled her hair, and a gust of wind swept by, enhancing her beauty to a mesmerizing degree. Yet, this enchanting scene went unnoticed by those around her. Soon, a faint smile graced Lazuli's lips as she descended and stepped into the cave. What are you doing? Upon reaching the cave entrance, Lazuli heard the furious voice of Android 17. A frown creased her brow as she quickened her pace, fully entering the cave and capturing everyone's attention. 18. That guy is trying to harm our precious one. Android 17, spotting Lazuli, hastily took a couple of steps back and pointed at Yidong coldly. After all, Lazuli is his sister. Despite his significantly greater strength, he still sought her counsel in certain matters. Just like now, since Lazuli had just shown a fondness for Yidong, he refrained from striking first. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have already engaged in a brawl. Lazuli gazed at Yidong, her prior affection preventing her from believing he could be a villain. Indeed, Yidong smiled at her, gently pushing aside a box in the cave, revealing an android quietly lying within. There's another sleeping android here? Sun Wukong leaned over for a closer look, his eyes widening in astonishment. Boom. Just as Sun Wukong spoke, the android within the box suddenly opened its eyes, a terrifying glimmer flashing within. This android slowly sat up, bewildered, and surveyed its surroundings, ultimately fixing its gaze on Sun Wukong, narrowing its eyes and emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure. This android is 16, possessing a staggering combat power of 10 billion, making him incredibly formidable. Apart from the Super 13 from the movies, he is arguably the strongest android currently. What a formidable opponent, Sun Wukong thought, finding it difficult to withstand the intensity of their eye contact, the disparity in their strengths glaringly evident. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Android 16's memories were instantly triggered, immediately followed by a surge of murderous intent. He was indeed prepared to strike. However, after surveying the crowd, he reconsidered and suppressed his urge to attack, aware that the presence of so many people posed a risk of collateral damage to innocence. You are an android? Android 17 stepped forward in astonishment, gazing at the Android 16 lying in the box. Android 16 cast a fleeting glance at him before withdrawing his gaze, choosing silence as he slowly exited the box, stretching his limbs with a few jumps. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Android 17, sensing that 16 was ignoring him, immediately changed his expression, stating coldly, "You are no match for me. Do not provoke me." Android 16 regarded Android 17's anger with an impassive expression resembling a mere wooden figure, and simply waved his hand dismissively. Arrogant, conceited. Such was the impression Android 17 formed of 16. At this point, 17 could no longer contain himself. He had already harbored a great deal of frustration from his earlier encounter with Yidong, and had it not been for Lazuli, he would have acted long ago. Now, 16's words ignited the flames of his wrath. Boom. Android 17 unleashed his formidable aura, revealing a combat power of 5 billion. Huh. Useless fool. You will pay for your arrogance. 17 roared as he charged towards 16. Seeing Android 17 make a move, Android 16 glanced at the crowd in the cave, his brow furrowing. He effortlessly blocked 17's attack and turned to flee towards the cave entrance. The space was too confined, and he did not wish to endanger others during their battle. Thus, he resolved to find a more spacious location. Trying to escape? Stop right there. Android 17 bellowed, pursuing 16 as he dashed towards the cave entrance. At this moment, Yidong and the others exchanged bewildered glances, particularly Yamcha and Krillin, who were utterly perplexed. Shouldn't androids be allies? Why did they suddenly turn against each other? Speaking of which, with the conclusion of Tokyo Ghoul, Yidong felt a mix of emotions. As Yidong and the others rushed outside, they looked up and discovered that 16 and 17 had already begun to clash. The battle commenced swiftly and ended just as quickly, lasting only a few seconds. Android 16 swiftly dispatched Android 17. This outcome left both 17 and Lazuli in disbelief. Yet Yidong found it entirely reasonable. After all, 16's combat power was 10 billion, while 17 stood at a mere 5 billion. The disparity was unmistakable. What more needed to be said? How infuriating. Why are you so powerful? Android 17 glared at 16, filled with resentment. Because I am inherently strong. You are merely my backdrop. Android 16 replied before gradually descending from the air, approaching Sun Wukong with the intent to engage. Suddenly, he felt a wave of pressure and turned to regard Yidong, his brow furrowing as he fixated on him. This man exuded an aura of terror. He realized he was absolutely no match for this man. Although in the original narrative, Android 16 appeared somewhat dull-witted, this is not the original Dragon Ball universe. Hence, there are variations. For instance, in this world, Android 16 possesses greater intelligence while retaining his essential kindness. The group, including Yidong, held no particular intentions towards Android 16. He certainly would not initiate trouble. With this, the segment concerning the androids concludes. The next phase involves the arrival of Cell. However, it is not guaranteed. For this is merely Yidong's speculation. Moreover, Cell has been lurking on Earth, never revealing himself. Coaxing Yidong into uncovering him would be akin to a Herculean task. Wait, system, can you assist me in drawing out this Cell? Yidong suddenly remembered the system and hastily inquired. Master, the progression of the storyline is beyond the system's influence. You must be patient, the system promptly responded. Ah, I see. Yidong felt a twinge of disappointment. If only the system could help him locate Cell, he could swiftly eliminate him, preventing him from secretly growing stronger upon witnessing Yidong's abilities. That would certainly pose a problem, especially given that Cell had been lurking in the shadows, leaving Yidong completely unaware of his true strength. Whoosh! Just then, a flash of light streaked across the sky, followed by the sudden appearance of a time machine before everyone's eyes. A time machine? Could it be that future Trunks has arrived again? Yidong raised his eyebrows, muttering softly upon spotting the time machine. As expected, shortly thereafter, future Trunks emerged from the time machine, utilizing a new model that suggested future resources had improved, at least enough for his mother to create another one. Uncle Yidong. Trunks approached with a beaming smile, stowing away the time machine as he gradually descended towards Yidong. However, after taking just a few steps, his gaze fixated on the nearby Android 18, his pupils narrowing sharply, and his aura intensifying significantly. Trunks, Yidong called out, shaking his head and saying, in essence, the artificial beings in this world are inherently benevolent. There's no need for excessive concern. Upon hearing these words, Trunks furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Lazuli, his imposing demeanor gradually diminishing. In truth, he knew he could never overpower Lazuli. Should a confrontation arise, he would only end up nursing his wounds. The impending crisis of the future should have been resolved. Why are you here again? Yidong inquired with a puzzled expression directed at Trunks. I have come to deliver heart medication to Uncle Goku, Trunks replied. Last time I visited, I completely forgot to bring the medicine. So I implored my mother to construct another time machine to arrive in this era. Yi Dong chuckled lightly upon hearing this. In this incarnation, Goku was not afflicted with any heart ailment. He informed Trunks of this fact, which left Trunks somewhat astonished. Chapter 35, Level 72. However, the absence of medicine is of little consequence, he remarked nonchalantly, scanning his surroundings yet failing to spot his father, Vegeta, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Uncle Yi Dong, is my father, Vegeta, not here? Trunks queried, his confusion palpable as he surveyed the area again. He is on planet Vegeta, Yi Dong responded. What? Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. Does this mean he does not exist in this world? Observing the dazed expression on Trunks' face, Yi Dong inferred his thoughts and shook his head, assuring him, your world and ours are entirely separate. You need not worry about your existence being erased. Moreover, Vegeta will soon arrive on Earth, perhaps in this world. You may even be born. In truth, Yi Dong was not entirely certain. After all, the narrative of the Dragon Ball universe diverged significantly from the original text, and the timeline had been inexplicably disrupted. From this perspective, he believed the system's prior assertions regarding the general plot and character appearances were rather unreliable. Trunks, upon hearing Yi Dong's words, felt a sense of bewilderment. The notion was simply too extraordinary. Yi Dong refrained from elaborating further, preparing to approach Lazuli when suddenly an aura intermingled with the presence of numerous individuals flashed past, causing his gaze to sharpen immediately. The aura of Cell had reemerged. Moreover, after that fleeting moment, it manifested again mere seconds later. So, this fiend is currently voraciously absorbing human energy, growing stronger by the moment. Realizing this, Yi Dong's expression sharpened, and he halted his steps, addressing Goku and the others. I must tend to a matter. It would be prudent for you to avoid any conflict with the androids. With that, his gaze swept over Android 16, an overwhelming pressure causing the android's complexion to shift as he quickly averted his eyes from Yi Dong. Satisfied, Yi Dong vanished in an instant. Before long, he found himself within a city. As he traversed its streets, he realized that Cell had likely sensed his presence. Although he had arrived via instant transmission, he was still detected. Thus, at present, he could not locate Cell within the city. Something felt amiss. Yi Dong frowned, observing that the city seemed nearly deserted, presumably having been drained of its inhabitants by Cell. Clothing littered the ground, yet human figures were scarcely visible. Yi Dong sighed inwardly. This was the calamity brought forth by Cell. He was likely still in the initial stages of maturation. If he were to grow even slightly stronger, he could reach the power level depicted in the original story. In terms of combat strength as per the original narrative, Yi Dong had no cause for concern regarding a level of 570. However, he was apprehensive that Cell would continue to evade confrontation, opting to develop in secrecy. By the time he deemed himself sufficiently powerful, even Yi Dong might find him formidable. After all, Cell had the ability to grow stronger simply by absorbing energy, with no discernible limits. After wandering through the city for a while, Yi Dong suddenly raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips. At last, I have found you. Moments ago, a faint energy signature had emanated from beneath the ground, which, though subtle, was perceptible to Yi Dong's acute senses. He immediately pursued it. In truth, if Cell had remained underground without emitting energy, it would have been quite challenging for Yi Dong to detect him. However, since Cell was actively moving underground, he had naturally become aware of his presence. As Yi Dong followed the trail, he soon caught up with Cell. Cell, do not flee, he declared calmly. Standing atop a small mound of earth, Cell was concealed beneath this very hill. Squeak! A sound resembling that of a rodent rang out, and before Yi Dong could react, the small hill erupted. A green-skinned creature emerged, its face contorted with rage as it glared at Yi Dong. Why do you persist in pursuing me? Cell bellowed. Yi Dong was momentarily taken aback by Cell's inquiry. Indeed, he had previously chased Cell right after his birth, even inflicting injury. Logically, he should not have revealed his strength prematurely. Yet, Yi Dong had done just that, much to Cell's chagrin. Clearing his throat, Yi Dong knew he could not divulge his awareness of the Dragon Ball narrative. Nor could he disclose that Cell was an exceedingly dangerous adversary with extraordinary growth potential who posed a significant threat. Such revelations were best left unspoken, prompting him to remain silent and prepare for combat. Curse you! Cell roared, turning on his heel and fleeing. Despite possessing commendable combat prowess, his instincts warned him that he was no match for Yi Dong. To remain would be tantamount to death. Watching Cell's retreat, Yi Dong smirked coldly. This creature, regardless of how he ran, could not escape his grasp. Subsequently, Yi Dong began his pursuit of Cell. To be candid, while Cell was not particularly skilled in combat, his evasion techniques were exceptional. Thus, Yi Dong chased him for at least an hour. Eventually, losing patience, he instantaneously transported himself in front of Cell, poised to bring him to justice. I warned you, once my patience runs thin, You shall face dire consequences. Yidong grinned at Cell, who, at that moment, wore a look of sheer terror. Great Saiyan brother, I pose no threat to you. I beg for your mercy. Cell pleaded, realizing he could not escape his fate, and thus knelt in supplication. In the face of life and death, all notions of dignity became inconsequential. Of course, this was merely Cell's character. There were many in the world unafraid of death. With a hint of derision in his smile, Yidong gazed down at the kneeling Cell and remarked, "You are quite amusing. As a major antagonist, you lack any semblance of a true villain, entirely devoid of that indomitable spirit." Upon hearing Yidong's words, Cell fell silent, knowing that remaining quiet was his best course of action. Noticing Cell's silence, Yidong stroked the stubble on his chin, pondering, should I perhaps shave? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he inwardly cursed himself, then fixed a cold stare on Cell, stating, "If you can withstand one of my strikes without perishing, I shall spare you." Really? Cell lifted his head, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Indeed, Yidong smiled. He recognized that Cell desperately wished to survive. However, no amount of desire would alter the outcome. In his Super Saiyan God form, even a casual strike from Yidong would be more than Cell could endure. Thus, in the end, Cell succumbed to despair and met his demise. Let us commence. Cell rose, emanating an overwhelming aura as white flames ignited around him, enveloping him like a protective shield. He was filled with self-assurance, convinced that it was inconceivable for him to be unable to withstand even a single blow from Yidong. His heart raced with excitement. Yidong cast a casual glance at Cell before retracting his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips as he transformed into Super Saiyan God 1. In the midst of Cell's astonished stare, he extended a finger and gently tapped it against Cell's forehead. Boom. No. Cell exclaimed in terror. A beam of light shot forth from Yidong's fingertip, instantly piercing through Cell's forehead. Subsequently, a deafening explosion erupted as Cell's body disintegrated. Cell was dead. Yidong withdrew his hand, gazing at the bloody remnants of Cell with a light chuckle before instantaneously vanishing. Ding. You have slain Cell from the future world, earning 50,000 experience points and 10,000 exchange points. Upon returning to Kame House, this message suddenly appeared in Yidong's mind. What on earth? This voice left Yidong bewildered, his mind filled with questions. System, what is happening? Cell from the future world? Does this mean that the one I just killed is not the Cell from our world? Yidong swiftly regained his composure, perplexed. Indeed, this is Cell from the future world, not from your realm, the system replied. Hearing this, Yidong blinked in astonishment. If what the system said was true, did that mean there was another Cell in this world? System, what do you mean? Another Cell? Yidong furrowed his brow, having thought he had resolved all issues, only to realize he had merely dealt with one Cell, while another lurked on Earth. Host, this system cannot divulge too much information. The Cell from your world has yet to appear, but he will soon, the system hinted. Very well, Yidong nodded. Since the second Cell was imminent, he felt little concern. After all, the Cell that had just emerged possessed a combat power of merely around 1 trillion. Even if he transformed into Super Saiyan 1 or 2, Cell would be nothing more than an easy target. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to level 72. At this moment, the system issued another notification. Level 72? Yidong ceased to dwell on the matter of Cell upon hearing the system's prompt, smiling as he nodded. Reflecting on it, his level had indeed been rising at an accelerated pace since the plot began. By the way, system, do I still have the opportunity for a 4th transformation? As Yidong strolled along the beach near Kame House, he suddenly recalled this question and inquired mentally. As long as the host reaches level 100, the 4th transformation will be attainable, the system promptly responded. Level 100? Upon receiving this news, Yidong grinned widely. He was already level 72, and with the plot officially underway, he could receive tasks at any time. Speaking of tasks, Yidong suddenly remembered a previous assignment, to elevate Piccolo's combat power to 100 million within 10 days. This should not prove difficult. With the time chamber's 20-fold time flow, he could undoubtedly enhance Piccolo's power by 90 million in less than 10 days. After pondering, Yidong concluded that with a modicum of effort, the task of training Piccolo could be easily accomplished. Thus, he felt no anxiety. No longer preoccupied, Yidong entered Kame House, where Goku and the others, engaged in conversation, immediately greeted him upon his arrival. Goku smiled and asked, "Where have you been?" "Big brother Yidong. Just dealing with a matter. By the way, those androids haven't caused you any trouble, have they?" Yidong inquired in return. "No, after you left. The 3 of them departed from that small island," Goku replied, shaking his head. Yidong nodded, shifting his gaze to Piccolo, who inexplicably boasted a combat power of 15 million. Leaving Yidong somewhat puzzled about how he had suddenly increased by 5 million. After a moment of contemplation, Yidong's eyes lit up with a realization. Perhaps he could exceed expectations with the task of training Piccolo by merging him with Nail from Namek. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yidong mentally chastised himself, shaking his head and reflecting, why does it feel like my mindset has deteriorated? I would never have entertained such a selfish notion before. Shaking off the thought, he focused on Piccolo, stating, Piccolo, for the next 10 days, you will train with me. As soon as Yidong's words fell, the room fell silent. Particularly, Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You unwilling? Yidong teased lightly. If you're not interested, I could always choose someone else. Absolutely. I'm willing. Piccolo quickly nodded in agreement. Yidong nodded in satisfaction. Piccolo, you are indeed fortunate. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha looked on with envy, fully aware of Yidong's training prowess and understanding the immense power boost Piccolo would receive in 10 days. Ding. New task issued. Within 10 days, elevate Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha's combat power to 10 million. Task rewards: 5,000 exchange points, 20,000 experience points. Accept or decline. At this moment, the system's notification echoed in Yidong's mind once more. Accept. Yidong was taken aback for a moment before promptly confirming. This was a no-brainer. Free experience and exchange points. How could he possibly refuse? He glanced at Krillin and the others, casually inquiring about their combat power. Krillin reported 1 million, Yamcha 1.07 million, and Tien 1.8 million. This was essentially a gift from the system. Yidong broke into a grin. In reality, it would take only 10 days. But within the time chamber, time flowed at 20 times the normal rate, equating to at least half a year. Yidong mused that with 6 months of rigorous training, they could potentially achieve not just 10 million, but even 20 million in combat power. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, you will also join Piccolo and me for 10 days of training. Yidong announced cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others were momentarily stunned. After a few seconds of exchanging glances, they erupted with cheers. Mr. Yidong. Amidst the jubilation, Yidong smiled with satisfaction. A day later, on a small island adjacent to Kame House, Yidong, Piccolo, and Krillin gathered together. Initially, Yidong believed the countdown for the task had begun the day it was accepted. However, that was not the case. The official start was necessary. Thus, Yidong felt no urgency and took an extra day before commencing the high-intensity training for Krillin and the others over the next 10 days. On the first day, Yidong promptly threw them into the time chamber with a 20-fold time flow, allowing them to engage in chaotic battles. Once their stamina was depleted, they consumed senzu beans to recover and continued fighting. After all, with the 20-fold time flow, a single day equated to 20 days. Therefore, during these 20 days, they would be engaged in relentless combat. On the second day, Yidong introduced several formidable robots, mercilessly pummeling Krillin and the others. The training proved highly effective, and within a few days, their combat power surged significantly. The third day, the fourth day, the fifth day. In the blink of an eye, 10 fleeting days had passed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the completion of 2 tasks. Rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. As the 10th day drew to a close, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed in Yidong's mind, eliciting a wave of elation within him. The tasks were accomplished, and the strength of Piccolo and his companions had ascended to new heights. Indeed, a scenario of mutual benefit. 2 days post-task completion. Yidong summoned Vegeta and Raditz from planet Vegeta. The moment Vegeta emerged from the wormhole, Trunks, standing behind Yidong, felt his eyes moisten with emotion. It seemed Yidong sensed something amiss. He turned to glance at Trunks, and, upon seeing the tears welling in his eyes, was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that the future Trunks had only seen Vegeta as a child and had never encountered the living warrior since. Naturally, the reunion stirred profound feelings. Your Majesty, Vegeta and Raditz approached, kneeling on one knee before Yidong with utmost reverence. Trunks, witnessing this, quickly composed himself, realizing that the Vegeta before him was not the proud prince he had known, but rather this kneeling Saiyan warrior. Were Yidong privy to Trunks' thoughts, he would certainly scoff, having witnessed Vegeta's humble demeanor before Beerus. It was not that Vegeta had lost his pride. Rather, in the presence of true strength, all arrogance becomes a mere jest. Rise, Yidong gestured dismissively, unperturbed by the formalities. He turned his attention to Vegeta, silently inquiring of the system. System, what are the current battle powers of Vegeta and Raditz? Beep beep beep. The system initiated a scan and swiftly responded. Host. Vegeta's current ultimate battle power is 30 billion, capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Raditz's current ultimate battle power stands at 27 billion, also capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Upon hearing these figures, Yidong raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. In the original narrative, Raditz had already met his demise by this point. Even if he were alive, he would have amounted to nothing. As for Vegeta, during his confrontation with Android 18, his Super Saiyan form boasted a battle power of 3.5 billion. While it was evident that Vegeta had grown significantly stronger, reaching 30 billion seemed implausible. This stark contrast underscored the immense impact Yi Dong had imparted. Had it not been for his desire to have Goku initiate the Dragon Ball saga on Earth and nurture him closely, perhaps Goku would have become even more formidable. Yet, upon further contemplation, Yi Dong realized that confining Goku might ultimately lead to his downfall. In this world, the perennial second fiddle, Vegeta, had, for the first time, surpassed Goku. The thought brought a smile to Yi Dong's face. Without his intervention, Vegeta could have remained the tragic figure, forever overshadowed by Goku, destined to occupy the second tier. Your Majesty, what are your commands? Vegeta inquired, rising from his kneeling position, his tone subdued. Trunks will be entrusted to your guidance, Yi Dong replied calmly. Casting a glance at Trunks. Wait, what? Both Vegeta and Trunks were taken aback by Yi Dong's words. Trunks and Vegeta exchanged glances, and under the weight of Vegeta's stern gaze, Trunks's eyes promptly reddened. That expression was all too familiar. Your Majesty, what seems to be the matter? Vegeta, initially stern, felt a twinge of confusion upon seeing Trunks on the verge of tears. It's nothing. He simply bears a striking resemblance to a relative you once knew. Yi Dong stifled a laugh in response. Is that so? Vegeta nodded in realization. Mr. Vegeta, I look forward to your guidance. Trunks quickly wiped his tears, stepping forward to bow deeply before Vegeta. Seeing Trunks' earnestness, Vegeta felt an inexplicable warmth and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. You must be Trunks, right? Quite impressive. You appear to be a Saiyan warrior of great potential. Fear not. While training under me may be challenging, I can assure you of swift progress. Having become rather adept in his own right, Vegeta was confident in his ability to mentor. Observing the budding rapport between the two, Yi Dong nodded approvingly before shifting his gaze to Raditz, summoning him with a wave of his hand, and teleporting to Payaz Mountain. In the original narrative, Raditz's demeanor was hardened by his harsh upbringing. However, due to Yi Dong's presence, the personalities of those around him diverged from the original tale. Consequently, this incarnation of Raditz possessed a kinder heart. The prospect of Goku and Raditz connecting as brothers seemed essential to Yi Dong. Before long, Goku and Raditz were united. As brothers, an immediate bond was palpable. This is Kakarot, known as Sun Wukong on Earth. And this is Raditz, a Saiyan from planet Vegeta. You are brothers. Yi Dong introduced with a smile. Kakarot, so you were sent to Earth by our father. Raditz exclaimed in disbelief, astonished to learn of his brother's existence. Goku scrutinized Raditz, sensing a somewhat villainous air about him, prompting him to question Yi Dong. Brother Yi Dong, is he truly my brother or my elder? He is your elder. Yi Dong replied with a smile. Raditz, noticing Goku's guarded demeanor, felt a twinge of exasperation. Stepping forward, he spoke amiably. Kakarot, I serve under the king. I've fought in numerous battles, and my aura may suggest a certain ferocity, lending an unfavorable first impression. Upon hearing this, Goku turned to Yi Dong, who nodded encouragingly. Goku, from now on, you and Gohan will train alongside Raditz. His strength is formidable, and you will learn much from him, experiencing substantial growth. Both Vegeta and Raditz possessed the time chamber bestowed by Yi Dong, which operated at 3 times the normal flow of time. Chapter 37, Gathering the Dragon Balls. This time chamber was a gift from the system's upgrade package, perfectly suited for both Vegeta and Raditz, the elite Saiyan warriors under Yi Dong's command. Upon hearing Yi Dong's words, Goku furrowed his brow. Truth be told, he preferred to train independently and was not keen on following another's lead. However, should he train under Yi Dong, he would undoubtedly be more than willing, as everyone recognized Yi Dong's unparalleled strength, which promised immeasurable benefits. Noting Goku's expression, Yi Dong remained silent, while Raditz chuckled lightly. Kakarot, it seems you doubt my prowess. How about we spar, and you can see for yourself what I'm capable of, while I assess your abilities as well. Raditz possesses an astonishing combat power of 27 billion, while Goku currently stands at a mere 2 billion. The disparity between them is a staggering tenfold. To be frank, Goku, due to my presence in this world, has indeed been somewhat overshadowed. Not to mention Vegeta. Even Raditz's strength far surpasses that of Goku. Yi Dong felt a twinge of guilt. After all, as the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, Goku's prowess was originally meant to exceed that of Vegeta and the others. Now, Vegeta has surpassed him. And even the long-deceased Raditz boasts a combat power more than 10 times greater. When viewed from this perspective, it's evident that Goku has been significantly diminished. However, all is not lost. Goku will undoubtedly grow stronger over time. Yi Dong firmly believes in Goku's potential. Even if he cannot catch up in the short term, he will eventually reach, and perhaps even surpass, many others. The mere mention of a fight ignited Goku's excitement. Without needing any prompting from Yidong, he bellowed and transformed into a Super Saiyan. His combat power surged to 2.5 billion, radiating a formidable aura. Impressive. Raditz nodded in approval, his smile broadening. Truth be told, from his perspective, given Goku's circumstances on Earth, achieving this level of prowess is already a testament to his remarkable potential. After Raditz's declaration, he too transformed. As a man who naturally rivals a Super Saiyan 3, Raditz's long hair made him appear akin to a Super Saiyan 3 upon his transformation. Yidong couldn't help but chuckle internally, pondering whether Raditz's hair would shorten if he truly transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce battle, neither holding back, their clashes resembling genuine combat. Observing from the sidelines, Yidong understood that although they fought fiercely, their intentions were far from lethal. It was merely a sparring match. Raditz, brother, I know you're not using your full strength. Can I witness your true power? Goku, increasingly exhilarated, sensed Raditz's immense strength, and fighting a formidable opponent was undeniably thrilling. Hearing Goku refer to him as brother delighted Raditz, and with a mighty roar, he transformed once more, becoming a Super Saiyan 2. The appearance of Raditz in this form was similar to that of Super Saiyan 1, with the notable difference of flames and lightning enveloping him. Is that Super Saiyan 2? Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had heard from Yidong that the combat power increase for Super Saiyan 1 was 50-fold, while Super Saiyan 2 was 100-fold. If he struggled against 50 times, then 100 times was an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, Goku was not one to concede easily, even if he could not prevail. He was determined to engage in a worthy battle. Thus, Goku unleashed his energy once more, his combat power skyrocketing from 2.5 billion to 3 billion. An increase of 500 million. Well done, Kakarot. Your potential is extraordinary, and you are destined for greatness, Raditz proclaimed, a smile gracing his face at Goku's sudden surge in strength. Without further ado, Goku charged forward, engaging Raditz in close combat. Yidong observed for a while, realizing that Raditz was not exerting his full power, merely surpassing Goku slightly to serve as a sparring partner. Satisfied, Yidong smiled and turned to leave the Capsule Corporation. He knew Raditz would train Goku and Gohan well, and there was no longer any need for his concern. Teleporting back to West City, Yidong began his own training regimen. Based on the current storyline, his strength was undeniably unmatched. However, if he wished to catch up to Beerus, he needed to dedicate himself to rigorous training. Of course, leveling up was crucial, but with no immediate tasks at hand, Yidong focused his efforts on honing his skills. With an exceptionally long lifespan, he could utilize the time chamber's accelerated flow of time indefinitely. Thus, 3 months swiftly passed in the blink of an eye. One day, upon exiting the time chamber, Yidong was met with astonishing news. Several androids had emerged, specifically androids 13, 14, and 15. Each of these entities possessed formidable combat powers, with the strongest, android 13, nearing 10 billion. For Yidong, Vegeta, and Raditz, these figures were trivial, yet for Goku and the others, they represented an insurmountable threat. However, Yidong found it curious. If he recalled correctly, weren't these androids characters from the movie adaptations? And their emergence occurring so early seemed rather perplexing. Pondering further proved futile. So he resolved to take action if these individuals sought confrontation. He would swiftly teach them a lesson. Teleporting to Kame House, he discovered Goku and the others were absent, presumably off training. Only Master Roshi and the old turtle remained, with even Oolong nowhere in sight. With no one around, Yidong had no intention of lingering. Upon sensing a particular energy, he promptly pursued it. Before long, he caught up to the source, discovering one of the newly emerged androids. However, he could not immediately discern its designation. It appeared to be another lunatic. Yidong observed as the android had just incapacitated an individual and was absorbing their energy, causing his eyes to glimmer with intrigue. Who are you? Yidong revealed a hint of his own energy, prompting the android to turn and frown upon seeing him. Yidong, uninterested in conversation, teleported and delivered a powerful punch that sent the android flying. Let us not forget, Yidong had always placed great emphasis on physical training, and over the years, his physical strength had become comparable to that of beings with combat powers in the hundreds of billions. Ding. Defeated Android 15, gained 7,000 experience points. After dispatching the android, the system's voice resonated in his mind. So it was Android 15? This unfortunate soul truly had the worst luck. Yidong shook his head, chuckling at the irony of encountering this miscreant immediately after his training. Yidong? A voice called from behind. Turning around, Yidong was greeted by the sight of Lazuli, her eyes wide with surprise. He paused for a moment before responding. What brings you here? And you? What are you doing here? They both queried simultaneously. Haha. A brief moment of surprise was followed by shared laughter, both contemplating the same word, fate. In a nearby city, within a cafe, Lazuli, appearing coy with a faint blush on her cheeks, asked, "Hey, you mentioned you could help us extract what's inside us. Is that true?" Seated across from her, Yidong suddenly recalled that he had indeed forgotten about this matter. Rest assured, extracting it won't take much time, at most 3 days, and the contents within you will vanish. Yidong confidently assured her, knowing that in the original storyline, Lazuli and Android 17's issues were resolved through a wish on the Dragon Balls. Then I'll thank you in advance. Lazuli, for reasons unknown, found herself unable to maintain prolonged eye contact with Yidong. As their conversation unfolded, they began to engage more deeply. The original text offers scant descriptions of Lazuli. Yet after conversing at length with Yidong, he gained a better understanding of her. Their relationship gradually blossomed into something akin to friendship. "Oh, by the way, Yidong, do you have any free time this week?" Lazuli inquired suddenly, causing an awkward tension to envelop the atmosphere. "I, on my part, have no issues." "It all depends on you," Yidong replied, clearing his throat as he observed the hopeful expression on Lazuli's face. "I certainly have no objections," she responded with a smile, blissfully unaware of the implicit undertones in her words. "All right then," Yidong chuckled, though he felt the pace of their relationship was accelerating too swiftly. He found himself unopposed to such developments. He began to ponder that if memory served him right, today was Friday, providing 2 days ahead. With this time frame, he resolved to gather the Dragon Balls first, and then make a wish before Lazuli, deeming it a more romantic endeavor. The thought brought a smile to his face. After a brief exchange with Lazuli, they parted ways, agreeing to meet again on Sunday. Yidong set off immediately to collect the 7 Dragon Balls, completing the task by Saturday night. All that remained was to wait for the following day to partake in that affectionate interaction with Lazuli. However, he couldn't shake off a lingering doubt. Had he misinterpreted Lazuli's intentions? "Do you have any free time this week?" "Indeed." Yidong furrowed his brow, recalling the pause in Lazuli's speech, which indeed suggested such an implication. The next day arrived swiftly, and Yidong ventured out from his home to the designated meeting spot to await Lazuli. It wasn't long before she appeared. "Have you been waiting long?" she asked shyly. Before leaving her home, she had fretted over her attire and whether to apply makeup, inadvertently causing her to arrive late. Yidong smiled and shook his head. He had only recently arrived, having waited no more than a few minutes. Nothing significant. "Follow me," he beckoned, leading her towards a nearby mountain. Soon, they reached the summit where Yidong had arranged the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. Upon seeing Lazuli approach, he opened his arms wide and called to the heavens. "Arise, Shenron." With a resounding boom, the once clear sky became shrouded in dark clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously. "Is this the dragon?" Lazuli marveled as she watched a majestic dragon emerge from the clouds, exuding an aura of power. "Mortal, state your wish." Shenron lowered its gaze, focusing intently on Yidong. "Shenron, please eradicate the entities within androids 17 and 18, Yidong stated directly. A trivial matter. A red glimmer flashed in Shenron's eyes as 2 beams of light shot forth, one entering Lazuli's body, the other soaring away, undoubtedly heading towards android 17. With a whoosh, the wish was granted, and Shenron transformed back into the 7 scattered Dragon Balls upon the Earth's surface. Yidong approached Lazuli and inquired, "How do you feel? Any sensations?" "It's hard to describe, but it feels as though some binding force has been shattered." She blinked, smiling. "That should suffice," Yidong replied with a grin, preparing to continue the conversation, when suddenly, he sensed a powerful surge of energy that furrowed his brow. "So, he has reappeared." "Yidong, what's wrong?" Lazuli noticed his altered expression and couldn't help but ask. "I may need to attend to some matters shortly. Let us postpone today's activities." Yidong replied with a hint of regret. "All right." Lazuli blinked, somewhat confused about what the forthcoming activities entailed, but she speculated that Yidong might be suggesting a date. The thought caused her cheeks to flush as she murmured, "It's fine, we can do it next time." Although her words were soft, Yidong heard them and felt joy swell within him. Before departing, he leaned closer to Lazuli, gently kissing her flushed cheek, and with a smile, he ascended into the sky, leaving her in astonishment. At that moment, Lazuli's heart raced like a startled deer, her cheeks aflame with shyness. Unbeknownst to Yidong, he was oblivious to the emotional turmoil that followed. He was already pursuing the source of that formidable energy. In no time, he arrived at a city. Have Goku and the others also arrived? The remnants of Cell's energy still lingered in the city, and upon glancing in another direction, Yidong felt the energies of Son Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz approaching. Clearly, they too had sensed the unusual aura emanating from Cell. Before long, Goku and the others came into view. "Your Majesty," they exclaimed in unison, their eyes lighting up with recognition as they flew over to pay their respects. Yidong acknowledged lightly, greeting Goku and the others before shifting his gaze to a street at the city's heart. At that moment, the city, which should have been bustling with life, was eerily deserted. It was evident that Cell had absorbed all the inhabitants in a remarkably short span of time. System. What form is Cell currently in? What is his battle power? Yidong inquired, focusing on Cell, who stood at the center of the street. Beep, beep. The system initiated its scan, quickly responding. To the host, Cell is currently in his second form, with a battle power of 80 billion. Yidong frowned upon hearing the staggering number, exclaiming, if I'm not mistaken, in the original story, Cell's perfect form had a battle power of only 60 billion. Yet this second form surpasses that. Host, due to certain circumstances, Cell in this world is stronger than in the original narrative, the system clarified. Oh. Yidong pursed his lips and nodded. Given this information, he could not afford to let Cell remain at large. Resolutely, he glided towards Cell, contemplating the magnitude of power Cell would possess if he were to achieve his perfect form, third form, or lightning form. While Yidong felt no fear for himself, he was acutely aware that those around him might not withstand such might. Thus, it was imperative to extinguish the threat at its inception, allowing him peace of mind. Follow me. Upon witnessing Yidong enter the city, Vegeta's eyes flickered, prompting him to call out to Raditz beside him before taking off in pursuit. Raditz, unwilling to lag behind, quickly caught up to Yidong, fixing a cold stare on the impassive Cell. Who are you? Cell inquired, his tone indifferent, as he did not recognize them and held a profound confidence in his strength, looking down on anyone he deemed lesser. Observing Cell's demeanor, Yidong shook his head and chuckled. This guy is truly insufferable. You need not concern yourself with our identities. Simply know that today, you shall meet your demise here. Vegeta declared, crossing his arms with a detached expression, before propelling himself like a projectile towards Cell. Seeing Vegeta take action, Raditz muttered a curse about his showboating. Promptly following suit, Yidong did not intervene as Vegeta and Raditz engaged. He understood that these two young individuals, brimming with youthful exuberance, had attained an unprecedented level of power, making them somewhat arrogant. Initially, he contemplated personally eliminating Cell, but after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. He wished to allow Vegeta and Raditz the opportunity to test their mettle. Even a failure would serve them well. A pair of imbeciles. Cell sneered derisively at the approaching Vegeta and Raditz. Though their combat prowess was formidable in the eyes of Goku, before the might of Cell, boasting an astonishing 800 billion in battle power, they were nothing more than insignificant ants. Easily crushed, Cell asserted, stepping forward with a terrifying aura swelling around him. Boom. Cell raised his hand, and a beam of light shot forth from his palm. Vegeta and Raditz, rushing in, had no time to evade and were struck head-on, resulting in an explosive impact. Yidong observed. Even transformed into Super Saiyan 2, both were grievously injured by Cell's casual strike. This is astonishingly swift, Yidong thought, unable to suppress his disbelief. He had expected Vegeta and Raditz to endure for at least a few minutes, yet they fell almost instantaneously. However, upon reflection, it made sense. These two overconfident individuals had underestimated Cell, and their hubris was destined to lead to dire consequences. Prideful warriors inevitably meet defeat was not merely a saying. You pitiful fools. What do you think you are? How dare you put on a show before me? Cell, brimming with arrogance, did not even spare a glance at Vegeta and Raditz. Instead, turning his cold gaze upon Yidong, asking icily, do you wish to die as well? Upon hearing this, Yidong sighed. Compared to Cell, Vegeta and Raditz seemed almost meek. Impudent. Before Yidong could speak, Vegeta, gritting his teeth against the pain, rose to his feet. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he coldly retorted, you dare utter such words before you have stepped over our bodies? Humph. Cell let out a derisive laugh without responding, but remained active. He flicked his fingers, and a beam of light shot forth instantly. Whoosh. The beam hurtled toward Vegeta. Bang. Yidong recognized that Vegeta could not withstand this blow and swiftly intervened, deflecting Cell's attack. Your Majesty. Vegeta, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, trembled as he stood, gazing at Cell in shock. The true power of Cell had indeed astonished him. With just one move, it felt as if he were facing the apocalypse. It's nothing. Not serious, Yidong yawned, waving his hand dismissively. Given Cell's reckless arrogance, Yidong felt compelled to intervene and teach him a lesson. Arrogance was permissible, but not at his expense. What are you posturing for? Prepare to meet your end. Yidong ceased his words and took action. He did not choose to transform into Super Saiyan God 1, as he had only an hour each day for that form, and it was unnecessary to waste it on such a worthless opponent as Cell. 800 billion in battle power? In his eyes, transforming into Super Saiyan 1 would suffice to easily resolve the matter. Boom. With a mere thought, Yi Dong instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 1. You've transformed as well? Cell. Observing Yi Dong's transformation, scoffed disdainfully, stating coldly, you will come to understand that the gap in strength cannot be bridged by any transformation. Yi Dong's lips curled into a slight smile as he instantly appeared before Cell, delivering a powerful punch directly to Cell's face, sending him flying. Uft. Cell spat blood midair. Whoosh. Yi Dong reappeared, landing a punch squarely on Cell's chest, piercing through him and causing green blood to spurt forth, which made Yi Dong grimace in disgust. How revolting. Yi Dong quickly withdrew, stepping back to shake off the blood on his hands, then purchased a bucket of water from the system's shop. Splash. The system's products proved reliable once again. Although this water had no extraordinary purpose, it was perfect for cleansing away the grime, and now it was just what he needed. Soon, the blood was washed away, and as he turned his gaze back to Cell, he found him glaring at him with a dark expression. Yi Dong smirked coldly. You shall meet a most tragic end. Fool. Cell coldly replied, his aura steadily increasing, as his battle power surged to 850 billion, then broke through to 900 billion. This guy indeed possesses Saiyan cells. His anger can actually amplify his strength. Yi Dong narrowed his eyes, recognizing that this individual held considerable potential. If allowed to live, combined with that Namekian regeneration ability, he would eventually become a formidable boss. Thus, Yi Dong was resolute that Cell would not survive this day. Instantaneously, Yi Dong transformed into Super Saiyan 2, teleporting directly in front of Cell. In close proximity, he unhesitatingly unleashed a Kamehameha enhanced by the system. Boom. With a resounding blast, Cell was engulfed by the blue energy beam, completely vanishing within the radiance. Is he dead? Goku and the others were blown back several meters by the shockwave, peering curiously at Yi Dong. Dead, Yi Dong confirmed, sensing that Cell's energy had entirely dissipated, a smile creeping onto his face. The dust in the sky gradually cleared, revealing an open expanse. Chapter 39, Accepting the Power Task. Yi Dong scanned the area, ultimately confirming that Cell was indeed deceased. Goku and the others approached, their faces filled with astonishment. Impressive, isn't it, Vegeta? Raditz? Yet before Cell, they resembled two fledglings, utterly powerless to resist. Had Yi Dong not intervened earlier, Vegeta likely would have fallen victim to Cell's attack, with no hope of survival. And Cell? That seemingly powerful adversary had proven as fragile as a chick in Yi Dong's presence, utterly submissive to his will, unable to stir any significant turbulence. Brother Yi Dong, your strength remains formidable. To catch up to you seems as daunting as climbing a mountain. Goku approached, wearing a resigned smile. Throughout his life, he had always regarded Yi Dong as the benchmark to surpass. Initially, it was manageable. Back then, his limited perspective failed to grasp Yi Dong's true prowess. At that time, he was filled with ambition. However, as his own strength grew and his horizons expanded, the magnitude of Yi Dong's might was seared into his mind. This realization had plunged Goku into self-doubt. Had he not continuously reminded himself that he could catch up to Yi Dong, he would have been utterly crushed by the weight of his inadequacy. Nevertheless, he had tirelessly pursued that goal, yearning to glimpse Yi Dong's back, only to discover that it was an arduous endeavor, exceedingly challenging. Now, Goku finally comprehended why he had always aspired to surpass Yi Dong. Why could he not simply be himself? Hence, he was now able to face Yi Dong with a sense of calm. Seeing the expression in Goku's eyes, Yi Dong's lips curved into a gentle smile. He understood that this fellow had finally achieved enlightenment. Recognizing the disparity between himself and Yi Dong, he was beginning to strive to be himself rather than blindly chase after Yi Dong. Wait, I've killed Cell for quite some time now. Why hasn't the system reacted? Yi Dong was about to speak when this question suddenly crossed his mind, a flicker of doubt surfacing. This time, there was no prompt from the system regarding Cell's demise. System, did Cell not die? Or is it because I had previously killed him, and this time it doesn't count? Yi Dong hastily inquired, realizing that the latter query was somewhat redundant. His previous experiences with Frieza had made it evident that the system did not reward based on the number of kills. It was based on the count of individuals taken down. Host, have you forgotten what cells compose Cell? The system reminded. Indeed, the Cell in this world has been vanquished by you, but he expelled an egg before his demise. This egg signifies his rebirth. What you just encountered was merely his physical shell. The system elucidated clearly, leaving Yi Dong momentarily speechless. It seemed that his prior considerations were insufficiently comprehensive. Otherwise, how could he have fallen into Cell's trap, allowing him to escape? This serves as a profound lesson. From now on, as long as the system does not indicate a successful kill, one must assume that the individual is still alive. Gritting his teeth, Yi Dong declared with a serious demeanor. One learns from adversity. I perceive this as an invaluable lesson, compelling me to regard any formidable adversary as alive until the system confirms otherwise at the last moment. In summary, one must never be complacent. Observing the elated expressions of Sun Wukong and the others, Yi Dong shook his head inwardly. After some contemplation, he resolved not to disclose the situation to them. The young Cell was undoubtedly in hiding, developing cautiously, daring not to reveal even the slightest trace of his presence. In his estimation, Cell was currently in a growth phase and unlikely to become significantly stronger swiftly. Thus, Yi Dong felt no immediate concern for those around him. Moreover, given Yi Dong's current strength, should Cell exhibit even a hint of energy, he could promptly detect it, teleport, and effortlessly eliminate him. However, this scenario hinges on Cell's willingness to expose himself. If this young scoundrel continues to conceal himself and gradually matures, or even silently departs Earth to absorb energy in the cosmos to grow stronger, the consequences could be dire. System, is it truly impossible for you to assist me in locating him? Yi Dong pleaded, feeling utterly helpless against Cell's complete concealment of his energy. Master, I regret to inform you that this time, the system cannot assist you. The system promptly replied. Very well, Yi Dong sighed, reassuring himself. Finding him personally should prove to be quite a gratifying experience. Yes, I shall persevere. Just as he comforted himself, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. The system has issued a task. Locate Cell before the plot of Majin Buu commences. Task rewards. 200,000 experience points. 100,000 exchange points. Will you accept or decline? With such generous rewards at stake, how could one even contemplate refusal? Naturally, he accepted. To be honest, Yi Dong was quite taken aback by this task. Since the very first task, he had never encountered such a bountiful opportunity. System, is simply locating Cell sufficient to complete the task? Yi Dong inquired after accepting the mission. Indeed, as long as you find Cell before the Majin Buu plot begins, the task will be deemed complete, granting you 200,000 experience points and 100,000 exchange points. The system continued to clarify. Understood, Yi Dong replied, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded. Subsequently, they held a small gathering, which lasted until the late hours of the night. The following day arrived swiftly, and Yi Dong initially intended to enter seclusion for several months of training. But suddenly a thought struck him. How much time remained until the Majin Buu plot commenced? System, you didn't specify a timeline for this task. You must at least inform me when the Majin Buu plot begins. Yi Dong asked, belatedly realizing his oversight. Genuinely fearing that the system might pull a fast one on him by asserting that the plot was about to start. In that case, he might very well resort to curses. It went without saying that the reborn Cell would certainly not dare to reveal himself before Yi Dong, for his very appearance would spell death. Currently, Cell was far too weak, akin to an ant, utterly devoid of combat prowess. Faced with the formidable Yi Dong, he wouldn't even stand a chance to flee. So how could he possibly dare to show his face at this stage? Master, due to the disruption of the timeline in the Dragon Ball world, the Majin Buu plot, which should have commenced 7 years after the conclusion of the Cell saga, has now been advanced to 5 years hence, the system responded. Hearing this, Yi Dong furrowed his brow. To be honest, 5 years is neither a short nor a long period. If Cell can indeed conceal himself effectively, finding him would be quite a challenge. This is likely why the task rewards are so substantial. By the way, once I find him, am I permitted to kill him? Yi Dong inquired further. Yes. The system affirmed. All right, I understand. Yi Dong nodded, realizing that as long as he located Cell within 5 years, he could complete the task. Furthermore, once he found Cell, eliminating him would yield another batch of experience and exchange points. Upon reflection, this task promised to be a significant boon. Moreover, if he were to locate Cell ahead of time, he might even achieve a perfect completion of the task. Logically, if the task's completion were deemed perfect, he would receive an even greater reward in terms of experience and exchange points. System, my reasoning is sound, is it not? Yi Dong chuckled. Indeed, Master, the system affirmed. With clarity on the matter, Yi Dong naturally would not squander time. Although he needed to search for Cell's whereabouts, he could not neglect his own training. As long as Cell leaked even the slightest hint of energy, Yi Dong would be able to sense it, teleport directly to him, and eliminate him without difficulty. Therefore, he need not remain fixated on Cell, and instead entered a state of cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, Yi Dong dedicated an entire year to scouring Earth for any trace of Cell, but regrettably, it was as if Cell had vanished from existence, leaving not a single sign. This left Yi Dong profoundly perplexed. While he could comprehend a hideout lasting a year or two, 3 years of concealment was simply akin to a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Throughout these 3 years, Yi Dong's strength, while not exponentially increasing, had also not stagnated. His primary focus had been on physical training, leading to less concern for leveling up and energy enhancement. Consequently, he remained at the Super Saiyan God 1 state, with combat power only at 60% of Beerus S. However, his Super Saiyan 2 combat power had astonishingly reached an incredible 100 trillion. In the context of this stage, such power rendered him nearly invincible. Even upon reaching the Majin Buu saga, facing the most formidable form of Buu, he could easily defeat all opponents, whether they were Super Saiyan 1 or Super Saiyan 2. With only 2 years remaining until the Buu plot begins, Yidong realized that the time to complete his task of locating Cell was running out. Sitting on the lawn in the backyard of his home in West City, Yidong rested his hands behind his head, gazing up at the sky as he softly muttered to himself, "That crafty Cell, I truly fear failing this task." Lost in thought, he suddenly sprang from the grass, preparing to teleport elsewhere and continue his search for another year on Earth. Just then, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. A new task has been generated. Display the strength of the Z warriors to East Kaishin Shin and his attendant Kibito, leaving them astounded. Task rewards: 20,000 experience points, 10,000 exchange points. Will you accept? Momentarily taken aback by the system's voice, Yidong wondered, why has East Kaishin arrived early? What does this task mean? Am I to showcase the Z warrior's strength to him ahead of time? Is this going to disrupt the forthcoming plot? After contemplating for a moment, Yidong gritted his teeth, thinking, what the heck, I'll just accept it. With his current prowess, not to mention Majin Buu, even the likes of Evil Spirit Bomb or any other fiendish entities would pose no challenge. Furthermore, his rapport with Beerus and Whis is quite amicable. Thus, even with the onset of the Dragon Ball Super Saga, he harbors no concerns. After contemplating this, he realized there was no need to fear any disruption of the narrative. With a chuckle, he readily accepted the task. After all, why not embrace an opportunity when it presents itself? Chapter 40, Completing the Task. Moreover, this task appeared quite appealing, offering both experience points and exchange points, and could be accomplished with relative ease, truly exhilarating. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the communicator chimed. Brother Yidong. It was Goku's voice. What is the matter? Yidong surmised that East Kaishin Shin and Jebit had already arrived on Earth and were currently in discourse with Goku and the others. Two mysterious individuals have appeared on Kame House. Their combat strength isn't particularly formidable, yet they exude an overwhelming arrogance, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Goku's voice was faint, likely as he hid away. Upon hearing this, Yidong was taken aback. His astonishment did not stem from East Kaishin Shin's arrival, but rather from Goku's tone, which suggested he did not perceive East Kaishin Shin as particularly powerful. Indeed, East Kaishin Shin's combat strength in the mid-phase of the Dragon Ball universe is not remarkable, hovering around 400 billion. Following his fusion with Jebit, however, his might soared to 650 billion. 3 years ago, Goku's strength was merely in the tens of billions. Now, after 3 years, could he have surpassed the 400 billion mark of East Kaishin Shin? With this thought, Yidong blinked, realizing there was a genuine possibility. After all, with the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber, coupled with the Senzu beans and formidable robots, it was indeed conceivable that Goku had grown immensely powerful. However, overthinking was futile. He decided to head to Kame House to meet them. Shaking his head, he thought, no worries, I shall be there shortly. After responding, he hung up the communicator and instantaneously teleported to Kame House. Brother Yidong, Uncle Yidong, Mr. Yidong. As soon as he materialized, Goku and the others encircled him, greeting him warmly. Yidong smiled in return, then directed his gaze towards East Kaishin Shin and his attendant. Jebit, you are the one they refer to as the representative leader of Earth. East Kaishin Shin, though shorter in stature with his hands clasped behind his back, approached Yidong without a hint of embarrassment. Yidong chuckled lightly, preparing to respond when a sudden divine pressure enveloped him, causing him to blink in surprise. A mere Kaishin dared to showcase their divine might in front of him? Was this not an invitation to disaster? The corners of Yidong's mouth curled upwards as the dormant divine power within him began to stir. Boom. A force more potent than East Kaishin Shin's erupted from Yidong, pressing violently against him. What? As Yidong's divine might washed over him, East Kaishin Shin's expression shifted dramatically, retreating in trepidation. You are also a god. Upon hearing this, Yidong merely smiled faintly. He could transform into Super Saiyan God, and his divine power was quite abundant, qualifying him as a deity in his own right. Moreover, his divine strength could rival that of a destroyer god by 60%. Thus, even without the Grand Priest's recognition, he still classified as a god. What is the disparity between a destroyer god and a Kaishin? On the surface, their ranks appear similar, yet in reality, when a Kaishin encounters a destroyer god, they must bow in respect. Ultimately, power is the undeniable truth. Never mind, your feeble pressure is trivial before us. Not only I, but even a random individual from our ranks would best you effortlessly. Yidong glanced at the astonished East Kaishin Shin and spoke nonchalantly, referring to Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz, whose combat powers were 500 billion, 550 billion, and 530 billion, respectively. Their strengths were nearly equal, particularly Goku, whose power had surged by approximately 450 billion over 3 years, an astonishing feat. East Kaishin Shin gulped, momentarily stunned, before turning to assess Goku and the others. His brow furrowed as he contemplated a rebuttal. Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, transform and show him. Yidong yawned and waved his hand dismissively. Understood. The trio replied in unison. Boom. In an instant, all three unleashed their formidable energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. The trio of Super Saiyan 2s was enveloped in golden flames, crackling with electricity, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. This was the first time East Kaishin Shin had witnessed such a spectacle, and astonishment once again graced his features. Even Jebbet behind him appeared utterly bewildered. Earthlings no. These are Saiyans at 2. 7 times their base form. How can they possess such immense potential? Is this truly the Saiyan race? Ding. Congratulations, host, for flawlessly completing the task. The rewards have been dispatched. Please check your inventory. Note, due to the task's perfect completion, an additional 10,000 experience points and 5,000 exchange points have been granted. A series of system notifications echoed in Yidong's mind, a satisfied smile emerging on his face. East Kaishin, would you care to face them in battle? It would be enlightening to witness if their prowess is merely a facade. Yidong proposed with a smile as he stepped closer. Yidong's words reached East Kaishin Shin and Jebbet, both of whom exchanged peculiar glances. While they could not discern the precise combat strength of Goku and his companions, they were certain that these 3 Saiyans surpassed their own capabilities. The notion that mere mortals could eclipse gods left East Kaishin Shin and Jebbet at a loss for words. They even began to speculate whether this Saiyan race might be descendants of divine lineage, for how else could they have evolved to such an extent? No need. I concede my inferiority. After a moment of contemplation, East Kaishin Shin relented, shaking his head. I have an important matter to discuss with everyone during my visit to Earth. Having gleaned the strength of Yidong and Goku's group, East Kaishin Shin abandoned his previously lofty demeanor and began engaging in amicable dialogue with them. Approximately 10 minutes later, East Kaishin Shin concluded his explanation of the matter at hand. Yidong listened attentively, finding little of interest, as he had already gleaned most of what he needed to know. Ultimately, the ensuing tale would revolve around the Majin Buu saga. East Kaishin harbored a profound fear of Majin Buu, yet Yidong remained unfazed. To be honest, should he desire, he could easily unearth Babidi from Earth long before any conflict arose. But why would he do such a thing? Without a task assigned by the system, he would never undertake such a venture. Once the plot unfolds, an array of experience-giving foes would undoubtedly emerge, marking the onset of his fervent quest for experience. His current level was not particularly high, merely at level 74, and he required several thousand experience points to ascend to level 75. At which point, he would also receive a level-up gift package. Wait, am I nearing level 75? As he pondered, Yidong suddenly recalled that prior to embarking on the aforementioned task, he was only 2,000 to 3,000 experience points shy of reaching level 75. Now that the task was completed, would he not be eligible for an upgrade? System, I recall that reaching maximum experience points would automatically result in a level up, correct? Yidong furrowed his brow and opened his attribute panel, only to discover that he still required over 7,000 points to ascend to level 75. Does this imply that the rewards for this task have yet to be fully distributed? Host, due to a delay in the additional rewards, your experience is insufficient. The system replied. Ding. Congratulations, host, on reaching level 75. You have received a level 75 upgrade package, which has been sent to your inventory. Please check it. After the system's announcement, Yidong was about to take another look when he heard the system's prompt echo in his mind once more. This time, he meticulously inspected his inventory. Upon confirming the presence of the level 75 upgrade package, a smile graced his face. Level 75 achieved. Only 25 levels remained until 100. And he was tantalizingly close to the 4th transformation. In Yidong's estimation, these 25 levels of experience should suffice until the power tournament arrives. Patience is key. He sighed inwardly. At least witnessing progress is preferable to stagnation. He firmly believed that by the time of the 4th transformation, he would become invincible within the Dragon Ball universe. He even pondered whether there might be a 5th, 6th, or even 7th transformation awaiting him in the future. As East Kaishin Xian and Son Goku continued their conversation, Yidong wandered aimlessly on Kame House, simultaneously unwrapping the level 75 upgrade package. Ding. Congratulations, host, on opening the level 75 upgrade package. You have received one time chamber with a 30-fold time flow rate, 300,000 exchange points, 20,000 experience points, 10 super sins of beans, and 3 5-minute transformation cards for Super Saiyan 4. This package was rather generous, one might even say bountiful. To be candid, the time chamber with its 30-fold time flow rate held little significance for Yi Dong at this juncture. What he truly desired was to elevate his own realm. He even contemplated achieving the Super Saiyan God form through his own training, independent of the system's assistance. However, what exactly were these super sins of beans? Upon reviewing the description, Yi Dong quickly understood. They were merely an upgraded version of the sins of beans from the Dragon Ball universe, with the added benefit of curing ailments. In all honesty, for ordinary individuals, this would be akin to a miraculous elixir. Yet, for him, it bore little utility. Thus, apart from the Super Saiyan 4 transformation card and the 20,000 experience points, the rest of the contents of this upgrade package were rather inconsequential. Nonetheless, having something is better than having nothing. It occupies no space and can be utilized if the need arises. System, did you not mention that my future transformations would primarily revolve around the Super Saiyan God? Why then does this package include a Super Saiyan 4 experience card? Yi Dong queried, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Host, the significance of this transformation card is something you must personally experience. The system cannot make exceptions to elucidate its mysteries, the system replied. Mysteries? At this revelation, Yi Dong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although the system did not articulate it explicitly, it subtly hinted at a crucial piece of information. The Super Saiyan 4 form might aid in his subsequent evolution towards Super Saiyan God. System, your hints are truly commendable. Yi Dong silently praised the system, then promptly retrieved the Super Saiyan 4 experience card from the system space. Brother Yi Dong. Chapter 41, A New Form. Just as he was about to test the experience card, Son Goku's voice resonated nearby. East Kaishin wishes to discuss a trade with you. A trade? Yi Dong frowned at Son Goku's words, turning to glance at East Kaishin Exine, who was looking at him with eager anticipation, piquing Yi Dong's interest further. Logically speaking, this individual had little of value to offer in terms of a trade. Thus, regardless of the negotiations, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Yi Dong was averse to making unprofitable exchanges, and he contemplated whether to feign ignorance. However, having already turned around, to pretend not to hear would be exceedingly disrespectful. After pondering for a moment, Yi Dong approached East Kaishin Xin with a stoic expression and stated flatly, "What trade do you propose? If it fails to satisfy me, we shall not discuss it further." His words were direct, clearly indicating that if the other party could not present something appealing, there would be no transaction. Rest assured, Mr. Yi Dong. East Kaishin Xin exuded confidence, evidently believing in the value of what he possessed, convinced that Yi Dong would agree to the trade. Noticing his demeanor, Yi Dong raised an eyebrow and stepped aside, clasping his hands behind his back while casting a sidelong glance at him. With a smile, East Kaishin Xin approached. The two stood on the sandy shores of Kame House, the ocean breeze creating a pleasant atmosphere. Mr. Yi Dong, this sea breeze is indeed refreshing, East Kaishin Xin began, but was interrupted by Yi Dong's impatience. Get to the point. What is it you wish to trade? Let me assess its value. Yi Dong displayed no semblance of courtesy. His impatience palpable. East Kaishin Xin shook his head, smiling slightly. Under normal circumstances, he might have been vexed, but before someone of Yi Dong's stature, he could only grin amiably. At this moment, he awkwardly chuckled. I gathered some information regarding your influence in the universe, and it appears that your greatest hindrance may well be Frisia. Wait a moment, Yi Dong interjected, casting a quizzical look at him. How is it that you're so out of the loop? What's going on? East Kaishin Xin, taken aback, inquired. Frisia has already been defeated. How could he still be a threat to you? Yi Dong shot him a sidelong glance, replying coolly, even if he were still alive, he wouldn't pose any substantial threat in my eyes. Indeed, in Yi Dong's perspective, Frisia was no more than a minor pawn. Perhaps within the narrative of Dragon Ball Super, this character had attained Golden Frisia form after merely a few months of training. But they had yet to reach the plot of Dragon Ball Super. Regardless of the temporal chaos instigated by Frisia that might have propelled him into golden form prematurely. What did it matter? Currently, Frisia's power was likely comparable to that of Russ. At most, he was at a level that Yi Dong would not fear. It was simply inconceivable. Of course, I am aware that you were the one to defeat Frisia, but you may not be cognizant of the powerful allies he has backing him, East Kaishin Xin remarked with a grin. His father, his brother, those are formidable figures. Should they learn that Frisia has been dealt with by you, even knowing they could not contend with you, your friends and kin might suffer the consequences. Surely, your clan must have the elderly, the weak, and the ill among them. What means do they possess to oppose such powerful adversaries? Upon hearing this, Yi Dong shot him a glance, a flicker of surprise crossing his countenance. To be honest, East Kaishin Xin had considered a matter that Yi Dong had overlooked. You make a fair point, Yi Dong mused, stroking his chin as an unusual glint sparkled in his eyes. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of King Vegeta and Cooler? Oh, you actually know of them? East Kaishin Xin was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Yi Dong mention King Vegeta and Cooler. I shall honor our trade. Now tell me, where are they? Yi Dong insisted, his tone firm. He had no need to inquire about East Kaishin Xin's intentions regarding the trade, as he was already aware that this fellow was likely seeking his assistance in locating the sorcerer Babidi, who was hidden on Earth. Fear not, Mr. Yi Dong. While I may not know their exact location, I can certainly assist you in uncovering it. The East Kaishin, Shin, hastily exclaimed, rest assured. My intention is simply to have you keep an eye out for any presence stronger than that of Bardock on Earth. You assist me, and I shall assist you. Thus, we have ourselves a bargain. What say you? Very well, Yi Dong pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. In that case, allow me to express my gratitude, sir. The East Kaishin, filled with joy, bowed deeply to Yi Dong, his heart brimming with appreciation. Yi Dong acknowledged him with a nod before vanishing in an instant. Utilizing instant transmission to depart from Kame House, he had more pressing matters to attend to. On a small island near Kame House, Yi Dong stood atop a mountain, clutching a 5-minute experience card for Super Saiyan 4. Let me see what this transformation card truly entails, he muttered to himself, squinting. Activate, he shouted. And as his voice echoed, the experience card shimmered into a cascade of starlight, merging seamlessly with his being. A few moments later, Yi Dong furrowed his brow, realizing that upon using the card, he felt no significant change. System, what is the meaning of this? He inquired. Host, please first transform into Super Saiyan 1. The system replied. Boom. Yi Dong immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 1, and then, he prompted. Please continue to transform into Super Saiyan 2, the system instructed. Boom. Following the system's command, Yi Dong transformed once more into Super Saiyan 2. At this stage, he finally sensed a shift within his body. It appeared that his transformation could indeed progress further. Boom. Just as this realization dawned upon him, Yi Dong instinctively continued his metamorphosis. With an overwhelming force, he felt his body expanding and contorting. Glancing down, he confirmed that his form was indeed growing larger. So, this is the preliminary phase of transforming into a great ape before attaining Super Saiyan 4. As Yi Dong contemplated, his physique swelled to a colossal height of several hundred meters. His fur was not the brown of Goku's great ape nor the golden of Vegetas, but rather a unique silvery white hue. Roar. He could not restrain a thunderous roar, followed by a wild display as he pounded his chest, his formidable battle aura erupting forth with immense power. Meanwhile, on Kame House, what energy! How astonishing! Goku, preparing to train alongside Raditz, suddenly sensed an incredible power emanating from afar, his expression shifting to one of surprise. It resembles the aura of a king, he remarked. Raditz and Vegeta exchanged glances. Their brows furrowed as they spoke in unison. Let us investigate. Just as the East Kaishin was about to depart, he too felt the surge of potent energy, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Let us go, he suggested. The others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement as they soared into the sky, propelled toward the formidable energy radiating from Yi Dong. Roar. They soon arrived at the small island where Yi Dong was located. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a deafening roar that resonated in their ears. Buzzing. Those with lesser power, such as Piccolo, immediately felt pain in their ears, grimacing in discomfort as they covered their heads. How terrifying! Piccolo murmured. Yi Dong's power is truly beyond imagination. Indeed, even if I were to train for a lifetime, I doubt I could ever catch up to him, Krillin added with a wry smile. As the onlookers engaged in discussions, Yi Dong's consciousness gradually returned to clarity. This was the 5-minute Super Saiyan 4 experience card granted by the system, and combined with his inherent strength, the transformation was remarkably smooth. Before long, the spectators witnessed his form slowly diminishing, revealing a silver-haired warrior with a silvery tail and golden eyes standing before them. What transformation is this? Vegeta and the others exclaimed, their eyes nearly popping out in astonishment at Yi Dong's metamorphosis. Yi Dong descended from the sky, approaching Vegeta and the others with a calm demeanor, stating, This is Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. The group exchanged bewildered glances, confusion etched across their faces. Vegeta, Raditz, and Goku were familiar with Super Saiyan 1 and 2, having witnessed those transformations firsthand. However, they had never heard Yi Dong mention Super Saiyan 3, let alone the current Super Saiyan 4. So, does Super Saiyan 3 even exist in this realm? They pondered aloud. Super Saiyan may third exist for you, but it holds little significance for me, Yi Dong clarified, a hint of an awkward smile gracing his lips. His demeanor was not one of indifference. Rather, under the state of Super Saiyan 4, he found it challenging to fully control his emotions. This realization surprised even him, as he had previously been capable of transforming into Super Saiyan God, yet now felt governed by the emotions of Super Saiyan 4. Truthfully, this revelation left him somewhat dissatisfied. However, with only 5 minutes to spare, he resolved not to squander time on discontent. With time ticking away, Yidong estimated that approximately 1 minute had elapsed since his transformation. Thus, he needed to seize the opportunity to unravel the mysteries of Super Saiyan 4. Without a moment's hesitation, Yidong soared into the sky once more. System, what shall I do next? Could you provide a hint? Unfamiliar with the intricacies of this transformation, he knew better than to waste time pondering. The only course of action was to directly inquire with the system. The Super Saiyan 4 in Dragon Ball GT follows the transformation of Super Saiyan 3. However, in our world, the evolution from Super Saiyan 3 leads to Super Saiyan Blue, which is Super Saiyan God. Do you comprehend my intent? The system's guidance offered a semblance of direction. Yidong furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of this information. A minute passed in contemplation, leaving him with 3.5 minutes remaining in his transformation. Yidong remained unhurried, feeling a sense of clarity forming in his mind. It was quite simple. In their world, Super Saiyan 3 transitioned into Blue, which was Super Saiyan God. Chapter 42, The Time Machine. Did the system intend for him to merge the Super Saiyan 4 from Dragon Ball GT with the Super Saiyan God from this world? Upon this realization, Yidong's golden eyes sparkled, a smile breaking through. System, is my thought process on the right track? He mused internally. After several seconds of silence, the system remained unresponsive. A lack of affirmation or denial seemed to imply correctness. Yidong nodded, commencing his attempt to channel the divine power within him. To his surprise, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he found himself unable to wield divine power as freely as before. Nevertheless, Yidong did not lose heart. For the remaining minutes, he dedicated himself to mastering this newfound strength. There was no need for haste. After all, he still possessed 2 additional experience cards for Super Saiyan 4. Surely, with 10 minutes at his disposal, he would glean some insights. Before long, the duration of his Super Saiyan 4 transformation reached its conclusion, and Yidong reverted to his original form. Whoosh! The Eastern Supreme Kai, Shin, soared into the sky and remarked, Mr. Yidong, I shall return to the realm of the Kais. Should there be any unusual aura on Earth, I would greatly appreciate your vigilance. Certainly, Yidong nodded in agreement. With a smile, Shin glanced back at Jebet, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished into the ether. In the wake of their departure, Yidong felt a sense of clarity. He decided against using the Super Saiyan 4 transformation card just yet. Instead, he intended to savor the sensations from his previous transformation, hoping that when he eventually activated the second card, he would glean deeper insights. After bidding farewell to Son Goku and the others, Yidong embarked on his journey. He was in pursuit of both Cell and the sorcerer Babidi. Though his primary focus remained on how to merge the Super Saiyan 4 transformation with that of the Super Saiyan God form, he sensed that once this fusion was successful, his transformation could potentially elevate him to Super Saiyan 2, or at the very least, to the full power state of Super Saiyan God, representing his peak form. This pinnacle of power, while perhaps not rivaling Beerus, would surely embody at least 90% of his strength. Regardless, he was determined to achieve this transformation. 3 months swiftly passed. During this time, Yidong's level remained unchanged at 75, with a mere 50,000 experience points separating him from level 76. However, this was not his primary concern, for he knew that once he found Cell, he could rapidly ascend several levels. Thus, he remained unhurried. Within these months, he utilized the Super Saiyan 4 transformation card once more. The 5 minutes of transformation, coupled with prior experiences, solidified his belief that Super Saiyan 4 could indeed merge with Super Saiyan God. Hence, he still had one more opportunity to use the Super Saiyan 4 card, which he intended to cherish. Should he exhaust this chance without successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 4, all his previous conjectures would be rendered futile. Even if he could wield divine power at will, it would be of no avail. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4 was paramount. Confidence sparkled in Yidong's eyes. Although other Saiyans in this Dragon Ball universe were unable to transform, he firmly believed in his capabilities. Once he returned to West City, he would enlist Dr. Brief to fabricate a moon for him. Narrowing his eyes, he grinned with assurance. The transformation card could wait. The last one must be used judiciously. Suddenly, the communicator beeped. Upon checking, he discovered it was Dr. Brief. Yidong, I assure you, this time the time machine is flawless. Dr. Brief's enthusiastic voice resonated as soon as the connection was established. What? Yidong's eyes brightened. Great. I'll return immediately. The time machine was indeed a remarkable invention. If it could facilitate time travel, it was worth 500,000 exchange points. What could 500,000 exchange points accomplish? Allow me to enlighten you. It could transform an earthling devoid of martial talent into a powerhouse with combat capabilities exceeding 1 million within a year. Or even half a year. This was no exaggeration. 500,000 exchange points wielded immense power. Furthermore, this was merely the outcome of a half-year or 1-year span. With a longer duration, combat prowess in the tens of millions would merely be the starting point. Without further ado, Yidong terminated the call and instantaneously transported himself to West City. Mere seconds later, he found himself at the threshold of Dr. Brief's laboratory. Knock, knock, knock. Yidong raised his hand and rapped on the door. A few moments later, footsteps echoed, and the door swung open to reveal a beaming Dr. Brief. Yidong, you are remarkably swift. Yidong chuckled, following Dr. Brief into the laboratory. This is my newly constructed time machine, barring any unforeseen mishaps. It should be capable of traversing time, Dr. Brief stated modestly, though his confidence was palpable. Yidong exchanged a knowing glance with him, fully aware of his assurance. Is the fuel for the time machine prepared? Yidong inquired, stepping closer to examine the contraption. Indeed, I have filled it to capacity. You can traverse multiple timelines without issue, Dr. Brief affirmed with a nod. You haven't tested it yourself, have you? Yidong turned to him, astonished. For an ordinary person to traverse time was illegal. Should any gods discover it, the consequences would be mild at best, but if Beerus were to find out, it would be disastrous. Do not be deceived by the original narrative where Beerus turned a blind eye to Trunks. That was merely due to his regard for Son Goku. Moreover, Trunks hailed from the future, which made Beerus reluctant to intervene. As for Dr. Brief, despite his connection to Yidong, this was in the main world. A time travel attempt could lead to dire repercussions if caught. I haven't tested it. My body couldn't withstand such perilous operations, Dr. Brief hastily waved his hands. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Having spent considerable time with Yidong, he understood that without formidable willpower, the solo endeavor of time travel could easily lead to a one-way trip. That's reassuring, Yidong nodded, casting several more glances at the time machine before leaping aboard to inspect it more closely, pondering, System, what is your assessment of this time machine? Not bad. The system succinctly replied. Oh, upon hearing this, Yidong's eyes gleamed with excitement. A time machine valued at 500,000 exchange points. He could hardly contain his exhilaration at the thought. This power was simply magnificent. Father, do we have sufficient materials for the time machine? After regaining his composure, Yidong hopped off the machine and approached Dr. Brief with a grin. Insufficient. Acquiring perfect-grade materials for the time machine is exceedingly challenging. I barely managed to gather a single set, Dr. Brief lamented, shaking his head. The materials for perfect-grade machines are incomparable to those of inferior quality. The ingredients are worlds apart. Yidong was fully aware of this distinction. While substandard time machines held value, he was not the type to engage in deceitful practices. At that moment, he contemplated, System, can perfect-grade time machine materials be exchanged in the marketplace? Absolutely, the system promptly responded. Splendid. You are not a shameless merchant. Yidong chuckled before addressing Dr. Brief. Leave the materials to me. I shall procure them within 3 days. Additionally, if you require any other research materials, do inform me, and I shall acquire them all for you. There was no denying it. With an abundance of exchange points, he could afford such extravagance. After providing Dr. Brief with the necessary materials, Yidong took the time machine and set off. He intended to test the machine, while others feared detection by the gods. He had no such apprehensions. He would continue with his plans unabated. Yidong arrived on a desolate little island on Earth, produced the time machine crafted by Dr. Brief, and stared at it in contemplation. This device, valued at 500,000 exchange points, was undoubtedly a premium time machine, and with it fully fueled, he felt it would be a waste not to utilize it. Moreover, with nothing pressing on his agenda, why not use the time machine to journey a year into the future? This way, he could ascertain Cell's whereabouts before returning. Wouldn't that effortlessly yield experience points and exchange points? Master, your idea is truly ingenious. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Yidong's mind. You must remember that the timeline of this Dragon Ball world has already been thrown into disarray. Thus, each subsequent moment is not fixed. What do you mean by that? Hearing this from the system, Yidong felt somewhat perplexed. He furrowed his brow and inquired, does this mean I cannot return to this world for another year? Precisely. The system replied succinctly. Yidong's brow furrowed even tighter. To be frank, this revelation was somewhat hard for him to accept. For in this case, his precognitive ability was rendered utterly ineffective. This ability was not merely an understanding of the plot, but rather the capacity to traverse time using the time machine had been lost. He could not reach any future moment in the Dragon Ball world he inhabited, not even tomorrow, it seemed. Returning to the past? That held little value for Yidong. It would merely offer him an experience of solitary invincibility. So, Which worlds can the time machine access? Yi Dong ventured as he stepped into the time machine. The worlds he referred to were not those of other anime, but rather other branches or parallel universes within the Dragon Ball realm itself. For instance, the world of Dragon Ball GT was a parallel universe to the one Yi Dong currently inhabited. Similarly, the future Trunks world could also be considered another parallel universe. You may choose whichever world you desire. However, the system currently recommends entering the world of Dragon Ball GT, the system suggested. Upon hearing this, Yi Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, how had he not thought of exploring the world of Dragon Ball GT to experiment with the transformation into Super Saiyan 4? Since Super Saiyan 4 was an exclusive transformation of the Dragon Ball GT universe, venturing into this world would undoubtedly benefit his transformation endeavor. Once one successfully transforms, subsequent attempts become considerably easier. It is akin to a man. After his first experience in a woman's embrace, the subsequent encounters become far less daunting. Chapter 43, Super Saiyan 4. Yi Dong ceased to ponder further and instructed the system to operate the time machine, directly setting the coordinates to the world of Dragon Ball GT. Inside the time machine, he asked, "Is the flow of time in the Dragon Ball GT world the same as in my main world?" The time flow is in a 1-to-1 ratio. For every day you spend in the Dragon Ball GT world, a day also passes in your main world, the system promptly responded. "I understand." Yi Dong nodded as he gazed ahead. At that moment, they had already traversed the time tunnel and arrived in the world of Dragon Ball GT. The time machine hovered at a high altitude, and as Yi Dong descended, he furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings. He discovered that he was standing over the city of West City, which appeared to be even more vibrant and bustling than in his original world. Reflecting on the settings of the Dragon Ball GT universe, Yi Dong noted that this was a world set 5 years after the events of Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball GT consists of 4 arcs: the Black Star Dragon Ball arc, the Baby arc, the Super 17 arc, and finally, the Dragon arc. Although Dragon Ball GT is considered a fan work to countless Dragon Ball enthusiasts, it is almost equivalent to being crafted by the original author himself. Indeed, Yi Dong believed that had no one labeled it as a fan creation, few would suspect that this exhilarating series, Dragon Ball GT, was merely a fan-made animation. Though Yi Dong himself was not a diehard Dragon Ball aficionado, he had watched Dragon Ball Super and Dragon Ball GT. If he were to compare the two, he would admit a slight preference for Dragon Ball GT. The reason was simple. This fan work evoked fond memories of his childhood. In the past, Goku's transformation into a red monkey was widely acclaimed, showcasing immense power and a striking appearance that resonated deeply with fans. In contrast, the Super Saiyan Blue in Dragon Ball Super often felt lackluster. Yet, it was not merely those elements that irked him. The most disheartening aspect was the frequent degradation of character portrayals in Dragon Ball Super. This alone was enough to incite criticism. After all, Dragon Ball is not a new series, but a cherished childhood anime that has thrived for decades. While minor plot inconsistencies and slight power scale adjustments could be overlooked, a complete alteration in character design was utterly unacceptable. System, at which point in time does this world of Dragon Ball GT currently reside? Yi Dong, having grown weary of further complaints, set aside his distractions and focused on the task at hand. Host, you are currently situated in the early stages of the Dragon Ball GT world, precisely after the conclusion of the Dragon Ball Z storyline. Just as the Dragon Ball GT narrative commences, the system swiftly replied. Understood, Yi Dong nodded. In truth, it made little difference to him which timeline he was in. He had no intention of disrupting the timeline of Dragon Ball GT. Such an endeavor would be overly complicated and exhausting. Hence, allowing the Dragon Ball GT plot to unfold at its own pace would be the most prudent approach. By the way, what about Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Pan in this world? Yi Dong suddenly recalled something and furrowed his brow as he inquired. Please rest assured, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Pan are each unique, just like you. The system replied with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Dong finally felt a sense of relief. Although they hailed from different parallel universes, he understood that, ultimately, they would still marry Vegeta and the others as depicted in the story, which left him with an unsettling feeling. Fortunately, Bulma and the others being unique like him indicated that, apart from Yi Dong's main timeline, there would be no other versions of the 4 of them in other parallel worlds. Yi Dong located a secluded island on Earth, landing silently. In exchange for an artificial full moon from the system shop, he had initially intended to have Dr. Brief create one for him to attempt transforming into Super Saiyan 4. But the system informed him that one was readily available in the shop, saving him considerable trouble. Now, Yi Dong hurled the artificial full moon into the sky. He fixed his gaze upon it, his eyes gradually turning blood red as his body began to swell, slowly transforming into a giant ape. Before long, he had transformed into a silvery giant ape. Not bad. During my previous attempts to transform into Super Saiyan 4, I could barely control my emotions while in giant ape form. Although he was now a giant ape, he could still manage his emotions. Yet transforming into Super Saiyan 4 remained quite challenging. Despite his emotional control, he felt an invisible barrier obstructing him, hindering an effortless transformation. Yidong was not in a hurry. He had ample time. Even if he failed this time, the next, or the one after that, he would not easily concede defeat. He believed that once he managed to break through that barrier, he would successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4. If he could merge Super Saiyan 4 with Super Saiyan God, his power would ascend to new heights. Perhaps, at that point, his transformation might very well be the embryonic form of Super Saiyan 2. Indeed, in his mind, this method of combining two forms was the key to unlocking Super Saiyan 2. Regardless of success, he was determined to give it a try. The silver giant ape form of Yidong paced back and forth on the island. He possessed consciousness and emotions, yet he was unable to transform. It's time to use the third Super Saiyan 4 experience card. He felt that perhaps utilizing the Super Saiyan 4 experience card in this world of Dragon Ball GT would yield greater rewards. After all, this was the birthplace of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Contemplating, he directly utilized his third and final transformation card for Super Saiyan 4. Boom. His aura erupted with tremendous force, and in his silver-white giant ape form, he began to transform. His body gradually diminished, enveloped in a dazzling silver light. Pop. After a brief moment, that radiant layer seemed to shatter with a crisp sound, revealing Yidong's figure. What immense power! Having successfully transformed, Yidong's face was adorned with a look of astonishment. This transformation was far more potent than when he had been in the main timeline. Moreover, the insights he gleaned in his mind, along with the myriad details accompanying the transformation, were particularly abundant, instilling within him the illusion that he could now transform into Super Saiyan 4 without the use of the transformation card. Of course, recognizing it as merely an illusion, he was not foolish enough to relinquish the 5-minute transformation time to test this theory. Thus, he slowly seated himself on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to channel the divine power within him. Previously, while transforming into Super Saiyan 4 in the main timeline, he could guide the divine energy throughout his body, albeit at a sluggish pace and lacking complete control. Now, as he performed the same actions, he was astonished to discover that everything flowed seamlessly. The realm within my heart undoubtedly exists. Yidong could hardly contain his excitement, for he could genuinely sense the transformation in his body. The divine power representing the Super Saiyan God was gradually merging with the cells of Super Saiyan 4. This alone bolstered his confidence significantly. The prototype of Super Saiyan God 2, or rather the realm of Super Saiyan God 2, was now within reach. For the next 5 minutes, Yidong continued to merge the divine power with the cells, and his exhilaration intensified. Soon, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was complete. Yidong opened his eyes, rose from the ground, and his gaze was filled with confidence. System, by my understanding, I should be able to transform into Super Saiyan 4 now, Yidong spoke calmly. He merely wished to ascertain whether the system would respond. However, the system remained silent, offering no reply. In light of this, Yidong simply smiled and again gazed at the artificial full moon in the sky. Boom. His aura surged once more, and his form swiftly expanded. Subsequently, he transformed into the silver-white giant ape once again. Roar. With a fierce roar, he was once more enveloped by a circle of silver light. Pop. As the light dissipated, his figure became visible. Super Saiyan 4, a resounding success. How magnificent. Yidong took a deep breath and smiled. The sensation of transforming without the aid of a transformation card was utterly exhilarating. Unlike Goku and his companions in Dragon Ball GT, whose transformations resulted in a red-haired monkey, Yidong's Super Saiyan 4 retained its striking silver hue, appearing incredibly cool. Next, he continued to channel the divine power within him, merging it with the cells of Super Saiyan 4. Thus, my advancement was considered to be in its preliminary completion. Yidong ceased his reflections and immediately began to attend to more pressing matters. As time passed, the divine power within him gradually fused with the cells of Super Saiyan 4. Boom. After 5 or 6 more minutes, as he unleashed a formidable pressure, his transformation was successful. This was the prototype of Super Saiyan God 2, or rather, the full power state of Super Saiyan God 1. In this state, he was surrounded by a silver-white aura, with his left eye a pale gold and his right eye silver-white. His tail was half gold and half silver, and his hair was a striking blend of silver and black, unlike any previous transformation. My strength is truly formidable. Yidong assessed his power level and inquired of the system, discovering it to be 99 trillion, nearly approaching 10 trillion, equivalent to almost the entirety of Beerus's power. Should he encounter that fellow Beerus again, he would surely face some challenges. Yidong returned to his normal state, a smile gracing his face. In the full power state of Super Saiyan God 1, he could transform at will. There were no limitations. He had completely mastered this form. Indeed, I am progressing quite rapidly. Yidong clapped his hands and took out the time machine. He did not find the world of Dragon Ball GT particularly novel. Thus, he had no desire to linger there. He promptly stepped into the time machine, returning to the main timeline. He had spent less than half an hour in the Dragon Ball GT world, and barely half an hour had elapsed in the main timeline as well. There remained over a year, nearly 2 years, before the emergence of Majin Buu. Let me see if I can locate that creature Cell ahead of time. Yidong resumed his search, not only seeking the whereabouts of Cell, but also the elusive wizard Babidi. 6 months swiftly passed. His level had risen to 76, which, while not rapid, was stable. His combat power had not dramatically increased, but it was noteworthy that he had located the hiding place of the wizard Babidi. After some contemplation, he decided against attacking him just yet. Chapter 44, Dealing with Domestic Affairs. He believed that waiting for the plot involving Majin Buu to unfold might yield more experience and reward points. He did not believe the system would remain inactive once the Majin Buu storyline commenced. The task rewards, combined with the rewards for defeating enemies, were what he truly sought. There remained exactly 365 days until the start of the Majin Buu storyline, a full year. The East Kaishin, Shin, visited Earth once more, bringing news that he had located the whereabouts of King and Cooler. Mr. Yidong, I will not take action against your enemies. The rest is up to you, he stated while seated across from Yidong in a small pavilion in Yidong's backyard, his attendant Jebet standing respectfully behind him. No problem, Yidong replied nonchalantly, suspecting that the two of them would not dare to appear in the vicinity of Saiyans. They understood all too well that Yidong's strength surpassed theirs significantly. They were no match for him. Their only hope lay with the tormentor, Frieza, still suffering in hell. Yidong surmised that once Frieza was resurrected, these three would surely come seeking him. Therefore, he was in no hurry to capture King and Cooler. There is an old adage, fat pigs are easy to slaughter. Currently, King and Cooler were far too weak. Without a mission issued by the system, killing them would be akin to gnawing on bones devoid of meat. It held little appeal. It would be more satisfying to wait until they grew stronger, prompting the system to deem it worthwhile to issue a mission and then strike. Have you noticed anything unusual on Earth? East Kaishin Shin inquired. Yidong's eyes flickered, and he shook his head. No, the wizard Babidi is quite well hidden. I haven't even seen a shadow, let alone any disturbances. His first half of the statement was a fabrication, while the latter was the truth. Babidi had indeed not caused any trouble. Not even the scene from the original story where he gathered energy had transpired. Upon hearing Yidong's words, East Kaishin Shin furrowed his brow, finding it somewhat peculiar. Why had this individual come to Earth if he did not intend to instigate any events? Was it merely to allow Majin Buu to gradually grow and slowly break free from his seal? Contemplating this, East Kaishin Shin sighed, rising to bow to Yidong. In that case, thank you, sir. Please be sure to inform me of any anomalies. Understood, Yidong smiled as he rose. Watching East Kaishin Shin and Jebet depart, Yidong once again visited Dr. Brief's residence. Entering the laboratory, he was greeted by a chaotic array of materials strewn about, yet the time machine remained unfinished, indicating that Dr. Brief was still engrossed in his research. Thus, Yidong did not linger long and soon departed. He then made his way to a company in West Capital, the establishment owned by Bulma and Chi-Chi. After engaging in a brief conversation, he spent several hours attending to business matters in the office before taking his leave. The bond among the three had not waned despite their infrequent meetings. Rather, it had deepened, as evidenced by their recent interactions. As Yidong exited the company building, pondering his next destination, his communicator suddenly beeped. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Lazuli, the Android 18. Long time no see, Yidong greeted with a smile. It's been a while. Are you free today? Lazuli's voice was soft, tinged with shyness and a hint of anticipation. Well, today, Yidong mused for a moment before responding with a grin. I am free. Then, let us meet at our last rendezvous. Don't be late, she replied before hanging up. Yidong shook his head with a smile, pocketed the communicator, and leisurely strolled towards a main street in West Capital, taking his time as he meandered and observed his surroundings. Having had experience with dates, Yidong knew that she would likely arrive at least half an hour later. As expected, after a leisurely half-hour walk, he reached the agreed-upon meeting spot just as Lazuli arrived. Their eyes met, and they exchanged smiles before embarking on a shopping excursion together. Sometimes, love is simply that uncomplicated. Their relationship flourished effortlessly, with hand-holding and kisses coming naturally. Watching a film and enjoying food together felt seamless. Before they knew it, the clock had struck 11. After escorting Lazuli to her apartment building, Yidong contemplated inviting her upstairs, but ultimately decided against it. He felt it was too soon for such intimacy. given that they had only just established their relationship. Observing Lazuli glance back at him as she walked away, he smiled, waiting until her figure had completely vanished before turning to leave. At that moment, an exceedingly subtle energy wave flickered through the sky. Yidong furrowed his brow, instinctively leaping into the air, pursuing the source of the energy. He quickly caught up with the individual exuding the energy, who descended onto an island. Clutching a vessel and scanning the surroundings, Yidong suddenly realized that this island was none other than the hiding place of Babidi. If his conjecture was correct, a massive spaceship was concealed beneath the open ground. The slumbering Majin Buu lay within that vessel. It appeared that it was not a matter of others stealing energy, but rather that he had simply overlooked it. Yidong's gaze shifted to the underground passage that had materialized beneath him, and he murmured, "System, are you not going to issue a mission? This is the lair of Babidi and Majin Buu." He blinked, mentally inquiring. The system remained silent, evidently unwilling to engage with him. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Yidong turned to leave. Without a mission, he had no interest in confronting this adversary just yet. He would let the plot unfold. After all, he was confident that once Majin Buu revealed himself, the system would inevitably issue a quest. Just as Yidong was about to depart, another energy wave emerged, causing his eyes to brighten. If he was not mistaken, this energy belonged to Cell. To his astonishment, the source of this aura seemed to originate from within Babidi's spaceship. This meant that Babidi had managed to control Cell. The thought amused Yidong immensely. Truth be told, a controlled Cell would undoubtedly be stronger, and defeating him would yield more experience points and exchange credits. Most importantly, he had accomplished his mission to locate Cell. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission to find Cell. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 200,000 experience points and 100,000 exchange credits. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up to level 77. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up to level 78. As Yidong contemplated his completed mission, a cascade of system notifications echoed in his mind. 200,000 experience points seemed substantial, yet it only propelled him from level 76 to 78. He had gained 2.5 levels, which was satisfactory. Glancing at his status, LV 78, 45,000, 79,000. He felt quite pleased. After all, completing a single mission had allowed him to ascend 2.5 levels, bringing him closer to his fourth major evolution. However, he acknowledged that there was still a long way to go, and he trusted that the day of his fourth evolution would not be far off. Setting aside his myriad thoughts, he cast a casual glance at the slowly closing underground passage and turned to leave. He had identified Cell's hiding place and was aware that someone was restraining him, so there was no need for him to recklessly rush in. He would grow stronger first. And if Cell were to encounter Majin Buu or merge with him, they would likely become even more formidable. At that juncture, he could take action. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yidong's eyes. This opportunity was simply too enticing. He hoped this storyline would allow him to level up further. With a broad smile, he instantaneously teleported back to his home in West Capital. In the ensuing months, Yidong and Lazuli indulged in their relationship for about a month before he brought her home. Initially, Bulma and Chi-Chi were somewhat reluctant to accept her. However, witnessing Lazuli's understanding nature, they realized it was futile to resist and gradually began to accept her. Thus, merely managing familial relationships consumed several months of Yidong's time. Only a few months remained until Majin Buu's emergence. One day, on Kami's island, Yidong received an invitation to visit. Brother Yidong, once again, congratulations on your marriage. Goku and his friends, who shared a close bond with Yidong, sincerely congratulated him, albeit with a teasing glint in their eyes. Yidong understood this well and took no offense. After all, men are naturally inclined towards revelry. The stronger one becomes, the more women one attracts. That was simply the way of the world. Presently, he had 3 women, which, to be honest, paled in comparison to the numerous romantic exploits of those heroes from novels. Nevertheless, he had never envisioned establishing a harem or a crystal palace. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lazuli were more than sufficient for him. As they conversed and teased one another, Yidong discreetly inquired of the system to gauge the increase in his companion's combat powers. To his surprise, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha had indeed improved significantly, though not to an alarming extent. Goku, on the other hand, had skyrocketed from a combat power of 50 billion to an astonishing 150 billion in just over a year. Such a leap of 100 billion was undeniably impressive. As for Vegeta and Raditz, one stood at 145 billion and the other at 140 billion, clearly trailing behind Goku, which irked them both. This led Yidong to speculate that Vegeta might indeed end up being controlled by Babidi and subsequently transformed, just as in the original story. A glance at Vegeta revealed a glint of discontent in his eyes, clearly displeased with Goku's superiority. Yidong, however, did not place much stock in this assumption. Even if Vegeta has succumbed to darkness, he possesses an undeniable strength capable of subduing this young lad, potentially even reverting him to his original form. Brother Yidong, I seek your guidance, Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly as he approached Yidong after the discussions concluded. Upon hearing this, Yidong was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head. This fellow seems to have significantly increased his power and now wishes to challenge him once more. Very well. Since Sun Wukong is eager for a thrashing, I shall oblige. Before long, the two ascended to the skies above Kame House. Please instruct me. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully to Yidong. Yidong smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 45. The Crucial Transformation. Sun Wukong shouted, transforming directly into Super Saiyan 2. Yidong remained unfazed, engaging him in combat in his original state. His strength was so formidable that transformation was unnecessary. It would be too much of an unfair advantage over Sun Wukong. In fact, in his base form, Sun Wukong was no match for him. As they clashed, Sun Wukong fought with utmost seriousness, while Yidong occasionally retaliated, spending most of the time guiding him. Ultimately, finding the bout rather lackluster, Yidong nonchalantly sent Sun Wukong flying, claiming victory. Brother Yidong's strength is truly astounding. Sun Wukong stabilized his form in midair, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he shook his head with a wry smile. He currently possessed a battle power of 150 billion, which he considered formidable. Indeed, he was terrifyingly powerful now. However, Yidong was no ordinary individual. He had achieved the realm of 150 billion battle power many years ago, and now, his strength had long since surpassed 150 billion. Not to mention his transformations into Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, and even Super Saiyan 4. Once these forms were unleashed, who could possibly withstand them? Aside from the apex destroyer god Beerus and the angel Whis of the 7th universe, who could endure a single blow from Yidong at full strength? It was utterly impossible. One could assert that Yidong was now among the top 3 strongest in the 7th universe. His ultimate power had already reached the level of a destroyer god, and the time to ascend to the status of an angel was just around the corner. In Yidong's view, during the 4th grand evolution, he would surpass the realm of angels. As for when he would breach the level of a destroyer god, it was a trivial matter. He merely needed to evolve once more to fully become Super Saiyan God 2, and even the mightiest destroyer god Beerus would be unable to withstand more than a few strikes. The two descended onto Kame House, and during their conversation, Yidong learned that Vegeta had actually gotten married. Married? Indeed. This fellow not only tied the knot, but already had several children. His name was Trunks. Sun Wukong spoke thoughtfully, as if recalling something. Why was I not informed? Yidong inquired with surprise, reflecting that over the past few years, he had not paid much attention, and Vegeta had not introduced Trunks, making it quite reasonable that he was unaware. I suppose you were in seclusion training when I got married, so I didn't notify you, Vegeta admitted with a hint of embarrassment. In truth, he himself never imagined he would marry a woman from Earth and have a child with her. Yidong couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing Vegeta's expression. To be honest, the arrival of Trunks was undoubtedly a positive development. Ding! A task has arrived. In 3 months, the Majin Buu saga will officially commence. Within 3 months, elevate the battle power of Sun Wukong, Raditz, and Vegeta to 200 billion. Task reward: 100,000 exchange points, 150,000 experience points. Accept or decline. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Yidong's mind. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yidong's eyes sparkled. A task. It has finally arrived. Accept. Only a fool would refuse such a task. From the past until now, the system had never issued him an impossible task. He felt confident that he could complete this with his eyes closed. After accepting the task, Yidong pondered. He was currently at level 78, with 45,000 experience points yet to claim. To reach level 79, he needed to accumulate 79,000 experience points, and subtracting the 45,000 he already had, he was still short by 34,000. However, the task reward of 150,000 experience points would easily elevate him to level 80, with an additional surplus of 36,000 experience points. Splendid. Yidong chuckled joyfully, feeling closer to the 4th grand breakthrough at level 100, and ascending to level 80 would come with a significant reward. Knock. Knock knock. Yidong dismissed his thoughts, refocusing his attention on Vegeta and the others. He cleared his throat and clapped his hands, declaring, from today onward, Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Raditz, you 3 shall train under my guidance for 3 months. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others were initially taken aback. Then their faces lit up with expressions of delight. Brother Yidong, your majesty, they exclaimed excitedly. Given Yidong's immense strength, as evidenced by his previous engagement with Sun Wukong in his base form against Super Saiyan 2. Both Vegeta and Sun Wukong understood that training under Yi Dong was worth any hardship. It was far superior to floundering about on their own. And what about the rest of us? Krillin and the others gazed at Yi Dong expectantly. Yi Dong, feigning a pause for a few seconds to see if the system would issue another task, was met with silence. He cleared his throat and waved his hand, saying, "One at a time, no need to rush." Though Krillin and the others felt a tinge of disappointment, they said nothing, nodding as they watched Yi Dong and the others soar into the sky, their figures gradually fading from view. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Within the time chamber, where time flowed at 30 times the speed of the outside world, the powers of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Raditz soared dramatically. Sun Wukong's ultimate battle power reached 190 billion, while Vegeta and Raditz both surged to 180 billion. Yi Dong was confident that he could complete this task within a month. To achieve 200 billion for all three, too easy. Yi Dong estimated that by the time the Majin Buu saga officially began, their battle powers would exceed 230 billion. They had all fully mastered the full power state of Super Saiyan 2. This meant they could now attempt to ascend to Super Saiyan 3. If they succeeded in transforming, Yi Dong believed their battle power would surely surpass 230 billion. In the original narrative, when Wukong confronted Majin Buu, his power was 200 billion. And upon transforming into Super Saiyan 3, it soared to 600 billion. Thus, should they transform into Super Saiyan 3, their strength would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap, likely surpassing 600 billion. The thought of this sent waves of excitement coursing through Yi Dong. If their battle powers truly exceeded 600 billion, wouldn't this task be perfectly fulfilled? No. Yi Dong felt it should be termed superlatively perfect. The rewards are undoubtedly far more abundant than mere perfection. The mere thought of it sends a thrill of excitement coursing through Yi Dong. He cannot help but feel elated within, as this brings him significantly closer to achieving level 100 in his 4th monumental breakthrough. On the first day of the 3rd month, on a small island on Earth, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 is neither as simple as it sounds, nor as daunting as it may seem. Yi Dong strolls leisurely across the open space of the island, hands clasped behind his back. Goku and his companions stand nearby, listening intently, not daring to let their focus waver for even a moment. The crux of achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 lies in possessing an exceptionally formidable strength to sustain such a transformation. As Yi Dong wanders, he contemplates and elucidates the intricacies of this transformation. Although he has yet to experience the Super Saiyan 3 stage himself, his understanding of this form remains somewhat superficial. However, this does not imply that he is incapable of transforming, nor does it suggest a lack of comprehension regarding the process. In the original narrative, only Goku and Gotenks were able to transform into Super Saiyan 3, illustrating the immense difficulty of this transformation. Moreover, in Dragon Ball Super, Caulifla expressed her desire for Goku to teach her how to transform into Super Saiyan 3, to which Goku replied that one must first master Super Saiyan 2. This indicates that without surpassing the limits of Super Saiyan 2, one cannot achieve Super Saiyan 3. Presently, Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz have all completely transcended the boundaries of Super Saiyan 2, making them eligible to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. As for Yi Dong's reluctance to transform himself, it is primarily due to his superior alternatives, and secondly, the immense physical toll that Super Saiyan 3 exacts. Furthermore, the transformation results in longer hair and an unappealing visage, which he naturally finds unappealing, hence his disinterest in this form. Yi Dong, is the fundamental requirement for transforming into Super Saiyan 3 a sufficiently powerful strength? Goku suddenly inquires after a brief silence. Indeed, Yi Dong halts his stride, glancing at him with a smile. But that is not all. If your stamina cannot keep up, then it is all for naught. This is indeed the crux of the matter. The pivotal factor in transforming into Super Saiyan 3 is the issue of stamina. As previously mentioned, once one transforms into Super Saiyan 3, the energy expenditure is exorbitantly high. As articulated in the original text, Goku's ability to transform into Super Saiyan 3 was entirely due to his training in the other world. The deceased have no physical limitations, thereby compensating for the drawbacks of the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, akin to training in a unique environment. Currently, Goku and his companions are still alive, naturally lacking such ideal training conditions. Nonetheless, Yi Dong asserts that he can create such conditions, for he possesses the magical beans, as well as the upgraded super magical beans. It is widely recognized that the most remarkable aspect of the magical beans is their ability to swiftly restore stamina and heal injuries. The effects of the super magical beans are even more profound, with a recovery capacity that is extraordinarily formidable. Thus, in a certain sense, Goku and his companions have nearly limitless stamina, allowing them to continuously attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Exchanging glances, Goku and his companions exhibit no hint of hesitation in their eyes. Rather, they are brimming with confidence. Let us train diligently and strive to transform into Super Saiyan 3 as soon as possible, Goku exclaims, striding purposefully toward the hyperbolic time chamber to continue his rigorous training. Inspired by Goku's determination, Vegeta and Raditz refuse to lag behind, promptly entering the chamber to commence their training. Thus, half a month has elapsed. During this period, the battle power of the three has surpassed 200 billion, and Yidong's mission can be deemed accomplished. Yet, they have still not managed to transform into Super Saiyan 3, which leaves Yidong feeling quite irked. Had they succeeded in transforming at this juncture, their battle power would have soared even higher, and his mission rewards would have been considerably more generous. Alas, Chapter 46, Martial Arts Tournament. What a pity. Master, the system rewards can be claimed at a later time, and the mission can also be completed retroactively. The system's voice resonates in Yidong's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. This feature was previously unavailable, and now it appears unexpectedly. How astute this system is. Yidong chuckles, his heart swelling with joy. However, there must be a time limit for the delay. He ponders and poses the question. 65. The mission period is 3 months, and it has not yet elapsed. Thus it still falls within the time frame of the mission. The system swiftly responds. I understand. Yidong nods, signifying that he has an additional half-month to utilize. With this in mind, he casts a glance at Goku and his companions, his eyes shimmering with a distinct brilliance. To fulfill the mission to perfection, it seems that in the coming half-month, he must employ his rigorous training methods with even greater resolve, subjecting them to an even more harrowing, hellish regimen. With this thought flashing through his mind, the decision is made. Yidong instantly transforms into Super Saiyan 1, dragging Goku and the others into the hyperbolic time chamber to commence the grueling training he has planned. In the blink of an eye, 12 days have passed in the real world, ushering in the 13th day. Yidong stands with his arms crossed, observing as Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz unleash their strongest energy. He knows that the three have thoroughly transcended the limits of Super Saiyan 2. If all goes well, they should now be capable of attempting the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. With just 2 days remaining, he hopes that the three will not let him down. Yidong's heart is filled with anticipation. Yaha! The roars of Goku and his companions reverberate, their energies fluctuating, surrounded by dazzling lightning. Unleash your power, Goku. Among them, Goku appears closest to achieving Super Saiyan 3, and Yidong hastily offers encouragement. Boom! Upon hearing Yidong's words of support, Goku's fighting spirit soars even higher. And with another furious roar, his hair begins to lengthen. Witnessing this, Yidong's eyes brighten. Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 is on the verge of fruition. Yaha! Sensing the surge of Goku's energy, Vegeta and Raditz are unwilling to be outdone, simultaneously unleashing their formidable energies. After their own roars, although their forms do not visibly change, their battle power begins to escalate rapidly. 200 billion, 220 billion, 230 billion. In no time, the battle power of Vegeta and Raditz skyrockets to 300 billion, and it continues to rise. In the original narrative, Vegeta never transformed into Super Saiyan 3. It remains to be seen whether he can accomplish it now. Yidong glances at Vegeta once more, noting that there is no significant change in his transformation, his expression slightly tightening. However, his battle power is evidently on the rise. Even though he remains in the state of Super Saiyan 2, he is far from an ordinary Super Saiyan 2. He vaguely recalls a particular Super Saiyan 2 form from the original text that was close to Goku's Super Saiyan 3. Yet, due to potential discrepancies in memory, Yidong cannot ascertain whether Vegeta's current state is progressing in that direction. Turning his attention to Raditz, he observes that while Raditz's appearance is reminiscent of Super Saiyan 3, his battle power indicates he is still entrenched in the Super Saiyan 2 phase. Nonetheless, his Super Saiyan 2 has surpassed its limits, teetering on the brink of Super Saiyan 3. Indeed, it is not solely Son Goku who has grown stronger. Both Vegeta and Raditz have made remarkable advancements as well. Yidong nodded appreciatively, offering his compliments with a smile. As time progressed, Son Goku ultimately achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, exhibiting no anomalies. Just as depicted in the original narrative, his battle power soared to an astonishing 63 billion, establishing him as the mightiest among the trio. Following Goku's successful transformation, Vegeta's fury intensified. Once far superior to Goku, he now found himself surpassed, unable to catch up, which was an unbearable reality for such a proud warrior. In a fit of rage, Vegeta unleashed a tremendous roar, his aura exploding forth. 31 billion, 35 billion, 40 billion. Vegeta's battle power surged instantaneously, rocketing to 50 billion in the blink of an eye. Yet he did not cease. His power continued to ascend gradually. Yidong nodded in quiet approval, and soon after, Raditz' battle power also escalated, soon breaking through the 50 billion threshold as well. Boom. As Son Goku fully completed his transformation, his battle power reached an impressive 65 billion. Simultaneously, both Vegeta and Raditz transcended the confines of Super Saiyan 2, entering a realm that lay between Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 2. Yet with a similar increase in power. Success! Yidong clapped his hands in joyous laughter. Vegeta and Raditz had both attained a battle power of 60 billion. Although this was 5 billion less than Goku, it nevertheless positioned them within the realm of Super Saiyan 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceptionally accomplishing the task at hand. Ding! Reward issued. 100,000 exchange points. 150,000 experience points. Due to the flawless and exceptional completion of the task, an additional reward. 200,000 exchange points. 300,000 experience points. A flurry of system notifications echoed in Yidong's mind, bringing him a sense of relief. This task had netted him a total of 300,000 exchange points and 450,000 experience points. With his current level at 78, the addition of 450,000 experience points would allow him to ascend 5 levels, leaving him with 6,000 experience points remaining. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ascending to level 83. As the experience points were credited, Yidong immediately rose 5 levels to 83. Excellent, excellent. If only such tasks were more frequent. Yidong nodded with a smile. He knew that only upon reaching level 80 could he receive an upgrade gift pack. For now, he paid it little mind, merely glancing at it before turning his attention back to Goku and the others, stating, "You have not disappointed me. You have performed admirably." With that, he broke into applause. "Thank you, Brother Yidong. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty." Goku and the others maintained their current forms, deeply bowing to Yidong. They were immensely grateful, for without Yidong's guidance, their rapid growth would have been unattainable. In response to their gratitude, Yidong smiled gently. Choosing not to elaborate further, the formidable trio had been assembled, and now they awaited the official commencement of the Majin Buu saga in 2 days. How thrilling! Yidong gazed skyward, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. A new narrative was on the verge of unfolding, and Yidong felt a surge of anticipation within him, for it was only through such developments that his own strength could be elevated more swiftly. During this period, Yidong had discerned certain anomalies. His presence seemed to have induced subtle changes in the original storyline. It was akin to the butterfly effect. When a butterfly flutters its wings, it can incite a tempest across the globe. And Yidong was no mere butterfly. To call him a dragon would not be an exaggeration. This meant that Yidong could no longer accurately foresee the future, and the events to come would diverge from the original narrative, becoming more elusive. Although this realization brought him a tinge of regret, it simultaneously intensified his eagerness for the future. After all, it is the unknown that renders adventure truly captivating. If everything were known in advance, what would be the point? For Goku and his companions, this period was not lengthy, yet the rigorous training had instigated significant transformations. Their faces bore a newfound resoluteness, and their gazes deepened, embodying the essence of true warriors. The World Martial Arts Tournament was about to commence. A day later, Yidong suddenly felt a premonition. Standing high above the planet, he gazed into the distance, as though penetrating the very fabric of the earth to glimpse the far reaches of the Dragon Ball universe. "Brother Yidong, what is the World Martial Arts Tournament?" At that moment, Son Goku approached Yidong and inquired. "Brother Yidong, the World Martial Arts Tournament is a gathering of the elite within the Dragon Ball universe. Many will undoubtedly participate, and the spectacle will be nothing short of magnificent, with an abundance of beautiful women," Yidong explained. Upon hearing this, Goku's enthusiasm began to stir. "Brother Yidong, since the World Martial Arts Tournament draws so many heroes and champions, will you be participating?" Goku asked with curiosity. "Am I going to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament?" "Huh, I shall not," Yidong replied nonchalantly, which only piqued Goku's curiosity further. "Brother Yidong, if you are not participating, then what will you do?" Goku pressed on. "While I may not compete, I can bring others to participate," Yidong said, his gaze gradually sweeping over Goku and his companions. Upon hearing this, a bold idea ignited within Goku, his eyes widening in excitement and his breath quickening. "Brother Yidong, you don't mean?" Goku asked anxiously. "Indeed, I intend to bring all 3 of you to compete, and I want each of you to secure first, second, and third place," Yidong stated slowly. Goku, upon hearing this, felt as though a tidal wave had crashed over him. Yidong described the World Martial Arts Tournament as a battlefield for the strong. Could they truly earn the top 3 positions? "Believe in yourselves. You are capable," Yidong affirmed, his gaze steady and imbued with a mysterious light. Seeing the conviction reflected in Yidong's eyes and hearing his words, Goku and his companions felt an inexplicable surge of confidence, their expressions resolute. Brother Yidong, you are right. We will certainly claim the top 3 spots, Goku proclaimed. Upon hearing their determination, a subtle smile emerged on Yidong's face as he turned his gaze back to the horizon. The World Martial Arts Tournament. We are coming. Yidong silently vowed. In truth, Yidong's motivation for wanting Goku and his companions to participate in the tournament was not merely to secure accolades, but rather he sensed that a grand conspiracy might be lurking beneath the surface. With little else to occupy their time, it was the perfect opportunity to immerse themselves in the unfolding drama. Before long, word of the World Martial Arts Tournament spread throughout the Dragon Ball universe, igniting fervent discussions. Many powerful fighters were eager to showcase their skills. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Ha ha ha. What a splendid opportunity for fame and fortune. On a distant planet in the Dragon Ball universe, a bare-chested youth sprang to his feet, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he exclaimed, his heart racing with exhilaration. There were many like him in the Dragon Ball universe, all eager to sign up for the tournament. Yet, some individuals, upon hearing the news, exhibited indifference. The World Martial Arts Tournament is indeed a rare opportunity, a shadowy figure murmured from the darkness, a glint of malice in his eyes. After a period of anticipation, the World Martial Arts Tournament finally commenced. On this day, Yidong, along with Goku and the others, arrived at the competition venue, Earth. There is indeed a comforting charm in remaining on Earth. Yidong stood suspended in the heavens above his home planet, inhaling deeply, an inexplicable joy swelling within him. Behind him, Goku and his companions followed closely, their spirits buoyant and expressions brimming with curiosity. In this moment, Yidong gazed upon Earth, a breathtaking panorama that was a rarity amidst the vast cosmos. The world had grown more vibrant than ever, bustling with the arrival of the martial arts tournament, attracting numerous formidable fighters from the Dragon Ball universe. Yidong observed that the number of participants exceeded that which he recalled from the original narrative. It appeared that the storyline had deviated somewhat, promising an even more exhilarating competition ahead. With this thought in mind, he led Goku and the others toward the venue of the tournament. The scene of the world's greatest martial arts tournament was a cacophony of life, teeming with throngs of people from various races. The streets were lined with an array of stalls, their alluring aromas wafting through the air, whether of delectable cuisine or some exotic essence. It was hard to tell. This tournament is truly a spectacle, Goku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his mood exceptionally buoyant. Occasionally, the sight of passing beauties would catch his attention, stirring ripples of youthful admiration within him. A natural response given his age. Let us first secure accommodations nearby, Yidong suggested after surveying the surroundings. Tomorrow marks the day of the competition. It would be wise to rest and rejuvenate for the challenges that lie ahead. Fear not, Brother Yidong. I am determined to seize the first place this time, Goku declared with unshakable confidence. Do not dream. The first place is undoubtedly mine, Vegeta interjected coldly, equally assured. Then let us see, Goku replied with a grin. Observing their spirited demeanor, Yidong smiled subtly. Compared to when he had first broached the subject of the tournament, Goku and his companions now exuded a greater confidence, which brought a measure of comfort to Yidong's heart. Be cautious. Do not underestimate the prowess of the challengers. Many formidable fighters have arrived, and one must be wary of being overshadowed. Yidong cautioned with a smile before leading the trio into an inn, where they rented a room to quietly await the commencement of the world's greatest martial arts tournament the following day. That night was serene and delightful, as Yidong and his companions enjoyed a restful slumber. As the morning sun filtered through the window, casting its warm glow upon their faces, Yidong gradually opened his eyes. Hey, you rascals, rise and shine, he called out, noticing that Goku and the others were still asleep. First place. I must secure first place, Goku exclaimed, suddenly bolting upright in bed, still half asleep. Haha, hurry up, you three. The world's greatest martial arts tournament has begun. Do you wish to miss it? Yidong chuckled. Upon hearing this, Goku and the others slowly began to stir. Vegeta rose silently from his bed, stepping beside Yidong, his eyes shimmering with intense battle spirit, despite his silence. Your Majesty, we are ready. Please, let us depart at once, Raditz chimed in from the side. With that, Yidong led Goku and his companions outside. As he opened the inn's door, they were greeted by a clamorous atmosphere. The venue for the world's greatest martial arts tournament was not far off, with a bustling crowd surging through the streets. Registration for the world's greatest martial arts tournament has commenced. A booming voice echoed from a distance, as if someone were amplifying their voice through a loudspeaker, its resonance filling the air, capturing everyone's attention. The tournament is about to begin. Let us hurry. The crowd began to stir, eagerly pulling their friends toward the venue, the streets alive with throngs of people. Brother Yidong, let us hurry over as well, Goku urged. his tone tinged with urgency. All right, we shall go, Yidong replied, swiftly wrapping his arms around Goku and the others. In an instant, the energy from his core surged, and the four of them vanished, reappearing at the entrance of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Haha, brother Yidong is truly remarkable, Goku exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. Just moments ago, Yidong had utilized his teleportation ability to bring them directly to this spot. The onlookers near the tournament were taken aback by their sudden appearance, turning their gazes toward them in astonishment. Before long, someone recognized Yidong. He is the king of the Saiyan race, Yidong. A voice cried out in astonishment. At this proclamation, the surrounding crowd fell silent for an instant, only to erupt into a flurry of conversation. The king of the Saiyans, Yidong? He has come to participate in the world's greatest martial arts tournament? Will he compete? Someone queried, confusion etched across their face. If Lord Yidong competes, do we even stand a chance? With a mere flick of his finger, we would all be vanquished. Another exclaimed, as others around nodded in agreement. Ahem, you misunderstand. I am not here to compete, but merely to observe the spectacle, Yidong clarified, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the crowd. Oh, so Lord Yidong is not competing. You nearly frightened me to death. My heart almost leapt from my chest, someone admitted, relieved. Hee, while I may not be competing, I have brought 3 individuals who will, Yidong announced, a smile gracing his lips. Lord Yidong is bringing 3 people to compete? Who? Who is fortunate enough to be accompanied by Lord Yidong? An excited voice inquired, and as the words left their lips, all eyes turned toward Goku and his companions. Could it be them? Some speculated, their gazes filled with envy as they studied Goku and the others. As the crowd's attention shifted to Goku and his companions, feeling the weight of their stares, they straightened their backs, radiating confidence. I will definitely claim the championship this time, Goku proclaimed, causing the onlookers to gasp in disbelief. They had not anticipated this seemingly ordinary Saiyan to possess such grand ambitions. Hey, you think you can win the championship? A voice interrupted, dripping with disdain. Goku turned to see a bare-chested youth standing nearby, his expression haughty and contemptuous. Who is this kid? Yidong wondered, somewhat surprised. He sensed the youth's formidable background. Otherwise, he would not dare to provoke Goku. Although Yidong could easily dispatch him, he refrained from doing so. Goku, take care of him later, Yidong communicated telepathically. And Goku nodded in response. Isn't that Son Goku? Who are those 2 with him? Do they also aspire to win the championship of the world's greatest martial arts tournament? Some Earthlings speculated, having recognized Goku. In their minds, while Goku was formidable, he was still evolving, and with so many elite fighters from across the universe present, they believed it would be a challenge for him and his companions to claim victory. Little did they know that, with Yidong's assistance, Goku's strength had undergone a monumental transformation. Before long, everyone began to register, and the world's greatest martial arts tournament was on the verge of commencing. As the competition approached, anticipation and excitement filled the hearts of all present. For many, this might be the most vibrant and grand occasion of their lives, and they watched the scene with rapt attention, their emotions soaring. Dong! With the resounding clang of a gong, the host ascended the stage and proclaimed loudly, "The world's greatest martial arts tournament has officially begun." Upon hearing the announcement of the commencement of the competition, the eyes of Wukong and his companions gleamed with an intensified fervor. Surrounding them were numerous skilled fighters, each eager to seize the championship title, much like Wukong himself. Soon, competitors began to take the stage, showcasing impressive abilities. Before long, a bare-chested youth ascended the platform, effortlessly dispatching several contenders within mere exchanges, some of whom were left severely injured. Wukong, the next round is yours, the youth declared, crossing his arms and raising his chin defiantly. His eyes ablaze with combativeness as he regarded Wukong. Wukong, without uttering much, tightened his fists, his gaze resolute. In a moment, you shall come to understand true strength, Wukong proclaimed. He perceived that this youth not only bullied others but inflicted grievous harm when it was unnecessary, indicating a lack of integrity. Thus, Wukong resolved to teach him a lesson. This fellow is indeed audacious, Yedong remarked from the sidelines, also addressing the brash youth. Originally, Wukong and his group were to be the last to compete, but after the youth took the stage, numerous challengers followed, all of whom were swiftly defeated, many falling with just a single strike, including a striking young woman. After vanquishing these opponents, the youth lifted his head, provocatively eyeing Wukong and his friends. In the next moment, Wukong leaped onto the martial arts platform. At last, it is my turn to strike. I promised I would handle you properly, he declared, flexing his wrists as his fists crackled with anticipation. Arrogant, the youth retorted coldly, seemingly dismissive of Wukong's words. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Wukong's voice vanished, only to reappear right before the youth. With a resounding thud, Wukong's fist connected with the youth's jaw, sending him flying through the air, blood spraying forth, several teeth dislodged. The audience felt an inexplicable thrill and excitement. Son Goku, finish him. Someone in the crowd shouted. How do you like that? I said I would show you true strength. Wukong said as he stood his ground, choosing not to pursue him immediately, unwilling to end the battle so swiftly. The youth, propelled into the air by Wukong's strike, executed a somersault before landing unsteadily, his face pale and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I underestimated you. But things will not be so simple from here on, he stated, wiping the blood from his lips as his body began to transform, covered in a multitude of scales. A formidable tail sprouting from his back, exuding an aura of terrifying power. Next, I shall reveal my true strength, he growled through clenched teeth. Oh, is that so? Wukong replied nonchalantly, his hair suddenly standing on end as his power surged, climbing to an astonishing 6 trillion in mere moments. With his might displayed, Wukong regarded the youth calmly, his overwhelming presence creating an oppressive atmosphere that bore down heavily upon him. Feeling this immense pressure, the transformed youth trembled internally, his legs quaking as he nearly succumbed to the urge to kneel. How could this be? How is he so powerful? Panic enveloped him as he gazed upon Wukong, taken aback by his unexpected strength. Struggling against the instinct to submit, he thought, no, I am the prodigy of my clan. I will become a great figure in the future. I cannot kneel before so many witnesses. Gritting his teeth, he gradually straightened his posture. At that moment, Wukong, observing his demeanor, could not help but chuckle. You possess some skill, but in comparison to me, you are still vastly inadequate, Wukong remarked, and with that, his aura erupted once more, each strand of hair standing on end as a powerful wave surged toward the youth. Wukong's strength escalated once more. This force akin to the last straw that broke the camel's back, leaving the youth unable to bear it any longer. With a thud, he succumbed to the fear within, collapsing to the ground, his knees trembling. No, he shouted, but his pride had been utterly shattered by Wukong. Reflecting on how he had previously humiliated ordinary people, Wukong now returned that humiliation in full measure. Wukong regarded the youth's disheveled state with a cold smirk, approaching him with a grave expression. Although you have erred, there is no need for you to kneel, he stated, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he drew closer, his aura intensifying. The youth attempted to retort, but could hardly muster the words, his shame overwhelming him like a flood. He lowered his head, drenched in sweat, wishing he could vanish into the earth. Unfortunately, the arena of the world's martial arts championship was devoid of any escape. Rise, Wukong suddenly bellowed, his form accelerating as he reached the youth in an instant, seizing his collar and delivering a crushing blow to his chin. The once arrogant youth was sent hurtling away. Several teeth dislodged, blood erupting from his mouth as he was propelled off the stage like a cannonball. This punch is a reckoning for the wrongs you have committed against others, and a slight reprimand for your hubris, Wukong stated coolly, gazing down at the youth sprawled on the ground. At the outset of the tale, Son Goku was not one to be trifled with, despite any misconceptions about his character. Moreover, this youth had instigated the conflict. Lying on the ground, the youth heard Wukong's words clearly, his body trembling as he mustered all his strength to lift his head. Eyes filled with terror, coughing violently, he opened his mouth but could not articulate a sound, blood continuously spilling forth, torn between fear and rage. His injuries compounded by his frustration, he soon lost consciousness. This battle concluded with Wukong's victory. After a brief silence, the host of the world's martial arts championship ascended the platform, raising Wukong's hand in triumph as he announced loudly. The host's voice echoed in the ears of the spectators, yet they remained in stunned disbelief, some unable to fully comprehend what had transpired. Gradually, they began to regain their senses. Is this truly the Wukong we know? Someone exclaimed incredulously. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the arena, a figure clad in black observed the events with a cold, sinister gaze. My disciple has been defeated, he muttered under his breath, an expression of trepidation lurking in his eyes. The youth who had just been vanquished belonged to him, and though he appeared formidable, the fear in his eyes was unmistakable. His gaze did not linger on Wukong, but rather shifted to Yedong, who stood behind him. To cultivate Wukong to such a degree in such a short time, Yedong's strength surpasses my expectations, the figure mused, his sense of caution growing stronger, before he quietly vanished into the crowd. Wukong has triumphed. Seeing the audience still in shock, the host once again raised Wukong's hand, proclaiming loudly. Upon hearing this, the spectators finally came to their senses, erupting into cheers that celebrated Wukong. Wukong! 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 They chanted in unison. Their fervor not merely stemming from his victory, but from the embodiment of true masculinity he had displayed, igniting their passion. The previous actions of that youth indeed left much to be desired. Hence the crowd bore no grievances regarding Goku's triumph. As jubilant cheers resonated around him, Goku slowly turned his head to gaze at Yidong, his face alight with excitement, before breaking into a radiant smile. "Brother Yidong, I did it!" Goku exclaimed. To which Yidong nodded in acknowledgement. "Now, is there anyone else who wishes to challenge Goku?" The host inquired, surveying the audience. Upon hearing his words, an abrupt silence fell over the crowd. Challenge Goku? Surely, that would be folly. Had they not witnessed the formidable masters being effortlessly defeated by Goku? How could anyone hope to match him? Someone voiced the thought, and others nodded in agreement. The host repeated his question several times, yet no one stepped forward to challenge. Suddenly, a voice pierced the stillness. "We shall challenge." Who dared to boldly confront Son Goku? Did they not comprehend the extent of his prowess? Upon hearing this, astonishment rippled through the crowd, with all eyes turning towards Vegeta and Raditz. "Is it them?" Someone recognized, realizing they were brought by Yidong. "Ah, it's them. They too are under Lord Yidong's tutelage. They must be formidable as well." Murmurs of speculation spread among the onlookers, and many found this reasoning sound. "Your Majesty, we wish to take the stage and spar with Goku," Vegeta declared to Yidong, who nodded in assent. "Very well, proceed. Goku is slightly stronger than you. But combat involves not just strength, but also technique and strategy," Yidong advised. A glimmer of determination flickered in Vegeta's eyes. Swiftly, the two leapt onto the arena. "Goku, we are here to challenge you," Vegeta proclaimed with unwavering resolve. A smile crept onto Goku's face. He was neither surprised nor angry, for they were friends. And battling was the fastest path to growth and strength. "Then come at me," Goku replied with seriousness, ready to engage earnestly in the duel. Vegeta was the first to charge at Goku, and a fierce clash ensued, sparks flying as their combat unfolded in a spectacular display, captivating the audience. Despite their youth, their techniques were intricate and their strength formidable, leaving the spectators awestruck. "Goku is on the verge of victory," someone remarked, and soon after, Goku sent Vegeta tumbling off the stage. "Goku, you are indeed stronger than I," Vegeta admitted, his face adorned with a smile, unperturbed by the loss. "Raditz, it's your turn," he said, turning to his brother. Raditz ascended the stage, engaging in a fierce contest with Goku, resulting in an equally thrilling spectacle. Shortly thereafter, Raditz too was bested by Goku, yet he accepted his defeat with grace. Once both Vegeta and Raditz had been vanquished, the host stepped onto the stage, exhilarated by the previous 3 battles that had ignited his fervor. "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge Goku and his companions?" he asked, scanning the audience. As his gaze swept the crowd, people instinctively recoiled. After witnessing the earlier bouts, they had gained a clearer understanding of Goku and Vegeta's prowess and felt an increased trepidation. For most, the disparity between Goku's trio and themselves felt akin to that of a dragon and an ant. They were not even qualified to challenge him. Thus, the champions of this martial arts tournament are Son Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz respectively. The host announced loudly, and the surrounding crowd voiced their agreement. Following the announcement, the host turned towards Yidong, nodding gently with a hint of ingratiating smile, for he understood that Goku and his allies were products of Yidong's training, and he wondered how powerful Yidong himself must be. While he longed to witness Yidong in action, he dared not voice it. Ding! Hidden task completed. Goku and his companions have claimed the top 3 spots in the tournament. Reward package granted. The voice of the system echoed in Yidong's mind. Upon hearing this, Yidong felt a slight tremor of surprise. He had inadvertently accomplished the task. Goku and his friends had ascended to the pinnacle of the tournament, eliciting admiration and adoration from the onlookers, particularly from the young women whose eyes sparkled with admiration. "Goku, I want to have a little monkey with you," a boldly dressed girl exclaimed, her figure captivating and her beauty radiant, exuding youthful exuberance as she gazed at Goku with fervent affection. Goku's face flushed immediately, the color rising as he became bashful, feeling as though he could fry an egg on his cheeks. "All right, Goku, let us take our leave," Yidong called to them. Upon hearing this, they rushed to his side as if liberated. "Lord Yidong, here are the prizes won by Goku and the others." The host of the martial arts tournament approached, accompanied by several individuals carrying large chests. The boxes remained unopened, yet the glimmering light emanating from within hinted at treasures beyond measure. "These are yours, Goku. Accept them," Yidong instructed. Goku and his friends beamed with joy. "Brother Yidong, these are the fruits of your training. They rightfully belong to you," Goku insisted, struggling to contain his excitement. "Keep them." "I have no need for such things," Yidong replied. Unbeknownst to Goku and the others, while Yidong refrained from claiming these treasures, he had received far more precious rewards for completing the task. Although he was not the wealthiest in the universe, it was certain that no one present could rival his riches. "Now, let us depart," Yidong declared, placing a hand on Goku and the others, activating a form of instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, they vanish from their location, only to reappear in their inn. Upon arrival, Goku and his companions relaxed. Phew, that was intense. So many girls were calling my name. Goku sighed in relief. Haha, Goku, they all want to have little monkeys with you. Vegeta teased from the side. They then settled down to rest, while Yidong stood by the window, gazing up at the sky as though his sight pierced through the earth, reaching the distant cosmos. In a secluded corner of the Dragon Ball universe, Cell re-emerged. Previously under Babidi-esque control, he had since freed himself and fled to the depths of space. Yidong, you must be participating in the tournament now. Enjoy it while you can, for soon you shall taste true fear and despair. Cell's voice echoed ominously from the darkness of the universe before he vanished, leaving no trace of his whereabouts or intentions. One thing remained certain. While the surface of the Dragon Ball universe appeared tranquil, beneath it surged tumultuous tides, akin to a calm sea concealing a brewing storm, merely awaiting its moment of eruption. This fiend must be vanquished, Yidong muttered to himself. Standing in the inn and gazing at the night sky, his fists clenched in determination. Days later, Goku and his companions secured the championship of the martial arts tournament, attracting throngs of spectators, while Yidong and his friends reveled in the ensuing excitement. Unbeknownst to anyone, in a shadowy corner of the universe, there exists a vast laboratory where a seemingly deranged sorcerer named Babidi stands. Within this laboratory, his demeanor is frenzied as he gazes upon a colossal test tube containing a slumbering crimson creature. Although diminutive in stature, this being exudes a menacing aura that is utterly formidable. Majin Buu, such is thy name. You are destined to become the most powerful instrument of destruction in existence, clearing away all obstacles that impede my magic, Babidi proclaims, a maniacal expression gracing his face. He approaches the test tube, his visage contorted with fervor, continuing, Child, my child. Majin Buu, today marks the true inception of your existence. He caresses the test tube, his tone imbued with zeal. Suddenly, the moment arrives. Majin Buu's eyes snap open, glowing blood red, as he hovers within the test tube, his gaze fixated upon Babidi, devoid of any emotion. You are the epitome of a combat machine. Your name is Majin Buu, and you shall herald a great epoch. It is you who has granted me life. Come forth, Babidi beckons, moving to press a button that instantaneously releases the test tube seal. Majin Buu rises slowly, stepping out with deliberate ease. Witnessing this emergence, Bibidi's face blossoms into an even more jubilant smile, though his eyes betray an escalating madness. Buu, Majin Buu, come to my side, he implores with a benevolent countenance. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu's eyes flicker momentarily before he strides towards Babidi. The sorcerer's grin widens, arms outstretched as though yearning to embrace him. Yet, in the next instant, Majin Buu delivers a powerful punch to Bibidi's chest, sending him hurtling away. With a resounding crash, Babidi collides with a multitude of instruments, blood spilling from his mouth, revealing the severity of his injuries. Coughing, he gazes up at Majin Buu, shock etched across his features. You, a mere waste, dare to claim mastery over me? Majin Buu coldly retorts. I shall spare you this time. Should I encounter you again, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. With that, Majin Buu casts a disdainful glance at Babidi before departing. How could this be? Babidi mutters, still spitting blood as he collapses, disbelief flooding his eyes. He yearns to rise and pursue Majin Buu, but in the next moment, the creature vanishes without a trace, moving with such swiftness that Babidi is left bewildered. Sometime later, on a relatively obscure planet within the Dragon Ball universe, life thrives despite its remoteness. I sense that slaughter will augment my strength, Majin Buu declares, unheeded. As he hurtles down towards the planet below, in but a short while, he hovers above the seemingly tranquil surface, where inhabitants soon notice the ominous figure in the sky. Who is that? They murmur, an inexplicable dread seeping into their hearts as Majin Buu descends, his gaze penetrating every corner, perceiving countless lives without a flicker of emotion on his face. Who are you? Why do you loom over our planet? What is your intent? A formidable figure ascends to confront Majin Buu. As the sorcerer's gaze locks onto the challenger, the latter is immediately besieged by a paralyzing pressure, as though a ferocious beast were fixating upon him. Who are you? The warrior stammers, trembling as he finally manages to voice his query. Majin Buu, however, offers no reply, vanishing from sight only to reappear before the warrior in an instant. With a resounding impact, he drives his fist deep into the warrior's abdomen. The challenger looks down in horror, witnessing Majin Buu's hand embedded within his body, blood and flesh scattering, transforming him into a grotesque skeletal figure. A harrowing scream escapes his lips, echoing across the planet as countless onlookers gaze upward, their faces stricken with terror upon witnessing the gruesome spectacle. I shall obliterate this planet entirely, leaving no trace of life, neither flora nor fauna, not even an ant. Majin Buu whispers ominously in the warrior's ear. His voice, though soft, resounds like thunder in the warrior's ears. The warrior's eyes widen in fear, but before he can utter another word, Majin Buu exerts a slight pressure, and the warrior is instantly torn asunder, dissipating into a cloud of blood. The entire planet is engulfed in a profound panic, and as Majin Buu savors the terror emanating from the remaining life forms, an inexplicable exhilaration surges within him. He tilts his head back and laughs heartily, his raucous laughter reverberating through the skies, scattering even the clouds, plunging the world into chaos. Before any other warriors can intervene, the once serene realm descends into disarray. Majin Buu raises his hands, and despite his diminutive stature, a colossal sphere of energy coalesces between them, its power palpable and overwhelming. Die, you insignificant ants! He bellows, hurling the energy sphere towards the ground with tremendous force. As the orb descends, the inhabitants feel an immobilizing dread. With a thunderous crash, light engulfs the area, leaving behind a gaping crater, prompting the populace to flee in terror. Yet, Majin Buu does not desire to annihilate the planet instantaneously. He craves the torment of its denizens. For such suffering is his true delight. Ah, frightened are you? The more you fear, the more my delight grows, he taunts, swiftly descending upon a city, embarking on a frenzied rampage. Though some warriors attempt to combat him, they are swiftly dispatched before they can escape. Time passes, and none manage to elude his wrath. Majin Buu hovers above the ravaged landscape, surveying the devastation below. Once thriving cities now lie in ruins, dense forests reduced to ashes, and mighty mountains crumbled. The planet teetering on the brink of annihilation. Amidst the rubble, faint sounds of struggle echo, the remnants of life clinging desperately to existence. What a delightful pastime this is. Majin Buu muses, suspended in the air, relishing the lamentations surrounding him as he perceives this cataclysm as mere sport. Once more he lifts his hands, conjuring an even larger sphere of energy, surpassing any he has created before. With a gentle toss, he sends it hurtling towards the planet. In the next moment, a colossal orb of energy hurtled towards the planet's surface at an astonishing velocity, instantly enveloping the entire celestial body in a blinding radiance. There was no sound, yet when the light dissipated, the planet had vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. Majin Buu stood motionless, gazing down at the emptiness beneath him, his heart devoid of any tumult. With a flicker of his gaze, he soared towards another nearby planet, poised to continue his path of destruction. Meanwhile, Yi Dong resided in a hotel adjacent to the World Martial Arts Tournament, suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. Chapter 50, The Atrocities of Buu. Ding dong. A new mission has been issued. Majin Buu is rampantly annihilating planets and lives within the Dragon Ball universe. Please halt Majin Buu. A stir of excitement coursed through Yi Dong's heart. The task issued by the system today was indeed connected to Majin Buu. Majin Buu had finally made his appearance. Upon receiving the mission, he felt a surge of exhilaration. He had been patiently waiting in the hotel for this moment, and now, the harbinger of destruction had arrived, obliterating numerous planets in his wake. Brother Yi Dong, what has happened? Goku inquired, approaching him. Yi Dong nodded in response. This is dire news. An extraordinarily formidable foe has emerged, and we must locate him swiftly. Otherwise, his power will escalate rapidly, posing a monumental threat to us. At this, Yi Dong spoke, and Goku felt a jolt of astonishment. Your Majesty, is this new adversary truly capable of threatening you? Vegeta, standing nearby, asked. In Vegeta's eyes, Yi Dong's strength was unparalleled, nearly invincible, yet the notion that an enemy could potentially endanger them was shocking. Brother Yi Dong, who is this enemy? Goku pressed. Upon hearing Goku's question, Yi Dong began. His name is Majin Buu. Majin Buu? That certainly sounds like a formidable opponent, Goku murmured. Should we seek out Majin Buu now? Goku continued. Yi Dong, however, shook his head. There is no need to rush. We can afford to wait. Goku was taken aback by this response. Majin Buu has likely destroyed many planets by now. It won't be long before news spreads. When it does, we will ascertain his prior locations and pursue him then. Yi Dong explained, and Goku and the others began to understand. Ah, I see, Goku replied thoughtfully. Over the following day, Majin Buu continued to devastate countless planets within the Dragon Ball universe, and news of the destruction spread swiftly. A myriad of life-bearing planets near a remote star system have been annihilated. A day later, this news reached Earth, falling upon the ears of Yi Dong and his companions. Brother Yi Dong, you were right. The news has indeed spread, but the situation is even graver than we anticipated, Goku stated, his tone heavy. The number of planets obliterated by Majin Buu surpassed their expectations, each met with unrelenting cruelty, leaving no life spared. Let us proceed immediately to that star system where so many planets were destroyed, Yidong declared. Goku and the others nodded, their hearts brimming with loathing for Majin Buu, despite not having yet encountered him. As Majin Buu wreaked havoc across numerous planets, a wave of anger and fear began to permeate the entire Dragon Ball universe. No one knew where the next destruction would strike, and all wished for Majin Buu's demise to restore tranquility to the cosmos. Brother Yidong, let us depart swiftly. I yearn to see what this Majin Buu, who has wrought such devastation, truly looks like. Goku clenched his fists, his voice laden with fury. Thus, Yidong and Goku, along with their companions, prepared their belongings and soared beyond Earth, heading towards the previously ravaged star system. Yidong led the charge, exerting every ounce of strength as they flew towards the star system at a breathtaking speed, frequently utilizing instant transmission to hasten their journey. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at the star system, utterly decimated by Majin Buu's rampage. Upon arrival, a wave of melancholy surged through their hearts. All things in existence may possess life, and planets are no exception. The countless celestial bodies that had met a tragic fate cast a somber pall over the entire cosmic expanse, particularly in this star system. After some time, Yidong guided Goku and the others to a planet that had suffered at the hands of Majin Buu. This planet bore the scars of destruction, having been ravaged but not entirely obliterated, leaving behind traces of its former self. Entering the planet's interior, they were met with a scene of utter devastation. The ground was littered with ruins, not a single part remained intact. The silence was profound, and an indescribable sorrow hung heavy in the air. The place was so harrowing that amidst the rubble, some souls still struggled for survival, their cries echoing like the wails of phantoms. This planet, destroyed by Majin Buu, truly epitomized the notion of a hell on Earth. Goku stood by, gazing at the hellish scene, his heart aching profoundly. He had intended to seek out Majin Buu. Yet before he could lay eyes on the fiend, he was first confronted by such a terrifying vista. Brother Yidong, there are survivors beneath the rubble. We must rescue them, Goku urged. Yet Yidong merely waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. They are beyond saving, he replied. Upon hearing this, Goku felt perplexed. Assuming Yidong was unwilling to assist these individuals, it is not that I am indifferent to their plight, but rather, this planet remains as it is because Majin Buu deliberately left it partially intact. What we witness before us is merely the moment of its complete annihilation, Yidong explained. Upon hearing this, Goku and the others were left in stunned silence. Your Majesty, how could this be? Vegeta questioned, his tone rife with disbelief. At that instant, they sensed an unusual presence. Within the planet's core, a formidable energy began to stir. The reason they had not felt it before was that it had been dormant. Now that they had arrived, this force began to awaken. A powerful energy surged from within the planet, and soon it erupted, causing the entire celestial body to tremble violently. The sky darkened, fierce winds howled, and the weather turned ominously severe. Crack, crack, crack. The surface of the planet fissured with countless cracks, from which brilliant light burst forth. Boom. In the next moment, the planet was riddled with fractures, and then it shattered explosively, a colossal wave of heat and energy surging towards Yidong and his companions. Feeling the force of the shockwave, Goku's expression changed dramatically. Even the residual energy sent a shiver down his spine. Majin Buu's power was indeed terrifying. Yet, Yidong stood resolute, unmoving, as a protective barrier materialized around him, shielding them from all impact, leaving Goku and the others unscathed. After a while, as the blinding light gradually faded, the remnants of the once vibrant planet lay in ruins, reduced to mere fragments, some stained with blood, a sight that tugged painfully at the heartstrings. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Goku felt an overwhelming surge of fervor within his heart, his chest heaving violently as a fierce flame of anger blazed within him. A desire to annihilate the villainous Majin Buu consuming him. That wretched Majin Buu, Goku muttered under his breath. He was not intimidated by Buu's formidable power. Rather, he loathed him even more for wielding such immense strength solely for destruction, a notion that Goku found utterly contemptible. He had always believed that with greater power comes greater responsibility, and he had consistently adhered to this principle. Brother Yedong, what shall we do now? Goku inquired. After a moment of silence, Yedong responded, let us venture nearby this star system. Perhaps we might uncover some clues. With that, Yedong and Goku set forth. Circling the star system proved fruitless, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Brother Yedong, we have found no clues whatsoever, Goku remarked. In addition to the absence of leads, they were met with even more harrowing scenes, deepening their fury towards Majin Buu. It appears I have underestimated the malevolence of Majin Buu, Yedong stated. Brother Yedong, do you know where Majin Buu is? Goku asked. Yedong shook his head. I am unaware of his current whereabouts. However, I have deduced some insights from the traces left behind. If we were to confront Majin Buu now, I believe I could emerge victorious. These words stirred a flicker of hope within Goku and the others. But Brother Yedong, we do not even know where he is. What should we do? What if he wreaks havoc again? Goku expressed his anxiety. Yedong nodded reassuringly. Do not fret, even though I do not know his location at present. I possess a means to locate him, and I may soon discern his whereabouts. Goku's curiosity was piqued. System, open the exchange shop, Yedong pondered. The exchange shop is now open, the system's voice resonated. In an instant, Yedong beheld the familiar exchange shop in his mind, a myriad of treasures from various realms, including those from the Dragon Ball universe, as well as artifacts from fantasy, martial arts, and mystical worlds. Each item was exquisite, igniting a yearning within Yedong. Yet he restrained himself and continued to browse. After some time, Yedong's attention was captured by a particular item, the tracking magic ball, a consumable. He scrutinized the description further. The tracking magic ball could trace all things in the world. Upon uttering the name of the person sought, the ball would reveal their location before vanishing. After reading the description, Yedong felt a surge of excitement. This item was perfectly suited for him, and the exchange cost was minimal. System, exchange for the tracking magic ball. Yedong conveyed mentally. The system promptly responded, and shortly thereafter, a crystalline orb appeared within Yedong's spatial pouch, a tracking magic ball. Brother Yedong, please tell us how to find Majin Buu. Goku implored, urgency lacing his voice. Yedong nodded, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Goku, observe, we shall employ this. He revealed the tracking magic ball, and Goku and the others stared in astonishment. Chapter 51, The Powerful Buu. The crystal orb appeared enigmatic, resembling a pure gemstone, quietly radiating a soft glow that emanated a peculiar aura. Brother Yedong, will this crystal truly lead us to Majin Buu? Goku questioned, a hint of skepticism lingering in his heart. You shall see for yourselves, Yedong assured them. As Yedong cradled the crystal orb in his hand, it emitted a faint luminescence, appearing exceptionally clear and transparent. Crystal orb, reveal to me the present location of Majin Buu, Yedong commanded. Moments later, the orb began to stir, first emitting a weak glow before erupting into blinding light, which gradually diminished, revealing an image within. Goku's gaze fixated on the orb, his doubts dissipating entirely. The image depicted a red-skinned creature, Majin Buu, standing within a villa surrounded by blood, having evidently slaughtered its owner to seize the dwelling. At that moment, Buu was seated in the stolen villa, watching television, which broadcasted news of his own destructive exploits. With a blank expression, Buu gazed at the screen, a smirk of satisfaction creeping across his face as he reveled in his handiwork. You think this is the end? It has merely begun, he remarked nonchalantly. Unbeknownst to him, Yedong and Goku were acutely aware of his actions. Yedong's expression darkened as he stood amidst the stars. Crystal orb, enlarge the image, he commanded. Upon uttering the words, the image expanded, revealing the surrounding landscape within 100 miles of the villa. However, just as the image became crystal clear, it abruptly vanished, the orb dissolving into motes of light. Although Goku and the others found this perplexing, their primary concern remained the whereabouts of Majin Buu. Can you discern Majin Buu's current location? Yedong asked Goku and the others. With the orb gone, they were left to interpret the previous image. From what we saw earlier, Majin Buu is likely on a relatively tranquil planet, one with a pleasant environment, Goku speculated. Yedong nodded in agreement. You are correct, but we must ascertain the precise planet. Suddenly, Vegeta interjected, I know where it is. Yedong was taken aback by Vegeta's revelation. Vegeta, have you deduced its location? Yedong inquired, to which Vegeta affirmed with a nod. Brother Yedong, it is Planet Frol. Vegeta stated confidently, having visited the place before. Upon hearing this, Yedong's expression shifted. Planet Frol, so that is where it is. He realized that he had heard of Planet Frol, a remote location in the Dragon Ball universe, inhabited by a civilization of humans and various life forms, albeit lacking in strength. The implications of Majin Buu's presence there were troubling. Should that planet be destroyed, it would undoubtedly displease them. Indeed, it is Planet Frol, Yedong confirmed, growing increasingly certain of his assessment. Let us not linger. We must hasten to Planet Frol. With that, Goku and the others nodded in agreement, and Yedong led them swiftly towards Planet Frol. As he traversed the expanse, Yedong incessantly employed his spatial mobility skills, and before long, he was nearing the planet of Floro. Meanwhile, within a particularly opulent villa on Floro, the fiendish Majin Buu lounged on the sofa. Oh, it is once again time for a new game, he mused, gradually rising from his seat, his surroundings stained with blood, the blood of the villa's owner. With a few sheets of paper, Majin Buu wiped the crimson from his body and proceeded towards the door. Little Lu, are you still there? Just as Majin Buu stepped outside, an elderly woman was knocking at the villa's door. She was the neighbor of the villa's owner. feeling that something was amiss and coming to investigate. As she knocked, the door swung open, revealing Majin Buu before her. "Who are you? How did you get into Little Lu's house?" the elderly woman inquired, her face a mask of confusion and fear. Majin Buu offered no reply, a mocking smile playing on his lips. At that moment, the woman peered past him into the villa. Blood was everywhere, and the owner lay lifeless on the floor, eyes wide open in an eternal gasp, as if attempting to utter something. "Help! Ah!" the elderly woman screamed with all her might. "You're too loud," Majin Buu coldly retorted, swiftly advancing towards her, one hand pressing firmly against her chest. A few desperate gasps escaped her lips as blood poured forth, and then she collapsed to the ground. After dealing with the elderly woman, Majin Buu acted as if nothing had transpired, wiping the blood from his hands and continuing on his way. Soon, he found himself amidst the bustling streets, alive with the ebb and flow of people and vehicles. As he walked, he casually dispatched a few individuals with each few steps. Instantly, the once tranquil street erupted into chaos. Majin Buu reveled in the terror and screams of the populace, finding immense satisfaction in their panic. City guards, prepare to attack. Some city defenders, sensing the disturbance, hurriedly assembled, weapons drawn, aimed at Majin Buu. Surrounded by a multitude of weapons, Majin Buu remained remarkably composed, even amused. "Ha ha!" He erupted into laughter, his voice echoing through the air. "Fire!" Upon hearing his laughter, the guards immediately squeezed their triggers, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets that rained down upon Majin Buu, engulfing the sky in a hail of projectiles, seemingly leaving him nowhere to hide. Clang, clang. The bullets struck him, creating a cacophony, and he was swallowed by a conflagration of flames. Is he dead? Someone could not help but ask, bewildered, pondering how anyone could survive such ferocious firepower. No, he is still alive. Suddenly, a guard with sharp eyes shouted in terror. As the flames began to dissipate, the crowd beheld Majin Buu's condition. He stood unscathed amidst the smoke, not a scratch upon him, his demeanor notably relaxed, clutching a small object in his hand. He wore a sneer of derision. "Are you jesting? You think such trivial attacks could even graze me? How? How is that possible?" A city guard stammered, his hand trembling with fear. The surrounding onlookers, once merely spectators, now erupted into a frenzy, fleeing in all directions, their cries for help piercing the air. "Die!" Majin Buu raised his head, speaking slowly, and the objects at his feet began to levitate. These items, seemingly enchanted, exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. The city guards stared in horror, finally realizing that Majin Buu was beyond their capability to confront. They attempted to flee, but for reasons unknown. As Majin Buu emitted a fraction of his aura, their legs felt as if they were anchored to the ground, unable to move. "Die?" A cruel smile crept across Majin Buu's lips as the objects around him surged towards the crowd like a tidal wave. The very projectiles that the city guards had unleashed upon Majin Buu now reversed course, returning to their bodies, instantly rendering them riddled with wounds. Whoosh whoosh. The projectiles pierced through the guards and continued onward, swiftly reaching the fleeing civilians, who fell without having a chance to react, their eyes wide open in shock, breathless. In no time, several kilometers of people had succumbed to the chaos. With just a handful of small objects, Majin Buu had unleashed such devastation. And this was merely him holding back. "I told you, this is just the beginning." With that, Majin Buu surveyed the unfortunate souls strewn about the ground, murmuring softly, before he soared into the sky above Floro, intent on obliterating the entire planet from the heavens. A sight of true grandeur awaited. Hovering aloft, Majin Buu gazed down upon the planet, his expression growing increasingly deranged. Chaos reigned on Floro, exacerbated by the mischief he had already wrought, and now, from above, his formidable presence instilled even greater terror among the inhabitants below. Pleased with the pandemonium, he sought to amplify the fear even further. With a sudden roar, he unleashed a mighty bellow towards the city below. His voice sent ripples through the atmosphere, and a tremendous gust erupted from his mouth, crashing into the city and uprooting trees, sending them spiraling into the sky. Tornadoes rampaged across Floro, while dark clouds gathered overhead, lightning flashing in a terrifying display. "Is the world coming to an end?" one individual murmured, staring at the apocalyptic scene, their face etched with disbelief and dread. Floro was in utter disarray. The skies alive with thunder and lightning, the weather mercilessly tumultuous. Majin Buu had summoned such catastrophic natural disasters with a single roar, and this was merely the prelude. He raised his hands, conjuring an enormous energy sphere, larger than any he had ever created before. "Fear, scream, but ultimately, you cannot escape the fate of annihilation," he declared, as he hurled the colossal energy sphere towards Floro. This energy sphere was not only vast but also contained pure, concentrated energy. Upon impact, it would obliterate the planet, leaving nothing but fragments in its wake. Just as Majin Buu launched this immense sphere towards Floro, Yidong appeared beside the planet. Having utilized his instantaneous movement to arrive just in time to witness Majin Buu's actions, the colossal energy sphere hurtled toward Floro at an alarming velocity, and Yidong felt a surge of urgency. If it struck, Floro would be doomed. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, channeling all his energy into his instantaneous movement, vanishing in an instant. Majin Buu, still oblivious to Yidong's arrival, continued to laugh heartily, eagerly anticipating the planet's destruction. At that moment, he noticed a small figure materializing above Floro. Though diminutive, the aura it emanated was remarkably potent. The position of this figure was precisely beneath the energy sphere hurled by Majin Buu. Who could he be? Majin Buu gazed curiously at the diminutive silhouette below and inquired. Although the figure was small, its presence was remarkably formidable. In the next moment, the energy sphere collided with that figure, causing a violent reaction that erupted in a brilliant display of light. Once the commotion subsided, Majin Buu peered toward the epicenter of the reaction. Who was that fool just now? Surely he must be dead, he mused, yet in the very next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. He is still alive. To his surprise, the figure that had been struck by the energy sphere remained suspended in midair, completely unharmed. Not a shred of clothing was torn, and he even appeared quite nonchalant. Majin Buu, we have finally met. Yidong regarded him coolly, his voice resonating clearly in Majin Buu's ears. Upon hearing Yidong accurately utter his name, Majin Buu felt a flicker of surprise. You know me? He asked, a hint of confusion lacing his tone. Yidong nodded. Of course, I know you, though you may not recognize me. This revelation only startled Majin Buu further. Who are you? Why do you seek to obstruct me? He inquired, his gaze fixed coldly on Yidong, irritation simmering within him as his interest was piqued. Despite his curiosity about Yidong's identity, he was too disinterested to press for further information. No matter who you are, daring to stand in my way means you shall meet your demise, Majin Buu coldly proclaimed, his tone notably casual. Upon hearing his words, a faint smile graced Yidong's lips. You wish to kill me? Allow me to grant you an opportunity. Come at me. But we must change our location, Yidong suggested to Majin Buu. After a moment of silence, Majin Buu instantaneously transported himself outside the planet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yidong swiftly followed, determined to engage Majin Buu in combat far from here, for a victory on this planet could potentially obliterate the world below. A fate Yidong was keen to avoid. This spot will suffice. After a brief interval, Yidong found himself in a desolate area of the Dragon Ball universe, surrounded by lifeless planets that exuded an air of utter desolation. You've chosen quite a fitting graveyard. At this moment, Majin Buu spoke, to which Yidong responded with a cold laugh. Spare me the pleasantries, let us commence. You dim-witted oaf, only capable of senseless bluster, Yidong retorted, directing his gaze towards Majin Buu in the distance. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu's face flushed with rage, his insides ablaze with fury. You are but a lowly Saiyan. I do not comprehend how you possess such strength, yet Saiyans are ultimately a feeble race, mere insects in my eyes. Since you dare to speak to me thus, I shall enlighten you on what constitutes a true superior race. Saiyans should not wield such power, lest they face utter annihilation, Majin Buu declared, causing Yidong's expression to darken. Super Saiyan transformation. Yidong contemplated, and in the next moment, his hair stood on end as his aura surged, his combat prowess rapidly escalating. Majin Buu's eyes widened in shock at this sight. Even so, do not presume you can defeat me. Majin Buu maintained his composure. But the show is not over yet, Yidong proclaimed, transforming once more, his aura intensifying and his power multiplying. Majin Buu's expression finally turned grave. So this is your full strength. Quite impressive, yet still insufficient to overcome me. The pressure emanating from Majin Buu began to swell as his form expanded slightly, appearing leaner yet more potent. A tremendous weight bore down upon Yidong, who remained unperturbed. What if I transform again? Yidong asked, leaving Majin Buu dumbfounded. Saiyans can continue to transform? How is this possible? Majin Buu exclaimed in disbelief, just as Yidong unleashed an astonishing surge of power, transforming into Super Saiyan God. In this form, Yidong felt an unprecedented surge of might, radiating a distinctive aura of confidence. Majin Buu began to feel a sense of panic. Although he too could alter his form, he realized that no transformation would suffice to match Yidong's prowess. Despite his inner turmoil, Majin Buu endeavored to maintain his composure. Your current strength is indeed formidable, but combat is not solely a contest of power, it encompasses technique and other elements as well, Majin Buu asserted, his tone gradually stabilizing. Moreover, he was not entirely phased due to his immense regenerative abilities. As long as a single cell remained, he could resurrect. I possess extraordinary regenerative capabilities. You cannot extinguish my existence. Just as Majin Buu completed his statement, Yidong slowly interjected. Oh, really? With that, Yi Dong launched an assault, demonstrating to Majin Buu that not all Saiyans are to be trifled with. Majin Buu had long relied on his overwhelming strength to intimidate others, but Yi Dong would counter this with even greater might. Thus, Yi Dong and Majin Buu clashed, the surrounding air trembling with the force of their confrontation. Their immense energies rippled outward, merely the aftershocks of their encounter. They struck and separated, only to collide once more, each blow infused with tremendous energy. Boom, boom, boom. As they fought, the nearby planets were obliterated, their devastation a testament to the ferocity of their battle. After a time, Majin Buu's expression grew serious, as he realized he was genuinely outmatched by Yi Dong. He had initially assumed Yi Dong lacked combat experience, but he soon discovered that Yi Dong was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed remarkable battle instincts. As the fight progressed, Majin Buu felt Yi Dong's strength escalating, rendering him breathless. Bang! Yi Dong landed a powerful punch, sending Majin Buu crashing into a neighboring planet, then swiftly darted to that planet's side to deliver another devastating blow. Boom! The planet shattered under Yi Dong's assault, revealing a battered Majin Buu within. At this moment, Majin Buu's demeanor shifted to one of trepidation. Majin Buu, do you now comprehend my prowess? Yi Dong approached the scarred and battered Majin Buu, speaking with an air of authority. Majin Buu felt genuine fear as he watched Yi Dong advance, his figure growing increasingly imposing. Though Yi Dong was merely an ordinary Saiyan, Majin Buu no longer underestimated this race. Yi Dong slowly advanced towards Majin Buu, initially intending to eradicate him, but as he drew closer, Majin Buu inexplicably found a sense of calm. Although you have bested me today, I shall remember this encounter. One day, I will return to confront you. Majin Buu murmured ominously. Upon hearing this, Yi Dong smiled radiantly. Majin Buu, you are already a condemned soul. Why speak of future chances to face me again? Yi Dong responded, a sudden surprise stirring within him. As the skin of Majin Buu began to take on a crimson hue, his aura grew increasingly chaotic. Witnessing this scene, Yi Dong was left in a state of shock. Majin Buu was indeed planning something. This is bad. Realizing the implications of Buu's transformation, Yi Dong felt a surge of anxiety. A sudden thought struck him. If Majin Buu were to succeed, he might truly escape this time. Yet, it was too late. In the next moment, a searing light erupted before Yi Dong, accompanied by a fierce wave of heat that enveloped him. Majin Buu had already commenced his assault, and remnants of his chaotic form scattered around them. Although Yi Dong had managed to obliterate some of the debris, a few fragments still managed to escape. Alas, it seemed that capturing Majin Buu was not in the cards this time. Yi Dong sighed, a sense of regret weighing on his heart. He had come so close to apprehending Majin Buu, only to let him slip away at the last moment. At that point, Yi Dong decided to head in another direction. For Majin Buu had fled, and there was no need to squander any more time. Though he had failed to eliminate Buu, he had gained much in the process. Contemplating this, Yi Dong glanced at his spatial treasures and discovered they were filled with numerous valuable items. After that, he checked his level, noting a slight increase. He had now reached level 85. This advancement was a direct result of his mission to thwart Majin Buu's chaos. Before long, Yi Dong encountered Goku and the others. Brother Yi Dong, did you manage to kill Majin Buu? Goku inquired, his expression tinged with curiosity. Hearing this, Yi Dong shook his head. I was unable to slay Majin Buu. Instead, I allowed him to escape. Though I did defeat him, he replied. Goku felt a pang of regret, but simultaneously rejoiced at Yi Dong's triumph over Buu. Brother Yi Dong is indeed stronger than Majin Buu, but failing to eliminate him remains a lingering threat, Goku sighed. Yi Dong nodded in agreement. Chapter 53, Cell. What if Majin Buu has escaped? I shall inevitably vanquish him in due time. Moreover, his existence serves my interests. After all, there are few in the universe capable of challenging me. Majin Buu's survival provides me with a semblance of pressure, allowing my strength to progress more swiftly, Yi Dong declared, earning deeper admiration from Goku. Brother Yi Dong's formidable prowess undoubtedly has its reasons, Goku remarked, admiring Yi Dong's resolve. Very well, let us depart from here and journey to Planet Frol, Yi Dong suggested, to which Goku nodded in agreement as they set off towards their destination. Meanwhile, on Planet Frol, the inhabitants gazed skyward, reminiscing about the young hero who had thwarted Majin Buu's attack at their moment of utmost despair. What has become of that boy? The residents pondered, hoping for Yi Dong's return, for his presence would confirm that he had indeed vanquished Majin Buu. Majin Buu must be defeated. It was Lord Yi Dong who came to stop him, someone proclaimed, prompting astonishment amongst the crowd. Are you referring to the one known as the King of the Saiyans? Yi Dong, another asked, incredulity lacing their voice. Indeed, it is the King of the Saiyans, Yi Dong, the previous speaker confirmed. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a mix of surprise and relief. If it was indeed Yi Dong, there was genuine hope that he could defeat Majin Buu and save them. Look! Who is that? Suddenly, someone shouted, prompting everyone to gaze upward, where they spotted another figure in the sky. Although he was not particularly tall, to the onlookers, he appeared as a giant. It is Yi Dong, the king of the Saiyan race. He has truly returned. Someone exclaimed, their voice brimming with praise and excitement. As Yi Dong soared above planet Frol, he noticed many gazes fixed upon him, filled with admiration. Fear not, everyone, I have defeated Majin Buu. He is gravely injured and will not trouble you for the time being. Yi Dong's calm voice resonated across the planet. In an instant, the inhabitants erupted with joy, relieved to know that Yi Dong had indeed repelled Majin Buu. Lord Yi Dong, we thank you for saving our planet Frol. Your kindness will forever be etched in our hearts. The planet's mightiest warrior stepped forward to express his gratitude. Although he was the strongest on planet Frol, he still felt dwarfed in comparison to Yi Dong. Previously, when Majin Buu had arrived, he had been paralyzed with fear, unable to stand. Repelling him was merely my duty. Yi Dong responded nonchalantly, earning even greater respect from the crowd. This was the true demeanor of a genuine master. At that moment, several children on the planet gazed at his figure with wide eyes. Mom, I want to be someone like Lord Yi Dong when I grow up. A young boy tugged at his mother's sleeve, filled with adoration, though he was blissfully unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Well, since everything here is settled, I shall take my leave, Yi Dong declared, preparing to depart. Lord Yi Dong, please accept this. Someone approached with a box, opening it to reveal a glimmering array of treasures and senza beans. While these items held great value to ordinary folk, for Yi Dong, they paled in comparison to the upgrade package he had received. Please distribute these to the families affected by the disaster, Yi Dong instructed, causing the gift-bearer to pause. And upon noticing Yi Dong's earnest expression, they felt a surge of admiration. Before they could utter another word, Yi Dong had already turned to leave. This will suffice. I shall take my leave now, his voice echoed as his figure vanished. Lord Yi Dong, where shall we go next? Goku asked, standing just outside planet Frol. Yi Dong surveyed the vast starry expanse above. We are not far from planet Lapis. Let us pay him a visit, Yi Dong replied. Goku looked slightly perplexed, but nodded in agreement. Yi Dong's intention to visit planet Lapis was not solely to see him, but also to offer a word of caution. He knew that Cell was still lurking in the universe, potentially posing a threat to Lapis at any moment. Thus, he aimed to either warn Lapis or bring him to safety. Before long, Yi Dong arrived at planet Lapis and soon found himself at Lapis's doorstep. I wonder if Lapis is home, Yi Dong mused as he approached the door with Goku and knocked. Lapis, are you in there? I've come to see you. He called out while knocking, but after waiting for what felt like an eternity, silence enveloped the room. Where could Lapis have gone? At that moment, Yi Dong felt a twinge of confusion as he prepared to turn away in search of Robbie's elsewhere. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the window of Robbie's room and glimpsed the scene within. Yi Dong's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the disarray inside Robbie's home. The furniture was overturned, and a pool of fresh blood stained the wall, suggesting it had been left not long ago. A sense of dread gripped Yi Dong's heart as he spoke, and in an instant, he utilized his teleportation ability to appear within Robbie's chamber. Upon entering, his brow furrowed deeper. The chaos in Robbie's room was beyond comprehension, with the blood on the wall still vivid and glaringly red. Elder brother Yi Dong, what has happened to Robbie's room? Wukong inquired, astonished. Robbie's is likely already captured by Cell, Yi Dong replied solemnly. Captured by Cell? Does that mean he is dead? Wukong asked, his heart racing with shock. Yi Dong surveyed the surroundings and slowly shook his head. No, Robbie should still be alive. Cell must have only just taken him away. If he intended to kill Robbie's, he could have done so right here without needing to take him out. The presence of only a small amount of blood indicates that he merely injured Robbie's before abducting him. After Yi Dong's explanation, Wukong looked around and nodded in understanding. So, should we go rescue Robbie's now? He asked. Yet, Yi Dong shook his head. No, come with me quickly to Razali, he said, urgency lacing his tone. Wukong puzzled. Didn't he have time to question further as Yi Dong placed a hand on him, activating his teleportation to whisk them away at the utmost speed. He needed to reach Razali as swiftly as possible, for he suspected that Cell might have already targeted her. Yi Dong was acutely aware of the reason behind Cell's abduction of Robbie's. Cell was made from a portion of the very materials used to create both Razali and Robbie's. Absorbing them would exponentially enhance his power. This was precisely why Yi Dong had come to Robbie's home. He intended to inform Robbie's of this impending danger so that he could prepare accordingly, but he had arrived too late. He hoped that Razali had not yet been taken by Cell, allowing him the chance to save her in time. Meanwhile, on the planet where Razali resided, Cell slowly materialized in the air. Ha ha, Razali, I have captured Robbie's. Once I seize you as well and absorb both of you, my triumph will be complete, Cell proclaimed, reveling in his victory. Ha ha ha. That fool Yidong never anticipated my appearance here with Razali, he muttered to himself, his gaze descending to spot Razali moving about outside her room. Today, Razali looked particularly radiant. The sunlight caressed her face, enveloping her in a divine glow, making her every movement enchanting. Razali, you are truly beautiful. Seeing you makes me reluctant to absorb you, Sel remarked, though his words belied the ruthless intent that would accompany any action he might take. At that moment, Razali sensed an unsettling presence, as if someone were watching her from a shadowy corner, their gaze penetrating her very being. Slowly lifting her head, she saw Sel approaching from the air, her expression shifting to one of panic. With a thud, the bag she had been holding fell to the ground, her heart racing with anxiety. Razali, didn't expect to see you again, did you? Sel taunted as he drew nearer. Realizing the peril she was in, Razali turned and fled in the opposite direction. She understood that escape was her only option, otherwise, she would be caught by Sel and absorbed. Think you can run? Not a chance. Sel scoffed, watching her fleeing form with cold disdain. In an instant, he blocked her path, causing Razali to tremble with fear. She desperately tried to slow down and change direction, but Sel swiftly extended his arm, its length ensnaring her throat. Razali, you too shall belong to me, he declared, tightening his grip as terror filled her eyes. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light hurtled towards them, severing Sel's arm and sending Razali crashing to the ground. Chapter 54. Faith in that instant. Yidong appeared before Sel with remarkable speed. Sel, did you think you could take Razali without my consent? He stood protectively in front of her, his voice calm, yet serious, embodying an impenetrable barrier against any harm Sel sought to inflict upon Razali. Damn it. Yidong, how did you arrive so quickly? Sel asked, astonished, his mind racing with shock. This opportunity had been hard-earned, and he hadn't expected to be discovered so swiftly. Now that I am here, you shan't lay a finger on Razali. You will also pay with your life, Yidong replied coldly, an aura of power erupting from him as his hair stood on end, strength surging within him. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. Sel's expression shifted dramatically, fear creeping into his heart as he realized the gravity of the situation. Behind Yidong, Razali felt a sense of security, despite his modest stature. She was profoundly grateful for his timely intervention, her admiration for him deepening. Yidong, don't let Sel escape, Razali urged. Yidong fixed his piercing gaze on Sel, his eyes sharp enough to penetrate his heart. Damn it, I can only retreat for now, Sel thought, observing Yidong's escalating power. He quickly turned and fled in another direction. At that moment, Razali approached Yidong, her brow furrowed in confusion. Yidong, why did you let Sel go? Hearing her question, Yidong replied, Rabies has also been captured by Sel. Razali gasped in disbelief, worry flooding her. What? Rabies has been taken? What is his condition? She asked anxiously. Do not fret, Rabies should still be alive. Let us hasten after Sel and rescue him. As for Wukong and Vegeta, you both should return to our planet to train diligently, Yidong concluded, swiftly leading Razali in pursuit. Though Sel ran quickly, Yidong was swifter, closely trailing him without Sel noticing. After some time, Sel finally arrived at an abandoned planet, which would serve as his new hideout. Here, dilapidated structures stood, deserted by inhabitants. At that moment, Sel found himself within a temple on the planet. Damn it, I never anticipated that this plan would be thwarted by Yidong again. At least I managed to escape. In the temple, Sheru stood muttering to himself when a faint voice suddenly emerged from the side. Sheru, so you have hidden lapis here? Yidong appeared not far from Sheru, speaking up. Yidong, how did you follow me? Sheru exclaimed in astonishment, his heart now filled with trepidation. Sheru, where have you concealed lapis? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift demise, Yidong said coldly, slowly advancing towards Sheru. You wish for me to surrender him? It shall not be so simple, Sheru retorted, causing the entire temple to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. Just as the temple teetered on the brink of ruin, Lapis emerged from a hidden chamber within, appearing as though he were asleep, having been concealed there by Sheru. Upon witnessing the impending collapse of the temple, Sheru swiftly soared downwards. Yidong, save Lapis first, Razali cried urgently. Hearing this, Yidong halted, teleporting into the chamber to rescue Lapis. At the very moment Yidong extricated Lapis, the temple crumbled completely, massive stones plummeting nearby. Before long, the once mighty temple lay in ruins. At that moment, Sheru had already descended into the depths of the temple's wreckage, where a radiant teleportation array awaited. Upon stepping onto it, he vanished in an instant, the array disintegrating thereafter. This had been Sheru's premeditated escape route, now finally employed, enabling his successful evasion. Lapis, are you alright? Yidong and Razali stood beside the ruins, Razali anxiously regarding the slumbering Lapis. Do not fret, he merely sleeps, Yidong reassured her. Razali, upon hearing these words, felt a slight sense of relief. Indeed, it was not long before Lapis began to awaken. Razali, is it you? Lapis opened his eyes. Gazing at the gradually clear visage of Razali, his voice tinged with surprise. I am still alive, Lapis murmured softly, his tone imbued with joy and a thirst for life. Yes, you are safe. It was Yidong who saved you this time, Razali exclaimed with delight upon seeing Lapis awaken. Subsequently, Lapis rose and approached Yidong. Thank you. Lord Yidong, I can never repay your kindness. Should you ever require my assistance, I would willingly traverse fire and water for you, Lapis stated earnestly. Yidong chuckled in response. I do not require such sacrifices. Simply take care of yourself. If you wish to show your gratitude, why not consider having your sister marry me? Yidong jested. Lapis was momentarily taken aback, while Razali's face flushed with color, rendering her even more captivating. How vexatious. Razali murmured softly, her bashful demeanor enhancing her beauty, while Lapis gazed at her in astonishment. This was the first time he had witnessed such a side of Razali. In his memory, she had always been aloof and unapproachable, yet here she revealed her shyness. In truth, the fact that Yidong had saved Razali stirred emotions within her, combined with Yidong's inherent excellence, causing her heart to flutter slightly, generating a flicker of affection for him. Enough of my jesting. We shall speak of this when you are truly willing, Yidong suddenly interjected, leaving Razali inexplicably feeling a tinge of disappointment. From now on, you shall reside in my domain. I fear for your safety otherwise, Yidong declared as he approached Razali and Lapis. Razali felt a warm sensation in her heart upon hearing this. In that case, thank you, Lord Yidong, for your hospitality, Lapis promptly replied. Come, follow me to my territory. Only once you are settled can I be at ease, Yidong said, leading them towards his abode. Their pace was leisurely yet swift. As the cosmic scenery whirled past them, the vast starlit sky appearing both mysterious and enchanting. Ding dong, congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission to find Sheru. Reward, a grand gift package. Yidong recalled the system's voice echoing in his mind as he entered his storage space and beheld a gift package waiting there, amidst many others he had previously acquired. Subsequently, Yidong brought Razali and Lapis to his place. Upon their arrival, Goku happened to spot Yidong returning to the planet. Big brother Yidong, you brought Lapis back? Goku exclaimed upon seeing them. Yidong guided Razali and Lapis onto the planet. Yes, Goku. I feared Sheru might target Razali and Lapis again, so I wanted to ensure their safety in our domain. Please arrange for someone to protect them and find suitable accommodation. Yidong instructed Goku, who nodded in affirmation before approaching Razali and Lapis. Beautiful lady, sir, please follow me. I will arrange a safe and suitable residence for you. Ensuring Sheru will not disturb you again, Goku addressed them. Razali and Lapis appreciated Goku's demeanor, recognizing that this young Saiyan was not only polite, but also remarkably strong. Indeed, he is commendable, having been trained by Lord Yidong. Lapis mused inwardly, unable to refrain from offering a compliment, as Goku led them away. Before long, Goku had settled Razali and Lapis comfortably. Seeing them safe brought Yidong considerable relief. During this time, he had remained on his home planet, overseeing his subordinates. Under Yidong's guidance, Goku and the other Saiyans had seen their powers surge dramatically. Among the Saiyans, Goku possessed the highest talent, aside from Yidong. Vegeta also stood out for his diligence, practicing tirelessly day and night. Although Vegeta's innate talent did not match Goku's, his progress was nearly on par, earning Yidong's respect. As days passed, the Dragon Ball universe experienced a period of tranquility, with the cosmos remaining serene and entering a stable phase. Various planets either thrived or maintained their status quo. Meanwhile, in a remote corner of the Dragon Ball universe, a group of individuals was on a quest. These individuals bore a resemblance to Frieza, being remnants of his subordinates. Hurry, the last Dragon Ball should be nearby. Once we find it, we can resurrect Lord Frieza, the leader of Frieza's subordinates declared, prompting the others to commence their search in the vicinity. Surrounded by numerous abandoned planets, they spread out to meticulously scour these celestial bodies. For it was said that the final Dragon Ball lay hidden within. However, after a prolonged search, they found nothing, and a sense of disappointment began to settle in. Could it be that the Dragon Ball is truly not here? One subordinate pondered, beginning to doubt. Found it. Over there. Someone suddenly shouted, clearing away a rock to reveal a Dragon Ball quietly resting beneath, emitting a brilliant golden light. It is the Dragon Ball, the last of the 7. The subordinates exclaimed excitedly, swiftly gathering around to carefully lift the Dragon Ball. Wonderful. Now that we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, we can bring Lord Frieza back to life. The leader's voice trembled with excitement as he envisioned the momentous occasion of Frieza's resurrection. His eyes filled with reverence at the thought of the great Frieza standing before him once more. For the followers of Frieza, he embodies their faith. They firmly believe in his invincibility. Although they have been troubled by his previous defeat at the hands of Yidong, their desire to resurrect Frisia persists. For they are convinced that his revival will render him even more formidable, capable of vanquishing Yidong. The last time Yidong triumphed over their lord Frisia was merely a stroke of luck. Upon Frisia's return, he will undoubtedly crush all opposition. Thus mused the leader among them. Chapter 55, The Trail of Frisia. Let us proceed to resurrect Lord Frisia at once, he proclaimed. With that, the group soared into the depths of the cosmos, soon arriving near Frisia's home planet. They stood upon a neighboring celestial body, gazing at their distant homeland, and gradually produced the 7 Dragon Balls. As the orbs were revealed, an invisible force seemed to draw them together, yet they were restrained by the followers' will. Is everyone prepared? Let us awaken Lord Frisia, the leader declared, his companions' eyes glinting with determination. Hasten the resurrection of Lord Frisia. I can hardly wait to witness his return. He shall lead us to conquer the entire Dragon Ball universe, exclaimed one follower, who, lacking the capability to fulfill his ambitions, placed his hopes entirely upon Frisia, a testament to his loyalty. The 7 Dragon Balls converged, summoning the Eternal Dragon. In the next moment, the most powerful of the 7 followers grasped the orbs, forming a circle and gradually bringing them together. As they neared, the invisible force intensified, as if they yearned to unite. Ultimately, they merged into one. Upon the fusion of the Dragon Balls, a blinding radiance erupted, illuminating the entire sky. Once the brilliance faded, a colossal dragon materialized before Frisia's followers. You humble servants of Frisia, you have summoned me. What is it you desire? I can grant you one wish. Speak, what is your wish? The dragon coiled majestically in the air, its immense form awe-inspiring. The leader of Frisia's followers swallowed hard, cautiously approaching the dragon and appearing minuscule in comparison. Great Eternal Dragon, our wish is to resurrect Lord Frisia. Can you accomplish this? Upon hearing this, the dragon's eyes flickered with disdain. Resurrect Frisia? Are you certain of this? Such a wish is trivial for me. The dragon's voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the surroundings. Then I beseech you, great dragon, to immediately bring Lord Frisia back to life. The follower insisted with unwavering resolve. Very well, the dragon nodded solemnly. Subsequently, it unleashed a mysterious power. Resonating with the essence of the Dragon Ball universe, tiny particles began to drift from the cosmos, imbued with Frisia's aura. As countless particles coalesced, Frisia's followers distinctly sensed his revival commencing. These particles, infused with Frisia's essence, wondrously began to form his silhouette in midair. As more particles gathered, his shape became increasingly defined. After a brief interval, Frisia's form appeared suspended in the air, gradually becoming more corporeal. Moments later, an ethereal glow began to emanate from his being. In the next instant, he opened his eyes, which sparkled with fierce intensity. Congratulations on my return. Upon witnessing Frisia standing in midair with his eyes wide open, his followers were overwhelmed with excitement, kneeling in unison and exclaiming, I have returned. Frisia hovered in the air, slowly clenching his fist, his gaze ablaze with vengeful fire. Lord Frisia, for eternity, unmatched in might. Upon your return, you shall unify the realm, the leading follower addressed him. Upon hearing this, a cold smirk crept across Frisia's lips. You speak the truth. I swear to unify the entire universe. With those words, Frisia tightened his fist. In this rebirth, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, seemingly greater than before, likely due to the proximity of his resurrection to his home planet. Lord Frisia, this time you shall surely not be defeated by Yidong, one follower ventured. The moment those words escaped, Frisia's expression darkened, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized before that follower, his gaze frigid and murderous. What did you say? He demanded, gripping the follower with a vice-like grip, his voice chilling enough to instill fear. Instantly, the follower felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Trembling uncontrollably, I meant to say that you shall surely not be defeated by Yidong this time. The follower stammered, but Frisia's fury could no longer be contained. Boom. In the next instant, Frisia crushed the follower in his grasp, turning flesh into a mist of blood that permeated the air, leaving a metallic scent lingering. Witnessing Frisia's brutal act, the remaining followers were filled with trepidation, fearing they too might incur his wrath and meet a similar fate. Should anyone dare to utter Yidong's name again, I shall slay them, Frisia declared, turning to the others, who nodded in fear. Why yes, Lord Frisia, we shall never again speak of your defeat at the hands of Yidong. Several followers hastily assured him, but upon hearing their words, Frisia's rage erupted anew. Akin to a volcano, his eyes glowing crimson. May you all perish. With that utterance, a powerful wave of energy surged around Frisia, enveloping the remaining followers, who widened their eyes in terror before becoming paralyzed. Then, Frisia advanced, and one by one, the followers fell, their lives extinguished. You worthless fools. My defeat by Yidong may well have been your doing, Frieza coldly remarked before turning his gaze toward the horizon, sensing several presences rapidly approaching. Someone is coming. I must make my escape, Frieza thought to himself, and in the next moment, his figure vanished. Having just been resurrected, he needed to remain hidden. Observing the occurrences within the Dragon Ball universe during this time to devise a strategy against Yidong. Meanwhile, as Frieza's followers summoned the Eternal Dragon to resurrect him, Yidong stood on a planet within his dominion, sensing the disturbance. Someone had gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon. Yidong gazed up at the starlit sky, where a distant shadow of the dragon could be faintly discerned, though not clearly. I wonder who has gathered the Dragon Balls and what wish they have made, he pondered, a keen curiosity igniting within him. He resolved to use the system to exchange for an item that could provide insight. System, open the exchange shop, he thought. And immediately a shop interface materialized in his mind. The shop was filled with a plethora of precious items from various realms, including those of fantasy and martial arts. To comprehend what is transpiring there, which item should I select? Yidong scrutinized the array of items before him, contemplating for a moment before finally settling on a choice. I will choose this one, he resolved, promptly exchanging for the item. Continuing on, a peculiar object resembling a telescope materialized in his hand. The divine artifact, the telescope. This was its name, a tool that allowed one to behold the sights of any location within the Dragon Ball universe, albeit limited to 3 uses. Yidong grasped it and directed his gaze towards the radiant Dragon Balls. In an instant, his vision was transported to the place of Frieza's resurrection. He clearly beheld Frieza's figure, witnessing the ruthless carnage he was unleashing. It's Frieza. I never anticipated his revival, Yidong mused, his expression darkening. It appears I must investigate further. Just then, Goku approached from a distance. What's the matter, big brother Yidong? What has happened? You look rather pale, Goku inquired. Observing Yidong's somber demeanor. It's Frieza. He has returned, Yidong replied, prompting a wave of astonishment in Goku. Frieza has actually come back. It seems that the Dragon Ball universe is about to become tumultuous again, Goku remarked, a hint of concern creeping into his heart. Recently, the Dragon Ball universe had been tranquil, and Goku had relished the peace. However, he understood that such serenity was merely fleeting after this calm. A greater storm was undoubtedly impending. The news of Frieza's resurrection might just be the harbinger of that impending tempest. Come, Goku. Let us go and inspect the planet where he was revived, Yidong urged, and Goku nodded in agreement. I hope that by the time we arrive, Frieza has not yet departed. Yidong propelled himself and Goku swiftly towards the site of Frieza's resurrection, exerting all his strength in haste. For he sought to confront Frieza at the moment of his revival. Otherwise, should Frieza conceal himself, it would spell disaster for the Dragon Ball universe. Before long, Yidong caught sight of the location where Frieza had been resurrected. However, upon arrival, he discovered that Frieza had already made a hasty escape. Blast it! He has slipped away, Yidong lamented, standing beside Goku. Goku surveyed the surroundings and detected a faint scent of blood in the air. After taking a few steps, he stumbled upon several of Frieza's subordinates nearby. Big brother Yidong, there are many of Frieza's minions here, Goku exclaimed as he rushed over to Yidong. Do not be deceived. They are all Frieza's henchmen, Yidong replied, and Goku's astonishment deepened. How could Frieza's subordinates be here? Did they not just resurrect him? Goku questioned. Perplexed. It seems Frieza has eliminated each of his subordinates, Yidong stated, causing Goku to grow even more astonished. Frieza's temperament is notoriously volatile. It appears he has become even more extreme since his revival, Goku observed, to which Yidong nodded in agreement. Big brother Yidong, with Frieza's revival. The Dragon Ball universe is once again in turmoil. I fear that significant events are imminent, Goku expressed with concern. Yidong stood still, his gaze flickering. Regardless of the ferocity of the storm or the currents beneath, I shall remain steadfast. With the mightiest of powers, I can command all, he declared. Goku, do not worry. The enhancement of our strength is of paramount importance. Your concerns are futile, Yidong asserted, clenching his fists. You are right, big brother Yidong. I will strive to grow stronger, Goku replied, nodding earnestly, fully believing in Yidong's words. Chapter 56. Goku steadies the hearts of many. Very well. Let us depart from here, Yidong concluded, and thus he led Goku away, returning to his own domain. Upon their arrival back on the planet within his territory, they were met by Vegeta and the others. Your Majesty, what has transpired? Vegeta inquired as he approached Yidong. Frieza has been resurrected, Yidong replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, a wave of shock rippled through Vegeta and the others. Oh dear, that fiend has truly returned. It seems the universe is destined for chaos once more. Vegeta lamented. Of all beings, Frieza ranked among those Vegeta despised most. Frieza had always looked down upon the Saiyans, who reciprocated with equal disdain. But what of it? Even with Frisia's revival, with Big Brother Yidong here, he cannot cause a ruckus. Goku interjected, prompting nods of agreement from Vegeta and the others. All right, everyone. Let us focus on our training for the time being. Strengthening our power is the ultimate priority, Yidong interjected, hoping that Goku and the others would one day be capable of defeating foes like Frisia on their own, without reliance on others for protection. He firmly believed that one day they would achieve this. Indeed, training is of utmost importance, Vegeta concurred, as he had always been the most diligent among the Saiyans. News of Frisia's resurrection spread like wildfire throughout the Dragon Ball universe, igniting a wave of unease across the cosmos. Yidong stood upon his planet, tirelessly searching for traces of Frisia and Cell, yet to no avail. It was as though they had evaporated from existence, leaving him perplexed. It seems a different approach is necessary, Yidong contemplated. On that day, Yidong summoned Goku and the others. Everyone, I suspect Frisia is lurking in the shadows, awaiting an opportune moment to strike. I wish to draw him out, but I lack a solid plan, hence my call for your counsel. Yidong addressed those gathered in the hall. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into silence. Big Brother Yidong, I have an idea, Goku spoke up, prompting Yidong's interest. Goku, what thoughts do you have? Please share, Yidong encouraged. Rather than passively waiting for the enemy to approach, why not actively lure them in? Goku proposed, his eyes gleaming with insight. Goku, are you suggesting? Yidong inquired, his brow furrowing in thought. Big Brother Yidong, you have been actively searching for Frisia, but he is aware of your pursuit and will undoubtedly conceal himself more thoroughly, leaving you without leads. However, Frisia is always seeking an opportunity to strike at you. If you reveal even the slightest vulnerability, he will present himself, exposing his position, and we can capture him. Goku elucidated, igniting a spark of realization in Yidong's eyes. This is too risky. Vegeta interjected, his tone serious. No, Vegeta, Goku is correct. This is a sound strategy. Yidong countered, shaking his head in agreement with Goku's proposition. He understood Vegeta's concerns, yet with the system at his disposal, he could execute this plan flawlessly. What precisely should we do? Vegeta inquired. To carry out this plan, we must designate a brave warrior to oversee and protect my territory during my absence, Yidong stated, scanning the faces of those present. Let me go, Goku immediately volunteered, his eyes resolute. Goku understood the stakes. Should Yidong depart and Frisia or other foes attack? It would be crucial to have someone to guard this place, a role fraught with peril. Goku, this task is too hazardous. Your talent surpasses mine. Allow me to take on this responsibility, Vegeta argued. This idea originated with me. If you were to go and something were to happen, I would be consumed by worry. Let me handle it, Goku insisted firmly. All right, let's not bicker. Goku shall undertake this task. Rest assured, I will ensure his safety, Yidong declared, to which Goku nodded in agreement. Goku, come here. I have something for you, Yidong said, rising to his feet as he addressed Goku. Then Yidong entered a nearby room, with Wukong following closely behind. Inside the chamber, they stood face to face, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. Brother Yidong, what exactly are you going to give me? Wukong inquired, his expression a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty. Did I not promise to protect your life? Take this, Yidong replied, producing a luminous orb from within his garment. This is the Space Guardian Pearl. In moments of life-threatening peril, it can save your life, rendering you invulnerable to harm, Yidong stated matter-of-factly. Wukong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Brother Yidong, you possess such a remarkable treasure, he exclaimed, elation coursing through him. With this pearl in his possession, he felt a newfound sense of security. Yidong offered a faint smile. He had acquired the Space Guardian Pearl as a reward from his previous mission. Not only does this pearl ensure your safety, but it can also teleport me to your side in times of danger, allowing me to rescue you while simultaneously dealing with any threats, Yidong elucidated. Wukong nodded in agreement, clearly pleased. Yet, uncertainty lingered in his mind. After executing this plan, will it indeed be Frisia who comes, or someone else? Yidong queried. Brother Yidong, let us act swiftly, Wukong urged. Yidong nodded, and the two exited the room. Your Majesty, must we truly allow Wukong to take such a grave risk? Vegeta questioned, casting a concerned glance at Yidong. Fear not, Vegeta. Brother Yidong has bestowed upon me a precious artifact that will preserve my life in danger, Wukong interjected reassuringly. Vegeta scrutinized Wukong's earnest demeanor, and his apprehension began to dissipate. If that is the case, then that is splendid, Vegeta responded, a hint of relief washing over him. Days passed, and Yidong departed from his home planet. Meanwhile, not far from his territory, Frisia commanded his subordinates to closely monitor Yidong's movements. Lord Frisia, Yidong has left his domain. Shall we take action? One of his minions inquired. These subordinates had only recently been recruited by Frisia. Yidong is fully aware of my resurrection, yet chooses to abandon his territory, leaving behind such a glaring vulnerability. There is something amiss. Continue to observe, Frieza replied, initially agitated but quickly regaining his composure. Following his previous failures, he had grown increasingly suspicious and dangerous. After I train for another month, my strength will become immeasurable. If Yidong has not returned by then, I shall strike, Frieza resolved, focusing intently on his training. At that moment, Yidong had been waiting for some time after departing his territory, yet Frieza and his cohorts had not yet shown themselves, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. Why has Frieza not yet arrived? Has he sensed that this is a trap? He pondered anxiously. Days turned into weeks, and Yidong's inner turmoil persisted. I will wait one more month. If Frieza does not come, I must return to my own territory, he contemplated. Despite his impatience, he had not left empty-handed. He had discovered several Dragon Balls on desolate planets, and with these, he might eventually gather all 7 and summon the Eternal Dragon. Time flew by, and 4 months had swiftly elapsed since Frieza's resurrection. During this period, Frieza's power had surged significantly. One day, as he sat in his stronghold, he abruptly rose to his feet. "My lord, what troubles you?" a subordinate asked, noticing Frieza's sudden movement. The air around Frieza crackled with energy, his demeanor exuding an imposing presence, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, fueled by an overwhelming force within him. "Let us proceed to Yidong's territory and deal with those insufferable Saiyans," Frieza declared coldly. The subordinates exchanged nervous glances, their apprehension palpable. "My lord, are you truly going to act against Yidong so soon?" One ventured hesitantly. "Yidong has been absent from his lair for several months. He may very well be preoccupied with urgent matters. If we do not strike now, when shall we?" Frieza replied icily. However, the subordinates remained hesitant. "Stand aside. You worthless fools. Your presence is of no use. I shall handle this myself," Frieza retorted, swiftly dispatching his minions and departing the stronghold, soaring towards Yidong's domain. Meanwhile, on Yidong's planet, Wukong and Vegeta were diligently honing their skills. As Wukong practiced, he glanced skyward, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over him. "Why do I feel this way?" he mused. Just then, his gaze sharpened as he spotted a dark figure hurtling toward their planet at an alarming speed, growing larger by the second. It soon became clear that it was Frieza. "Oh no, Frieza is coming," Wukong shouted. Despite his words, a surge of excitement coursed through him, for Frieza had indeed fallen into their trap. Upon hearing Wukong's warning, the Saiyans on the planet began to panic, but they quickly regained their composure. Knowing that Yidong had prepared for this eventuality, "Everyone, do not panic. With me here, what can Frieza do?" Wukong boomed, instilling confidence in his comrades. With a resounding thud, Frieza landed on the planet, creating a massive crater beneath him, his expression one of triumph. As the dust settled, his figure emerged, eliciting renewed tension among the Saiyans. Well, Saiyans, did you expect to see me here?" Frieza sneered, surveying the surroundings. To his surprise, while the crowd exhibited some trepidation, they did not descend into chaos as he had anticipated. "How infuriating. The great cosmic warrior Frieza graces you with his presence, and yet you remain so composed," Frieza exclaimed, unleashing his menacing aura. "Frieza, if you have the courage, come at me directly. Do not bully them." Wukong stepped forward, momentarily suppressing Frieza's overwhelming presence. Locking eyes with him defiantly. Chapter 57, The Art of Ultimate Freedom. "Wukong, do you truly believe you can withstand me with such meager abilities? Perhaps you should summon Yidong," Frieza retorted, his tone dripping with disdain. "Even if brother Yidong is not here, I stand prepared." "You shall not harm a single Saiyan while I draw breath," Wukong proclaimed, advancing further, his own power escalating with each step. He began his transformation into a Super Saiyan, prompting a flicker of surprise in Frieza's eyes as he observed the metamorphosis. As Wukong completed his transformation, his hair turned a striking blue, radiating an extraordinary aura that astonished both Vegeta and Frieza. Nevertheless, Frieza remained largely unfazed. Having trained rigorously for over 4 months since his resurrection, he was not easily intimidated. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige," Frieza declared, commencing his own transformation. His body shimmered with radiant light, swiftly transforming into a golden form. "Golden Frieza," he proclaimed, revealing his formidable new strength, which enveloped the battlefield in an oppressive atmosphere that weighed heavily on Wukong and the surrounding Saiyans. In the face of Frieza's overwhelming might, Wukong felt not fear, but a fierce determination ignited within him. "With the Space Guardian Pearl bestowed upon me by brother Yidong, I shall remain unscathed. What is there to fear?" Wukong resolved, standing tall and unwavering, his gaze fixed on Frieza. Observing Wukong's unwavering spirit, Frieza felt an unexpected admiration. "Very well, impressive indeed. Were you not my adversary, I might even come to respect you," Frieza remarked. Goku's demeanor only fueled his anger, as if he were gazing upon another Yidong. With flames of fury surging within him. Death beam. Frieza raised his right hand, pointing a finger, and a concentrated and formidable beam of light shot forth towards Goku in an instant. Goku immediately fortified his defenses, yet he still found himself retreating a step. Very well, let us see how you fare against this. Frantic death beams. Frieza proclaimed, his fingers splayed open as 5 beams simultaneously surged towards Goku. Although this technique was not the most potent, its sheer quantity amplified the agony manifold. In the blink of an eye, countless beams rained down, breaching Goku's defenses and piercing his body, twisting his expression into one of torment. Ha ha ha, Saiyans truly make for the finest playthings. Observing Goku's suffering and the terror etched on the faces of the surrounding Saiyans, Frieza declared with smug satisfaction. Ha ha, Goku, did you think you could stand against me? Is this all you've got? Frieza mocked. Upon hearing this, Goku's rage eclipsed the pain coursing through his body. With a roar, Goku lifted his head, unleashing a fierce cry, and his aura surged once more. Oh, not yet ready to surrender? Frieza remarked, a hint of surprise flickering across his face as he spoke. If that is the case, I shall utterly vanquish you and erase you from existence. Death beam net. Frieza raised both hands high, unleashing 10 fingers worth of death beams that converged towards Goku, forming a luminous net. Should this net ensnare Goku, it would subject him to excruciating torment, potentially threatening his very life. Witnessing Frieza's merciless onslaught against Goku, the nearby Saiyans were consumed with fury, rushing towards Frieza in an attempt to strike him down. A bunch of worthless fools, daring to provoke me? Frieza cast a disinterested glance at the approaching Saiyans, dispatching some beams towards them, instantly injuring several. Meanwhile, the death beam net had arrived before Goku, poised to envelop him within moments. Just then, a radiant light erupted from Goku, as a protective sphere emerged from within him, encasing his entire being. The beams collided with the protective sphere, all being deflected, leaving Goku unharmed. What treasure is this? Frieza stared, astonished. As his net of beams was thwarted by Goku's inner artifact, his mind reeling with incredulity. Concurrently, far across the cosmos, Yidong sensed the disturbance. The protective sphere has activated. It seems someone is attacking Goku and the others, Yidong pondered, a surge of potent spatial energy coursing through him. The spatial guardian pearl not only shields an individual, but can also instantly transport the bearer to the side of the protected, which accounts for its preciousness. In the next moment, Yidong vanished, only to reappear before Goku. As soon as Yidong's figure materialized, he stood resolutely in front of Frieza. The sight of Yidong sent Frieza into a panic. Why Yidong? How did you come to be here? Frieza stammered, his voice trembling as he regarded Yidong. Goku, upon seeing Yidong's arrival, exhaled a sigh of relief. Without Yidong, he would truly have been unable to contend with Frieza. Why could I not come? Did you not sense something amiss? Yidong inquired coldly. Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically, as he began to ponder the unsettling truths he had overlooked. Oh no, I've been ensnared, Frieza exclaimed, turning to flee. You harm so many and expect to simply walk away? Not a chance, Yidong remarked, observing Frieza's retreat with an unhurried demeanor, fully prepared for this eventuality. Array, activate, Yidong murmured softly, and as his voice faded, a massive wall of light appeared in the sky. In truth, he had already set up a formation here, a treasure from his upgrade package, now perfectly timed for use. Within my captivation array, escape is futile, Yidong declared, eyeing the fleeing Frieza. At that moment, Frieza beheld the colossal light wall, which enveloped the entire planet, leaving no gaps. His expression turned grave as he delivered a powerful punch against the wall. With a resounding thud, Frieza's strike met the barrier, creating not even a ripple. His assault was entirely repelled. Realizing he could not breach this wall with his current strength, Frieza's heart sank, and his countenance grew ominous. Turning to Yidong, he spoke. I never anticipated that my calculations would lead me into your trap. As Frieza reflected on previous events that had eluded his understanding, Yidong continued, Frieza, when you harmed me previously, you should have foreseen this day. After all the trouble to revive, and yet you squander your life while seeking to provoke me, truly a death wish. Yidong approached Frieza leisurely, speaking with deliberate calmness. Hearing this, Frieza fell silent, his expression darkening further. Surveying his surroundings, he realized escape was impossible, and his demeanor shifted to one of fierce resolve as he faced Yidong. Very well. If escape is not an option, let us engage in a contest of strength. Once I defeat you, I shall eradicate every Saiyan on this planet, Frieza proclaimed. Having spent 4 months in rigorous training since his resurrection, his strength vastly enhanced, filling him with hubris. His body still radiated a golden hue, indicating his formidable power. Yet his aura surged once again, revealing that he had not yet unleashed his full might. Now, he released all of his energy, his presence overwhelming, causing the winds to stir violently, and the Scions below exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing. Frisia is so strong. Can Lord Yidong truly triumph over him? One murmured. Doubts creeping in. Fear not. Frisia is but trash. Lord Yidong could dispatch him with a mere finger, Goku confidently asserted from the side. As Yidong observed Frisia's escalating aura, he remained unperturbed. Frisia, I anticipated your arrival. Do you think I lack the confidence to defeat you? Yidong stated, causing a flicker of doubt to momentarily cross Frisia's mind, though he quickly suppressed it. Enough chatter, let us engage in a life-or-death struggle, Frisia declared, unwilling to allow thoughts to distract him from his determination, fearing it would diminish his chances against Yidong. Death Beam Net. Frisia unleashed the technique once more, sending forth innumerable beams that wove into a vast net, hurtling towards Yidong. Observing this, Yidong's expression remained unchanged as he gradually closed his eyes. What an arrogant fool. Closing your eyes will only hasten your demise, Frisia thought, feeling a swell of pride as he mocked Yidong. As Yidong shut his eyes, the surroundings seemed to quieten, his mind achieving a profound tranquility. With a slight stir within himself, he activated the ultimate freedom technique experience card. In a heartbeat. Despite his closed eyes, everything around him crystallized into clarity. It was as though he had entered an entirely new visual realm, where Frisia's energy projectiles became distinctly visible, their speed appearing remarkably slowed. Upon witnessing his deadly energy net hurtling toward Yidong, Frisia was exhilarated by the prospect. Haha, Yidong, why do you not evade? This time, your demise is inevitable. As he spoke, a wave of delight surged through him, convinced that even if Yidong desired to escape now, it was far too late. Even if he could not inflict severe harm, at the very least, he would manage to leave Yidong with some minor injuries, thereby impacting the ensuing battle. However, Yidong remained silent, a cold smirk dancing upon his lips. Suddenly, a thought flickered in his mind, prompting his body to move in tandem. Harnessing the perception granted by the ultimate instinct technique, Yidong began to adjust his position with near-perfect precision. The deadly energy net soon enveloped him, yet in a miraculous manner, he deftly evaded the lethal onslaught. He appeared to stand still, yet the beams of energy passed right by him, failing to touch him in the slightest. How is this possible? Frisia exclaimed, a growing sense of panic overtaking him as he beheld Yidong, unscathed and standing firm. Frisia, is this truly the extent of your attack? Pathetic. Chapter 58. Combat awareness. At this juncture, Yidong opened his eyes, casting a tranquil gaze at Frisia. Though my expression is serene, for reasons unbeknownst to me, your heart seems to tremble under my scrutiny. If Yidong had merely withstood the attack through brute strength, Frisia might have accepted it. Yet, Yidong appeared utterly unperturbed, effortlessly dodging his beams, which left Frisia in disbelief. Impossible. How did you achieve this? I refuse to believe it. Frisia, in desperation, raised his hands once more, unleashing an even more formidable energy net toward Yidong. As Frisia continued his assault, Yidong, emotionless, gradually closed his eyes, invoking that wondrous visual perception once more. Though his eyes were shut, it felt as though he possessed a second sight, perceiving every nuance of energy fluctuation in his surroundings. Yidong began to stride toward Frisia, the energy net once again approaching him. With minimal movement, he adjusted his position ever so slightly, evading all beams with uncanny grace. Witnessing his more potent attack effortlessly avoided by Yidong, Frisia's heart swelled with dread. No, it cannot be. He gasped, his voice laden with terror. Yet, Yidong continued to advance, step by step. I refuse to accept that you can so easily withstand all my assaults. The previous energy beams were not my strongest attack. I do not believe you can evade my most potent blow, Frisia declared, raising his hands to conjure a brilliant sphere of light. Supernova strike. The orb intensified in brightness and expanded in size as Frisia chanted, preparing to unleash his ultimate maneuver. In mere moments, the energy sphere had fully coalesced, and Yidong was now in close proximity to Frisia. Grasping the sphere, Frisia hurled it toward Yidong with great speed. A supernova strike, you say? Yidong replied, his tone measured and unhurried, his heart devoid of turmoil. Still wielding the ultimate instinct technique, he sensed the searing energy rushing toward him, capturing every minute fluctuation in the energy field. Perhaps there is no need for me to evade at all. In that instant, as the supernova energy surged toward him, Yidong chose not to dodge, instead standing resolutely in place. The energy struck him directly. I thought I could finally subdue you. You must be dead, or at the very least gravely injured, Frisia proclaimed, watching the collision of supernova energy and Yidong erupt into a dazzling display. Is that so, Frisia? A calm voice emerged from within the radiant chaos, sending Frisia's expression into a spiral of disbelief, for it was Yidong's voice. Yidong, how is this possible? Frisia exclaimed in shock, only to witness Yi Dong emerge from the luminescent tempest, completely unscathed. Yi Dong had withstood the supernova energy's assault without sustaining even a scratch, not merely due to his overwhelming strength, but also thanks to his astute application of combat techniques. In the state of ultimate instinct, he was acutely aware of the surrounding energy fluctuations. Thus, when the supernova energy approached, his body vibrated at a peculiar frequency, perfectly synchronized with that of the energy, rendering the attack ineffective against him. As he emerged from the sea of light, Frisia's heart raced with panic. Rooted in place, he dared neither flee nor retaliate, merely staring dumbfounded as Yi Dong approached, his body trembling slightly. In that moment, Frisia was beset by regret, having barely returned to life, cherishing it more than ever, only to find himself once again facing the specter of death in such a short span of time. This quest to confront Yi Dong had stemmed from desperation, and his heart brimmed with despair and remorse. Frisia had completely lost his confidence, even relinquishing the thought of opposing Yi Dong. Crack! In the next instant, Yi Dong stood before Frisia, swiftly grasping his neck. Frisia, you truly disappoint me. I never imagined you would remain this feeble after your resurrection. As he spoke, Yi Dong lifted Frisia effortlessly. Choked and unable to utter a sound, Frisia trembled slightly as Yi Dong slowly opened his eyes. His irises were dark, seemingly ordinary. Yet upon closer inspection, they appeared to conceal an abyssal depth. Frisia, I apologize. I should not have provoked you or your subordinates. Frisia quivered, gazing at Yi Dong. Recalling his past as a proud cosmic tyrant and a formidable ruler of the universe, now reduced to a mere plaything in Yi Dong's grasp. Frisia, you once claimed that Saiyans are the finest toys. Yi Dong's voice turned cold. No, I am the toy. I am the toy. Frisia hastily protested. Desperate to quell Yi Dong's wrath in hopes of sparing his life, he no longer wished for death. Ha. Yi Dong snickered derisively. And just as Frisia opened his mouth to speak further, Yi Dong delivered a thunderous punch to Frisia's abdomen. Boom! The force of Yi Dong's fist slammed into Frisia's midsection, causing him to spew blood, and he was propelled into a nearby boulder. Immediately afterward, Yi Dong teleported beside the rock, yanking Frisia out and slamming him back to the ground. Frisia crashed into the earth, creating a substantial crater, his gaze vacant. He found himself dazed and reeling from the unexpected ferocity of Yi Dong's assault. I am the greatest being in the universe. You cannot treat me this way. Lying on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth, Frisia murmured, his expression dimmed. Ha. The greatest being in the universe? You, of all beings, dare to call yourself the ruler of the cosmos? Yi Dong scoffed, then brought his foot down heavily onto Frisia's chest. Frisia was heavily pressed down by a kick to his chest, and another mouthful of blood spurted forth as he felt the weight of Yi Dong's foot making any form of resistance utterly impossible. Goku, come here. Yi Dong called out to Goku. Goku, take this sword and slay Frisia, Yi Dong instructed, handing him a 7-foot-long blade. The Sword of Severance. This sword appeared exceedingly sharp, a treasure Yi Dong had acquired from a previous upgrade gift pack. It was exceptionally keen, with a unique characteristic, regardless of the opponent's vitality. Anyone struck down by it would meet immediate death, which underscored its invaluable nature. Upon hearing this, Goku felt a stir of resolve within. He then grasped the Sword of Severance and turned his gaze towards Frisia, who was beneath Yi Dong's foot. Not long ago, Frisia had mercilessly tormented him, treating him as a mere plaything. Had it not been for Yi Dong's protection, he would have perished long ago. As this realization washed over him, Goku's expression turned cold. Though inherently kind-hearted, he showed no leniency towards his foes. Very well, brother Yi Dong, I shall end his life, Goku stated icily, stepping towards Frisia. Frisia's heart sank further as he witnessed Goku's advance. No, he bellowed in desperation, but in the next moment, Goku swung the Sword of Severance, severing his head cleanly. No matter how formidable Frisia's vitality and power, he was destined to meet his end at the hands of the Sword of Severance. Blood gushed forth from Frisia's body, which lay motionless, his severed head rolling aside, eyes wide open in death's unyielding grasp. The fate Frisia met was indeed a consequence of his own actions. At that moment, Vegeta approached, casting a glance at Frisia's remains. The surrounding Saiyans felt a surge of excitement. Frisia had always looked down upon them, regarding the Saiyans as the weakest race. Yet now, this once mighty Frisia had been repeatedly vanquished by those he deemed insignificant, all thanks to Yi Dong. The crowd erupted in cheers. Ding! Task of defeating Frisia completed. Rewards acquired. Experience points, successfully leveled up to level 87. The system's voice echoed once more. When Frisia resurrected earlier, a quest to slay him had been issued. And now Yi Dong had fulfilled it. Yi Dong closed his eyes, savoring the remnants of the state of Zizai Ji Gong, although he had since exited that state. Having experienced it granted him numerous benefits. He mused that even without an experience card, With diligent study, he could likely invoke Zai Ji Gong again. This technique was an extraordinarily powerful skill, enabling him to unleash greater strength within the same realm, thus intensifying his yearning for it. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted several injured Saiyans nearby, including Goku, who bore wounds inflicted by Frieza. Goku, consume these senzu beans to heal your injuries, Yidong said, producing several beans and offering them to Goku. Upon seeing the senzu beans, warmth filled Goku's heart. With them, he could mend his wounds. By the way, here are some more senzu beans. Distribute them among the other injured Saiyans to aid their recovery, Yidong added, retrieving a few more beans from his pocket and handing them to Goku. With this, Frieza had been dealt with, and their losses were relatively manageable. Yidong gradually lifted his gaze to the sky, where the formidable barrier gradually dissipated, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. At that moment, Yidong understood that combat power was not the sole means of enhancing strength. Even those with lesser battle prowess could triumph over stronger foes, with battle awareness playing a crucial role in this dynamic. Chapter 59, Encounter with Bu. Zai Ji Gong is, in essence, a pinnacle state of combat awareness, allowing one's reflexes to reach an impeccable level. Yidong was particularly enamored with this state, and after wrapping up various matters, he returned to the base to rest and immerse himself in the study of Zai Ji Gong. Each time he felt he was on the cusp of a breakthrough, yet he could never quite achieve it, leaving him perplexed as to why. Seated in the secluded chamber, he muttered softly, frustration etched across his face. He sensed he was tantalizingly close to grasping Zai Ji Gong, yet that final hurdle loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm. It seemed this endeavor could not be rushed, nor could it rely solely on the passage of time. Instead, he resolved to let fate take its course. With this thought, Yidong stood up, deciding to take a stroll. Exiting the room, he observed Goku and Vegeta training outside. During this period, Goku and Vegeta appeared to possess a certain leadership charisma. He had once trained alongside them, but now they each led groups of young Saiyans in their training. The eyes of these young warriors shimmered with hope, brimming with infinite possibilities. Yidong looked upon them with a sense of gratification. You all are doing quite well, he remarked. Brother Yidong, these are the most talented members of the new generation of Saiyans that I have meticulously selected. They will be the future of our race. Even in our absence, they will be capable of standing on their own, Goku said as he approached Yidong. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Yidong's eyes. He looked forward to that day when the current adversaries would no longer require his intervention. They would be capable of defeating foes through their own prowess. There exist many decayed forces in the universe. I hope that one day, you will be able to conquer these enemies on your own. Tell me, can you achieve this? Yidong inquired, standing before the Saiyans. Of course we can. The Saiyans responded with unwavering determination, their voices resonating powerfully, shaking the very clouds above. Excellent, Goku. Come here for a moment. Yidong beckoned Goku closer. Goku, I may be leaving for a while, Yidong stated. Brother Yidong, where are you going? What will happen to our planet in your absence? Goku asked, surprised. I will set up a divine confinement array on the planets within our realm. This way, no one will be able to enter without permission, Yidong explained. The divine confinement array was a treasure he had acquired from an upgrade gift pack, designed to ensnare enemies, but it could also serve to protect the location. He had employed this array during Frieza's last incursion, and now he would use it again for protective purposes. Divine confinement array, activate, Yidong commanded, and a massive light screen materialized in the air, enveloping his planet in a protective barrier. From this day forth, only you may enter and exit. Others are strictly prohibited without permission, Yidong declared. Goku felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. While I am away, you will manage our planet, Yidong instructed. Brother Goku, where exactly are you going? Goku pressed. Are you heading to the future? Yidong replied nonchalantly. I intend to take a look at the future. Goku appeared bewildered. The future? Yes. The Dragon Ball universe is currently too tranquil. I wish to seek out opportunities to enhance my strength. Yidong elucidated that he possessed a time machine, rendering his journey to the future an uncomplicated endeavor. Wukong, with unwavering conviction, replied, Then I shall rest easy, Brother Yidong. During your absence, I will manage our territory with utmost diligence. With this assurance, Yidong felt liberated to depart. Upon concluding his remarks, he retreated to his chamber and retrieved the time machine. As he gazed upon the device resting on the floor, a flicker of emotion stirred within him, prompting him to approach and step inside. Let me travel to a temporal point I have previously visited, he contemplated, and in an instant, the surrounding space began to pulsate with temporal energy, suggesting imminent arrival in the future. However, at that moment, he sensed an unsettling disturbance. A sudden chill swept through the endless strands of time, disrupting the flow of temporal currents around him. Alarmed, he realized that the temporal energy enveloping him had begun to waver. What is happening? What could this possibly mean? He was engulfed in astonishment. The turbulence of temporal energy rendered him unable to recalibrate his journey. While it posed no mortal peril, it threatened to cast him onto an uncharted timeline. He reasoned that as long as his life was not in jeopardy, he could afford to remain unconcerned. Before long, the transmission concluded, and Yidong found himself in the future. I must have arrived at Earth in the future, he mused, stepping outside. However, trepidation gripped him as he surveyed the desolation before him. Ruins lay scattered, dilapidated, and forlorn. A faint haze of dust lingered in the air, mingled with the acrid scent of blood. Where am I? What has become of this place? Confusion enveloped his mind as he scanned the surroundings, quickly recognizing that this indeed was Earth. Is this truly Earth? How could it have come to this? His thoughts brimmed with questions, for the landscape was strewn with debris, devoid of any signs of life. I have ventured into the future, yet why does the Earth appear so ravaged? It is on the brink of annihilation. No, it cannot be. There are so many powerful beings. How could it have deteriorated to this extent? He pondered, wandering aimlessly through the remnants, encountering only crumbling walls and solitude. Trunks, what are you doing here? He spotted a figure seated amidst the ruins. It was Trunks. With a vacant expression, Trunks seemed unaware of Yidong's presence. Trunks, what in the world has transpired? You must tell me. Yidong approached him, shaking his shoulders in urgency. They are all dead, every last one of them, Trunks murmured. What did you say? Everyone is dead? Yidong pressed further. Your Saiyan kin have perished. Trunks raised his gaze, delivering the chilling news with a frigid tone. Yidong felt a suffocating weight in his chest. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Trunks, clarify this for me. He continued to interrogate. Look for yourself. Can you not discern what has transpired? Trunks replied. Just as Yidong prepared to inquire further, Trunks abruptly turned away, his figure shrouded in melancholy and silence, seemingly unwilling to utter another word. At that moment, Yidong noticed the myriad scars adorning Trunks, remnants of past battles, now healed but indicative of untold struggles. Trunks, I cannot comprehend what has unfolded in the future. You claim the Saiyans are extinct, yet I cannot accept such a fate. I do not disbelieve my own eyes, rather. I refuse to accept that the future is immutable. The future can be altered. The Saiyan race shall not vanish. They will ascend to become a revered lineage. And I shall lead the Saiyans along a path uniquely their own. With fervor, Yidong declared. Upon hearing these words, Trunks paused, his body trembling slightly. Let us hope it is so, he whispered before continuing his solitary journey. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue upon him, Trunks appeared frail and forlorn. A few crows cawed overhead before Trunks vanished from Yidong's sight, leaving him in contemplative solitude. What fate awaits the future? Who are our adversaries? Yidong pondered, consumed by uncertainty. He refrained from questioning Trunks further, knowing well that Trunks would divulge nothing more. And he felt no inclination to pry. He believed that through relentless effort and self-improvement, he could surmount any challenges, no matter how daunting, with sufficient strength. A single blow could resolve all. It seemed that this temporal journey had gone awry, inexplicably depositing him in this desolate realm. Realizing this, Yidong soared beyond Earth's atmosphere, gazing into the cosmos, only to find that many once familiar planets had vanished, leaving the universe steeped in desolation. He wandered through the Dragon Ball universe for an extended period, encountering few formidable opponents, his confusion only deepening. Eventually, he arrived at a planet within his territory, only to discover it too lay in ruins. The air thick with the stench of Saiyan blood. He traversed the barren expanse of his future domain, finding no signs of life. And a sense of oppression and despair settled over him. I must accelerate my strength, become ever more formidable. Only then can I safeguard my race and myself, he resolved. After a time with no further discoveries, he turned to return. His form appeared solitary, yet his gaze grew increasingly resolute. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Ball universe, Cell remained in seclusion, having learned of Yidong's triumph over the resurrected Frieza. A deep-seated trepidation towards Yidong burgeoned within him. In truth, Cell had contemplated vengeance when Yidong departed his realm, but Frieza had acted first, thwarting his intentions. Now, he found solace in the realization that had he been the one to confront Yidong, he might well have met his demise. Clearly, the time was not yet ripe for him to strike. Cell found himself in the midst of a desolate planetary desert when, all of a sudden, a figure materialized in the sky. Majin Buu. Majin Buu had arrived, and as he touched down, a sly smile creased his lips. Cell? Hee. Majin Buu chuckled, before vanishing into thin air. At that moment, Cell, seated in the desert, felt a sudden unease wash over him. He sensed a gust of wind at his back. Turning swiftly, his expression shifted dramatically. There stood Majin Buu, looming ominously behind him. You are Majin Buu, Cell stated, rising cautiously, his gaze fixed on the formidable creature. Chapter 60, Baby. Haha, Cell, what a pleasure it is to meet you. Let us be friends, Majin Buu said with a grin. Revealing his pearly white teeth, yet for reasons inexplicable, Cell's wariness intensified at the sight. Majin Buu, you are a formidable entity. What brings you to this place? Cell probed, his eyes narrowing. I have come here with a request for your assistance, Majin Buu replied, approaching slowly. As he drew nearer, Cell's tension escalated, and with a serious demeanor, he demanded, speak plainly. What is it that you desire? Should you fail to articulate your intentions, I shall not hesitate to act. Although Sheru claimed otherwise, he was actually devising an escape in his mind, sensing that Majin Buu harbored sinister intentions. Very well, let me be frank with you. I sought your assistance solely to absorb you. What do you think? Majin Buu said with a sinister smile. Upon hearing this, Sheru's eyes narrowed in alarm. It became clear that Majin Buu intended to consume him. Being absorbed would be tantamount to death. Without a moment's hesitation, Sheru ceased his words and swiftly fled. He had long prepared an alternate escape route, but Majin Buu seemed to anticipate his move, instantly blocking his path and delivering a powerful punch toward Sheru. Sheru could only muster a hasty defense. Bang! Majin Buu's fist struck Sheru, causing him to stagger and spit out blood. Sheru, aren't you the one who revels in absorbing others? Allow me this honor of absorbing you. You should feel privileged, Majin Buu stated coldly. Sheru's expression darkened further. He had always been the devourer, yet now he found himself the prey, an unexpected turn of fate. Majin Buu, we bear no grudge against each other. Why must it come to this? Let us join forces instead, Sheru suggested, his mind racing. Join forces? Do you think you are worthy? Majin Buu scoffed, intensifying his assault on Sheru. In mere moments, Sheru was rendered powerless, unable to retaliate against the barrage of blows. With a swift motion, Majin Buu plunged his hands into Sheru's chest, and Sheru felt his strength drain away. Majin Buu's grip possessed an overwhelming suction, akin to a black hole, continuously siphoning his energy while Majin Buu's power swelled. Sheru, consider it an honor to be absorbed by me, Majin Buu said, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Terror filled Sheru's eyes as he attempted to resist, but he was utterly depleted of strength, his energy gradually flowing to Majin Buu. This sensation is truly delightful. No wonder you enjoy absorbing those androids, Majin Buu remarked, his gaze chilling. Before long, Sheru was completely consumed, and Majin Buu underwent a transformation. He became taller and leaner, with traces of Sheru's visage faintly visible, while Sheru himself was entirely devoured. Fear not, Sheru. I am aware that your enemy is Yidong, who happens to be mine as well. I shall assist you, Majin Buu murmured, having grown even more formidable before turning to depart. At that moment, Yidong had returned to the current Dragon Ball universe. Just then, he received a system notification. Ding! Majin Buu has absorbed Sheru and has grown stronger. Approach with caution. The notification sent a slight tremor through Yidong's heart. It was truly unexpected that Sheru had been absorbed by Majin Buu. He had intended to eliminate him himself, but it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. As Yidong pondered these thoughts, he emerged from the time machine and reflected, even if Majin Buu has absorbed Sheru, what of it? As long as I can swiftly comprehend the Ultra Instinct technique, I shall remain invincible. He reassured himself, feeling no sense of panic. For such anxiety was futile. After an odd journey into the future, his gaze had deepened with newfound wisdom. He understood that Majin Buu was not his sole adversary. The lurking threats from the shadows in the future were equally formidable. He needed to grasp the Ultra Instinct technique without delay. With determination, he stepped out of the room. Big brother Yidong, you're back. Goku and the others greeted him from outside. How was your journey to the future, big brother Yidong? Goku inquired. Yidong paused for a moment in contemplation. Sensing his silence, Goku felt a twinge of unease. Did you encounter any trouble in the future, big brother Yidong? Goku pressed on. Nothing major. Everything went quite smoothly, Yidong replied nonchalantly, gesturing dismissively. He had no intention of divulging his experiences to anyone. Revealing such matters to Goku and the others might dampen their spirits, and there was no need for unnecessary alarm. It was sufficient for him to know. Upon hearing Yidong's words, Goku refrained from further questioning, yet a sense of anxiety lingered in his heart. In the vast and shadowy expanse of the Dragon Ball universe, countless mysteries lay hidden. One day, a baby suddenly floated into the cosmos, suspended in midair, utterly motionless. At that moment, Vegeta was strolling through the Dragon Ball universe. After wandering for a while, his gaze sharpened as he noticed a cradle drifting in the distance, faint cries of a baby reaching his ears. How could a baby be floating in space? What could this child possibly be? Vegeta amused to himself, feeling a twinge of concern for the infant, and approached. Don't cry, little one. Uncle is here. Everything will be all right, Vegeta said as he walked closer, peering down into the cradle. Inside lay a peculiar-looking baby, wailing incessantly. When the baby noticed Vegeta's approach, it suddenly lifted its head. In that instant, Vegeta's heart raced with alarm. He saw a sinister smile curl at the corners of the baby's mouth, a grin so eerie that it sent chills down his spine. Giggle, giggle. The baby abruptly ceased its crying, letting out a chilling laugh that echoed ominously, causing Vegeta to step back in fright. You said you would save me. Why are you retreating now? The baby spoke, its voice unsettling. Who on earth are you? Vegeta demanded, keeping his distance. Weren't you just so concerned for me? Why the fear now? The baby continued, rising slowly, emanating a mysterious and powerful aura. Vegeta, sensing the threat, heightened his own power in response, preparing to confront this child. For he sensed this little one was no ordinary being. I warn you, do not make any sudden moves, or I shall act, Vegeta declared, his gaze fixed on the baby. Hearing this, the infant merely laughed again, its eerie laughter reverberating through the empty void of space. You belong to me, the baby declared, then surged towards Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta's hair stood on end, and he transformed into a Super Saiyan. I will capture you and present you to Lord Yidong. He will surely recognize you, Vegeta asserted as he swiftly morphed into his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta's power was formidable during this time. His strength had risen to rival that of Goku, his combat prowess exceptionally fierce. Hee, I told you, you are mine. The baby continued its advance towards Vegeta. Uttering those words, Vegeta chose not to speak further and launched an attack at the infant. However, to his astonishment, his strike met with nothing but air. What? It dodged my attack? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief, his mind reeling in shock. He soon realized he could not land a hit on this baby, prompting him to abandon his offensive and instead focus on defending against the infant's onslaught. Vegeta conjured a luminescent barrier around himself in a desperate attempt to thwart baby's assault. However, baby's speed was astonishingly swift, and in an instant, he was beside Vegeta, effortlessly breaching his defenses. Vegeta's expression morphed into one of alarm as he prepared to strike again, only for baby to suddenly vanish, penetrating into his very being. A wave of panic surged through Vegeta. He had never encountered such a phenomenon, nor had he ever heard of it. Who are you? Show yourself and face me, he shouted in a state of utter disarray, scanning his surroundings. I am within you. Can you not feel me? Came a voice from all directions, startling Vegeta as he realized the sound emanated from within himself. Get out. Do not linger in my body, he shouted, increasingly agitated. After finally finding a new puppet, why would I abandon it so easily? The voice echoed in his ears. In horror, Vegeta recognized that baby truly resided within him, as he felt an alien consciousness incessantly battering at his own. With his awareness being gradually consumed, Vegeta's body began to spiral out of control. In the next moment, he found himself raising a hand to touch his own face. What a splendid puppet you are. I shall claim your body as my own, he uttered. Yet his eyes were filled with dread, for his form was now entirely under control, leaving only his gaze lucid. Soon after, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, as if he were being drawn into slumber. The next instant, he slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, when he reopened them, he appeared unchanged. Yet an eerie smile flickered in his gaze. From this day forth, I am Vegeta, and I am also baby. With that declaration, baby, controlling Vegeta's body, soared toward the territory of Yadong. Upon arriving at Yadong's planet, baby was filled with exhilaration upon discovering a multitude of Saiyans gathered there. The sight of them ignited immense joy within him, for exterminating Saiyans was a paramount objective. All Saiyans must perish, he mused, as he continued to steer Vegeta toward the planet. Vegeta, you're back. Goku approached, offering a greeting to Vegeta. Indeed, Goku, I merely took a brief stroll, baby replied through Vegeta. Goku's presence sparked a glimmer of excitement in baby's eyes, as he recognized Goku's remarkable talent. Possessing him would significantly enhance his own power. Vegeta, why are you back so soon? Yadong emerged from a room and spotted Vegeta, inquiring. At Yadong's words, Vegeta's body stiffened momentarily. Vegeta, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yadong sensed something was amiss and pressed further. My lord, I am fine, truly, baby responded through Vegeta. Very well. But I believe it would be best for you to rest, Yadong advised. Vegeta nodded in compliance. Of course, Lord Yadong, I shall rest now. With that, Vegeta turned to leave. Yadong stood perplexed, observing Vegeta's retreating figure, his brow furrowed, feeling that something was not quite right since Vegeta's return. Brother Yadong, what troubles you? Why the furrowed brow? Goku inquired, approaching Yadong. I am uncertain, Goku. I simply sense something peculiar about Vegeta. Please keep a watchful eye on him during this time, Yadong instructed Goku. Goku nodded earnestly, reassuring, worry not, Lord Yadong. I will closely monitor Vegeta and report any irregularities immediately. Yadong felt a measure of relief at Goku's vow. Very well, your words bring me comfort, he replied before departing. What could have led Lord Yadong to suspect something is amiss with Vegeta? Goku pondered aloud as he watched Yadong leave, then set off himself. Baby, still in control of Vegeta, swiftly returned to his chamber. Upon entering, he hastily closed the door, allowing himself a brief moment of relaxation. That individual was truly terrifying. Could he really be a Saiyan? How could such a formidable being exist among them? Baby contemplated, a shiver of fear coursing through him. He felt he had narrowly escaped being discovered by Yato. Fortune favored me today. Had I lingered, he might have uncovered my true identity, he thought, grateful for his swift retreat, and took a moment to rest. After a while, as he prepared to lie down and sleep, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Who is it? Baby, controlling Vegeta, inquired. Vegeta, open the door, it's me, came Goku's voice from outside. A jolt of alarm shot through Baby at the mention of Goku, prompting him to quickly consider before he approached the door to open it. Vegeta, what were you doing in there? Why did it take you so long to open the door? Goku stepped inside and questioned. Nothing much. Perhaps I truly am feeling a bit unwell today, Baby replied through Vegeta. Goku's expression shifted with concern. Vegeta, are you ill? Let me see you. Why not consult a doctor? Or have Lord Yadong check? He surely can help you, Goku suggested. Baby felt a twinge of anxiety at Goku's words and urged Vegeta to respond. No need, Goku. It's not a serious ailment. There's no need to trouble Lord Yadong. Vegeta, you should really see him. Brother Yadong is not one to neglect those in need. You are the most talented warrior among us Saiyans. He will certainly assist you. Goku insisted with fervor. Please, Goku, just take a look for me. See if you can discern anything, Baby urged, controlling Vegeta. After a moment of hesitation, Goku relented. All right then, Vegeta, tell me where it hurts. What symptoms are you experiencing? He asked, genuine concern etched on his face, though he felt puzzled by Vegeta's unusual demeanor. I sense something moving within me, Baby replied through Vegeta, impatience creeping into his voice. Is that so, Vegeta? Goku inquired, intrigued. Indeed, if you place your hand here, you will understand, Baby prompted, as Goku hesitated. Come now, just touch me, and you shall see. As Goku hesitated, Baby, controlling Vegeta, stepped forward, seizing Goku's hand and pressing it against himself. At that moment, Goku felt an unsettling sensation, realizing there was indeed something pulsating within Vegeta. How can this be? It feels as if another life resides within you, Goku exclaimed in astonishment, slowly raising his gaze. As he did, his fear intensified upon meeting Vegeta's gaze, which was now twisted into a sinister grin. You are correct. There is indeed another being within me. At that moment, Baby, controlling Vegeta, spoke, and Goku felt an overwhelming dread. He immediately attempted to withdraw his hand, but suddenly, he sensed something minuscule entering his body from within Vegeta. Without hesitation, Goku broke free from Vegeta's grasp and retreated to the side. Vegeta, what have you done to me? Goku inquired, his expression rife with suspicion. What have I done? Goku, you will soon find out for yourself. Baby, in control of Vegeta, replied, gradually rising to his feet. Goku's face was a canvas of terror. He sensed a new consciousness stirring within him, vying for dominion over his body, distinctly emanating from Vegeta. You are not Vegeta. Who are you really? Goku asked, his voice trembling with fear. Vegeta? Merely a puppet. Goku, you too shall become my new puppet. Baby, still manipulating Vegeta, stated as he stood upright. Upon hearing this, Goku's anger surged, yet he felt his strength waning. Gradually, he closed his eyes, his consciousness surrendering completely. In the next moment, he reopened them, his gaze transformed. Goku, you are my second puppet, he suddenly declared, the scene both bizarre and terrifying. Soon, the following day arrived, and numerous young Saiyans commenced their training. From a distance, Baby, controlling both Vegeta and Goku, approached. Big brother Goku, big brother Vegeta, please continue to teach us. A group of young Saiyans exclaimed, rushing towards them. In the past, Goku and Vegeta had voluntarily instructed them during their leisure time, and their progress had been remarkable, prompting the youngsters to seek guidance once more. Under normal circumstances, Goku would have eagerly acquiesced to such a request, but in this instance, both he and Vegeta remained unresponsive. Baby, manipulating Goku and Vegeta, surveyed the surroundings. The Saiyan named Yadong is absent. Baby mused internally, feeling a surge of pride. It appears I shall acquire many more puppets. Big brother Goku, please teach us. A young Saiyan tugged at Vegeta's sleeve. Very well, I shall instruct you. Baby, controlling Vegeta, replied, turning his head. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the surrounding young Saiyans erupted in joy. However, you are still too few. Summon all the young Saiyans. Baby commanded through Vegeta, as an audacious plan formed in his mind. The young Saiyans, electrified by the prospect, immediately dashed off to gather others. Goku and Vegeta are going to personally train us. Everyone is welcome to join, they shouted excitedly. In the past, Goku and Vegeta had only taught the most gifted young Saiyans, leaving ordinary children without opportunity, hence many Saiyans were exhilarated. Before long, a considerable crowd gathered, comprising not only the young but also middle-aged Saiyans eager to witness the spectacle. Many encircled Goku and Vegeta, both of whom wore smiles. At that moment, baby within Vegeta's body reveled in delight. Splendid. With so many puppets, my power shall surely surge. Baby contemplated within Vegeta's depths. Lord Vegeta, please hurry and teach us. A young Saiyan implored, standing before him. All right, pay close attention. Baby, manipulating Vegeta, responded, beckoning all the young Saiyans to gather around. Suddenly, a myriad of white particles erupted from Vegeta's being. These particles seemed to come alive, swiftly darting towards the surrounding Saiyans, penetrating their bodies in the blink of an eye. These white particles were, in fact, baby's eggs. Once inside a Saiyan's body, they would grant him control over them. What in the world is this? One individual exclaimed. Sensing something was amiss, panic rising in their voice. Ha! Baby, controlling Vegeta, laughed maniacally, his voice echoing with madness. At that moment, the surrounding Saiyans sensed the impending danger and began to scatter in fear. Yet, it was too late. Baby's eggs moved with astonishing speed and in overwhelming numbers, quickly infiltrating the bodies of all present, subjugating them one by one. Meanwhile, outside the planet, Yadong felt a sudden jolt of unease, an inexplicable sense of dread washing over him. He gazed towards his domain, and while everything appeared normal on the surface, he sensed something was amiss. Consequently, Yadong retrieved his magical telescope, intending to observe the state of his territory. As he positioned the telescope before his eyes and peered towards the planet he governed, he was taken aback in astonishment.